Chapter 1. The System Demands My Fame. The Seven Absolute Sect. The Immortal Seed Valley. A new batch of immortal seedlings has been transported from various ascension cities, converging here for a 3-month period of enlightenment and training, after which they will be distributed to the various peaks within the sect. Those who rank in the top 50 will be granted admission as inner disciples, while the top 200 will become outer disciples. The remaining individuals will serve as miscellaneous workers. Thousands of 14 and 15-year-olds have gathered in a vast square, the sound of their fragmented conversations constantly reaching Su Yuan's ears. Su Yuan gazes bewilderedly at the diverse array of youths surrounding him, some clad in luxurious attire, others in tattered garments, the disparity in their demeanors starkly evident. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Su Yuan poses these soul-searching inquiries, and suddenly, a torrent of memories floods his mind, causing a throbbing sensation in his head. After a considerable moment, Su Yuan is astounded to discover that he has traversed realms, arriving in a world of cultivation. A wave of exhilaration and excitement surges within him. His past lives' aspiration had been to achieve immortality, to wield magnificent and formidable spells. Yet, he is acutely aware that the realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. From his memories, he learns that during his journey to the Seven Absolute Sect, he had already encountered 2 calamities: an attack by a ferocious beast and an ambush by rogue cultivators. It is said that some immortal seedlings have perished before even reaching the sect, underscoring the dangers of the cultivation world. Just as Su Yuan is still sifting through his memories, the entire square suddenly falls silent. Taken aback, Su Yuan raises his gaze. He sees, at an unknown moment, an elderly Taoist descending upon a sword, exuding an ethereal presence, with hair flowing gracefully and garments billowing, resembling a transcendent sage. Once more, Su Yuan's eyes shine with fervor. This is flight. The elder alights upon the stage, stroking his beard, and with a gentle smile, proclaims, "I am the Valley Master of the Immortal Seed Valley. Today, I shall activate the Qi Induction Grand Array to assist you in embarking upon your path of cultivation. Sit down immediately and prepare to enter a meditative state for focused practice." Such directness. Seeing all the youths find their respective meditation mats, Su Yuan promptly follows suit and sits down. As he ponders how to induce qi, the elder produces a whisk, and with a flourish, thousands of strands of spiritual light cascade towards the crowd. Su Yuan watches as a single strand of spiritual light enters his brow, and suddenly, a method for qi induction and entry into the refining qi stage fills his mind, and he memorizes its entirety in an instant. Such a technique leaves Su Yuan momentarily dazed. This is the true art of cultivation. Qi Induction Grand Array, activate. With a series of hand gestures, the elder conjures colorful lights that envelop the entire square. Then, beams of colorful, translucent light descend, enveloping each immortal seedling. Su Yuan feels an immediate stillness descend around him. The sounds of wind and birds fade into silence, and his spirit becomes clearer. Incense of divine induction, ignite. The elder waves his hand again, and 12 long sticks of incense materialize in his grasp, igniting spontaneously without flame. With a flick of his sleeve, the elder precisely places the 12 sticks around the square's 12 pillars, a fragrant aroma beginning to waft throughout the area. Su Yuan is filled with astonishment. When he regains his composure, he notices many youths have closed their eyes, beginning to attempt qi induction. I shall begin as well. Su Yuan quickly shuts his eyes and follows the qi induction method in his mind. However, he struggles to settle his thoughts. Fortunately, the fragrance of the divine induction incense soon envelopes him, and he inadvertently enters a meditative state. In the depths of darkness, he attempts to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and dimly, he perceives some red, green, and pale golden dots. He calls out to these light points a few times, observing them shift slightly before becoming still, seemingly reluctant to approach him. Before he can successfully summon these small dots closer, he finds the darkness dissipating, awakening him from his trance. Confused, Su Yuan opens his eyes, only to find that the incense on the 12 pillars has burned away. As he looks ahead, he sees several youths have mysteriously appeared behind the elder, watching the still-seated individuals with keen interest. Those standing are presumably the disciples who have successfully induced qi. Rest for a moment. Then we shall proceed with the second round of qi induction. The Valley Master states calmly, then closes his eyes in silence. Seizing this moment, Su Yuan immediately recalls the sensations from earlier. He has already sensed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The next step is to draw this energy into his body. My earlier choice was incorrect. I should focus on just one type of energy. The red light must signify fire attribute energy. The pale gold signifies metal attribute, and the green signifies wood attribute. Which should I choose to absorb? After careful consideration, he determines that the wood attribute is the best choice. Based on his reading experiences from his past life, fire attribute energy tends to be volatile and difficult to control, while metal attribute energy is sharp and stubborn, making absorption challenging. Wood attribute energy, on the other hand, is just right, vibrant, yet not overly lively, and it is more harmonious with life. After a brief interval, the elder states, "Enough, let us commence the second round." With another wave of his sleeve, 12 sticks of divine induction incense are placed upon the pillars once more. Su Yuan promptly closes his eyes and enters a meditative state again. Soon, he finds himself back in that realm of darkness, and amidst the haze, he once again sees the red, green, and yellow light points. Without hesitation, he focuses his mind and calls out to the green light point. Under his mental guidance, these green light points slowly drift toward him. Su Yuan remains calm, not allowing excitement to disrupt his meditative state, gently guiding them closer. Before long, several green light points finally make contact with him. A refreshing sensation begins at his brow, coursing through his meridians and settling in his lower abdomen, transforming from coolness to warmth, eliciting a sense of joy within Su Yuan. Have I succeeded? Suddenly, Su Yuan finds himself pulled back from the darkness. Upon opening his eyes, he sees the elder smiling down at him. Su Yuan, taken aback, quickly bows and says, Su Yuan pays respects to the Valley Master. The elder nods with a smile. Well done. You are the 299th disciple to successfully induce qi. Given your spiritual root, you have progressed quite rapidly, and your comprehension is commendable. Please stand at the back. Yes. Su Yuan replies respectfully. He obediently steps back. Behind the elder, nearly 300 individuals have gathered, forming 6 rows. The first row consists of 50 youths, their expressions radiating evident pride, confidence, and satisfaction. The second row's disciples display a mix of joy and impatience, their eyes frequently darting toward the first row. The third row appears markedly more relaxed, devoid of any anxiety. The fourth row shows a slight joy intertwined with a hint of seriousness and unease. In contrast, the fifth and sixth rows exhibit clear signs of anxiety and trepidation. Su Yuan understands the reason. In 3 months, there will be a cultivation assessment. The top 50 will gain entry to the inner sect, while the top 200 will enter the outer sect. Though this is merely the beginning, the ability to induce qi already reveals one's aptitude and comprehension, factors that significantly impact cultivation. This initial ranking may well correlate closely with the final standings. Su Yuan positions himself at the end of the 6th row, a frown creasing his brow as he observes the disciples still in meditation. He sighs inwardly, realizing that he has merely stumbled upon a fortunate circumstance. His actual talent for cultivation may be significantly inferior. As it stands, his fate as a miscellaneous disciple seems all but sealed. However, the plight of a miscellaneous disciple is disheartening: endless chores and scant rewards. The 5th row's disciples might just squeak into the top 200, while he, languishing at the second-to-last position in the 6th row, is virtually excluded from the outer sect. What shall he do? Ding. Fame value 1. Su Yuan's eyes widen as he glimpses the fleeting notification before him. Fame value. He quickly glances around at the others, particularly the Valley Master, and upon seeing that he remains oblivious to Su Yuan's situation, he carefully investigates this recent development. Before long, he discovers a system panel materializing in his mind. Name: Yuan. Region, Chinka continent. Level, unknown 1100. Realm, refining chi stage, level 10100. Entry 1, to be selected. Entry 2, to be unlocked. Yuan is momentarily taken aback. The name in the level column leaves him bewildered. Is the method for upgrading this system reliant on fame? In this world of cultivation, it is indeed true that fame invites peril. The greater one's renown, the quicker one meets their demise. Without formidable strength, fame can lead to an untimely end. System? Could you provide an explanation? His inquiry elicits no response, indicating that this system may lack any form of intelligence. Yuan tentatively attempts to touch entry 1. In an instant, 3 segments of text materialize before him. He glances at the others, noting that no one has detected his anomaly, and he proceeds to examine the options closely. Choose one of the following entries. 1. Late bloomer. Your fate is that of a late bloomer. As you approach the limits of your lifespan, your cultivation speed accelerates, and the probability of breakthroughs significantly increases. 2. Balance of work and rest. You excel in balancing work and leisure. The longer your rest periods, the better your cultivation results. 3. Swordsmanship prodigy. You possess a natural talent for sword cultivation. Your speed in sword training increases, and your comprehension effects are enhanced. 3 choices? Yuan furrows his brow in contemplation. The first option appears quite appealing. What is the most challenging aspect of cultivation? Is it the speed of progress? No, it is breaking through barriers. Great achievements often come late, embodying the essence of breaking through one's limitations and achieving substantial enhancement. It can be said that if one can steadily live until the end of their lifespan, then surpassing such hurdles would hardly be a concern. However, this is the realm of cultivation, where among 10 individuals, only 1 or 2 may reach the end of their life expectancy. This particular attribute is commendable, but it is rather late in its applicability. The third option is also appealing. Sword cultivators hold a prestigious position within the cultivation world, excelling in both offensive power and speed. Nevertheless, there lingers a sense of fragility and a fleeting existence associated with sword cultivators. Moreover, this attribute cannot manifest its effects in the early stages, as one must first establish a solid foundation in cultivation before embarking on spell training. What he desperately seeks now is to attain the status of an outer sect disciple. He wishes to avoid excessive labor. Having toiled enough in his previous life, he does not wish to be a beast of burden in this life. Thus, he opts for the second choice, a harmonious balance between work and rest. Work and rest balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest periods, the more effective your cultivation becomes. This attribute is indeed perfect, seamlessly integrating early-stage cultivation while also facilitating spell training in the middle stages. It should prove beneficial for overcoming bottlenecks and allows for a modicum of leisure crossed out, making it the most suitable choice for his initial phase. Upon selecting the second attribute, the others vanished and the work and rest balance appeared on the system panel. Chapter 2. Selecting Cultivation Techniques. A quarter of an hour later, the second round of incense burning concluded. The disciples standing behind the Valley Master had already reached the 9th row, with nearly 500 successfully drawing in chi. Over 500 others still struggled in vain, remaining in place to await their third attempt. At this moment, the Valley Master summoned a young disciple, entrusting him with 12 incense sticks to preside over the third round of chi drawing. Subsequently, the Valley Master addressed the successful disciples with a satisfied smile, saying, "Now, I shall lead you to the scripture repository to select your entry-level techniques." As the Valley Master waved his hand, a large expanse of azure light cascaded over the crowd. Yuan instantly felt as light as a swallow, and the hunger that had previously gnawed at him vanished, his spirit revitalized. Ah, the convenience of cultivating immortality. Yuan mused inwardly. The elder soared into the air, heading towards a building several hundred meters away. The more than 500 individuals naturally followed on foot, swiftly arriving before the edifice, where the plaque indeed bore the inscription Scripture Repository. Disciples of the first row, please enter. The elder gestured to the crowd. Thus, The 50 disciples from the first row entered with an air of composure, while the remaining disciples exhibited expressions of envy. Once the elder had stepped inside, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. TSK, TSK. I've heard that among our batch of seedlings, there are two with exceptional spiritual roots. One has an extraordinary dual spiritual root named Yi Bufan, while the other possesses a rare triple spiritual root called Lu Muwan. It's a pity they aren't single spiritual roots. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage will be challenging. You're concerned about others? You with your medium grade 4 spiritual roots can't even break through to foundation establishment. Haha, at least that's far superior to inferior spiritual roots. There were those who muttered to themselves, I must enter the outer sect, otherwise it will take me 8 to 9 years to break through to the 4th layer of chi refinement. If I join the outer sect, it would only take 3 years. First step, every step thereafter, please grant me the chance to select a profound level technique. Some began to pray for favorable choices in the upcoming technique selection. Su Yuan silently listened, feeling the palpable tension among the disciples, particularly those in the 6th and 5th rows ahead, all suppressing their determination to rank within the top 200 by the end of March's assessment. How is it that he feels a sense of competition even before beginning his cultivation? It is no wonder that these disciples display such fervor. The disparity between outer sect disciples and those relegated to menial tasks is astonishingly vast. From the burden of assignments, the richness of resources, the diversity of methods, to the guidance from predecessors, there are significant differences across all facets. Even Su Yuan is eager to enter the outer sect. After a brief wait, the 50 disciples from the first row gradually emerged. The sounds of excitement erupted from the front. Wow! Yi Bufan obtained an Earth-grade supreme technique. Impressive. The other disciple, with exceptional spiritual roots, also secured an Earth-grade upper-tier technique. How enviable! Exclamations of astonishment filled the air as the two exceptional spiritual root disciples stood proudly at the forefront, with a male disciple named Yi Bufan exuding an aura of unmatched brilliance. Beyond the exceptional spiritual roots, a few among the upper-tier spiritual root disciples also acquired Earth-grade lower-tier techniques, drawing envious glances, while most upper-tier spiritual roots obtained only profound-grade supreme techniques. Though these techniques were limited to the chi refinement chapter, seemingly indistinguishable, higher ear techniques not only promise a greater potential ceiling, but also significantly enhance early-stage cultivation efficacy. Some techniques can accelerate cultivation speed by several times, while others can solidify spiritual energy, alleviating the arduous process of refinement far beyond what ordinary techniques can offer. Disciples of the second row, please enter. The elder's voice resonated from within the building. The disciples of the second row, filled with trepidation, stepped inside. As Su Yuan gazed at the scripture repository, someone nudged him from the side. He turned to find a youth adorned in splendid robes. Hey kid, what's your name? The youth inquired, tilting his head upward. Su Yuan, what about you? Su Yuan replied. My name is Zhang Wei, the 6th young master of the Zhang family, which specializes in the business of magical artifacts. A proud expression appeared on the young man's face. Su Yuan waited for a moment. Noticing the silence, he scratched his head and inquired, what happens next? Zhang Wei was taken aback. Su Yuan's reaction was starkly different from what his elder brother had described. Was he not supposed to immediately flatter him? My family's business is quite substantial, generating tens of thousands of spirit stones daily. Zhang Wei persisted. How many spirit stones do you possess right now? Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. None. Zhang Wei retorted. You're lying. Su Yuan rolled his eyes in disbelief. Zhang Wei, feeling anxious, exclaimed, No. It's the rule of the Immortal Seed Valley. We are not permitted to bring external items inside. Fine, I will temporarily take your word for it. So, what do you intend by saying all this? Su Yuan decided to be straightforward. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Wei leaned closer and whispered, The Immortal Seed Valley distributes fragmented spirit stones daily. I propose that you give me your fragments, and upon our exit, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. Seeing that Su Yuan remained unresponsive, he continued, You are far from qualifying as an outer sect disciple. Given the circumstances, you can only become a servant disciple. Would it not be delightful to exchange those worthless fragmented spirit stones for precious low-grade spirit stones? Fragmented spirit stones are mere shards of spirit stones, containing minimal spiritual energy and holding little value. It takes 100 of them to equal a single complete stone. Zhang Wei typically would not spare them a glance. Yet within the Immortal Seed Valley, they were considered the most invaluable resource for cultivation. Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Is there no oversight from above?" On the surface, there is indeed supervision, yet behind the scenes, they deliberately turn a blind eye. This tacit allowance provides those less gifted disciples with a chance to acquire spirit stones to navigate the early stages of their cultivation, subtly supporting them in their journey. Thus, this is implicitly sanctioned by the higher-ups, as it also tests the disciples' interpersonal communication skills, adaptability in handling situations, and their foresight for the future. Who taught you this? My brother. Zhang Wei blurted out, but quickly realized, no, it was information I uncovered on my own. Yuan looked at him with a skeptical expression. Zhang Wei's little face flushed slightly. Asking me alone is hardly sufficient. There are over 800 servant disciples. Yuan remarked. On average, getting 4 or 5 would suffice. To be on the safe side, around 20 would be just about right. Zhang Wei replied earnestly. Is it truly possible to gather that many? Yuan felt speechless within. He couldn't help but ponder. The situation was more arduous than he had anticipated. He was aspiring to enter the outer sect, yet resources would not be freely dispensed. Previously, he believed that merely talent and comprehension sufficed. However, it now appeared that he had been overly simplistic in his thinking. Lacking both a background and the innate gifts that would encourage others to invest in him prematurely, he mused. What a truly authentic realm of cultivation this is. I can only hope that my attributes bear fruit. He shook his head at Zhang Wei and declared, I apologize, but I must pursue entry into the outer sect. Zhang Wei gazed at Yuan in astonishment, his expression clearly revealing skepticism. I possess a low-grade dual spiritual root. Perhaps I still stand a chance. What about you? Zhang Wei replied, shaking his head. Isn't this a tad condescending? Yuan cast a glance at the system panel. Name, Yuan region, Chinka continent level, obscure, 1100, realm. Qi refining stage 1, 0-100, attribute 1, balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the more effective your cultivation. Current rest time, 0. 8 time units attribute 2, to be unlocked. Yuan quickly composed himself. With the system at his disposal, how could a mere outer sect disciple pose any challenge? Indeed, with a bit of bravado. Entering the inner sect was not beyond the realm of possibility. His confidence was unshakable. Zhang Wei cast a puzzled glance at Yuan before resuming his conversation with others. After engaging with Yuan, Zhang Wei appeared to have found his flow, and following discussions with several individuals nearby, it seemed a deal had been struck. Yuan could distinctly observe the triumphant smile adorning Zhang Wei's face. Is this what a wealthy heir in the realm of cultivation looks like? Apart from Zhang Wei, there were others engaging in similar antics. Indeed, there are plentiful affluent individuals. Unbeknownst to them, it was finally the turn of the disciples in the 6th row. Yuan followed the crowd into the scripture pavilion. Contrary to his expectations, the interior was filled with numerous dim orbs of light, the sheer quantity exceeding 1,000. The Valley Master announced, you may attempt to touch the luminous spheres according to the quality and number of your spiritual roots. Should they illuminate? It signifies your qualification to cultivate that particular technique. The brighter the glow, the more effective the cultivation shall be. You may now proceed to make your selections. Yuan was taken aback. Is this how one cultivates? He observed a disciple already reaching out to touch the luminous orb, which immediately emitted a cascade of twinkling lights. Zhang Wei, calm and composed, advanced forward, arriving at the area designated for the golden water spiritual roots. He proceeded with purpose, brushing against each orb as he passed. Moving with remarkable swiftness, Yuan ventured into the realm of the fire, metal, and with spiritual roots. Beneath the luminous orbs, he observed a plethora of descriptions. Some pertained to techniques solely focused on the fire attribute, while others embraced the duality of fire and wood attributes. There were also those that encompassed all 3 attributes. Yuan touched each one in succession. The spirit pearls exhibited a mix of brightness and darkness, yet overall they displayed a trend of gradual illumination. Upon reaching the 1/5 mark of the area, their luminosity peaked. However, as he advanced further, the brightness began to diminish steadily. Yuan, having attained enlightenment, realized that the requirements for subsequent cultivation techniques were progressively escalating, which naturally led to a continuous decline in compatibility. According to conventional wisdom, as a transmigrator, Yuan should have forged ahead, selecting a high-tier cultivation method that would inevitably provoke the ire of the elders and attract the attention of numerous disciples. This would naturally elevate his reputation, unlocking the second attribute of the system, thus allowing him to accelerate his cultivation further, astonishing others and establishing his name within the sect. This cycle would continue until his untimely demise. Yuan cast a lingering gaze into the depths of the sutra repository before turning on his heel to retrace his steps. Upon returning to the area with the brightest illumination, he discovered 3 resplendent orbs of light, the singularly wooden attribute of the burning wood technique. The dual attributes of gold and fire embodied in the forging spirit technique, and the triadic attributes of wood, gold, and fire represented by the burning wood forging spirit technique. Yuan looked curiously at the titles of the 3 martial arts manuals. Why is there a split version? He would undoubtedly choose the complete edition. Yuan stood before the burning wood refining spirit technique, resting his forehead against it. In the next moment, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, causing a slight throbbing sensation. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of simple memorization. The remarkable methods of cultivation allowed him to swiftly grasp the essence of the technique. The burning wood refining spirit technique, categorized as a top-tier yellow-grade technique, although its rank was merely yellow-grade, it was indeed of the finest quality. He had witnessed many individuals with medium-grade spiritual roots selecting yellow-grade techniques. Having made his selection, he was ready to depart. The voice of the Valley Master echoed in Yuan's ears. Yuan hurriedly stepped outside and bowed respectfully to the Valley Master before exiting the scripture pavilion. Just as he emerged, he encountered Zhang Wei at the entrance. Zhang Wei's eyes brightened upon seeing him, and he inquired, "What rank of cultivation technique did you select?" "Yellow grade supreme." Yuan replied with a smile. "I chose a low-grade profound technique. I never anticipated that the one most suited to me would be a low-grade profound technique. This solidifies my position among the outer disciples." Zhang Wei replied, grinning widely, his face betraying a clear sense of pride. Yuan's smile vanished as he turned away and walked off. "Hey, wait for me." Chapter 3. Astonishing cultivation results. Yuan slightly slowed his pace. Zhang Wei, grinning broadly, fell in step beside him. The two returned to the queue together. Once Zhang Wei came to a halt, he began to flaunt the profound-level cultivation techniques he had selected to those nearby, drawing the attention of several disciples with inferior spiritual roots. Zhang Wei's expression was one of smug satisfaction. However, the observant Yuan noticed that a few disciples regarded Zhang Wei with a hint of hostility. Nevertheless, the majority of the disciples were immersed in their own contemplation of the techniques, their scrolls fluttering in the air. Yuan did not delve into the comprehension of the martial arts techniques. He was still in the process of accumulating a balance between work and rest. Engaging in the understanding of these techniques could indeed be considered a form of cultivation, couldn't it? He idly conversed with Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei, you ought to pay attention. The 7th disciple to your left appears to harbor some discontent towards you," Yuan subtly cautioned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei instinctively turned his head to glance in that direction. Yuan intervened, advising him not to dwell on the past, lest he alarm the snake by stirring the grass. Zhang Wei feigned indifference, casting a casual glance towards the disciple in that direction, and disdainfully muttered, "Oh, it's that dandy from the Zhou family. He hails from the same cultivation city as I do. I hadn't realized his talent surpassed mine. Humph. He must not have selected a profound tier technique. He's simply envious of me. How dare he provoke me? I shall subdue him." Moreover, the 3rd, 7th, and 15th from the 5th row, as well as the 9th from the 6th row and the 25th, all seem to harbor some discontent towards you, Yuan continued. Zhang Wei's expression shifted, his earlier arrogance diminishing as he retorted, "Is it really necessary?" Yuan reminded him, "Moreover, have you not noticed that many disciples who have acquired the techniques are immersed in deep contemplation? Even those with the finest spiritual roots in the front row are diligently pondering their methods. Yet here you are, languishing in the last position of the 6th row, devoid of any enlightenment." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei took a deliberate glance around and indeed observed that, as Yuan had stated, numerous disciples were silently engrossed in their studies. Amidst what appeared to be a cacophonous crowd, the actual conversations were few and far between. With such exceptional talent and diligence, how am I, possessing inferior spiritual roots, to persevere? Zhang Wei's expression darkened. He promptly closed his eyes to engage in meditation on the techniques. Before long, he opened his eyes in confusion, only to find Yuan still observing the surroundings, seemingly without any intention of delving into the techniques. "Why are you not contemplating the techniques?" Zhang Wei inquired. Yuan shrugged. "I have resigned myself to my fate. My talent is simply lacking, and without any background. Hard work seems futile. I can hardly enter the outer sect, and my cultivation does not hinge on this little time." Zhang Wei replied, "Your words hold merit. Yet there is an inexplicable sense of dissonance that I cannot quite articulate. After several rounds, the sect leader finally emerged from the scripture pavilion. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of radiant beams of light cascaded into the hands of the disciples. Yuan held a jade token in his hand, inscribed with the number 299. The elder of the valley spoke. This is your disciple's token, as well as the key to a distant abode. You may return today to rest, as we have prepared various items for you in your quarters, including disciple garments, a map of the valley, today's resources, and the cultivation manual of the Immortal Seed Valley, among other essentials. Starting tomorrow, there will be lectures in the Valley's teaching hall, conducted by esteemed disciples of higher realms, who will elucidate various techniques and address any inquiries you may have. Announcements will be posted in advance, and you may choose whether to attend the lectures. In 10 days, the first assessment of your cultivation will take place. I hope you are well aware of this. After the elder concluded his speech, he cast a lingering gaze over the crowd before soaring into the sky, transforming into a streak of white light and vanishing with utmost grace, leaving Yuan envious of his elegance. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement and chatter. Yuan noticed Zhang Wei engaged in conversation with several individuals, evidently negotiating matters pertaining to a prior transaction. He shook his head, greeted Zhang Wei, and proceeded directly towards his residence. Halfway there, he was obstructed by 5 individuals. Friend, I am Zhou Wuyo. My family is involved in the elixir business, and we have numerous esteemed elders within our sect. You understand, don't you? Follow me, and you shall never want for elixirs or spirit stones, proclaimed a slightly plump youth with an air of arrogance. Yuan, with an apologetic expression, said, I am sorry, but I have already made arrangements with someone else. Is it Zhang Wei? The youth scoffed. He is merely a reckless fool, devoid of any intelligence. What use is it to follow him? When the time comes and you face bullying, he will be unable to protect you. Yuan furrowed her brows, sensing a hint of threat in the words. I am truly sorry, she replied, lowering her gaze. A flicker of irritation passed across Zhou Wuyo's round face, while the individuals behind him glared with evident hostility. Will you reconsider? Zhou Wuyo inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Yuan shook his head. Zhou Wuyo cast a lingering glance at Yuan before turning away. The 4 disciples behind him also snorted coldly before following Zhou Wuyo's departure. Yuan silently observed their retreating figures, pondering to himself, they have barely entered the sect, and already they're forming cliques? Surely, this is occurring right under the watchful eyes of the sect's higher-ups. Why do they not intervene? Yuan shook his head and continued forward, as no one pursued him any longer. He successfully located his residence, a quaint stand-alone house complete with a small courtyard. The interior boasted a meditation chamber, a bedroom, a toilet, a shower room, and a fully equipped kitchen, which left Yuan quite content. He took a refreshing bath, donned fresh attire, and nestled into bed for a well-deserved slumber, as the day's events had undeniably left him fatigued. In contrast, the other disciples found it difficult to succumb to sleep so swiftly. Zhang Wei gathered a total of 13 cultivation resources from various disciples, which amounted to 13 fragmented spirit stones. Although this quantity of spirit stones was rather meager, it could significantly aid in the early stages of cultivation, enhancing progress by 30 to 40%. Elated, Zhang Wei returned to his abode and immediately immersed himself in the meditation chamber, eager to commence practicing the new technique. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Yuan rose with exuberant energy. After completing his morning ablutions, he found himself lost in contemplation while gazing at the fasting elixir in his hand. Upon perusing the materials provided by his sect, he unexpectedly discovered the fasting pill, which promised sustenance for an entire day with just a single dose. It appeared to be a resource available for daily collection as part of his cultivation regimen. Intrigued by the flavor of this potion, he promptly placed it in his mouth and began to chew. A wave of bitterness swiftly engulfed his palate, prompting him to gulp down several mouthfuls of water in a desperate attempt to wash away the taste, yet the acrid flavor lingered stubbornly. How absurd! The taste was utterly remarkable. Yuan unfolded the map of the valley, beginning his quest to locate the dining hall. However, after searching for quite some time, he found no trace of it. Knock. Knock. Yuan, are you awake? Yuan raised an eyebrow. It was the voice of Zhang Wei. He has arrived. Yuan rose and opened the door. Zhang Wei strode in with a triumphant expression. The lively movement of his eyebrows added a delightful charm to his demeanor. What good fortune could have arisen so early in the morning? Yuan inquired. Zhang Wei's smile broadened even further. After a night of diligent cultivation, I have successfully harnessed 15 strands of spiritual energy. And you? How many strands have you cultivated? Yuan now inquired, How many strands do you think I should possess? Zhang Wei speculated. I venture to guess that you have successfully activated only 3 of your energy centers, thus cultivating 3 strands of spiritual power. Su Yuan nodded and said, You are quite impressive. Zhang Wei patted him on the shoulder and replied, It's nothing to be disheartened about. My innate talent surpasses yours, my techniques are superior. My resources are abundant, my diligence and cultivation is greater, and it is entirely normal for my results to be 4 or 5 times better than yours. You certainly know how to offer words of comfort. Su Yuan retorted with a touch of irritation. Haha, this time, I am certain to be admitted to the outer sect. Zhang Wei grinned broadly. I shall return to my training now. Farewell. With a wave, Zhang Wei departed, his gait exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Su Yuan turned and entered the training chamber. He gazed at his system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level, obscure, 1100, realm. Qi refinement stage 1, 0-100, attribute 1, balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing labor and leisure. The longer your rest period, the more effective your cultivation. Current restoration, 7 hours. Let us test the efficacy of this attribute. Su Yuan settled into a meditative posture, a fragment of a spirit stone appearing in his hand. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and commenced his earnest contemplation of the firewood forging spirit technique. As he began to meticulously dissect the intricacies of the method, a flicker of white light flashed across the system interface, resetting the rest period to 0. Simultaneously, Su Yuan's mind became remarkably lucid, and the previously obscure and convoluted principles of the technique swiftly unfolded before him. The process of cultivating the first layer of the technique became clear and comprehensible. To cultivate the first layer of Qi refinement, one must expend spiritual energy to construct 3 spiritual acupoints. Typically, the first acupoint requires merely 100 strands of spiritual energy for successful formation, while the second demands 200 strands, and the third necessitates 300 to 400 strands. Of course, this represents the most rudimentary approach. The firewood forging spirit technique possesses specialized methods for crafting these acupoints, involving the cultivation of 3 elemental attributes, fire, wood, and metal. In the construction process, wood spiritual energy serves as the kindling, ignited by fire spiritual energy to impact the acupoints, while metal spiritual energy reinforces and stabilizes them. Through such meticulous operations, the resource expenditure for opening the acupoints can be reduced by 20%, with the possibility of further reductions upon achieving proficiency. In Su Yuan's mind, flashes of enlightenment coursed through him, and within a brief span, his comprehension of the cultivation technique had reached a profound threshold. Once clarity settled within his thoughts, Su Yuan commenced the formal practice of the technique, regulating his breath and utilizing the nascent strand of spiritual energy residing in his dantian as a conduit to initiate the circulation of energy throughout his body. As he executed the technique, the ambient spiritual essence flowed in harmony with his breath and through his pores, permeating his being and integrating into the flow of his meridians. Initially, Su Yuan's movements appeared somewhat clumsy. However, before long, he swiftly acclimatized to the rhythm of the technique. The once erratic and obstructed pathways within his meridians began to mend, and he effortlessly traversed several critical junctures as if assisted by divine intervention. Upon the completion of one full cycle of the technique, the solitary and fragmented strand of wood-type spiritual energy within his dantian had transformed into 3 distinct and complete strands, one embodying the essence of wood, another of fire, and the last of metal. Su Yuan was taken aback. According to Zhang Wei, he could only condense a wisp of spiritual energy after circulating his internal energy once. Yet he managed to condense 3 wisps in a single attempt. Su Yuan focused his mind and commenced the second circulation of his energy pathways. This time, he infused 3 strands of spiritual energy into his meridians simultaneously. As he performed the circulation, the 3 strands intertwined and rotated, distinct yet harmonious. The foremost tip surged forward like a triangular spear, while the rear coalesced into a tricolor cord, providing substantial propulsion to the leading edge. The spiritual essence from the air and the fragmented spiritual stones in his grasp rushed into Su Yuan's body at an accelerated pace. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's circulation rapidly transformed this influx of spiritual energy into his own unique power. In this manner, Su Yuan's circulation of the Zhou Tian has unknowingly transcended the realm of a novice. Any seasoned practitioner who witnesses this would undoubtedly widen their eyes in astonishment. At the moment the Zhou Tian cycle concludes, the spiritual energy returning to the dantian has transformed into 12 strands. Su Yuan was also taken aback. He persevered and continued to circulate his energy for the 3rd time. In this attempt, he endeavored to harness a greater amount of spiritual power, only to discover that he could still manage only 3 strands of it. However, he did not succumb to disappointment and continued to smoothly operate the circulation. Just as he was nearing the completion of this cycle, he suddenly felt his mind becoming heavy and the manipulation of his spiritual energy growing somewhat sluggish. He realized that the effect of the entry had come to an end. Fortunately, the timing was just right. He proceeded to circulate his energy for another 2 breaths, enveloping the spiritual power as it returned to his dantian. Once more, 9 strands of spiritual energy were added, bringing the total amount in his dantian to 21 strands, surpassing the results achieved by Zhang Wei through a night of diligent training. Chapter 4. Insights from the Teachings. Yuan glanced at the clock in the training room and realized that over an hour had elapsed, approximately 0.8 of a time segment. Yuan suddenly realized that the time required to enhance the cultivation effect was merely 1/10 of the rest period. With this understanding, he felt reassured. Upon glancing down, he discovered that the shattered spirit stones had long since turned to dust. The spirit stones were essential for efficacy, otherwise the duration of his 3rd cycle of operation would undoubtedly be insufficient, leaving him with no time to spare. Yuan pondered for a moment, attempting to embark on a journey of self-cultivation. However, as soon as he initiated the operation of his technique, complications arose. He could only rely on a wisp of spiritual energy to circulate through his meridians, rendering the extraordinary effects of the triad unattainable. Even with a mere thread of spiritual energy as his foundation, the speed at which his technique operated was, lamentably, half as fast as before. Upon the completion of the circulation, he acquired an additional half-wisp of spiritual energy, a complete wisp, and an incomplete one. Though the results were considerably diminished, they still surpassed those of other lower-grade spiritual roots by a significant margin. Yuan finally felt at ease, although the cooldown of the skill had elapsed. The experience gained from cultivation remained intact and would not be forgotten due to the cooldown. His proficiency in the technique had significantly improved. With diligent practice, he would enhance his control over spiritual energy and master the circulation of the meridians. Provided he had sufficient resources, he could ultimately achieve the effects activated post-cooldown. At the same time, Yuan discovered another issue. During the circulation process, due to his lack of experience, he had inflicted considerable damage upon his meridians. Now, he was experiencing a slight swelling and pain, which necessitated a half-hour's rest before he could continue his practice. The effect of the skill was indeed extraordinary, enhancing his cultivation in various aspects. Choosing this skill had proven to be a wise decision. Just then, a bright light notification emanated from a corner of the training room, indicating that someone was knocking at the door. Yuan stepped out of the cultivation chamber and entered the courtyard, where he immediately spotted Zhang Wei peering curiously into the inner yard. Yuan inquired, "Zhang Wei, have you ceased your cultivation? I just noticed a notice for a lecture at the scripture hall, and some inner disciples are coming to speak shortly. Would you care to join me?" "Oh, is that so? I happen to have some free time." Yuan replied with a nod. The two made their way toward the scripture hall together. Along the way, Yuan spotted Zhou Wuyo once more, this time accompanied by 7 disciples, exuding an air of authority. Upon noticing Yuan and Zhang Wei, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhou Wuyo's eyes. "Step aside," Zhou Wuyo commanded. Yuan and his companion could only stand by the roadside, watching as Zhou Wuyo and the others departed. How arrogant! Zhang Wei's anger surged. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have immediately confronted him in a fight. Yuan inquired, "Did you not also take in a younger brother?" Zhang Wei paused in surprise and replied, "When did I ever take in a younger brother?" Yuan continued, "Did you not seek someone to acquire the fragmented spirit stone?" Zhang Wei retorted, "That was merely a transaction. I shall repay 1,000-fold in the future. To take in a younger brother requires additional spirit stones. I am not foolish." Zhang Wei added with a hint of pride, "Did your brother teach you this?" Zhang Wei, slightly smug, responded, "Is there even a need for instruction? I understood it at a glance." Yuan, "Very well, let us attend the lecture." The two swiftly arrived at the lecture hall. This was the inaugural session, and the turnout was immense, yet the seating was limited to a mere 360. Fortunately, they arrived promptly and secured seats at the back row. Before long, the hall was filled to capacity. The doors of the lecture hall closed, leaving latecomers with no choice but to depart in disappointment. Above the hall, a figure descended gracefully on a sword, executing a stunning 720-degree aerial flip before coming to a sudden halt midair. He then floated down like a falling leaf, settling into a seated posture on the elevated platform, revealing a strikingly handsome young man. "Another show-off," Zhang Wei remarked with envy. Yuan nodded. These cultivators were quite fond of grand entrances, perhaps to ignite the aspirations of their disciples. Greetings, fellow brothers and sisters. I am the intersect's eldest senior brother, Zhuge. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, poised to break through to the foundation establishment stage at any moment. Today, I shall impart to you the first lesson in cultivation, the path of Qi refinement. Qi, originating from the heavens and the earth, is the essence of all creation. Ever-flowing, ever-changing, cycling endlessly, gathering yet never dispersing. Zhuge commenced his discourse, each profound phrase resonating in Su Yuan's ears. Su Yuan listened in bewilderment. Feeling that the lecture was far from what he had imagined, he turned to Zhang Wei, only to find a contemplative expression on his face. Glancing around, he noticed that some individuals were utterly captivated, while others, like himself, wore expressions of confusion. It soon became evident to Su Yuan that the difference lay in their skin. Those with delicate, fair complexions seemed to comprehend the material, while those with dark, coarse skin struggled to grasp it. The issue was not merely superficial but rooted in their familial backgrounds. Students from affluent families had already undergone extensive education, possessing a wealth of knowledge that made understanding the lecture significantly easier. In contrast, those from impoverished backgrounds often lacked even basic literacy skills, relying on forced memorization of cultivation techniques through supernatural means. And now, during the lecture, their limitations were glaringly apparent. Undoubtedly, Su Yuan had been a mediocre student in both his past and present lives. Su Yuan instinctively glanced at the entry, but upon noticing that it had not accumulated for long, he quelled his impulse to engage. Gradually, he began to drift into a reverie, wandering through the vastness of the void. After an indeterminate period, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Su Yuan came to his senses, gazing at Zhang Wei with a face full of perplexity. Zhang Wei, at a loss for words, looked back at him and gestured towards the front. Su Yuan observed that the lecture hall had considerably emptied, the senior master had departed, and a significant number of disciples had also left. Has the lecture concluded? What do you think? Over an hour has passed. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Su Yuan coughed softly and inquired, how much of it did you comprehend? About 20 to 30%. Zhang Wei replied with pride. It's primarily because Master Zhuge's explanations were quite profound. The latter part became excessively intricate. Yet I managed to jot everything down. In the future, during my cultivation, I shall reflect upon it and validate my understanding. Perhaps I might attain further insights. Hee. In this regard, I believe I am not far behind those with superior spiritual roots. I have unwavering confidence in my comprehension abilities. Even my brother praises my keen insight. Su Yuan replied dismissively, then congratulations. Zhang Wei comforted him, saying, I understand that you may not comprehend it fully, so there is no need to feel disheartened. Even if you grasped everything, it would only enhance your cultivation speed by at most 20 to 30%, which would have little impact on you. Zhang Wei chuckled heartily. Su Yuan glanced at him and remarked, has anyone ever told you that you have a rather punchable face? I can certainly comprehend why so many people find you disagreeable. Zhang Wei sighed. I merely enjoy speaking the truth. I understand the reasoning behind it all. I am simply innocent and kind-hearted. Do you see? And with that, he walked away. Su Yuan turned and walked away. Hey, wait for me. The two of them walked side by side, and along the way, Zhang Wei enthusiastically elaborated on the lecture content from earlier, his face still adorned with a self-satisfied expression. Upon listening to a few words, Su Yuan grasped certain insights. On his way back, he conveniently acquired some cultivation resources, which included a pill of abstinence, a fragmented spirit stone, and a vial of nurturing spiritual water for his meridians. As he entered, Su Yuan noticed Zhang Wei once again seeking resources from others. He simply shook his head and returned to his room. Casting a glance at the system panel, he noted, balanced work and rest. Rest time recorded, 8 hours. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan waited for an hour. When the rest period extended to 3 hours, he promptly activated the entry. His intention was to test the efficacy of the entry, to discern whether the enhancement of his cultivation was linear or exponential with the increase in rest time. This time, he would assess the effects of 3 hours. And on the next occasion, he would evaluate 6 hours, thereby arriving at a more conclusive understanding. However, the instant he activated the entry, a myriad of teachings from the inner sect senior brother surged into his mind. Although he had not paid meticulous attention during the lecture, his mind had passively absorbed those words, which now emerged in their entirety. What had previously seemed convoluted to Su Yuan now appeared clearer. And in conjunction with Zhang Wei's earlier remarks, comprehension became markedly easier. His understanding of the cultivation techniques was deepening slowly yet resolutely. Su Yuan had not anticipated such an effect from the balance of work and rest. However, this was not the moment to digest these revelations. He promptly began to circulate his energy for cultivation. To his surprise, this time he could still only circulate a thread of spiritual power, yet the process became remarkably smooth. Upon completing the circulation, he successfully generated 2 additional threads of spiritual power. The outcome was somewhat superior to his previous efforts, requiring significantly less time overall. And the damage to his meridians was minimal. It appeared that the effects of 3 hours were quite commendable, though they paled in comparison to those achieved over more than 8 hours. With a little time remaining, Su Yuan turned back to comprehend the material presented. A few minutes passed. Su Yuan has also exited the state of clarity, and his mind has become somewhat muddled again. In truth, leaving the state of clarity did not diminish his mental faculties. It merely created an illusion of confusion when compared to the previously experienced lucidity. Su Yuan recalled the sensation of entering a state of enlightenment, his mind teeming with contemplation. If the harmonious balance of labor and leisure in his cultivation could be likened to a minor epiphany, then the greater his accumulation of knowledge, the more profound the effects of his training would undoubtedly be. This accumulation does not necessitate deliberate introspection, rather, it can be absorbed passively, be it through moments of distraction during lectures, perusing leisurely texts, or reveling in the splendor of nature. All these experiences can transform into a reservoir of knowledge, nourishing his practice during those fleeting moments of insight. Just moments ago, he had grasped 50% of the profound teachings shared by the inner sect senior disciple, and he estimated that his next session of cultivation could yield a 10% enhancement in his progress, which he considered a delightful and unexpected gain. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with a newfound understanding of the art of utilizing entries. With a single thought, he stepped out the door. Before long, he arrived at a magnificent structure, the library pavilion. The distinction between the library pavilion and the sutra pavilion, though merely a single character apart, was significant. The sutra pavilion housed various cultivation techniques, skills, and spells, all of which required contribution points or spirit stones for exchange. The previous selection of techniques was merely a benefit for newcomers. In contrast, the library pavilion offered a plethora of books, including insights on cultivation, biographies, cultural customs, and poetry. In essence, it was a treasure trove of diverse literature, accessible without the need for contribution points, serving as a generous benefit for the sect. As Su Yuan entered the library, he noticed an elder disciple clad in the attire of a miscellaneous servant dozing off. "Senior brother?" Su Yuan called out. The elder disciple awoke with a yawn, glanced at Su Yuan's disciple token, and said, "Feel free to browse, just be careful not to make a mess." "Thank you, senior brother." Su Yuan performed a respectful bow and then entered the library, engrossed in his reading. An older disciple secretly observed Su Yuan, pondering to himself, having just initiated into the sect, this lad is already perusing trivial books? It seems he has no intention of advancing to the outer sect. Has he already begun to resign himself to mediocrity after merely one day? I, too, labored for 3 months in the past. He began to reminisce about his own experiences. Chapter 5. The Book-Loving Su Yuan. As he delved into his recollections, an extended period slipped by unnoticed. Qin glanced at the sky, perplexed, realizing that night had fallen. He involuntarily turned his gaze inward, where he saw the youth still engrossed in his reading, utterly absorbed in the assorted texts. Upon closer inspection, he noted a volume detailing 36 culinary methods for preparing the Qingling rabbit. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as he regarded the young man. Qin cleared his throat. Su Yuan raised his head and glanced over. With a warm and cheerful smile, Qin said, "Junior brother, although there are quite a few miscellaneous books here, there are also some pertaining to cultivation. For instance, the 7th book on the 7th shelf is titled A Detailed Explanation of the Qingmu Technique. It contains an in-depth analysis of wood-related martial arts. Although the Qingmu technique is merely a low-grade yellow-level skill, it may not necessarily be what you seek. However, mastering one method paves the way for understanding many. The principles contained within are foundational to cultivation, and perusing it could prove beneficial. As for the book in your hands, who taught you that? My dear disciple." Qin shot a glare at Su Yuan. "You rascal, you're asking for a beating." Su Yuan let out a dry chuckle. "Apologies, it slipped out. I shall take a look right away." He mused. Indeed, there are numerous books of this kind. One must search diligently and possess discerning eyes to uncover the hidden gems. Qin smiled appreciatively, as if witnessing a legacy, a certain continuity. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he observed Su Yuan, after locating a particular tome, leafing through its pages with the fervor of a child perusing illustrations. In no time, he had perused the entire volume, placing it back on the shelf before embarking on another search. He then precisely identified a book titled The Origins and Conclusions of Unveiling the Mysteries, a work beneficial for cultivation. Yet, once again, he watched Su Yuan flipping through books with such exuberance. It was evident that his approach was more playful than scholarly. Qin closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Truly, somewhat is beyond the sculptor's touch. Who are you referring to? He asked, startled. He opened his eyes to find Su Yuan standing before him, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Senior brother, may I take these books home to read? Su Yuan inquired. Clutching several volumes, the first of which bore the title A Few Matters of the Dream of Red Mansions, Qin, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, No. They cannot be taken outside. Return them at once. How absurd. What a pity. I shall have to return tomorrow. Su Yuan lamented. Placing the books back in their rightful places, Su Yuan was on the verge of exiting the library when a voice called out from behind. What is your name? I am Su Yuan, senior brother. He replied. All right. I shall remember you. A chime sounded, indicating an increase in reputation points by 1. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, turning his head to glance at his senior brother. By that time, the senior had already closed his eyes once more, drifting back into slumber. Su Yuan felt a stir of doubt within. Upon returning to his dormitory, he took a moment to rest. When the designated time for reflection had elapsed to 6 hours, he resumed his attempts at cultivation. Initially, the knowledge he had absorbed during the day flooded back into his mind, the once fleeting concepts now re-emerging for contemplation and swift memorization. His understanding of the cultivation process gradually deepened, as if he had grasped certain insights, albeit in fragmented pieces. Su Yuan remained indifferent, setting aside those matters to commence the circulation of his energy. This time, he was finally able to initiate the cycle with 3 strands of spiritual power, employing the technique of triangular rotation. However, upon the completion of the cycle, his spiritual energy had only increased by an additional 5 strands. This was a result of his enhanced control over his abilities. It appears that the longer one rests, the more beneficial the cultivation becomes, yet there must certainly be a limit. Otherwise, it would be excessively extraordinary. Su Yuan muttered softly, exiting the entry state before collapsing into slumber. The dawn broke. Su Yuan awoke naturally, leisurely completing his morning routine, and then began to gaze blankly at the fasting elixir. This concoction is truly unpalatable. Su Yuan pinched his nose and swallowed the concoction mixed with water, this time without chewing. The bitter taste lingered in his mouth, utterly disheartening. Which alchemist crafted this potion? Could they not have added a touch of syrup? Su Yuan began to contemplate the possibility of becoming a Dan master, only to realize that it was, for the time being, rather unrealistic. Thus, he turned his thoughts to where he might procure fresh ingredients and seasonings, yet found himself devoid of even a single fragment of spirit stone, rendering him unable to make any purchases, even if a market were available. In the midst of his lamentation, Zhang Wei paid him another visit. Su Yuan had anticipated this. The door was not closed. Zhang Wei pushed the door open with a broad smile on his face. What joyous occasion do we celebrate today? Su Yuan inquired. Ha. Can you guess how many strands of spiritual energy I have gathered in my dantian now? 30 strands? Su Yuan ventured. 35. Zhang Wei proclaimed, hands on his hips. I secretly inquired, and that foolish Zhou Wuyo has only condensed 18 strands of spiritual energy, yet he parades around like a peacock. Utterly ridiculous. Look at him. He has clearly never seen the world. TSK, it is no wonder I excel. The Shin-level techniques are simply formidable. Coupled with my inferior dual spiritual roots and exceptionally high comprehension, my cultivation speed is likely on par with the elite of the medium-grade spiritual roots. The pride on Zhang Wei's face was unmistakable, prompting him to visit Su Yuan to flaunt his achievements. Su Yuan found himself puzzled as to why Zhang Wei exclusively sought him out to boast, neglecting others. In truth, Zhang Wei himself was unaware of the reason. He simply sensed that Su Yuan was distinct from the rest, possessing a certain uniqueness that he could not quite articulate. This peculiarity likely stemmed from Su Yuan being a time traveler, which rendered him devoid of the reverence typically afforded to those with influential backgrounds in the realm of cultivation. Instead, he treated everyone as equals. Coupled with the presence of a formidable system by his side, Su Yuan exuded a considerable amount of self-assurance. Speaking with conviction and occasionally introducing new terminology, much to Zhang Wei's fascination, Su Yuan sensed his own spiritual power, which amounted to merely 30 strands. This appeared to be inferior even to Zhang Wei's. However, in truth, Su Yuan's cultivation period was significantly shorter than Zhang Wei's, and his techniques and resources were considerably lacking as well. Despite this, he had already surpassed Zhou Wuyo, and it was simply a matter of time before he eclipsed Zhang Wei. By the way, is there a lecture today? Of course, Zhang Wei replied nonchalantly. I reviewed it yesterday. There are 2 classes, one discussing the cultivation experiences of the fire departure technique, and the other elucidating the essence of the thick earth technique. As I possess a Goldwater spiritual root, it is unnecessary for me to attend. So Yuan interjected, you're mistaken. I once heard a senior brother say, one technique mastered leads to the mastery of all. Although these 2 techniques may not align with your affinity, the principles of cultivation they contain are interconnected and foundational. It is always beneficial to listen. Who did you hear that from? Zhang Wei asked, perplexed. From a senior brother at the library pavilion, Su Yuan explained. Zhang Wei's mind was momentarily bewildered. So, why did you go to the library pavilion? That is of no consequence. Su Yuan replied. I'm going regardless. Will you join me? Fine, it will help to ease my meridians. I have consumed too much recovery liquid. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. The 2 of them made their way to the lecture hall, where the attendance was noticeably lower than before, yet still filled to capacity. The eagerness of beginners for cultivation experience was palpable. As the time approached, a towering flame, reaching 10 meters in height, erupted from the platform, startling the audience into exclamations. A stunning woman clad in a fiery red feathered garment emerged from the flames, her snow-white skin contrasting beautifully with the vibrant fire, captivating all present. As the flames subsided, the woman smiled gently, her mature voice resonating within the lecture hall. I am the 2nd senior sister of the inner sect, Nagonghuiyu. Today, I shall commence the 2nd lesson on cultivation, focusing on the fire departure technique. This technique is quite common and of lower grade, yet it possesses its merits. The flames, while explosive, are imbued with vitality. They can incinerate all but are also essential to nurturing the earth. Life cannot thrive without light and heat. I will begin my discourse on the fire departure technique from its explosive characteristics. Zhang Wei listened intently. Initially, he believed the lecture on the fire departure technique had little relevance to him. However, as he absorbed the information, he experienced a profound epiphany, akin to gaining wisdom from another's experience. Though the benefits were modest, they were certainly greater than his solitary research. Consequently, he became even more attentive. In an inadvertent glance, he noticed Su Yuan bowing his head, his mind seemingly drifting. This indicated his acknowledgement of the lecture content. It was only when Zhang Wei moved a bit closer that he discerned the soft, rhythmic sound of Su Yuan's breathing. He was dozing off. Zhang Wei paused in silence, suppressing the urge to scold him, and turned his attention back to the lecture. Su Yuan glanced at Zhang Wei in confusion, then sniffed lightly, continuing to drift in thought. Understanding the martial arts techniques required an immense amount of time and could disrupt the accumulation of rest, so it was far better to rejuvenate oneself. Later, during cultivation, one could approach it with renewed vigor. The most advantageous aspect of attending this lecture was that the intersect brothers and sisters delivering the discourse were wholly unconcerned with whether the audience was attentive. They spoke their minds, provided there was no disruption. Thus, the session concluded, and the sister transformed into flames, vanishing from sight. Remarkable. Her entrance and exit deserved full marks. Let us return to our cultivation, Zhang Wei said, patting Su Yuan on the back. Isn't there still another class? Su Yuan inquired, puzzled. You aren't attending? The benefits are minimal, though present. I shall devote my time to cultivation and catch up on the lecture regarding the metal water attribute techniques later, Zhang Wei replied. Su Yuan nodded and said, Oh, then do your best. Zhang Wei stood up and, noticing that Su Yuan did not leave, asked curiously, Aren't you going? Indeed. I wish to continue listening. Once one comprehends a single principle, myriad principles follow. I once heard a senior brother say this. Stop. Zhang Wei chuckled helplessly. In my entire life, I have never yielded to anyone. You are the first. You may continue to listen, but I must take my leave. Farewell. Su Yuan waved his hand. Zhang Wei, with one hand resting on his forehead, shook his head as he departed. You'll be crying during the subsequent tests. He muttered to himself. Su Yuan remained composed and unperturbed, patiently awaiting the commencement of the 2nd lecture. A portion of the disciples chose to linger. Thus he did not attract much attention. As time passed, half an hour slipped away, and the 3rd lecture commenced. This time, the seats were not entirely filled. Yet over 300 attendees were present. The speaker was yet another senior disciple from the inner sect, robust in stature, who elucidated the thick earth technique in a manner that was both accessible and comprehensible, unlike the obscurities of the Zhuge sword. Though unassuming in appearance, his teaching exhibited a commendable level of proficiency. However, Su Yuan remained detached, allowing the information to flow in one ear and out the other. passively registering the content with the intention of later experiencing a moment of enlightenment during his practice of the entries. The lecture concluded after an hour and a half. Yuan sauntered into the library, once again encountering the elder senior brother. "Greetings, senior brother. I have come to read," he announced. The senior brother, engrossed in his work, merely acknowledged him with a nod, without lifting his gaze. Yuan gave a slight bow before immersing himself in the books. As he stumbled upon an intriguing collection of miscellaneous works, he perused them with keen interest. However, when he encountered passages pertaining to cultivation, he merely glanced over them, absorbing the content without contemplation. Thus, as night fell and the library prepared to close, Yuan reluctantly departed. Yanqing observed Yuan's retreating figure, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Where did this fool come from? With such a lackadaisical approach to cultivation, he was truly beyond redemption. Chapter 6. The effects of entries after a 3-day rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yuan maintained a remarkably regular routine. During the day, he attended lectures given by his senior brothers and sisters, regardless of the subject matter. Occasionally, there would be 4 lectures in a single day, and Yuan would diligently participate in each one. To him, resting anywhere was still resting. However, the lecture hall provided the most serene environment. Not only did it allow him to accumulate knowledge, but the soothing voices of his seniors also served as the finest lullabies, lulling him into a peaceful slumber. The safety of the venue further alleviated any concerns, adding to its appeal. Once the lectures concluded, he would proceed to the library, where he became engrossed in various biographies, often losing track of time until the late hours of the night. It was only when the senior librarian shooed him away that he reluctantly departed. Here, he gained a wealth of knowledge, including various methods for processing spiritual beast meat and spiritual vegetables. His theoretical understanding flourished. Regrettably, he lacked a practical venue for application, as the Immortal Seed Valley offered no game, which he found rather lamentable. One day, Yuan returned earlier than usual. He sat cross-legged in his cultivation chamber, gazing at the system panel. Name: Yuan Region, Chinka Continent Level, Obscure 2100, Realm, Chi Refinement Stage 1, 0-100, Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and leisure. The longer your rest period, the more effective your cultivation. Current restoration: 3 days and 6.1 hours. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated over 3 days of rest. Such an extensive break would allow him to cultivate for a delightful 4.2 hours, an impressive 8 hours. He had endured for quite some time, and now he could cultivate with great enthusiasm, activating the balance of work and rest. In an instant, his rest time was reset. Suddenly, Yuan's mind felt exponentially clearer. The knowledge he had absorbed over the past days surged forth, rapidly being memorized, comprehended, categorized, organized, and distilled into its essence. His understanding of cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. In merely 1 hour, he had comprehended all that he had seen and heard. His eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. Indeed, as I suspected, mastery of one method leads to mastery of all. My comprehension of the Emberwood refining technique's circulatory patterns has deepened significantly. Concepts that once eluded me have now revealed their profound meanings. This will undoubtedly enhance my cultivation speed. Having organized his theoretical insights, Yuan immediately commenced the operation of the circulatory technique. In an instant, 9 strands of spiritual energy were summoned from his dantian, intertwining in a wondrous manner to form 3 vibrant ribbons, moving through his meridians like soaring dragons. As they flowed through his channels, rather than causing any harm, they imparted a warm sensation, nourishing his meridians instead. The spiritual energy surged through his pathways with swift steadiness, flowing effortlessly with each breath. In less than half an hour, the energy returned to his dantian, bringing back an additional 33 strands of spiritual energy. His reservoir of spiritual energy doubled, escalating from 30 strands to an impressive 63 strands. Yuan persevered in his cultivation, and this time, the duration of circulating his energy was markedly shorter. Moreover, the additional spiritual energy he garnered had increased to 36 strands. The pace of this growth left Yuan in awe. He pressed on. In the 3rd round, his spiritual energy rose to 39 strands. In the 4th round, it reached 40 strands. With each session of cultivation, Yuan's proficiency in the technique became increasingly efficient. However, upon reaching this stage, he realized that further enhancement became quite challenging. It was not a matter of mastering the technique, but rather that the external spiritual energy could not keep pace with his burgeoning efficiency. Nevertheless, Yuan remained unfazed and continued his practice. The 5th round, the 6th round. Until the conclusion of the 7th round, left him with merely 1 hour of remaining time. At this moment, Su Yuan halted his cultivation of the Zhou Tian movement. As the reservoir of spiritual energy within his dantian had reached an astonishing 298 strands. Such fervor. It was indeed extraordinary. The velocity of this enhancement left Su Yuan himself in awe. He pondered whether the effects of a balanced approach to labor and leisure could rival even the finest spiritual roots. However, he swiftly regained his focus and embarked on his third cultivation objective. He promptly initiated the segment of the burning wood refining spirit technique that pertains to the establishment of spiritual orifices. Before long, a full 90 strands of spiritual power were summoned by Su Yuan. Among these, 30 strands of fire attribute energy enveloped 30 strands of wood attribute energy, swirling together in a tornado-like formation, plunging into his meridians and striking at the first orifice. Following closely behind were 30 strands of metal attribute energy poised for action. The first orifice, being the closest to the dantian, was the easiest to breach. As the fire attribute energy surged forth, it resembled a volcanic eruption, crashing against the entrance of the orifice. The space within the orifice was rapidly expanded by the fire attribute energy, which was also depleting swiftly. Fortunately, the wood attribute energy burned itself to bolster the fire attribute energy while simultaneously replenishing its consumption. When the orifice reached a certain dimensional threshold, a sensation of compression emerged, signaling a tendency for the orifice to restore itself. It was at this juncture that the metal attribute energy made its entrance, rushing around the orifice to form a circular framework, thereby supporting the orifice's structure and preventing it from contracting. The illumination of the fire attribute energy upon the metal attribute energy dulled its sharpness, allowing it to merge with the walls of the orifice like a liquid, thereby gradually solidifying the orifice. The harmonious interplay of the three attributes of spiritual power led to the orifice's expansion to an acceptable size and eventually to an exceptional level, until the spiritual energy was entirely consumed, leaving the orifice remarkably stable, devoid of any sensation of retraction. At this point, the spiritual orifice successfully coalesced. The orifice would automatically refine spiritual energy into spiritual power, while also serving as a reservoir for spiritual power, thereby augmenting its capacity. The myriad benefits were indeed plentiful. Su Yuan was filled with excitement. A glance at the time revealed that less than half an hour had passed, leaving him with ample time remaining. Encouraged, he pressed on to challenge the second acupoint. 180 strands of spiritual energy were summoned by Su Yuan in this time. The manipulation proved to be somewhat more challenging. Fortunately, the effects of the entry were remarkable, and he felt as though aided by divine intervention as he mentally directed the spiritual energy for the initial assault on the acupoint. The fire attribute energy surged forward, intertwined with the wood attribute, while the metal attribute energy followed to stabilize the acupoint. After more than half an hour of arduous endeavor, the second spiritual acupoint was finally established. At this moment, the spiritual energy had not yet been fully expended. The newly created second acupoint trembled slightly, displaying signs of instability, and an inexplicable connection seemed to exist between it and the first acupoint, as if they could be linked. Su Yuan was already well aware of this. The remaining spiritual energy surged forth, breaking through the barrier within. Once the spiritual energy was entirely expended, the two spiritual orifices became interconnected. Thus, he finally succeeded in fully opening the second spiritual orifice. The process of forging a spiritual orifice is indeed no easy feat. Su Yuan sighed, reflecting on the arduous journey of cultivation, where every step is fraught with difficulty. With merely 10 minutes remaining of the effect of the attribute, he decided to forego it and closed his eyes to rest. Once the effect of the work-rest balance faded away, after resting for another 10 minutes, Su Yuan finally opened his eyes once more, surveying his surroundings. He distinctly sensed that his faculties had sharpened somewhat, and his body felt rejuvenated. Most importantly, within his spiritual aperture, a gradual restoration of spiritual energy had begun autonomously. Although the recovery was slow, the fact that it occurred naturally was a significant advantage. Su Yuan cast a glance at the system panel, confirming that he was not in a state of cultivation and could still accumulate rest time, which was quite delightful. Name: Su Yuan Region, Chinka Continent Level, Obscure 2100, Realm, Qi Refining Stage, First Layer 66100, Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest time, the more effective your cultivation. Current rest time, 0, 1 time units. At that moment, Su Yuan suddenly pondered whether he had perhaps overcultivated. Had he progressed too far by constructing 2 spiritual apertures already? Su Yuan couldn't help but ponder. Thus, he rose from his seat, exited the room, and approached the door of the neighboring house, knocking gently. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Wei opened the door, his expression one of surprise as he beheld Su Yuan. "This is your first visit to me. A rare guest indeed. What brings you here?" Zhang Wei exclaimed with a smile. Su Yuan remarked, "I heard the melodious chirping of birds emanating from your courtyard and thought perhaps you had some delightful news, so I came to inquire." The joy on Zhang Wei's face was utterly undeniable, and he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You guessed correctly. I have successfully constructed my spiritual aperture. Aha! There was a moment when I nearly faltered, but fortunately, my fortune and determination prevailed. Reflecting on the insights gained from previous teachings, I managed to resolve the issue. This progress is indeed remarkable. Congratulations, congratulations. How long will it take for you to construct the second spiritual aperture?" Su Yuan inquired further. "With the assistance of the first aperture, I anticipate it will take another 7 or 8 days, Zhang Wei replied. Su Yuan furrowed her brows slightly, exclaiming, "Does that not mean I will miss the first cultivation assessment? There are only 5 days left." Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am progressing quite swiftly. That fellow Zhou Wuyo requires an additional 2 days just to have a chance at attempting it, and to enhance the probability of success. He will need to refine his skills for another 2 days before daring to construct his first spiritual orifice. My pace is considerably faster than his. Yet, this hardly seems fast." Su Yuan immediately exclaimed, "This approach of yours is inadequate, Zhang Wei." "What's wrong?" Zhang Wei responded, perplexed. "Why do you constantly compare yourself to Zhou Wuyo? You ought to measure yourself against those with mid-grade spiritual roots. Are you aware of their progress? Can they construct 2 spiritual apertures before the initial cultivation assessment? Why engage in comparisons with the weak? Is this not a degradation of your own status?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei fell into contemplation. "Indeed, I have also gathered information in this regard. There was a disciple who previously ranked 170th in the Qi induction. And according to his pace, he is set to construct his second spiritual aperture just in time for the assessment. I find myself still lacking somewhat." Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief and said, "How about this? You should make an effort to advance 2 days earlier. It would be splendid if you could enhance your abilities to 2 spirit apertures before the assessment." Zhang Wei, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Why do you desire for me to condense 2 spirit apertures so fervently? After all, we are friends, and I worry that you might crumble under pressure." Su Yuan responded with a wry smile, "How could that be? My mentality is exceptionally robust." Zhang Wei's lips curled into a smug smile once more. "Among those with inferior spiritual roots, I rank first." "Amazing. Marvelous." Su Yuan turned to leave, stating that he was off to attend a sermon, suggesting they could converse another time. "Wait a moment. What are you doing?" Su Yuan turned back. "You cannot approach it this way. Attending a sermon is not merely about being present. This is a waste of time," Zhang Wei candidly expressed, hoping to persuade Su Yuan. Su Yuan gazed intently at him and remarked, "You are a good person. Strive diligently in your cultivation, for time is of the essence." With that, Su Yuan departed. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, sensing that Su Yuan's words carried a deeper meaning. What was he truly contemplating? Was he not going to cultivate? Would my mindset truly falter? "I fear it may be your mindset that unravels." Zhang Wei muttered softly to himself. An inexplicable sense of urgency surged within him, and his previously relaxed demeanor tightened instantly, prompting him to resume his training with fervor. He cursed under his breath, "It would have been better if you hadn't come to congratulate me." Life continued as usual, unfolding in its familiar rhythm. Su Yuan still lingers in the lecture hall and the library, attending every session in the lecture hall and being ushered out of the library each night. Su Yuan, in contrast, felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. His actions unexpectedly drew the attention of several disciples, culminating on the 9th day. The inner sect senior brother, renowned for delivering the most lectures in the lecture hall, finally took notice of Su Yuan. He had conducted 7 sessions, and Su Yuan was the sole disciple to attend each one, albeit in a state of profound distraction. Intrigued by Su Yuan's peculiar demeanor, the senior brother inquired with a servant disciple about him. "What did you say?" "He possesses the 3 spiritual roots of metal, wood, and fire. I am expounding on the essentials of water attribute cultivation, and he has attended all 7 sessions? What could he possibly be thinking?" This inner sect senior brother was deeply astonished, and the name Su Yuan etched itself firmly in his memory. Meanwhile, as Su Yuan immersed himself in his reading, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding. Fame value 1. What just happened? What did I do? Su Yuan questioned the system in confusion, yet received no response. Su Yuan could only suppress his confusion deep within. Could it be that this system has encountered a bug? He shook his head and continued reading. Before long, the 10th day arrived. 1,000 seedlings of immortality once again gathered in the square, for the first round of cultivation assessment was about to commence. Chapter 7. The first round of cultivation assessment. Zhang Wei stood beside Su Yuan, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Su Yuan, I have succeeded. I have broken through. I have established my second spiritual aperture. The dark circles around his eyes were a testament to his unwavering dedication over the past 5 days. Su Yuan congratulated. Impressive. Zhang Wei, I have witnessed your relentless efforts, and your unwavering determination has truly opened my eyes. This time, the spotlight rightfully belongs to you. Zhang Wei beamed with excitement, a sense of pride radiating from his countenance. If only he had mastered the art of sword flight, he would have soared into the air right then and there. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he cast a somewhat regretful glance at Su Yuan. Ah, what a pity. Your talent is rather lacking. Your resources are scarce, and your dedication to cultivation is insufficient. Advancing to the outer sect will be quite challenging for you. But do not lose heart. This is quite normal. There are 800 others in similar circumstances. When you think of it this way, perhaps it doesn't seem so daunting after all. Su Yuan found it difficult to discern whether Zhang Wei was genuinely comforting him or merely jesting. Indeed, he possessed a remarkable knack for offering solace. I appreciate your kind words, Su Yuan remarked. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, a hint of awkwardness coloring his features. The time is approaching, Su Yuan reminded him. Zhang Wei promptly straightened his posture. After a brief interlude, a beam of white light descended from the distant mountaintop. Everyone turned their gaze in unison. And indeed, they beheld the master of the valley gracefully gliding down. Upon landing, his flying sword circled around him 9 times, leaving behind a trail of 9 resplendent streaks of light before vanishing into the folds of his robe. Zhang Wei's eyes shimmered with an overwhelming sense of envy and anticipation. Simply extraordinary. Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled something significant. Every celestial seed must traverse the celestial seed valley, including even those of the most exceptional spiritual roots. Each time, they would be awestruck by the master of the valley's flamboyant displays. Once they advanced in their cultivation, they would undoubtedly emulate the valley master. The mystery was solved. He understood why the inner disciples made such ostentatious entrances. It was you, master of the valley. You, who neglects your own cultivation, have caused considerable mischief. The valley master calmly surveyed the array of disciples and remarked, I am delighted to see you all once more. Today marks the time to assess the fruits of your cultivation. Whether you are a horse or a mule will soon be evident. This will also allow you to gauge your own standing and recognize the gap between yourselves and others. Strive diligently in your practices, do not be complacent. Now, let us commence with the evaluation, starting from the last place. With a wave of his hand, a remarkable artifact appeared on the platform, featuring a colossal stone slab upon which characters seemed to flow. Simultaneously, a faint beam of light flickered, clearly more than mere decoration. One disciple, under the gaze of 1,000 spectators, approached with flushed cheeks. He was the last to successfully channel his chi into his body, and this was his moment to shine. Having dedicated the past 10 days to relentless training, he sought to shed his reputation as the weakest link. The elder coolly instructed, place your hand upon the central jade stone. Yes, master. The disciple responded eagerly, stepping forward to press both hands upon the jade. In merely an instant, a red glow ignited within the beam of light, slowly ascending a short distance. Characters materialized upon the stone slab, 29 strands of spiritual energy. Oh, not bad. The elder nodded approvingly. As the last in rank, to extract 29 strands of spiritual energy was commendable, indicating diligence if not innate talent. Encouraged, the disciple beamed with joy as he exited the platform. The disciple in second to last place had been waiting anxiously by the side. Upon witnessing this number, his face drained of color. When he placed his hands upon the jade stone, and the inscription revealed 26 strands of spiritual energy, he heard the elder's displeased voice. Too poor. Return and cultivate harder. With his head bowed, the disciple nodded in acknowledgement and turned away, retreating in dejection. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan experienced a sensation akin to that of a teacher publicly announcing grades in a classroom. It is not the abysmal scores that instill fear, but rather the dread of being at the very bottom. Many tend to overlook those in the middle ranks, their attention captured instead by the top performers and those languishing at the bottom. For instance, Su Yuan distinctly remembered the young man with 26 strands of spiritual energy, named Lu Shun, a name that seemed inverted, reflective of a life fraught with adversity. The disciple who ranked third from the bottom did not wear a pleasant expression either. The written indication was glaring. 28 strands of spiritual energy, just shy of the last place by a minuscule margin. In that moment, the last place holder truly felt a sense of vindication. At least among the lowest ranks, he was no longer the absolute bottom. If that were to be me, wouldn't the system upgrade on the spot? Yuan mused silently at the sight of the 26 strands of spiritual energy. Alas, his capabilities did not permit such aspirations. The speed of cultivation assessment was remarkably swift. Results emerged within the span of mere breaths. The rankings steadily ascended. Upon reaching the 500th position, the count of spiritual energy reached 70 strands. At the 400th position, it escalated to 90 strands, inching ever closer to the significant threshold of 100 strands. Finally, at the 350th rank, a disciple achieved 100 strands of spiritual energy, yet the spiritual apertures remained unactivated. It was not until the 333rd rank that a disciple successfully condensed their first spiritual aperture. Who could this individual be? To have already condensed a spiritual aperture, they must also possess a low-grade spiritual root. How astonishing! The disparity between individuals is akin to the towering peaks contrasted against the depths of valleys. Surrounding spectators could not help but murmur quietly, those ranked lower craning their necks for a better view. The Valley Master cast a sidelong glance, prompting silence among the onlookers. Yet, their expressions were awash with astonishment. Naturally, this reaction was confined to those in the lower ranks. The prodigies at the forefront hardly spared a glance. Zhang Wei's lips curled into a smile, an expression of delight that was difficult to contain. Yuan could discern from his expression that this young man was eagerly anticipating a remarkable performance ahead. Just a single spiritual aperture had already elicited gasps of astonishment. And now he was truly poised to reveal his prowess with 2 apertures. Soon, the assessment of the 32 disciples concluded, revealing that only 3 of them had successfully opened another spiritual aperture, underscoring the significance of this achievement. Zhang Wei rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. Observing from behind, Zhou Wuyo displayed a look of disdain. What was this young man so thrilled about? Had he merely acquired a profound-level technique? The high rank of a technique does not necessarily guarantee its efficacy if one fails to grasp its essence. The pace of cultivation may indeed lag behind that of a yellow-level technique. Yuan bestowed upon Zhang Wei an encouraging glance. In response, Zhang Wei offered a look that seemed to say, "Watch my performance." He then strode confidently onto the stage, placing both hands upon the jade stone. The beam of light flickered slightly, revealing a modest glimmer of gold and green, which appeared rather unimpressive. Zhou Wuyo immediately directed his gaze towards the inscriptions on the stone slab. The first line of text emerged, 12 strands of spiritual energy. This news brought Zhou Wuyo a moment of joy, for after establishing a spiritual aperture, he had accumulated 62 strands of spiritual energy, significantly surpassing Zhang Wei. The other disciples observed without much astonishment. Such a meager amount of spiritual energy clearly indicated the opening of a spiritual aperture. However, given the earlier performances, Zhang Wei's result was not particularly remarkable. Until the second line of text materialized, 2 spiritual apertures opened. Huh? An unexpected sound escaped the nostrils of the Valley Master, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. Wait, 2 apertures? A voice exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Wuyo's countenance stiffened as he widened his eyes at the concluding words of the second line, confirming that it indeed stated 2, not 1. Impossible. How could this be? Zhou Wuyo was taken aback. The crowd in the square erupted into a buzz, particularly among the talented disciples in the front rows, who turned their attention to this unexpected revelation. At that moment, Zhang Wei's face seemed to radiate with brilliance. He grinned broadly, his smile radiant. Indeed. Well done, Zhang Wei. Is it? You have performed admirably. The Valley Master bestowed his praise generously. Thank you, Valley Master. I will strive to improve even further, Zhang Wei replied with a chuckle. Very well, you may step down. The Valley Master nodded. Zhang Wei descended the stage with poise, casting a backward glance at Yuan, conveying an expression that seemed to say, take note. Yuan shook his head with a light laugh, stepping onto the stage and placing his hands upon the jade stone. He felt a warm current circulating within him before it returned to the jade. Once he confirmed that the examination was complete, Yuan swiftly withdrew his hands and departed with haste. The Valley Master was taken aback. This disciple was quite decisive in his actions. He gazed at the characters that emerged on the stone tablet. 60 strands of spiritual energy, 2 acupoints opened. HM? The Valley Master was even more astonished. Just as he stepped down from the platform, Zhang Wei, who had been waiting for Yuan's examination to conclude, also caught sight of those 2 lines of text. He rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision. Yet, no matter how he looked, those 2 lines clearly indicated that Su Yuan had indeed opened 2 spiritual acupoints, and astonishingly, there were still 60 strands of spiritual energy remaining. Was this reasonable? Was this normal? Zhang Wei's mind was in disarray. Su Yuan was merely a disciple with inferior 3 spiritual roots. Moreover, he knew that this individual surely lacked ample resources for cultivation, spending his days idly in lectures and dozing off, often buried in the miscellaneous books in the library. After accounting for his sleeping hours, how much time could he possibly devote to cultivation? His cultivation technique was merely of yellow-tier quality, inferior even to Zhang Wei's. Yet, here was Su Yuan, surpassing his progress. This nearly shattered Zhang Wei's composure. He suddenly recalled Su Yuan's words from 5 days prior, when Su Yuan had seemed certain that he could open 2 spiritual acupoints, thinking back to how he had paraded before that individual. While Su Yuan merely smiled and occasionally acknowledged him, his lips twitched uncontrollably at this moment. Not only he, but many others were equally astonished. Although Zhang Wei's prior accomplishments somewhat diminished the shock of Su Yuan's feat, those in the know understood the incredibility of the situation. Zhou Weio's eyes bulged, questioning whether his vision had failed him not once, but twice today. What was his name? Su Yuan. I often see him in the lecture hall. I've never spoken to him, but he looks familiar. Oh, I also frequently see him in the lecture hall. Aren't you of the wood attribute? HM? You see him often too? Many conversed with one another, revealing expressions of surprise and confusion. An elder cleared his throat, restoring silence to the gathering. Next, the elder urged. The disciple standing behind Su Yuan finally awakened from his stupor and stepped onto the stage. The Valley Master continued to observe Su Yuan's retreating figure. His impression of Su Yuan now significantly deepened, primarily due to Su Yuan's background and aptitude. The only explanation for such a situation could be Su Yuan's exceptionally high comprehension. Could he be a genius in that regard? Such a genius is not inferior to one with exceptional spiritual roots. The Valley Master discreetly noted Su Yuan's name, marking it among those with superior spiritual roots. Ding. Fame value 1 ding. Fame value 1 ding. Fame value 1 ding. Fame value 2 ding. Fame value 5 in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan's system notification sounded 5 times, bringing his total fame value to 13. Su Yuan was at a loss, pondering the underlying governing the increase in his popularity. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it, opting instead to let things unfold naturally. As Su Yuan passed by Zhang Wei, he found Zhang still in a daze, staring blankly ahead. He had returned to his senses. Su Yuan whispered softly. Zhang Wei regained his focus, his gaze intensifying as he fixed it upon Su Yuan, lowering his voice to inquire. Pray tell, do you possess any secrets? I am willing to procure them with spirit stones. Su Yuan, feeling helpless, wondered what the secret could be. Could it be considered cheating? Perhaps it was simply that he and the technique were particularly compatible. By the way, according to the description of the technique, I should already be considered to have achieved the minor success stage, Su Yuan remarked. Zhang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. Minor success? Are you joking with me? I have only just entered the beginner stage. There are still intermediary stages before one can achieve minor success. How on earth have you cultivated? I truly don't know. It just came to me naturally, you understand? Su Yuan's face was filled with a sense of helplessness. He genuinely did not wish to deceive anyone. The Master's ears perked up as he brought Su Yuan's name to the forefront once more, placing it behind the 2 exceptional spiritual roots. Chapter 8. The first round of testing concludes. Su Yuan returned to the group, and the surrounding disciples frequently cast glances at him and Zhang Wei. Among them, Zhou Weio fixed his gaze intently on Su Yuan, his mind seemingly preoccupied with unspoken thoughts, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. Although Zhang Wei had been momentarily subdued by Su Yuan, he still wore an air of self-satisfaction, lifting his chin to survey the surroundings. Nodding repeatedly at the other disciples with a beaming smile, Su Yuan lowered his head slightly, exuding an air of modesty. In doing so, Zhang Wei inadvertently drew attention to Su Yuan, causing many to redirect their gaze towards him. On the elevated platform, the assessments continued. The probability of the disciples following Su Yuan successfully opening a meridian significantly increased, with roughly 1 in 3 achieving this feat. However, none had yet managed to open 2 meridians. It was not until the rankings reached the 180th position that a disciple finally succeeded in opening 2 meridians. Yet, this disciple possessed a medium-grade 3-root spirit, which failed to stir any noteworthy excitement. Although achieving 2 meridians with a medium-grade root is commendable, it is merely that commendable. Given this pace, both Su Yuan and Zhang Wei were poised to secure a place within the top 200 in the initial assessment, with hopes for the outer sect. The smile on Zhang Wei's face grew increasingly pronounced, prompting Su Yuan to jab him in the side, whispering, "Don't get too cocky. The high-grade roots Haven Tea even made their move yet. Watch your composure." Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow and retorted, "And what of the high-grade roots? I will catch up eventually." His tone brimmed with unwavering confidence. Su Yuan was rendered speechless. In the subsequent assessment of cultivation, each participant had successfully opened at least one meridian, with the proportion of those who had opened 2 meridians rising rapidly. The smile on Zhang Wei's face gradually faded. Yet he remained confident. Even the last contestant among the mid-grade spiritual roots had opened 2 spiritual meridians, and none had surpassed 3. Though there was still a surplus of over 300 units of spiritual energy, Zhang Wei felt that his standing was merely a one-fold difference from the first among the mid-grade spiritual roots. Remarkably, according to this ranking, he had reached 143rd place, securing a position within the top 150. Of course, Su Yuan ranked even higher, having achieved 118th place. This ranking left Su Yuan somewhat helpless, after all. He possessed a low-grade spiritual root. Wasn't he this a bit too ostentatious? As the rankings approached 49th place, the first disciple with a high-grade spiritual root ascended the platform, drawing the attention of the crowd. This marked the first test for a high-grade spiritual root. The light beam surged upward significantly. Zhang Wei fixated on the inscriptions on the stone tablet. 120 strands of spiritual energy have successfully opened 3 meridians at the first level of qi refinement. How is that possible? Zhang Wei's eyes widened. The pace was nearly 3 times faster than his own. The difference between 2 and 3 open meridians was immensely vast. Su Yuan was not the least bit surprised. He had already deduced the disparity in spiritual roots, estimating it to be approximately 2 to 3-fold. A medium-grade spiritual root is 3 times more effective than a low-grade one, while a high-grade spiritual root is thrice as potent as a medium-grade root. All while comparing roots of the same quantity, Zhang Wei's progress was comparable to that of a medium-grade spiritual root. Thus it was entirely reasonable for the least proficient high-grade disciple to exhibit nearly 3 times his advancement. However, the expression on that high-grade disciple's face was far from pleasant. As he descended with a grim demeanor, Zhang Wei murmured, "He seems rather displeased. He possesses a high-grade spiritual root. Of course, he is comparing himself to his peers." "Not to you," Su Yuan remarked. "Are there really other experts?" Zhang Wei's confidence took a slight hit. The 48th disciple stepped forward, placing his hand on the jade stone, and similarly achieved 3 spiritual apertures, with a spiritual energy reserve reaching 200 strands. Absurd. Zhang Wei cursed under his breath. Su Yuan remained remarkably composed. It was not until the 15th disciple that a notable change occurred. With 28 strands of spiritual energy for spiritual apertures had been opened, and he was at the second layer of qi refinement. What an extraordinary feat. Is this truly the quality of superior spiritual roots? A trace of seriousness flickered in Zhang Wei's eyes. "Stay calm. This is merely the beginning," Su Yuan remarked. Zhang Wei gazed at Su Yuan in astonishment, realizing that Su Yuan was genuinely unperturbed. Whether it was the previous 3 spiritual apertures or the current 4, Su Yuan exhibited neither fear nor trepidation. Initially, he believed himself to possess a strong temperament, but at this moment, he discerned that Su Yuan's composure was far more formidable. That tranquility and poise could not be feigned. He even felt an uncanny resemblance to the demeanor of his elder brother emanating from Su Yuan, considering that his brother had already established his foundation. Su Yuan looked at Zhang Wei with curiosity, asking, "What is the matter? Why are you staring at me?" "Oh, it's nothing," Zhang Wei replied with an awkward smile. Feeling inexplicably uplifted, Su Yuan felt a hint of peculiarity in Zhang Wei. Yet he paid little heed to such trifles and continued to immerse himself in the captivating performance before him. "If I were to fully utilize this 5-day respite, I wonder if I could contend with those possessing superior spiritual roots." Indeed, since his last cultivation session 5 days prior, Su Yuan had not engaged in any further practice. His internal spiritual energy had dwindled to a mere 28 strands. However, the automatic augmentation of his spiritual apertures had forcefully elevated his energy to approximately 60 strands. The rate at which he passively regained spiritual energy was undoubtedly abnormal, with a daily increase of 6 strands, surpassing the efforts of an ordinary cultivator with inferior spiritual roots. Lost in contemplation, the assessment continued to progress swiftly, soon arriving at the 3rd-ranked disciple, who too possessed a superior spiritual root, yet a singular type at that. With 1,278 strands of spiritual energy and 4 apertures opened, he stood at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. The disparity was striking. Zhang Wei murmured, his tone taking on a more subdued quality. Su Yuan was also in awe. This achievement was nothing short of miraculous. After merely 10 days of cultivation, he had successfully opened 4 spiritual acupoints and ascended to the second level of qi refinement, creating a vast chasm of disparity. In comparison to those with medium-grade spiritual roots, he was on an entirely different echelon, not to mention those with low-grade roots, who were left far behind, barely visible. The last disciple's face turned pale, for his spiritual power was already more than double that of the others. The gap was utterly disheartening. Liu Wuan, please come forth for testing, the Valley Master said gently to the exceptionally gifted Liu Wuan. Certainly. The young woman smiled gracefully, and then her figure floated upwards, akin to a wisp of smoke. As she leaped onto the high platform, Zhang Wei's expression shifted. The basic spell of lightness technique. Has she already commenced her spell cultivation? Su Yuan appeared pensive. Recognizing the considerable disparity before him, he had yet to witness a single spell. The Flamewood Refining Spirit technique inherently included only 3 spells, the first of which could only be practiced upon reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement. A beam of light emanated from the detection artifact, illuminating the surroundings. Ethereal golden characters materialized upon the stone tablet. 2,815 strands of spiritual energy, 6 spiritual apertures unsealed, 2nd level of qi refinement. A collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. The temperature rising several degrees. Lu Muwan had suddenly widened the gap by 2 spiritual apertures. Surely, even in the realm of extraordinary abilities, one must adhere to fundamental principles? When Su Yuan activated his extraordinary abilities, the surrounding spiritual energy had a limit to its absorption. Could it be that exceptional spiritual roots were exempt from such restrictions? Suddenly, Su Yuan pondered the reason behind this. Lu Muwan's consumption of spiritual energy to open her spiritual apertures must have been minimal, since he could reduce his consumption by 10% through understanding the techniques. It was conceivable that Lu Muwan's superior earth-grade techniques could potentially diminish her spiritual energy consumption by over 50%. The disparity between these 2 scenarios was indeed staggering. Su Yuan secretly murmured to himself, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that the matter of him unlocking 2 meridians was hardly significant. His profound understanding of the path of survival brought him clandestine joy. However, unbeknownst to Su Yuan, in the judgment criteria set by the sect leader, his ranking was second only to Lu Muwan. This was confirmed when a disciple with superior single spiritual roots demonstrated 4 open meridians. Yet the sect leader made no alterations. In other words, within the sect leader's evaluative framework, Su Yuan's achievement of 2 meridians surpassed that of a disciple with 4 meridians of superior spiritual roots. As for how much he fell short compared to Lu Muwan, only the sect leader possessed that knowledge. Now it was the turn of the final participant, Yi Bufan. A subtle smile graced Yi Bufan's face as he approached the retreating Lu Muwan. This time, I shall take the lead, he conveyed telepathically to Lu Muwan. Lu Muwan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yi Bufan's assessment results. As Yi Bufan placed his hands on the jade stone, new characters emerged. 2,230 strands of spiritual power. 7 meridians opened, 3rd layer of qi refinement. 7 meridians? Lu Muwan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. As the result of 7 open meridians was announced, an immediate silence enveloped the entire arena. Everyone turned their astonished gazes towards Yi Bufan, their expressions reflecting disbelief. This was the 3rd layer of qi refinement. A chasm of difference. Compared to him, others were utterly unqualified for comparison. The elder nodded with a smile. Well done. Yi Bufan humbly replied, thank you for the praise. Sect leader Lawn. The sect leader nodded and then addressed the crowd. Today's assessment has concluded. Until the final cultivation assessment at the end of March, there will be no additional evaluations. However, you should have a clear understanding of your standings, so I shall say no more. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed in groups of 2 or 3. Su Yuan departed alongside Zhang Wei. Along the journey, the 2 parted ways. Su Yuan was bound for the lecture hall to attend a class, while Zhang Wei returned to continue his diligent cultivation. Su Yuan walked alone until he arrived at a grove, where a figure emerged, obstructing his path. Zhou Wuyo? Su Yuan's expression turned grave as he regarded Zhou Wuyo. Behind him stood a total of 8 disciples. He had not anticipated that Zhou Wuyo would confront him midway. Zhou Wuyo approached alone, his face devoid of emotion. Su Yuan furrowed his brow as he observed him, waiting for his next move, his gaze drifting around in search of an escape route. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Zhou Wuyo, a direct descendant of the Zhou family, possessing a low-grade 3 spirit roots, with my family engaged in the business of alchemy, Zhou Wuyo declared. This was information that Su Yuan was already well aware of. So what? Su Yuan inquired. Zhou Wuyo continued unabated. Our family boasts 15 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 false Dan cultivator, which constitutes a fairly formidable foundation establishment cultivation family. My father is a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Su Yuan's expression grew solemn. This family's background was formidable indeed, although foundation establishment is merely the second realm of cultivation. A single foundation establishment cultivator can sustain an entire family of foundation cultivators, easily claiming a small spiritual mountain, with 100 inferior spiritual roots. Having even one breakthrough to foundation establishment would be considered quite remarkable. What exactly are you trying to convey? Su Yuan discerned Zhou Wuyo's intentions. He had no desire to join the Zhou family or to become any sort of vassal. After March, it will be quite challenging for me to penetrate the outer gates. Consequently, the resources and support from my family will be significantly diminished. While this may suffice for my cultivation, it will leave much to be desired in other respects. Zhou Wuyo lamented. Su Yuan let out a soft exclamation. He had indeed heard Zhang Wei's complaints and was aware that what followed would unveil the truth. I have checked. You possess inferior 3 spiritual roots. During this period, there has been no supply of shattered spirit stones, and you often attend lectures and read books outside. Zhou Wuyo continued. Su Yuan furrowed his brows even deeper, surprised that this person had taken an interest in him. I apologize, but I must attend a lecture now. I shall take my leave, Su Yuan said. Su Yuan turned to the side and began to walk towards the lecture hall. He did not believe that Zhou Wuyo would dare to resort to violence within the confines of Xinmiu Valley. After all, this was a place designated for evaluating the disciples' abilities in various aspects. Should the sect be left with an impression of bullying the weak, the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Wait, Zhou Wuyo called out. Su Yuan quickened his pace. I wish to collaborate with you, Zhou Wuyo suddenly declared. Collaborate? Su Yuan paused in his steps. For the next 3 months, I will dedicate myself to assisting your cultivation, enabling you to secure a position among the top 50 and qualify as an inner disciple. Once you achieve that status, you will gain the privilege to recommend outer disciples. I hope to obtain that privilege as my reward. In return, I shall provide you with a considerable amount of elixirs and spirit stones to aid in your cultivation, Zhou Wuyo stated calmly. I recognize your innate genius and comprehension. Your current rate of progress does not reflect your true potential. With adequate resources, it is highly likely that you can place within the top 50. This collaboration would be mutually beneficial for both of us. Su Yuan slowly turned around, his gaze towards Zhou Wuyo revealing a hint of surprise. This fellow was nothing like the incompetent fool described by Zhang Wei. Chapter 9. The Effects of 6 Days of Rest and Training. Zhou Wuyo actually regarded him as a genius of enlightenment. If Zhou Wuyo held such an opinion, what then of the higher-ups in the sect? What about the sect leader? What do the other disciples think? Despite his efforts to remain low-key, he inadvertently revealed glimpses of his innate talent. Consequently, some astute individuals must have already surmised his exceptional comprehension. With Zhou Wuyo's resources, achieving a position within the top 50 would not seem out of place at all. To be honest, Su Yuan felt a stir of excitement. The benefits of being an outer disciple were already far superior to those of a mere servant. No more menial labor, ample perks to enjoy, and the guidance of esteemed mentors. Naturally, the advantages of being an inner disciple surpass those of outer disciples, offering numerous benefits, fewer tasks, and abundant rewards. The mere distinction of inner encapsulated everything. Su Yuan could engage in his cultivation with greater tranquility. Theoretically, inner disciples must reach the 7th layer of qi refinement before applying, and the immortal seed valley is the only known shortcut. Zhou Wuyo discerned Su Yuan's hesitation. Such uncertainty indicated that Su Yuan was indeed intrigued. He smiled and said, I offer you resources without any coercive demands. Even if you ultimately cannot enter the inner sect, I shall not hold it against you. I can provide you with 25 portions of resources, which is the utmost I can procure in a short time. Are you not inclined to strive for it? Su Yuan replied, somewhat taken aback. Rather than having faith in myself, I place my trust in your ability to enter the inner sect, Zhou Wuyo asserted confidently. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? Su Yuan inquired, surprised. When I first began my cultivation, I encountered you once. At that time, I sought resources from you, but you declined outright. In that moment, I perceived a profound confidence in your gaze, which I could not comprehend then. Zhou Wuyo paused slightly. Today, witnessing your astounding achievements, I am convinced that your composure was not merely a facade. Moreover, back then, you exuded confidence. Upon observing your remarkable performance with the exceptional spiritual root, you displayed neither excessive astonishment nor envy. I knew you were extraordinary. Su Yuan observed Zhou Wuyo's eloquent demeanor. and noticing the admiration reflected in the eyes of those behind him, he discerned that Zhou Wuyo was indeed a remarkable individual. As you said, I cannot guarantee anything, Su Yuan remarked. Zhou Wuyo, with a relaxed expression, replied, I understand this well. Endeavors are in human hands, but success is in the heavens. He gestured towards the back. And immediately, a disciple stepped forward, carrying a box. Here are the 25 resources for today. Please accept them, Zhou Wuyo said, presenting the box with both hands. No need for a contract? Su Yuan inquired, surprised. Not necessary, Zhou Wuyo affirmed confidently. Su Yuan cast a deep glance at him and accepted the box. This disciple has been my companion since childhood. You may refer to him as Shaoli. Should there be any matters requiring attention, Brother Su may instruct him to handle them. He resides in room 318, conveniently situated not far from your quarters. Should he encounter anything beyond his capabilities, he will certainly reach out to me. I assure you, Brother Su's affairs will not be delayed. Shaoli has already had the honor of meeting Brother Su. A slender young lad promptly stepped forward. Su Yuan nodded slightly, expressing that there was no need for it at the moment. No problem, Zhou Wuyo replied with a smile. Then I shall take my leave, Su Yuan stated. Brother Su, please attend to your matters, Zhou Wuyo said. Su Yuan departed, taking a box back to his residence before heading to the lecture hall to attend class. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Wuyo's face briefly flickered with uncertainty. He questioned whether his decision had been flawed. However, since the matter had already been resolved, there was no room for regret. After attending the class, Su Yuan returned directly to his chamber. At this early hour, he had already settled into a meditative posture in the cultivation room. Su Yuan opened the box, revealing 25 fragments of spirit stones and 25 vials of restorative liquid, along with the 6 resources he had previously set aside. He now possessed a total of 31 fragments of spirit stones and 31 vials of restorative liquid. These resources held little significance for him. If he truly wished to elevate his capabilities, he would ultimately rely on external assistance. Su Yuan cast another glance at the system panel. Name: Su Yuan Region. Chinka Continent Level. Obscure. 13100. Realm: Qi Refining Stage 1, 66100. Entry 1. Harmonious Balance. You excel in the art of balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the more effective your cultivation becomes. Current rest time: 6 days and 1 hours. Unbeknownst to him, the rest period had already reached 6 days. During his previous 3-day rest, his spiritual energy reserves had increased by approximately 260 strands, enabling him to open 2 spiritual acupoints. How would this 6-day respite fare? He activated the harmonious balance. A chime resonated in his mind. In the next moment, Su Yuan felt a jolt of energy. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state in a single breath. In the darkness, numerous red, gold, and green orbs of light appeared around him. He then initiated the circulation of his meridians. A total of 9 strands of spiritual energy were summoned by Su Yuan, twisting together like a nimble spirit snake, deftly weaving into his meridians and swiftly coursing through them. The 3-colored spiritual energy of heaven and earth was immediately mobilized, rushing toward his form at an astonishing speed, penetrating through every pore and merging into his meridians, entering the cycle of circulation. This time, the circulation was even more effortless. Su Yuan felt an innate sense of formation, requiring little mental exertion to manage, as it naturally followed its predetermined path, saving both effort and concern. With a mere thought, Su Yuan withdrew most of his consciousness from the circulation of his internal energy. He began to recollect the lessons he had attended and the books he had perused during this period. A total of 32 lectures, elucidated by 14 esteemed senior disciples, unfolded in his mind, encompassing the essential principles of various attribute techniques, critical considerations during the cultivation process, and the intricacies of energy circulation, all vividly recalled and swiftly comprehended by Su Yuan. In the library, he had absorbed knowledge from 500 tomes, and now, countless fragments of cultivation wisdom emerged in his consciousness, corroborating the teachings of his seniors. Gradually, Su Yuan's understanding of the first realm of qi refinement surged at an astonishing pace. The circulation of energy had become second nature to him. Each completion seamlessly flowed into the next without his deliberate attention. He was immersed in a vast ocean of knowledge, repeatedly pondering the path of cultivation. By the time he had fully grasped the core tenets of his recent practices, 4 hours had already elapsed. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Regaining his composure, he attuned himself to the conditions within his dantian. Su Yuan was astonished to discover that the total amount of spiritual energy within his dantian had reached an astounding 620 strands. How had this come to pass? He marveled at the revelation. as he keenly sensed the conclusion of a new cycle of the Zhoutian. He noted that this single cycle had taken merely a quarter of an hour, yet had yielded an impressive surplus of 81 strands of spiritual energy. This entirely surpassed his previous assumption that the limit of surrounding spiritual energy was 40 strands. Shortly thereafter, another cycle of the Zhoutian commenced. However, this time, Su Yuan took control of the cycle himself, allowing the insights he had garnered over 4 hours of meditation to begin influencing the ram of forging spirit technique. Before his eyes, the 9 strands of spiritual energy within his dantian began to transform under his guidance. They morphed from a ribbon-like form into a fiery golden python. Its body composed of green wood attribute spiritual energy, with blood infused with fire attribute energy, and its exterior shaped by metal attribute energy. This resulted in a vibrant golden-red serpent, darting swiftly within his dantian. As it moved, it inhaled countless strands of spiritual energy from the meridians, naturally digesting and converting them into part of the spirit python during the cycle's progression. The ram of forging spirit technique seemed to come alive at that moment, leaving Su Yuan entranced. When the cycle concluded and the spirit python returned to the dantian, it dissipated, forming 108 strands of spiritual energy. After deducting the initial 9 strands, he had increased his spiritual energy by 99 strands in a single session of cultivation. His total spiritual energy now stood at 719 strands. Let the breakthrough commence. With a flicker of thought, Su Yuan summoned a total of 360 strands of spiritual energy, reconstituting them into a spiritual python that plunged into his meridians. Following the path previously established through the acupoints, it arrived at the 3rd acupoint without hesitation, burrowing inside. Once within the acupoint, the spiritual python unleashed a tempestuous surge, ceaselessly writhing as it gradually opened and stabilized the spiritual cavity. Remarkably, the speed of this process surpassed that of the earlier attempts by a factor of 2. And Su Yuan sensed a reduction in the consumption of spiritual energy. After successfully opening the spiritual cavity, he once again channeled spiritual energy through the first 3 cavities, forming a robust structure. Once it was thoroughly stabilized, the spiritual energy snake dissipated, transforming back into 80 strands of energy that returned to his dantian, resulting in an actual consumption of merely 280 strands. He had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Su Yuan mused to himself. This achievement had directly surpassed even the finest results among mid-grade spiritual roots. Su Yuan, undeterred, embarked on another breakthrough. The 4th spiritual aperture yielded effortlessly to his command, consuming 532 strands of spiritual energy, enhancing his mastery over it yet further. After regaining a measure of focus, Su Yuan proceeded to unlock the 5th spiritual aperture, expending 1,007 strands of spiritual energy in the process. Such an achievement surpassed even the foremost among high-quality spiritual roots. At this moment, Su Yuan's mental faculties had dwindled to a mere flicker. Although an hour remained, his spirit had already succumbed to exhaustion. It appeared he needed to seek a method to enhance his spiritual awareness. Su Yuan mused quietly, then settled into a meditative state, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, his body instinctively continued its cycle of energy circulation. It was not until an hour later, upon awakening from his trance, that his cultivation regained its regular rhythm. Morning dawned. Su Yuan gradually awakened, feeling an overwhelming sense of clarity and refreshment enveloping him. Within his body, 5 spiritual orifices were continuously nurturing spiritual energy, simultaneously invigorating his physical form. His senses were once again heightened, and his constitution was likewise being strengthened. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was met with the sounds of commotion from outside. Su Yuan furrowed his brow upon hearing Zhang Wei's voice. With a sense of confusion, he opened the door, only to witness Zhang Wei grappling with several other disciples. It was evident that Zhang Wei was at a disadvantage, having endured several punches and kicks. Su Yuan's keen eyes discerned a disciple still sprawled on the ground. Wailing in distress, it appeared that this individual had previously engaged in a transaction with Zhang Wei. Surrounding houses harbored onlookers peering cautiously, yet none exhibited any intention to intervene. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuan surmised the sequence of events. Zhang Wei's actions from the previous day had evidently provoked the interest of certain disciples. His rapid ascension could be attributed, in part, to these transactions, and it seemed some disciples were intent on obstructing or intercepting such dealings to influence Zhang Wei's advancement. Su Yuan took 2 steps forward, preparing to intervene. Upon hearing the door of Su Yuan's residence creak open, Zhang Wei inferred it was Su Yuan upon noticing the footsteps. He shouted, "Su Yuan, don't come over. I can handle this myself." In response, a series of loud thuds echoed through the air. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. only to discover that several of his adversaries lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. As he raised his gaze, he found Su Yuan standing before him, hands clasped behind his back, an expression of serene composure adorning his features. Zhang Wei stared in disbelief at this scene, realizing that, in that fleeting moment, Su Yuan had come to his aid. Yet, he had merely perceived a fleeting blur before his opponents collapsed. What had transpired? Chapter 10. Resolving troubles. Su Yuan was equally astonished. Just as he was about to take action, he realized that although his speed was remarkable, he possessed a clear and precise control over his own body. His strikes were fierce, and in an instant, he discerned numerous vulnerabilities in several disciples. Subsequently, with the simplest of techniques, whether through punches or kicks, he brought them down to the ground. Some of these techniques were derived from the miscellaneous books he had read, as well as combat videos he had viewed in his past life. During his previous experiences in cultivating immortality, he had inadvertently mastered them all. When did you become so formidable? Have you studied martial arts? Zhang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yuan chuckled. Perhaps I have always been this strong? Zhang Wei was taken aback. Indeed, he had never witnessed Su Yuan in action, so why had he presumed him to be weak? The surrounding disciples also displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Su Yuan's performance. In the distance, perched upon a tree branch, Lumu Wan wore a look of surprise. She had been practicing her light body technique in the woods when she unexpectedly stumbled upon the clash between Zhang Wei and the others. Initially intending to watch for only a moment, she was instead captivated by Su Yuan's display of prowess. His speed, reflexes, and strength were no longer those of an ordinary person. One could discern no signs of his having diligently studied martial arts. To achieve such a feat, it was evident that his qi cultivation had reached the second level, where qi nourishes the body. Having studied martial arts herself, Lumu Wan could easily see that Su Yuan had not trained in martial arts. Yet, another thought puzzled her. She did not recall any disciple at the second level of qi cultivation. Who was this individual? Su Yuan seemed to sense something and turned his gaze towards the direction of the forest. However, by the time he turned, Lumu Wan had already vanished among the leaves. Su Yuan saw nothing and turned his head in confusion. In the distance, a large group of people was approaching with great momentum. Zhang Wei's expression changed. That is Wu Jing, possessing the mid-grade dual spiritual roots, who previously unlocked 2 channels. Could these individuals be in his service? Su Yuan gazed at him in silence. Brother, you have been brawling with others for quite a while, and you still don't even know the main culprit? Wu Jing, with a stern expression, hurried over. Upon seeing his men sprawled on the ground, lamenting, his gaze turned icy as it fell upon Zhang Wei and Su Yuan. So it is you who unjustly assaulted my people? Wu Jing stated coldly. Zhang Wei retorted with a scoff. They were the ones who first attacked my client. Just then, he paused, realizing that his client had mysteriously appeared at the side. The bruises on his body vanished without a trace. When the disciple caught Zhang Wei's gaze, he wore a bewildered expression, emanating innocence, and promptly lowered his head, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Zhang Wei's mind spun in confusion. Wu Jing cast a fleeting glance at the fleeing disciple, then at the few disciples groaning as they struggled to rise. A flicker of annoyance crossed his features. He understood he had fallen into a trap and had been used as a pawn. However, given the current state of affairs, he could not simply walk away. You have harmed my people. I present you with 2 choices. Either endure my wrath or compensate me with 50 resources. Choose wisely, Wu Jing stated with a serious countenance. Zhang Wei's face turned crimson as he surveyed the 27 disciples encircling him, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. He instinctively turned to Su Yuan, only to find him exuding an aura of calmness, unperturbed as if a mountain stood before him, unshaken by the impending chaos. This serene demeanor quelled Zhang Wei's anxious heart considerably. He hurriedly inquired, Su Yuan, what should we do? Su Yuan waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent. He turned to Wu Jing and said, the people you sent are the ones I defeated. If you wish to stir trouble, speak to me directly. Oh? Wu Jing glanced at his subordinates, all 5 of whom nodded in agreement. Wu Jing looked at Su Yuan with a hint of surprise. One of the 5 quickly approached Wu Jing's side and whispered a few words. Wu Jing's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Su Yuan with an air of astonishment. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. In a calm tone, Wu Jing said, very well, in that case, I present you with the same choice. How will you decide? Su Yuan instead chuckled and said, wait a moment. You may have the numbers, but I am not without my own supporters. With a wave of his hand, over 20 individuals emerged from the crowd surrounding them. Zhou Wuyo led the group forward, exuding an air of formidable confidence. Su Yuan had long noticed Zhou Wuyo, and it was evident that Zhang Wei's earlier confrontation had already drawn Zhou Wuyo's attention. However, given the animosity between Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo. The latter would not intervene to assist. When Zhang Wei saw Zhou Wuyo approaching with his entourage, a look of bewilderment crossed his face, and his expression turned anxious once more. "Su Yuan, we are finished. We are surrounded," Zhang Wei lamented. "Fear not. They're our allies," Su Yuan reassured him. "What? Allies?" Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Then, he witnessed his former adversary, Zhou Wuyo, approach Su Yuan and bow respectfully. "Brother Su, the people have been brought here." Su Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as he nodded, his gaze directed towards Wu Jing. "If you wish to engage in battle, I shall oblige." Wu Jing's expression darkened. He cursed under his breath, perplexed by the orchestrator behind this predicament that forced him into conflict with such formidable adversaries. Moments ago, one of his subordinates had informed him that 5 men had been effortlessly subdued by Su Yuan, prompting Wu Jing to realize that something was amiss. Su Yuan's strength was far from ordinary. At that moment, a desire to retreat began to bloom within him, yet he found himself trapped, unable to back down without losing face. The two factions stood at an impasse, each with over 20 individuals, totaling just above 50, positioned on either side of the road. Wu Jing wore a grave expression, while Su Yuan appeared at ease. Zhang Wei was eager to engage, and Zhou Wuyo harbored hidden concerns. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Su Yuan suddenly remarked with a smile, "My friend Wu Jing, it appears there has been a misunderstanding today. Someone has covertly set a trap, deliberately inciting our conflict. We must not allow their sinister scheme to succeed." Wu Jing's expression shifted to one of realization. "So that is the case. No wonder I sensed something was amiss." Su Yuan nodded and remarked, "Moreover, this is indeed the immortal Seed Valley, where many eyes are watching. Engaging in brawls will inevitably displease those in authority. We seek the path of immortality, not disputes driven by pride. Therefore, I admit that I was rather heavy-handed just now. I shall return and provide the injured disciples with 20 portions of resources as medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Wu Jing's expression softened. He glanced at the bruises on Zhang Wei's face and stated, "My people were equally brutal. Thus, I shall offer 10 portions of medical expenses as an apology." He gestured behind him, and immediately someone brought forth a box. Wu Jing received it and tossed it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was taken aback, catching the box with surprise, and then looked at Su Yuan with a bewildered expression, feeling that the unfolding events were rather different from what he had anticipated. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I extend my gratitude to you, Brother Wu Jing. As the saying goes, friends are made through conflict. My name is Su Yuan, and I hope we can look out for one another within the sect in the future." Wu Jing replied with a smile, "Indeed, I hold great admiration for your strength, Brother Su Yuan. It would be delightful to engage in discussions on the principles of cultivation one day." Just then, a disciple's exclamation echoed from a distance. The crowd turned to see a teen clad in distinctive black attire hastily approaching. Wu Jing gestured, and 5 disciples, their faces marked with bruises, promptly retreated, merging into the throng. Su Yuan allowed Zhang Wei to step into the room, yet Zhang Wei remained bewildered, not quite grasping the situation. "Please, go inside and put your things away," Su Yuan instructed. "Oh, right," Zhang Wei nodded in response. A group approached, and the young man in black surveyed the gathering of disciples. Noticing the absence of any altercation, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you all doing?" Wu Jing stepped forward with a smile and replied, "Senior brother, we have gathered to attend a lecture at the lecture hall. We just came together." The young man in black, maintaining a stern expression, noted the lack of any significant conflict, yet his demeanor remained displeased as he turned to leave. Once the young man in black had departed, his figure vanishing from sight, Wu Jing seethed, "Whoever it is, do not let me find out." At that moment, Zhang Wei emerged, sensing the tension in the air, and asked, "Su Yuan, what is going on?" Su Yuan shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Everyone may disperse now." Wu Jing also waved his hand, leading his subordinates away. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and the onlookers departed as well. In Su Yuan's courtyard, Su Yuan, Zhang Wei, and Zhou Wuyo took their seats. Su Yuan sat in the center, flanked by Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo, both of whom regarded each other with evident disdain, their expressions far from cordial. Were it not for Su Yuan's presence, an exchange of harsh words would undoubtedly have ensued. "Speak up, Zhang Wei. What exactly transpired?" Su Yuan inquired. "I happened to be leaving, intending to attend a lecture on scripture, when I stumbled upon one of my clients collapsed on the ground. Those 5 individuals were right beside him. The client cried out for my help, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I rushed in to confront them." "You fool," Zhou Wuyo retorted. "Who are you calling a fool?" Zhang Wei shot back angrily. "You, with your cold demeanor, should keep your distance from Su Yuan. Zhou Wuyo, refusing to acknowledge Zhang Wei, turned away, mentally labeling him a reckless simpleton. It seems your client has been compromised, Su Yuan remarked. You should reach out to your other clients to ascertain whether they are still willing to provide you with resources. Impossible. My returns are 1,000-fold, Zhang Wei insisted. Su Yuan smiled silently. But there can't be many spirit stones, right? The cost of betrayal is quite low. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he handed a box of spirit stones to Su Yuan. This is just now offered by Wu Jing as compensation. If you lend me your assistance, this is yours. Additionally, I will replenish the 20 resources you have expended, and with my gratitude, I will ensure you receive at least 40 resources in return. Zhang Wei's expression was resolute. Su Yuan cast a peculiar glance at him and remarked, since I have already stated my intention to turn back, it implies that there is no need for any offerings. As for your gratitude, it is unnecessary. Do you still consider me a friend? Indeed. However, is this truly what turning back means? Are you certain that Wu Jing will not be angered? Zhang Wei interjected unexpectedly. Fool. Zhou Wuyo retorted succinctly. It was evident to any discerning observer that just moments ago, Su Yuan had been the dominant force, capable of effortlessly overwhelming 5 opponents, ensuring an inevitable victory in any confrontation. Get lost. Zhang Wei exclaimed angrily. Humph. This is not your home, Zhou Wuyo replied. Zhang Wei, seething with indignation, suddenly recalled something and chuckled. Zhou Wuyo, this time I am certain to enter the outer sect. You may as well toil as a menial disciple for 3 years. Zhou Wuyo responded with a light laugh. On the contrary, I am capable of entering the outer sect. Whereas you, once deprived of resources, may not have such fortune. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow. All right, the lecture is about to commence. Let us attend to that matter and discuss these issues later. Su Yuan stated. Zhang Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. I shall not attend. I will return to recuperate. And you? Su Yuan inquired, turning to Zhou Wuyo. This lesson holds no value for me. Zhou Wuyo replied. Then I shall take my leave. You may do as you wish. Su Yuan rose with a smile. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo exchanged a glare before also standing up to leave, parting ways to the left and right as they exited the door. Su Yuan tidied his clothes and proceeded towards the lecture hall. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding, reputation points 1. Ding, reputation points 1. Ding, reputation points 1. Ding, reputation points 4. Su Yuan gazed perplexedly at the 4 system notifications, noting an increase of 7 points, bringing his reputation value to 20,100. Yet, the nature of this increment remained elusive and baffling. As Su Yuan walked forward, lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the enchanting silhouette of a graceful woman ahead. Su Yuan cast a fleeting glance and paid it no mind. After surpassing the woman, he continued onward without looking back. Chapter 11, the second lesson of the inner sect senior brotherweight. A voice, cool yet tinged with a hint of warmth, resonated from behind, causing Su Yuan to pause momentarily. He turned in confusion and beheld a striking visage of a young woman. It was not merely her exquisite beauty that left an impression. Rather, it was the fact that he distinctly recognized her as Lu Mu Wan, one of the elite with extraordinary spiritual roots. He had not anticipated encountering her on the path, let alone being called to a halt by her. Su Yuan cast a glance around, confirming that they were indeed the only 2 on the road. Did you call for me? He inquired. MHM. Lu Mu Wan nodded in response. Observing Su Yuan closely, she could perceive the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. With her exceptional spiritual root talent, her sensitivity to spiritual energy was extraordinarily acute. She could vaguely sense that Su Yuan's cultivation level was indeed at the 2nd stage of qi refinement, and it was evident that his proficiency was far beyond mere beginnings. This revelation left Lu Mu Wan quite astonished, as she recalled Su Yuan's test results from the previous day, which undeniably confirmed that he possessed 2 spiritual apertures. Yet, in just a single day, he had seemingly advanced to the level of 4 or even 5 apertures. This was truly abnormal. Is there something on your mind? Su Yuan asked, noticing her prolonged silence. Lu Mu Wan adjusted her hair and replied, I am somewhat curious. The next lecture will focus on water attribute techniques, but you seem to possess metal, wood, and fire spiritual roots. Why do you wish to attend? Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Lu Mu Wan to be aware of his spiritual root condition. Oh. The senior brother guarding the library informed me that on the path of cultivation, mastering one method leads to the understanding of myriad methods. The principles contained within water attribute techniques are also fundamental to one's practice. It is always beneficial to listen more. Su Yuan casually explained. Upon hearing this, Yuan was momentarily stunned, her expression revealing a hint of contemplation. Time is running short. I must head to the lecture hall. If I arrive late, there will be no seating available. I shall take my leave first. Yuan bid farewell and swiftly departed. Yuan was indifferent to Yuan's fallacies. She pondered the reasons behind his progress. However, with her limited insight and experience, she could not discern the cause unless Yuan explicated it himself. Suddenly, Yuan sensed something and turned her head. She beheld a figure approaching at what appeared to be a leisurely pace, yet in reality, it was moving with remarkable speed. In a short while, Fan's silhouette came into view. What did you discuss with him? Fan inquired calmly. Nothing much. Just asked a few casual questions. Yuan paused before responding. Why should you concern yourself with my affairs? Fan replied coolly. Anyone who can capture your attention is not ordinary. Is that so? Surely he cannot compare to you. Yuan retorted. That is indeed the case. Fan replied with a subtle smile. But the future may tell a different tale. Yuan added. Fan, unfazed, remarked. You should strive a bit harder. Do not fall too far behind. After saying this, he continued his path, and soon his figure vanished from sight. Yuan shook her head. Until I reach the nascent soul stage, I will not indulge in romantic entanglements. With a light step, she leaped onto a tree by the roadside, traversing the treetops, taking an unconventional route. Once Yuan departed, the valley master appeared atop a stone, pen in hand, jotting down some notes. Yuan's determination in her cultivation was resolute, and her observational skills keen. Fan might soon face a romantic tribulation, and he seemed overly self-assured. However, Yuan's aura felt somewhat off. This lad was deliberately concealing his true abilities. After a moment's hesitation, the valley master placed Yuan's name at the top of the list, relegating Fan to second, while Yuan remained in third. Subsequently, the valley master closed his notebook and vanished like a wisp of blue smoke. Yuan walked along the road when he heard the system notification sound. Ding. Fame value 4. Oh, another 4 added? My fame experience has reached 24. Yuan glanced back at the path he had traversed. Could it be because of Yuan? He had come to realize that for an ordinary person, it required a multitude to be aware of them in order to accrue a modicum of fame. In contrast, those endowed with exceptional talent or formidable strength could garner renown from a single individual. This awareness transcended mere recognition of a name. It necessitated a deeper understanding and genuine interest in the person. This was his conjecture, yet it appeared to be largely accurate. Yuan shook his head and continued onward. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable presence approaching from behind. He turned to look and beheld another extraordinary individual, Fan, rapidly closing the distance between them. Yuan naturally leaned against the roadside, yielding to Fan. As Fan hurried past, he cast a fleeting glance at Yuan's face, then disdainfully turned his head and continued on his way. Yuan had not noticed the change in Fan's expression at all. His attention was focused on Fan's feet, where a swirling azure whirlwind enveloped him, presumably a spell of swift wind, capable of enhancing one's speed. In an instant, Fan vanished from sight. TSK, it appears I too should acquire a spell. Mere spiritual energy is of little utility. Yuan contemplated the scripture pavilion, the sanctum where the techniques and spells were enshrined. He recalled that upon advancing to the second level of Qi refinement, one would be granted a singular opportunity to exchange for a spell at no cost. However, he realized that the moment was not yet ripe for such a venture. He would defer it for a later time. Before long, the lecture hall was once again filled to capacity with disciples. Yuan sat in the corner, enviously gazing at the front row, where 2 fixed seats were occupied by individuals possessing extraordinary spiritual roots. Just moments ago, he had nearly missed his chance to secure a spot. After the seats were filled, Yuan leisurely arrived and effortlessly took one of the coveted front row seats. Utterly unconcerned about the absence of available places, no one dared to occupy that space. This was something Yuan deeply envied. Truly, the advantages of possessing exceptional spiritual roots were remarkable. Yuan mused inwardly, yet he realized that such privileges would be of no use to him, being so close. How could he indulge in idleness? Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated from the sky. Everyone looked up to see layers of white clouds forming a magnificent white ladder. Zhuge gracefully descended, and with each step he took, the clouds behind him erupted into brilliant rays of colorful light, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yuan's lips twitched slightly. It was only after Zhuge settled down in a meditative position that the crowd regained their composure. Fan's expression was stern, barely containing his frustration. He despised such arrogance displayed before him, Yet Zhuge Jian's formidable strength compelled him to endure. He vowed that, a decade hence, he would surpass Zhuge Jian. Dear fellow disciples, it brings me great joy to see you all once more. Zhuge Jian remarked with a faint smile. This marks my second lecture, and some of you may have attended my first. I have a fondness for the concept of fate, and thus, I intend to present you with a challenge. Should you succeed, a reward shall be bestowed upon you. A spark of interest ignited among the crowd. Even Yi Bufan lifted his head, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Observing their eager expressions, Zhuge Jian felt a surge of satisfaction. He continued, the challenge is quite simple. It pertains to the content of my initial lecture. I have distilled the essence of that discourse into a set of test questions. There are 5 in total. You will have 15 minutes to respond. And should you answer them all correctly, the reward shall be yours. With that, Zhuge Jian waved his hand, and 290 blank scrolls soared from his sleeve, landing precisely before each of the 290 disciples. The remaining 70 disciples, who had not attended the first lecture, found themselves without any test questions, their expressions reflecting a sense of loss and disappointment. Before Su Yuan, a rolled-up piece of white paper appeared, accompanied by a pen. He gazed somewhat speechlessly at his disciples, who unfurled the paper and diligently scrutinized the questions, preparing to answer. This scene was indeed beyond his expectations. He too unrolled the paper, which contained 5 questions. With just a glance, inspiration struck him. This was precisely the content discussed in the first lesson by Zhuge Jian. The first 4 questions were swiftly addressed, but the final question proved to be particularly intriguing. It not only required a comprehensive understanding of Zhuge Jian's teachings, but also demanded the integration of other cultivation knowledge, presenting a considerable challenge. However, for Su Yuan, this was trivial. He had long since mastered the material. The knowledge gleaned from the hundreds of tomes in the library had already expanded his intellectual reservoir and perspective far beyond that of an ordinary disciple. Question: what is the difference between the chi of heaven and earth, known as spiritual energy, and the chi of Tao cultivation, referred to as spiritual power? Answer: refining essence into chi, and chi into spirit. Spiritual energy is the breath of heaven and earth, not something the ordinary can wield. When spiritual energy enters the body, it merges with essence, chi, and spirit. When these 4 unite, it becomes spiritual power, which can be controlled and utilized by individuals. Question: spiritual energy attributes are categorized into the 5 elements, encompassing wind, clouds, thunder, snow, ice, mist, and illusions. However, to the naked eye, spiritual energy appears colorless, tasteless, intangible, and imperceptible, seemingly devoid of attributes. Why is this? Answer: chi is inherently mutable. Metal can transform into water, and thunder can transmute into fire. The attributes of spiritual energy can interchange, reflecting the natural order of heaven and earth. The human body operates similarly. Spiritual power entering the heart can become fire, while that entering the lungs can become metal. Transformation embodies the principle of permanence and change. The vastness of heaven and earth encompasses myriad energies, unified as one. The whole is indeed nothing, thus it cannot be manifested. It appears to possess no attributes, yet in reality, it encompasses all attributes. The wonders of heaven and earth are profound and expansive. Su Yuan casually answered the questions, filling in his understanding for each of the 5 inquiries. In his view, such liberal arts questions did not warrant any pretense. The essence of cultivation lies in one's level of attainment and the mastery of spells. As for answering questions, it is merely a trivial matter, a small display of capability, nothing more. Su Yuan felt quite assured in his approach. In truth, he harbored a deep envy for the rewards associated with Zhuge Jian, the esteemed senior brother of the inner sect. This individual had surely long been eligible for promotion to core disciple. Such a person should not be regarded merely as an inner sect disciple. Indeed, it was likely that his aspirations were set on becoming a true inheritor. Given the caliber of such a character, the rewards offered must surely be exceptional. Su Yuan contemplated quietly. Unbeknownst to him, he had completed 5 questions. After a while, the quarter-hour mark arrived. With a graceful wave of his hand, Zhuge Jian gathered all 290 sheets of paper back into his possession, stacking them into a neat pile. Then, inexplicably, a flash of white light emanated from Zhuge Jian's hand. The stack of white paper divided itself into 5 distinct piles, with the first being the largest, the second also considerable, while the subsequent ones dwindled significantly, the smallest consisting of only a handful of sheets. Su Yuan widened his eyes in astonishment. Was this truly the process of grading papers? With a flash of white light, the task was completed in an instant. How extraordinary! Zhuge Jian picked up the smallest stack of papers, revealing a mere 5 sheets of white paper for all to see. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhuge Jian flipped through them, his face illuminated with satisfaction. Eventually, his gaze settled on the last sheet, where his expression faltered slightly, and his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 12. Selecting spells. This response surpasses even my own explanations, Zhuge Jian mused, acknowledging that the answer was a deeper affirmation of my teachings. While I comprehended the concepts, I had never articulated them with such clarity. Drawing his attention back from the paper, he surveyed the assembly, his gaze locking onto a disciple who was bowing his head, seemingly preoccupied. Unfamiliar with the disciple's identity, he discreetly inquired with a nearby servant disciple outside the lecture hall, learning the young man's name was Su Yuan. A smile spread across Zhuge Jian's face as he addressed the gathering. I am pleased to announce that 5 disciples have successfully completed the questions: Yi Bufan, Lu Muan, Zheng He, Lu Mian, and Su Yuan. He lingered slightly on the final name before uttering it. The disciples present initially paid little heed. Yi Bufan and Lu Muan were renowned for their exceptional spiritual roots, while Zheng He and Lu Mian boasted superior roots, all possessing great potential and notable reputations. However, upon hearing Su Yuan's name, a flicker of confusion swept through the crowd. Who was this individual? Why did he seem somewhat familiar? Whispers circulated among them, their eyes converging on the corner where Su Yuan sat. This was the disciple with inferior roots who had opened 2 spirit apertures. So it was him. No wonder he seemed so recognizable. He managed to answer 5 questions correctly? This was truly unexpected. Upon reflection, it was not so strange, although he possessed inferior roots. He had nonetheless opened 2 spirit apertures, indicating his intellect was evidently not lacking. Ah, so it is a talent for comprehension. Many disciples recalled Su Yuan's assessment results from the previous day. A brief recollection brought clarity, and they began to understand that while Su Yuan's qualifications were average, his perceptive abilities were undeniably strong. Yi Bufan's expression briefly shifted with surprise. Hearing Su Yuan's name again and finding him listed among his peers prompted him to regard him with newfound respect, albeit just slightly. Lu Muan pondered thoughtfully, having noticed that Zhuge Jian lingered for a moment on the final sheet and slightly furrowed his brow. Could the content on that white paper have provoked Zhuge Jian's contemplation? Who provided that answer? Lu Muan speculated it was Su Yuan, as Zhuge Jian had evidently arranged them in order. Unfazed by the commotion in the hall, Zhuge Jian continued, I shall reward you with an opportunity to exchange spells at the scripture repository free of charge. However, I must caution you that during your time in the Immortal Seed Valley, it is best to prioritize your cultivation progress and not lose sight of your primary goals. You may exchange spells once you formally enter. Many disciples cast peculiar glances at the bowed Su Yuan, realizing that Zhuge Jian's advice seemed directed solely at him, while the other 4 were assuredly destined for entry. With that, the examination concluded, and Zhuge Jian urged everyone to focus on the lecture ahead. I will now discuss the techniques of compressing and integrating spiritual energy. His voice resonated calmly, and the hall fell into a profound silence as all ears turned attentively to absorb the teachings, dismissing the earlier interlude from their minds. At this moment, Su Yuan slightly raised his head and scratched his chin, as he had just heard the notification from the system. Ding, fame value 1, ding, fame value 2, ding, fame value 3, ding, fame value 4, ding, fame value 5, ding, fame value 10. The 6 consecutive notifications took Su Yuan by surprise. This appearance had resulted in the most significant increase in fame he had ever experienced. It surged by a remarkable 25 points, along with the original 24 points. It totaled 49 points. The increase was just shy of reaching the halfway mark. Among those 10 points, it was likely attributed to Zhuge Jian. However, given that Zhuge Jian's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of qi refining, he surely could not surpass the sect master. Why then? Did he provide a higher fame value? Su Yuan found himself perplexed, yet this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he had been granted the opportunity to select a spell. This prospect filled him with excitement, igniting an insatiable desire to exchange for a spell, his mind already swirling with thoughts of the types he might choose. Meanwhile, Zhuge Jian, during his lecture, occasionally cast a glance in Su Yuan's direction. However, upon witnessing Su Yuan's seemingly distracted demeanor, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was it his teaching that fell short, or had Su Yuan already mastered the material? Noting that Yi Bufan and Lu Muan were both attentively engaged, Zhuge Jian questioned Su Yuan's right to exhibit such nonchalance. Consequently, his assessment of Su Yuan diminished, and the curiosity he had initially harbored waned. The lecture concluded after an hour and a half. Su Yuan departed with the throngs of people, making his way towards the direction of the scripture repository. As the crowd thinned, he gradually discerned that 4 others shared his destination, all walking ahead of him: Yi Bufan, Lu Muan, Zhang He, and Lu Mian. They were indeed the 4 disciples, like him, who had attained the qualification for spell exchange. The lecture hall was not far from the scripture repository, and upon the arrival of Yi Bufan and the others, Yuan followed closely behind. It appeared that the elder in charge of the repository had just stepped away, leaving them to wait at the entrance. Thus, Yuan's arrival drew the attention of the 4, who turned their gazes upon him. Yuan felt a profound sense of discomfort, akin to a wayward student inadvertently mingling with a cohort of high achievers. Zhang He wore a cheerful smile, while Lu Mian maintained a serious demeanor. Yi Bufan appeared as calm as still water, and Lu Mian offered a gentle smile. Though the 4 exhibited distinct expressions, none seemed inclined to speak. Yuan also revealed a faint smile, a gesture of greeting. With a creak, the grand doors of the scripture pavilion swung open. An unfamiliar elder emerged. His demeanor amiable as he inquired, "You must be the ones recommended by Zhuge Jian, correct? Please present your tokens for my verification." "Yes, elder." Yi Bufan was the first to produce his disciple token. "Excellent." The elder's expression softened upon seeing the number 1 inscribed upon it. Next was Lu Muan, whose token bore the number 2. Following her were Zhang He and Lu Mian, representing the numbers 3 and 4, respectively. Finally, the elder cast a glance at Yuan's token, and his expression momentarily faltered. Instead of the anticipated 5, it revealed the number 299, prompting a look of bewilderment upon the elder's face. After flipping the token to verify the name, he scrutinized Yuan anew. "Aha, Yuan, is it? This old man has truly witnessed something remarkable. Ding. Reputation points 5. Yuan was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Yuan pays his respects to the elder." "Indeed. Everyone may enter now. You are free to select a spell of any grade without limitations on contributions. Once you have made your selections, please return to register with me." "Understood." The 5 individuals bowed respectfully and proceeded into the depths of the scripture pavilion. Yi Bufan had a clear objective, striding purposefully into the interior, and soon vanished from sight. Lu Mu also disappeared in an instant, her whereabouts unknown. Lu Mian approached a shelf to examine the offerings. Zhang He remained in place, cheerfully engaging Yuan in conversation. "Junior brother Yuan, you are quite remarkable," Zhang He remarked with a smile. "Brother Zheng, you flatter me. It is you who are truly impressive," Yuan replied with a smile of his own. "I merely have the advantage of possessing a superior single spiritual root." "It is nothing extraordinary," Zhang He replied with a faint smile. "You, however, are different. With your inferior spiritual root and astonishing comprehension, your innate talent is no less than mine. You truly overstate my abilities." "I am not exaggerating," Zhang He insisted, offering no further explanation. "For a genius like you, practicing ordinary spells would indeed be rather uninteresting. I recommend you choose a specific spell." "What is it?" Yuan inquired with curiosity, as he was currently at a loss for direction and eagerly anticipated Zhang He's suggestion. "This spell is called Xianjin Tian Shu, once mastered. It allows one to transform spiritual energy into Xianjin Qi, enhancing the refinement and control of spiritual power. It can evolve into various applications such as offense, defense, and speed. The crucial advantage is that it increases the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The deeper the understanding, the greater the chance of a breakthrough." At that moment, Lu Mian, who was observing the spell descriptions, raised an eyebrow and turned to look, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. His disdain was directed not at Yuan, but at Zhang He. He was well aware that Xianjin Tian Shu was notoriously difficult to master. Even those with premium spiritual roots would contemplate for a long time before attempting to learn it. If one failed to enter its practice, it would merely be a waste of time. However, the true concern lay in actually beginning the practice. The spiritual energy within one's body would be converted into Xianjin Qi. Although Zhang He spoke of its benefits, the amount of spiritual energy required would exceed tenfold after such a transformation, even if it could enhance the probability of a breakthrough. Would an inferior spiritual root ever have the opportunity to reach the peak of Qi refinement within a lifetime? This was nothing short of a trap. Lu Mian held Zheng He in contempt. This seemingly gentle and friendly individual was, in reality, quite insidious. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt a stirring of interest. Is that spell truly as remarkable as it seems? Of course, you may venture to the last shelf of the 99th row and peruse the description there. It should align with my words. However, I must caution you that this spell is quite challenging to master, so consider carefully whether you genuinely wish to pursue its study. Oh, Thank you for the information, Brother Zhang. Su Yuan replied with a smile. Zhang nodded kindly and then disappeared into the shelves, quickly vanishing from sight. As Su Yuan gazed upon the shelves of tomes, he encountered a plethora of spells. Some were intended for offense, others for defense, while some enhanced speed. And yet others catered to various other facets of magical prowess. However, these spells predominantly operated singularly, and with only one opportunity to make a selection. Su Yuan found himself in a quandary. Thus, he approached the shelf that Zhang He had pointed out. Indeed, there lay the solitary tome of the profound truths of transformative heavens. It stood apart, unlike any other on the shelves. This spell amalgamated numerous remarkable utilities encompassing offense, defense, speed, and endurance. It could refine spiritual energy and transmute the essence of the profound truths. A minor mastery of it could elevate the success rate of foundational establishment by 30%, while proficiency could enhance the success rate of core formation by 20%. And a grand mastery could augment the success rate of nascent soul cultivation by 10%. The cultivation of this spell was arduous, necessitating its practice from the early stages of chi refinement, rendering it exceedingly challenging. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. How astonishing. Su Yuan widened his eyes in astonishment. He beheld a method that could significantly enhance the probability of a Yuaniing breakthrough, and he couldn't help but gasp in awe. This spell was extraordinarily powerful. It was imperative that he chose it. As he moved closer, he suddenly noticed that Yu Bufan was standing in the corner, intently observing the Xian Yin Tian technique. Su Yuan's approach seemed to disturb Yu Bufan. He cast a glance at Su Yuan, then deeply scrutinized the Xian Yin Tian technique before turning away and departing in another direction. Su Yuan's expression was somewhat astonished. Did this fellow truly desire it, or not? It seemed that this spell was indeed quite challenging. However, with the system at his disposal, Su Yuan felt no fear. Su Yuan picked up the spell and proceeded directly to the entrance, where he registered with the elder. Shortly after, Limuwan made her way here. And upon seeing the empty space on the bookshelf, she displayed a look of surprise. Who had chosen the Xian Yin Tian technique? Yi Bufan exhibited such audacity. Limuwan was quite astonished. Since it had been selected by someone else, there was no need for her to dwell on it any longer. Instead, she felt a sense of relief and turned to leave. Before long, Yu Bufan seemed to have made a firm decision and returned to the same spot. Upon witnessing the barren bookshelf once more, his expression darkened, and he inhaled the familiar fragrance in the air. Yu Bufan murmured, I didn't realize your resolve was this formidable. I underestimated you. Other spells could be freely replicated. Yet this particular one permitted only one individual to learn it among a batch of celestial seedlings. He had evidently missed the opportunity. Yu Bufan shook his head. Even without this spell, I can still break through to the nascent soul. His gaze sharpened. And he chose another powerful spell before departing with a flourish. Chapter 13. Su Yuan's choice. Are you certain you wish to select this spell? The elder of the scripture repository was taken aback. Indeed, Su Yuan affirmed resolutely. You possess considerable audacity, but what of your spiritual root? The elder shook his head. The meaning implicit. In response, Su Yuan remained silent. He could not possibly explain to the elder that he was an extraordinary contender. Very well then. The elder merely offered a reminder. Seeing Su Yuan's determination, he deemed it inconsequential. His hand swept over the ancient text, which then glowed with a rich purple radiance. The elder pressed it against Su Yuan's forehead. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooded into Su Yuan's consciousness. Su Yuan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, yet he withstood the onslaught of knowledge. The elder displayed a hint of surprise, finding it rather intriguing. Su Yuan opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and respectfully bowed, saying, Thank you, elder. That is enough. Return now. And do not harbor regrets in the future, the elder replied. Yes. Su Yuan nodded, and then, with a light step, departed from the scripture repository. Su Yuan turned and walked towards the library, continuing his pursuit of knowledge. Behind the bookshelf, Zhang He emerged, cradling a scripture in his hands. He gazed at Su Yuan's departing figure, his expression somewhat peculiar, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The elder cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, Envy for another's talent leads one astray on the path to greatness. Zhang He's countenance stiffened. And he lowered his gaze, explaining, I merely offered him a suggestion. The choice was his own. The elder snorted lightly, choosing to remain silent. After all, what thoughts could escape his discerning eye regarding the mind of a mere adolescent? Bring it forth. Yes. Zhang He promptly extended the scripture of spells to the elder. A low-grade mystic spell? Are you certain? The elder inquired. This one will suffice. Zhang He affirmed resolutely. The elder nodded, unsealing it and tapping it upon Zhang He's head. Zhang He felt a momentary daze, nearly losing his balance, but the elder waved his hand, steadying him. After a considerable time, Zhang He regained his composure, expressed his gratitude, and departed. Outside the scripture repository, atop a tree branch, Master Lan Gu took out a notebook to record his observations. Zhang He displayed jealousy towards the talented, presenting a facade of gentleness while harboring a treacherous disposition, indicating a potential for dark cultivation, an excellent candidate for an undercover role. Lu Miuan remained detached, adopting a stance of indifference, leaving it for future scrutiny. Yu Bufan, possessing a proud yet indecisive nature, required further refinement. Su Yuan, a peculiar youth with audacious courage. The Valley Master muttered to himself, having observed the surroundings sufficiently. It was time to find a suitable spot for a deep slumber while awaiting the arrival of the third month. With a swift turn, the Valley Master vanished, making his discreet exit. The elder of the scripture pavilion cast a glance in the direction of the Valley Master's disappearance. Muttering in silence, the Valley Master continues to maintain this facade, appearing dignified in public while indulging in secretive escapades. Such laziness is no wonder he remains ensnared at a bottleneck. Alas! In the distance, Zhang He silently cursed. That elder in charge of the pavilion truly revels in meddling, often offering unsolicited advice. Who seeks your counsel? Does he not understand that some truths are better left unspoken? No wonder he has been subtly demoted to the position of elder in the secluded scripture pavilion of the Immortal Seed Valley. Surely he has offended someone. Su Yuan remained oblivious to the events that would unfold. He strolled leisurely into the library, casually selecting a book to peruse. The disciple, Yin Qin, was as usual, dozing off in his chair, utterly indifferent to Su Yuan's arrival, having grown accustomed to the sound of his footsteps. Su Yuan gleefully observed the late hours. Having read yet another 100 books, Yin Qin awoke, chuckling helplessly. Xiao Su, do you intend to read every single tome in the library? I shall endeavor to do so. Only 79 days remain, Su Yuan replied, his brow furrowed in distress. There are so many books here, at least over 100,000 volumes. I merely asked out of curiosity, but do you truly intend to pursue this? Yin Qin exclaimed in astonishment. Is that not permissible? Su Yuan queried, puzzled. Indeed. It is possible. However, if you find the time too scant, why not come here at night to assist me in guarding the library? That way, you could stay overnight and indulge in your reading, Yin Qin suggested suddenly. Ah? Su Yuan responded, bewildered. I can assist you in guarding? Of course, Yin Qin declared, patting his chest. Although these books cannot be taken outside, this is not a particularly critical location, so any disciple can take turns guarding it. That seems agreeable. Su Yuan nodded. Then it is settled. You shall guard tonight. I will return tomorrow morning to relieve you, and you may read to your heart's content. Yin Qin laughed heartily. Very well, Su Yuan replied. Yin Qin patted his shoulder, handing him a token for the library, and then he gracefully exited, disappearing in an instant. Su Yuan closed the door of the library, his eyes gleaming as he gazed upon the vast array of books that filled the space. Previously, with a watchful presence by his side, he had refrained from indulging too freely, but now, with no one to oversee him, he could quicken his pace in perusing the volumes. Su Yuan approached a nearby bookshelf and opened a book, swiftly flipping through its pages like waves in the ocean. With his second layer of qi refinement, he effortlessly absorbed the content of each page in an instant, though he could not retain it all at present. The information had already etched itself into his mind. Once the entries were activated, he would be able to memorize them at lightning speed. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. Su Yuan diligently immersed himself in the pages of his books on that serene morning. Su Yuan reclined languidly on the chair of his diligent senior, dozing off, his appearance bearing a striking resemblance to that of his devoted companion. Senior, I wish to peruse a book for a while. A melodious female voice jolted Su Yuan from his slumber. Blinking in drowsiness, he replied, You may read as you please, but do not take it out. And be careful not to create a mess. Is it really you? Lu Miuan exclaimed in surprise. Su Yuan stifled a yawn, rubbed his eyes, and remarked, Ah, it's senior sister Lu. What brings you here? Lu Miuan, with a peculiar expression, replied, guarding the library, I presume? Is there an issue? Su Yuan responded. Not at all. Lu Miuan found herself at a loss for words. Well, I shall proceed to read, she declared. As you wish, Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Lu Miuan strolled into the library, but upon turning her head, she noticed Su Yuan had once again succumbed to slumber. This Su Yuan, sleeping here and even dozing off in the lecture hall, how much time does he truly devote to his cultivation? Lu Miuan found herself perplexed by Su Yuan's idiosyncrasies, sensing something rather strange about him. Yesterday, after hearing his words that one method encompasses all methods, she was inspired and decided to explore the library for insights on cultivation. To her surprise, she encountered this peculiar individual once more, who seemed even stranger now. She shook her head internally and began searching for some cultivation notes, quickly becoming engrossed in her findings. After a while, Yibu Fan also entered the library. He scanned the room and soon spotted Lu Mu Wan's figure. Just as he intended to casually peruse a book, a familiar voice reached his ears from nearby. Su Yuan seemed to sense someone's presence and, with his eyes closed, remarked, "Feel free to look around. Just don't take anything or make a mess." After uttering these words, he drifted back into slumber. Yibu Fan's lips twitched slightly as he turned to glance at Su Yuan, confirming that this was indeed the Su Yuan he had heard of. His brow furrowed slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Muan, then back at Su Yuan. With a soft snort, he casually picked up a cultivation manual and began to read. After the passage of half an hour, In Chin arrived. "Junior brother Su, how are you?" Su Yuan awoke. Chuckling softly, "Rest assured, everything is perfectly fine. Did someone just come in? I believe I noticed a presence." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Oh, how delightful. Typically, I scarcely catch sight of even a solitary figure." Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. "Am I not human?" That is not what I meant." Su Yuan cast him a glance, bidding farewell to the attentiveness, and proceeded to the lecture hall, embarking on his leisurely routine. After the class concluded, he returned to his modest chamber, where he presented a portion of the resources to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei exclaimed in astonishment, You are giving this to me? I cannot accept it." Su Yuan cast a glance of disdain at Zhang Wei, remarking, "You are overly optimistic. Do you not recall that such actions would ultimately hinder your own cultivation?" Zhang Wei hesitated, responding, "In the past, during a time when I lacked resources, my progress in cultivation seemed to surpass yours. Gaining entry into the outer sect was never a concern for me. It is you who may not be so fortunate." Su Yuan replied, "I see that your expression reveals a sense of gratitude. Have your clients truly fallen through?" "Indeed, I had a hunch," Su Yuan acknowledged. "Thank you." Zhang Wei immediately regained his confidence, declaring, "Even if others conspire against me, what of it? With my inferior dual spiritual roots and remarkable comprehension, coupled with your resource support, entering the outer sect is but a mere formality. Rest assured, from this point forward, we shall be the unparalleled duo of the outer sect, unstoppable in our path." Su Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. "I believe in you." Zhang Wei left with an air of confidence. Time swiftly passed. Nearly 3 months had gone by. One day, Su Yuan addressed In Chin, "Senior brother, I may not be able to come tomorrow." "Ah? What happened?" In Chin replied, taken aback. "I need to dedicate myself entirely to the competition for rankings in the coming days," Su Yuan explained. Upon hearing this, In Chin realized that Su Yuan was still a budding cultivator. Indeed, there were only a few days left. In Chin sighed, expressing hope that Su Yuan could enter the outer sect, wishing that they would have the chance to meet again thereafter. Su Yuan smiled and nodded. In Chin, with great enthusiasm, added, "In the future, if you wish to read, you may visit the library within the peak. Although the collection may not be as extensive as mine, it will certainly suffice for your needs." "That won't be necessary," Su Yuan replied, shaking his head. "What? You're not reading anymore?" In Chin inquired, taken aback. "I have finished reading." Su Yuan chuckled. "You rascal, there are a total of 180,000 volumes in this library. You claim you've read them all?" Su Yuan shook his head and said, "I was just joking." "Go away." In Chin responded with a playful scold, accompanied by a smile. Su Yuan chuckled softly as he departed from the library, his steps light as he made his way back to his quarters. There, he found Zhou Wuyo already awaiting him. "What did you discover?" Su Yuan inquired. Zhou Wuyo responded gravely. "Among the top-tier spiritual roots, the most formidable, Zhang He, has attained the 3rd level of qi refinement and has just successfully opened the 8 meridians. The weakest among them has reached the standard of 7 meridians. As for the mid-tier spiritual root disciples, the strongest has achieved the 2nd level of qi refinement with 6 meridians, while the least accomplished has attained the 2nd level with 5 meridians. This is the current state of affairs. Upon reaching 5 meridians, one can enter the outer sect, and 7 meridians grant entry into the inner sect. Zhang He has only just opened the 8 meridians? Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The further one progresses in cultivation, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. Zhang He's speed is indeed remarkable. Zhou Wuyo sighed. "And how fare you?" Su Yuan asked. "I have only just reached the 2nd level of qi refinement and opened 4 meridians." Zhou Wuyo replied. "I understand. You may return now and await my good news with peace of mind," Su Yuan said. A smile broke across Zhou Wuyo's face as he set down the 25 resources for the day and turned to leave. After Su Yuan departed, he felt a strange sensation lingering in his heart. For nearly 3 months, he had refrained from any form of cultivation. Yet his internal spiritual energy had spontaneously surged to 300 strands, meeting the prerequisites for opening the 6 orifices. Is the path of cultivation truly so arduous? He glanced at the system panel. Name: Su Yuan region. Chinka continent level. Obscure 54, 100. Realm. Second layer of Qi refinement 66. 100. Attribute 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the greater the effect of your cultivation. Current restoration, 72 days and 2 hours. Having rested for 72 days without practicing, what remarkable effects might this yield? Su Yuan mused. Chapter 14. Cultivating the profound, true transformation technique before leaving the immortal seed valley. There would be a cultivation assessment. Thus, Su Yuan's primary objective for this cultivation session was not to enhance his realm, but rather to delve into the profound true transformation technique. Entry level, 10 increase in foundational success rate. Basic understanding, 20 increase in foundational success rate. Minor accomplishment, 30 increase in foundational success rate. Proficiency, 40 increase in foundational success rate, 20 increase in core formation success rate. Major accomplishment, 50 increase in foundational success rate. 30 increase in core formation success rate, 10 increase in nascent soul success rate. This technique was of paramount importance to Su Yuan, as his spiritual root was merely of inferior grade, comprising 3 strands. Overcoming bottlenecks would undeniably be far more challenging than for those with superior spiritual roots. However, with this technique, transcending barriers would become significantly easier. Yet, before comprehending the profound true transformation technique, Su Yuan needed to thoroughly digest the extensive knowledge from the library and the teachings he had absorbed in the lecture hall. With a solid foundation of knowledge, grasping the technique would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. Consequently, after hanging a sign indicating his seclusion at the door, Su Yuan activated the attribute function. Activating the attribute, balance of work and rest. The 72 days and 8 hours of rest were instantly reset. In that moment, Su Yuan's mind became remarkably clearer. His memory sharpened, his comprehension and insight surged. Simultaneously, the burning wood refining spirit technique autonomously commenced its cycle within him, mobilizing 81 strands of spiritual energy, which coalesced into a 3-colored spiritual serpent, deftly weaving through his meridians to facilitate the circulation. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into Su Yuan's body at an astonishing pace. For the time being, Su Yuan paid little attention to the technique's operation, focusing primarily on the assimilation of knowledge. The contents of all the books he had perused in the library vividly surfaced in his mind, which he swiftly digested, comprehended, summarized, and refined, integrating them into his reservoir of knowledge. Su Yuan resembled an insatiable abyss of knowledge, perpetually absorbing a plethora of information regarding cultivation. This encompassed the intricacies of spiritual herbs, the art of alchemy, the understanding of spiritual minds, the knowledge of talismans, detailed exegeses on cultivation techniques, the categorization of spiritual energy, and the discernment of spiritual veins. An abundance of knowledge was meticulously memorized and comprehended by Su Yuan. Su Yuan's understanding of the world of cultivation has escalated rapidly, and the depth of his knowledge has expanded swiftly. 6 days have passed gradually. Su Yuan opened his eyes, revealing no trace of fatigue. His spirit remained vibrant and resplendent. He had thoroughly absorbed a staggering 180,000 volumes of books. Simultaneously, he had comprehended and internalized the teachings from 280 lectures attended at the preaching hall. The extent of his gains surpassed his expectations. At this moment, he felt an unwavering foundation of knowledge, with little to no doubt regarding Qi refinement and foundation establishment. He even harbored numerous insights concerning the formation of elixirs. Su Yuan exhaled softly, stretching his body as he furrowed his brow and swallowed a pill of hunger suppression. He had finally commenced his comprehension of the profound true transformation technique. Indeed, it proved to be challenging. The introductory segment demanded an exceptionally deep understanding of Qi refinement. Such difficulty was hardly suitable for the training of ordinary disciples. Su Yuan was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the challenge to be so formidable. What was Zheng He truly thinking in introducing him to this particular sorcery? Su Yuan shook his head. Although Zheng He harbored unwholesome intentions, this particular spell was remarkably well suited for him. He closed his eyes, and began to contemplate the profound art of Xuanjin Yantian. Merely an hour later, he had grasped the fundamentals and commenced his practice. Turning his gaze inward to his dantian, he discovered that the total amount of spiritual energy within had already reached 112,898 strands. 5 days of automatic cultivation had allowed the accumulation of spiritual energy in his dantian to soar to an astonishing 110,000 strands. Such an extraordinary figure left Su Yuan quite taken aback. Su Yuan swiftly focused his mind, skillfully manipulating his spiritual energy to gradually construct a three-dimensional talisman in accordance with the requirements of the Xuanjin Yantian technique. This intricate talisman encapsulated a wealth of knowledge, including array formations, talismanic principles, fluctuations of spiritual energy, energy fusion, the transformations of the 5 elements, and the art of energy manipulation. However, as this was Su Yuan's inaugural attempt, it came as no surprise that he ultimately faced failure. The level of difficulty is rather exaggerated. Su Yuan once again lamented the intricacy of this particular spell. While the symbols of ordinary spells are flat and two-dimensional, albeit numerous and challenging, the three-dimensional symbols of the Xuanjin Yantian technique are exceedingly complex. They consist of a total of 108 components, requiring the expenditure of 108 strands of spiritual energy. Should one fail in the arrangement, all 108 strands would dissipate entirely, vanishing without a trace. A certain force within the heavens and the earth directly siphoned away those 108 strands of spiritual energy from his dantian. This spell is intrinsically linked to the cosmos, and the title of Yantian is not without merit. Each failure incurs a significant loss for the practitioner, for one cultivating at the chi refinement stage. The loss of 108 strands of spiritual energy is a heart-wrenching blow, and few can endure such setbacks. Thus, the difficulty level is maximized. However, for Su Yuan, 108 strands of spiritual energy were merely a trifling matter. Consequently, he approached the task with remarkable equanimity. After 9 consecutive attempts, all culminating in failure, each unsuccessful endeavor rendered the construction of the three-dimensional symbol increasingly complete and robust. Under the influence of the balance of work and rest principle, Su Yuan identified and rectified the reasons for his failures one by one. On his 10th attempt, he succeeded. A complete three-dimensional symbol materialized within his dantian. Without delay, Su Yuan activated this symbol. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into the symbol, which, through its transformation, converted into strands of Xuanjin Qi. 12 strands of spiritual energy can be transformed into 1 strand of Xuanjin Qi. And he managed to convert 9 strands of Xuanjin Qi in a quarter of an hour. Let us observe the efficacy of this spell. A surge of inspiration coursed through Su Yuan's heart, as a wisp of profound vitality flowed through his meridians and surged forth from his fingertips. Under his deft control, it transformed into a tricolored shield, enveloping him in its protective embrace. Su Yuan patted the shield upon his body, and a resounding clang of metal echoed forth. Su Yuan once again released a wisp of profound essence, which, upon emanating from his fingertips, transformed into a tricolored spear. The shaft was crafted from verdant wood, the tip forged from sharp metal, and flames enveloped its body, resembling a genuine fiery spear that radiated astonishing magical fluctuations. However, the confines of the small training chamber were evidently insufficient to withstand the might of such an assault. Su Yuan waved his hand, dispersing the spear into a myriad of tricolored light points that merged seamlessly into the surrounding cosmos. This profound essence is remarkably versatile. Su Yuan marveled, noting its quasi-mimetic qualities. Yet, mastering the arcane application of this essence is no trivial endeavor. It necessitates a comprehensive understanding of the principles of the universe, the transformation of spiritual energy, the nuances of elemental changes, and the foundational tenets of magic. Su Yuan's extensive reservoir of knowledge, coupled with the clarity of his insights, enabled him to conjure protective shields and spears in a remarkably brief span of time. Su Yuan was filled with immense joy, as his prowess had surged to remarkable heights. At this moment, he was no longer the reckless brute who could only rely on his fists and feet to resolve conflicts. He had ascended to the esteemed status of a cultivator. However, a single three-dimensional talisman was evidently insufficient to meet Su Yuan's aspirations, prompting him to continue the creation of additional talismans. As he endeavored to forge the second three-dimensional talisman, he discovered that the first talisman emanated a sense of repulsion, slightly increasing the difficulty of constructing the second mystical talisman. Su Yuan experienced failure twice before successfully condensing the second Xuanjin talisman. The formation of these two Xianjin talismans not only accelerated the production of Xianjin energy, but also established a unique connection between them, albeit a tenuous one. Su Yuan continued to concentrate on forming the third mysterious talisman, and this time, the sense of repulsion intensified significantly. Su Yuan experienced a total of 13 failures before finally achieving success. Upon successfully condensing the third mysterious talisman, it immediately established a connection with the previous two talismans. Su Yuan deftly manipulated three mysterious talismans, intricately weaving them together to form a triangular amalgamation, thereby creating a significantly larger and more powerful talisman. The efficiency of spiritual energy conversion was enhanced by more than threefold, reaching an astonishing ninefold increase. Su Yuan attempted to condense the fourth Xianjin talisman once more. Having tried a total of 99 times without success, he surmised that the current three Xianjin talismans represented the utmost limit of his cultivation at this moment. Su Yuan no longer insisted. Soon after, an idea struck him as the three mysterious true talismans, composed of three Xianjin talismans, detached from his dantian, traversed through the meridians and entered the first spiritual orifice, where they settled at its core. The spiritual energy within the orifice surged, and the energy stored there, under the transformative influence of the Xianjin talismans, transmuted into Xianjin Qi. Moreover, the spiritual energy that would subsequently regenerate in the orifice also transformed directly into Xianjin Qi. Su Yuan skillfully crafted several three Xian true talismans, utilizing his spiritual energy, and placed one in each of his other spiritual orifices. Notably, during the process of forging the three Xian true talismans, he effortlessly opened the sixth and seventh spiritual orifices, elevating his cultivation to the third layer of Qi refinement. This breakthrough required a mere 6,000 strands of spiritual energy, with a remaining reservoir of an impressive 100,000 strands of spiritual energy. Su Yuan employed the Xianzhen Yantian technique to gradually transform it into Xianjin Qi. Concurrently, he honed his proficiency in the application of Xianjin Qi, with each practice session consuming a considerable amount of this energy. While others might lament the expenditure, Su Yuan remained indifferent to the consumption of Xianjin Qi. Once the duration of the effect concluded, only 7,000 strands of Xianjin Qi remained within him. Yet his mastery of various techniques involving Xianjin Qi had reached an impressive level of proficiency. Thus, his training came to an end. Su Yuan collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yuan, Su Yuan. The sound of knocking reverberated from the door, rousing him from his dreams. He let out a tremendous yawn and opened the window to gaze towards the entrance. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo were peering over the courtyard wall, their heads poking in curiously. Su Yuan called out, "What's wrong?" Zhang Wei replied with joy, "You've finally awakened. Today marks the last day of March, and the final cultivation assessment is about to commence. We shall soon depart from the Immortal Seed Valley." Su Yuan suddenly realized, "Oh, it's time. Please wait for me." After Su Yuan finished his morning routine, he stepped out and opened the door. "Let us go. Let us go," Zhang Wei urged, pulling Su Yuan towards the square. Zhou Wuyo cast a questioning glance at Su Yuan, who responded with a reassuring expression. Zhou Wuyo's demeanor relaxed, and he followed Su Yuan to the square. Throughout the various residences in Xinmiao Valley, disciples emerged from their quarters, each harboring feelings of excitement, apprehension, or tension as they made their way to the square, regardless of the identities they would assume as they departed from Xinmiao Valley. Their journey in the realm of cultivation within the Seven Absolute Sect was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 15. The Betrayal from the Valley Master. Su Yuan and the other two swiftly arrived at the square, where a considerable number of disciples had already gathered. Su Yuan and the others each found their designated positions. This time, the arrangement was somewhat different, as it was based on the rankings from the previous cultivation assessment. Su Yuan stood in the 118th position, while Zhang Wei occupied the 143rd. Several disciples with moderate spiritual roots flanked them, casting glances at Su Yuan more than once. Su Yuan revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Wu Jing happened to be nearby and greeted Su Yuan. "Brother Su Yuan, it's been a while," Wu Jing exclaimed with a smile. "Ah, it's you, senior brother Wu Jing. How has your cultivation been? No issues in the outer sect, I hope?" Su Yuan replied with a cheerful exchange. "Haha, it's about there, nearly there." Wu Jing chuckled and inquired, which piqued his brother Su Yuan intend to visit. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan expressed his surprise. "We can choose for ourselves?" "Indeed. We are not among the top 10 disciples, who may be selected by the peak masters. As outer sect disciples like us, it operates on a first-come, first-served basis. As long as there are available spots, we can ascend to the peaks of our choice. Understanding this, Yuan nodded, feeling reassured. He had already familiarized himself with the general circumstances of the Seven Absolute Sect during his time in the library. The Seven Absolute Sect is comprised of 7 peaks, renowned for their specialties, namely, Dan Absolute, Qi Absolute, Shu Absolute, Shen Absolute, Ling Absolute, Lei Absolute, and Xian Absolute. Dan Absolute and Qi Absolute focus on the arts of alchemy and weapon forging, respectively, representing the 2 pillars of the sect's revenue. Next, Shu Absolute is characterized by its intricate and marvelous spells. Shen Absolute is celebrated for its formidable spiritual awareness. Ling Absolute delves deeply into the study of spiritual force and energy. Lei Absolute pertains to lightning-based techniques, which requires no further elaboration. Lastly, the Xian Absolute is shrouded in mystery, having the fewest disciples among the peaks, and is not extensively detailed in the library. Wu Jing lamented. It would be splendid to be chosen by a peak master. I have heard that such disciples are referred to as core seeds and receive superior training. However, this privilege is reserved for those with exceptional and superior spiritual roots. As someone with merely a medium-grade spiritual root, I stand no chance whatsoever. Yuan shook his head, thinking to himself, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind. If I were to be chosen, it would indeed be a misfortune. As the appointed hour approached, over 1,000 disciples had gathered in the square. Everyone eagerly gazed upward at the high platform, which was currently devoid of any presence. The more experienced disciples had already lifted their gazes toward it. Yuan gazed up at the sky with remarkable familiarity. Suddenly, a solitary star fell from the heavens, erupting in midair into hundreds of radiant sparks that continued to shimmer brilliantly even in the daylight. The disciples widened their eyes in astonishment as they witnessed these myriad lights descend and then converge once more at the center of the platform, coalescing into the familiar figure of the Valley Master. Yuan inwardly remarked on the ostentation of the old man, realizing it was none other than the esteemed Valley Master himself. The Master grinned widely, looking at the speechless disciples, and joyfully proclaimed, "The time of 3 months has arrived." Reflecting on 3 months past, it feels as if it were but yesterday. This place marks the beginning of your journey in cultivation. I hope you will remain steadfast in your pursuits henceforth. This familiar sentiment left Yuan feeling somewhat exasperated. After a prolonged moment, a cough resonated from above, abruptly silencing the Valley Master's voice. The crowd looked up to find, at an unknown moment, 7 floating thrones had appeared overhead, upon which sat 7 distinct cultivators, both male and female, ranging from the elderly to the youthful. The old Valley Master introduced, "This session of cultivation assessment will be officiated by the 7 peak masters. Let us warmly welcome the masters of the 7 peaks." The 7 thrones gracefully descended, landing softly upon the high platform. Yuan observed that each character inscribed on the backrest of the throne represented the leaders of the respective peaks: Dan, Qi, Shu, Shen, Ling, Lei, and Xian. The 7 peak masters were also scrutinizing the assembly of aspiring disciples, though most of their attention was directed towards Yi Bufan and Lu Mu Wan. "This batch of disciples is quite commendable," remarked the master of Danju Peak with a smile. "There are 2 exceptional spirit roots among them, an increase from the usual number. Last time it wasn't my turn, so this time it is surely my turn to select," declared the master of Shuju Peak. Following the established order, it is indeed Shuju Peak's turn to choose first. However, we must ascertain their willingness, the Valley Master interjected. The master of Shuju Peak remained unfazed, confident that no one would decline the personal invitation of a peak master. The master of Shinju Peak smiled, as she was the second to choose and could also select an exceptional spirit root. The master of Lingju Peak furrowed his brow and summoned the Valley Master, communicating telepathically, among the superior spirit roots, which one possesses greater potential. The Valley Master promptly responded, "Lumio and appears to be quite promising." The master of Lingju Peak relaxed slightly, nodding in agreement. "Very well, she shall not be overlooked." The master of Leiju Peak was particularly composed. As he was not required to choose, he merely needed to select the best among those with lightning attributes. Wang Siming, the master of Xinju Peak, also called upon the Valley Master, inquiring, among the remaining disciples, excluding those likely to be selected, who stands out. The Valley Master hesitated momentarily. Wang Siming's eyelids twitched as he stated, "A 200-year-old Xiang flower." The Valley Master's expression brightened, yet he remained silent. Wang Siming's eyes glimmered, and an additional Kyong stone. The Valley Master's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Yuan, this lad is impressive. It seems there's no one of his caliber among the superior spirit roots. Wang Ximing had naturally obtained the list of disciples with superior spirit roots in advance. He was of the lower grade 3 spirit roots, with a token serial number of 299. During the first assessment, he ranked 118th, and this time, he expected to rank even higher. Upon finishing his words, the Valley Master ceased further conversation and was soon summoned by the Masters of Dan Peak and Chi Peak. Wang Ximing fell into contemplation. This old fellow Lancy had an astute eye for talent, and anyone he favored among the lower-grade spirit roots undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities. Yet, Shinju Peak had always preferred quality over quantity, and there had been no precedent for admitting a lower-grade spirit root into the peak. He continued to ponder. With a wave of his hand, the Valley Master brought forth the testing apparatus, cheerfully announcing, "Now, all disciples aspiring to enter the outer sect and above, please step forward. The rest, kindly step back." At this, over 700 disciples reluctantly stepped back, fully aware that their chances of entering the outer sect were bleak. Rendering the testing unnecessary and sparing them embarrassment before the peak masters, Zhou Wuyo decisively followed the crowd, pinning all his hopes on Su Yuan. Whether he could enter the outer sect depended entirely on Su Yuan. If he could gain entry through Su Yuan's recommendation, the benefits would far exceed ordinary admission, as he would then be associated with Su Yuan, providing him with a strong backing from inner sect disciples, thereby allowing him to request greater resources from his family, a notable difference. Only about 250 disciples remained on stage, particularly those ranked lower, displaying signs of extreme anxiety. Starting with those ranked higher, the first to be tested is Yi Bufan. "Step forward," the Valley Master called. Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback, but then calmly stepped onto the stage. The 7 peak masters scrutinized Yi Bufan as if gazing upon a flawless gem. Possessing dual exceptional spirit roots was an extraordinary talent. A golden core was a certainty, and a nascent soul was also within reach. Who would not desire such a disciple? Yi Bufan bowed respectfully to the 7. "I have had the honor of meeting all esteemed peak masters." The 7 nodded in response with smiles. After completing his bow, Yi Bufan approached the jade platform, casting a glance back at the line of disciples, lingering particularly on Lu Mu-wan and Su Yuan. A proud smile gracing his lips as he placed his hands upon the jade stone. A radiant beam of light erupted, capturing the attention of all present. The inscriptions on the stone emerged, revealing 132 strands of spiritual energy, 10 acupoints opened, Chi refinement level 4. Everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. Chi refinement level 4? With such cultivation, he could directly enter the outer sect. The surplus spiritual energy exceeded 30,000 strands. How could this be achieved? It was astounding. The disparity was immense. The peak masters were equally impressed. 3 months of cultivation without the use of significant resources. Relying solely on his own efforts to reach Chi refinement level 4 is truly remarkable. The Master of Danju Peak remarked with a smile. Not far from 11 acupoints. Splendid. The Master of Chi Ju Peak nodded in agreement. Yi Bufan smiled calmly. At that moment, the Master of Shuju Peak spoke up. "I am the Master of Shuju Peak. Do you wish to join us?" Hearing this, Yi Bufan respectfully replied, "I am willing." "Excellent. Come to my side." Yi Bufan walked over to the Master of Shuju Peak with an air of calmness. The crowd gazed at him with envy, as he had now directly become a core disciple, chosen by the Peak Master himself. Following Yi Bufan, Lu Mu-wan took her turn. She bypassed the theatrics and placed her hands upon the jade stone. 903 strands of spiritual energy, 10 acupoints opened. Chi refinement level 4. Yet another at Chi refinement level 4. However, with Yi Bufan's performance preceding her, while the crowd was still impressed, their astonishment had somewhat diminished. Lu Mu-wan lifted her gaze towards the peak masters. The Master of Shinju Peak smiled warmly. "My dear girl, come join me." "Certainly." Lu Mu-wan obediently stood beside the Master of Shinju Peak. With this, both exceptional spirit roots had been selected. The 2 at Chi refinement level 4 were significantly ahead of the rest, yet it was evident that Yi Bufan outshone Lu Mu-wan by a considerable margin. The 3rd contestant was Zheng He. He approached with a beaming smile and performed his greeting, though the peak master's responses were far more subdued, yet they acknowledged him. Zheng He's results were commendable as well. 289 strands of spiritual energy, 8 acupoints opened, Chi refinement level 3. This was already an exceptional achievement, earning him the peak master's approval. He looked expectantly at the Master of Lingju Peak. However, the Master of Lingju Peak remained silent. After a round of selections, finally, the Master of Chiju Peak spoke. "I see you possess metal attributes. Come learn crafting with me." "Yes." Zhang He was elated, delighted that a peak master had chosen him. He stepped over to the master of Qi Peak. Following that, Lu Mian also reached the progress of 8 acupoints and was accepted by the master of Lingju Peak. Subsequently, a disciple with lightning attributes was taken in by the master of Leiju Peak, and a disciple with dual fire and wood attributes was accepted by the master of Danju Peak. In the end, only the master of Xianju Peak remained undecided, leaving the remaining superior spirit root disciples anxious and hopeful during their evaluations. Su Yuan remained composed as he observed from below, showing no concern for the selection of the peak leader. Instead, he eagerly anticipated a sumptuous meal upon reaching the summit, having endured 3 months of consuming spirit-cleansing pills, which had left him feeling quite nauseated. Unbeknownst to him, the moment for his cultivation assessment arrived. He ascended the platform, maintaining his tranquil demeanor as he placed his hand upon the jade board. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the stone tablet, his expression unchanged. With 8,083 strands of spiritual energy and 7 meridians opened, he had reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. A hushed gasp of astonishment rose from the crowd below, however. In comparison to the superior spiritual roots, this achievement was rather inconsequential. Su Yuan felt that although he had been somewhat ostentatious, it was not excessively so. Ding. Reputation value 1. Ding. Reputation value 1. Ding. Reputation value 1. The system notifications chimed 3 times, then fell silent. In total, he had gained merely 3 points of reputation, bringing his total to 57. He had completely exhausted this group of disciples. Just as Su Yuan was about to descend from the stage, the master of Xuanjue Peak spoke up. Su Yuan, do you wish to join Xuanjue Peak? Upon uttering these words, the entire audience was taken aback. Even the other peak masters turned their gazes towards him. Chapter 16. Level Up, New Attributes. Su Yuan gazed in bewilderment at the master of Xuanjue Peak. His mind raced with a torrent of thoughts as he cast a glance at the astonished, envious, jealous, and perplexed expressions of the thousands of disciples below. He then surveyed the inquisitive, astonished, and puzzled countenances of the other peak masters. He realized that he was now inextricably entangled in a predicament. He could not refuse the peak master, otherwise he would be unable to remain at Qijue Peak. Yet, mustering his courage, he proclaimed, "Disciple possesses mediocre talents and fears that great achievements may elude me." At that moment, Wang Siming, the master of Xuanjue Peak, unexpectedly broke into a smile and replied, "With your inferior spiritual root, yet your cultivation progress rivals that of a superior spiritual root. If you consider yourself dull, what should be said of others? Come forth." "Yes." With a sense of resignation, Su Yuan obediently stood beside Xianju Peak. Yi Bufan seemed to regard Su Yuan anew, casting his first genuine glance in his direction. Lu Muwan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was aware that after the first round of testing, Su Yuan had reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, and now, having only just attained the initial stage of the 3rd layer, it was evident he had concealed his true capabilities. Zhang He, standing on the side of Qiju Peak, wore a complex expression. He appeared to have underestimated Su Yuan, and his previous mockery might indeed become a significant foreshadowing. Zhang Wei, amidst the audience, stared blankly at Su Yuan's results, then suddenly trembled with excitement, exclaiming to those nearby, "Su Yuan is my elder brother. My brother has become a core seed." Ha. He provocatively directed his gaze at a disciple with a medium-grade spiritual root, having already uncovered the identity of the individual who had once wronged him. The disciple's face darkened, evading Zhang Wei's stare, filled with regret. Zhou Weio's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I've struck gold. This time, I bet correctly. Won't my family support me vigorously? Perhaps I might even contend for the position of family heir." Ding. Fame value 13 ding. Fame value 66 ding. Fame value 710 system notification sounds resounded consecutively in Su Yuan's ears. Among them, the 3 notifications combined were merely 3 points, confirming they originated from the group of lower-tier disciples. The remaining 6 fame points, along with 1 additional 7, were clearly bestowed by the peak master. Astonishingly, his fame value surged to 103 points. Ding. Level up name, Su Yuan region, Qinka continent level, notable, 103-1000, realm, Qi refinement stage 3, 33-100, entry 1, work-life balance, you excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the more effective your cultivation. Current rest time, 6-8 hours, entry 2, to be selected. Have you leveled up? Su Yuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had not paid much attention to his rising fame, yet unbeknownst to him, his notoriety had reached its zenith. As he gazed upon the plethora of options available to him, a surge of excitement ignited within him. At that moment, the Peak Master conveyed through telepathy, Yuan. Shortly after leaving the Immortal Seed Valley, there will be an exit trial set forth by our esteemed ancestor. You may express yourself freely within this trial. It is highly likely that you Buffon will emerge victorious. Just engage in the experience for your own growth. Wang Siming offered this piece of advice. Upon hearing this, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was there really a trial beyond the valley? He had never encountered any mention of it in the library. Since the Peak Master had indicated that it was of no concern, he decided to dismiss it entirely. He nodded in understanding, while his heart brimmed with anticipation regarding the options that the second entry would present. His gaze settled upon entry 2. As his thoughts engaged with it, 3 lines of text materialized before him. Natural law. You possess a remarkable aptitude for perceiving the essence of nature, allowing you to more readily grasp the profound principles of the universe. Mastery of technique. You exhibit a profound dedication to the study of skills. And when your exploration reaches its zenith, you find it easier to comprehend the greater truths. Artistry of the arcane. You are exceptionally skilled in the study of spells. And when you delve into this discipline to its fullest extent, the divine mysteries become more accessible to you. Yuan gazed at the 3 options presented before him. The second option stirred his heart, for it intertwined skill with monetary gain. The better one's skill, the greater the wealth amassed. The third option was also appealing, as greater spells naturally led to enhanced strength, and with increased power, the pursuit of wealth became more attainable, alongside the potential for comprehending divine abilities. It is worth noting that divine abilities represent the pinnacle of spiritual power, thus this option held considerable promise. However, both of these choices came with prerequisites. One needed to push their skills and spells to their utmost limits to truly harness their potential. In contrast, the first option stood apart, as it could yield results immediately. Moreover, the significance of the first option lay in its harmonious balance of leisure and diligence, aligning beautifully with the principle of natural law. Whether through the mastery of skill or the connection to the divine, extensive practice was essential, and each session would inevitably disrupt the accumulation of balance between work and rest. Yet, the principle of natural law differed. Simply observing the world around him, the heavens, the mountains, and rivers, would not count as cultivation. He could effortlessly gather a wealth of insights during his moments of respite, ultimately activating the balance of work and rest to comprehend the profound truths of the universe. At that moment, Yuan's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, and he resolutely selected the first entry, the way of nature. The second and third entries vanished without a trace, leaving the way of nature prominently displayed on the system panel, now an integral part of Yuan. As the entry loaded, it felt as though he had suddenly acquired a new talent. His perception of the world around him transformed inexplicably, as if he could discern a certain rhythm inherent in the cosmos. Yuan gazed into the vastness of the heavens and the earth, lost in a trance. His mind a blank slate, not pondering the very rhythms of the universe but simply attuning his body to its essence. Wang Siming cast a puzzled glance at the entranced Yuan, marveling at the boy's remarkable composure, able to drift into reverie even in his presence. When Yuan finally regained his senses, the disciples' cultivation assessments had come to a close. Zhang Wei had successfully entered the outer sect, and was now exuberantly waving at Yuan. Yuan also raised his thumb and smiled in congratulations, feeling delighted for Zhang Wei's achievements. Zhang Wei, in turn, immediately expressed his pride to those around him, his demeanor reminiscent of a small person reveling in triumph. Subsequently, the disciples around him began to regard Zhang Wei with newfound respect. Yuan's smile faltered as he discerned Zhang Wei's intentions. He pondered to himself that the disdain and targeting this young man faced were certainly not without justification. At that moment, the sect leader made his appearance. Addressing the crowd, the cultivation assessment has concluded. You may now proceed to the Immortal Seed Hall to register and select your desired peak to join. 1,000 disciples dispersed, making their way to the Immortal Seed Hall for registration, following the distribution of this batch of immortal seedlings. Yuan's expression was one of deep contemplation. Having encountered over 1,000 individuals, he had attended all the courses, and theoretically, they were all contemporaries. However, the future promised to diverge greatly. The master of Shujua Peak spoke. Now that the selection of disciples has concluded, we can commence the valley trials. This time, Shujua Peak will undoubtedly emerge victorious. One of the peak masters chuckled. Indeed, victory brings no reward. It is merely a formality. The master of Shujua Peak shook his head with a smile. In my time, I too embarked on this path, though regrettably, I gained little from it. The master of Dongjue Peak sighed. Allowing these youngsters to undergo some trials is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Well then, let us proceed. The 7 peak masters each took to the skies with one disciple in tow, soaring towards the depths of Xianmiao Valley. The valley master followed suit to partake in the lively atmosphere. So Yuan inquired beside Wang Siming, Master Peak, is there a reward for this trial? There are rewards. But those are tales of old, Wang Siming replied with a smile. Our venerable ancestor once left a plethora of rewards during the trials. Yet with each passing generation of disciples, those treasures have long been claimed. Now, what remains is merely the trial itself, devoid of any rewards. He continued. The most formidable 7 ultimate skills of our 7 absolute sect are, in fact, the finest rewards from the trials, each acquired by 7 peerless prodigies. It can be said that this trial of exiting the valley is the very origin of our 7 absolute sect. Su Yuan suddenly realized that, with this explanation, he understood why the valley trial was merely a formality. It turned out there were no rewards to be had. Su Yuan found himself in a state of disinterest. As the flight drew nearer, he noticed a shimmering portal at the heart of the valley. Go! Wang Siming exclaimed, pushing Su Yuan towards the portal. The other disciples experienced a similar fate. 7 core seeds were collectively thrust into the silver portal. The portal rippled momentarily before sealing shut. What do you think? How many challenges can they overcome? 5, perhaps. That would be quite a feat. We shall see shortly. Several peak masters awaited in silence. Soon, a disciple emerged first from the portal. As he stepped out, 2 beams of light flickered above him. 2 colors? More effort is required. The master of Leijue Peak remarked, eyeing his chosen disciple. The disciple lowered his head in shame. Why be so harsh? A newly emerged disciple has learned nothing. 2 colors are commendable, chuckled the master of Danjue Peak. Shortly thereafter, the second disciple appeared, also from Danjue Peak, and displayed the same 2 colors. The master of Leijue Peak smiled slightly, indeed. Yet, the master of Danjue Peak wore a displeased expression, glaring at his disciple. In the following hour, several more disciples emerged. Lu Miaowen stepped out of the silver portal, revealing 4 colors. However, when Zheng He emerged, only 3 colors shone forth. The master of Lingjue Peak smiled at the Valley Lord, who appeared satisfied with his insight. The accolades for his recommendations would surely be substantial. Subsequently, Lu Muwan also displayed 4 colors, while Yi Bufan astonished everyone with 5 colors. Yi Bufan's achievement was unparalleled, bringing pride to the master of Shujue Peak. Yet, as time passed, Su Yuan still had not emerged. Noticing this, the Valley Lord inquired of Master Xuanjue, Wang Peak Master. Did you not inform Su Yuan to choose martial combat? He hasn't ended up in the literary challenge, has he? Wang Siming remained silent for a moment before responding. I forgot to remind him, but normally, disciples would choose martial combat, wouldn't they? The Valley Lord suddenly recalled something, stating, I believe he chose the Xianjin Tianyan technique. He may indeed lack combat prowess. Wang Siming asked in surprise, why would he select that spell? Who suggested it? The Valley Lord cast a glance at Zheng He. Wang Siming frowned, his expression darkening. Should we wait for him to come out? The master of Xinjue Peak queried. Never mind. I am quite busy. I shall take my leave. I too have pressing matters. I will depart. With that, several peak masters ascended and left. The master of Shujue Peak hesitated briefly but saw no reason to linger. After all, Yi Bufan had secured first place, which was to be expected. The duration of the literary challenge varied. Some emerged after a quarter of an hour, while others might remain for 10 days or even half a month. After waiting for half an hour, Wang Siming too departed, recognizing that Xianmiao Valley was very secure and required no one to remain. The Valley Lord stayed until the end, waiting an additional half hour. Seeing that Su Yuan was not emerging anytime soon, he too took his leave, needing to oversee the transition of disciples and lacking the time to linger. Within the silver portal, only Su Yuan remained. Chapter 17, The Trial. Suddenly, Su Yuan arrived in an unfamiliar realm. He gazed in wonder at the silvery grass, the silvery trees, and even the silvery stones that adorned the ground. The entire landscape was enveloped in a shimmering silver hue, a truly peculiar place. While he explored with curious hands, a silver silhouette emerged before him. What are you fidgeting about? A silver fox materialized out of thin air, casting a piercing glance at Su Yuan. Oh, who are you? Su Yuan inquired, his voice laced with caution. I am the spirit of the trial realm, the guardian of this entire testing ground, declared the silver fox, tilting its head proudly. Oh, how am I to undergo this trial? Su Yuan asked, intrigued. Your ancestors have left behind 2 methods of examination, one through combat, and the other through intellectual challenge. Which do you choose? I would recommend the combat option, as it will expedite the conclusion of your trial. Your opponent will be a battle automaton. And the initial rounds pose little difficulty, the silver fox advised. As Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with cunning, he pondered the suggestion of the spirit of the secret realm. Since a battle had been proposed, he resolved to engage in a war of wits. What if he were to sustain injuries in a physical confrontation? After all, he had entered in his true form. I choose a battle of intellect, Su Yuan declared. The silver fox, rendered speechless, responded, very well, prepare yourself. The first challenge is the realm of knowledge. Before Su Yuan, a table materialized out of thin air, adorned with a roll of white paper replete with an abundance of questions. As Su Yuan turned to the final page, he was momentarily stunned upon encountering the number 1,000. 1,000 questions? His gaze became vacant. You must choose for yourself, hasten and complete them. And do not resort to deceit. I shall be watching from the side, remarked the silver fox, rising gracefully and hovering nearby, arms crossed over its chest. Su Yuan never anticipated that even in this otherworldly realm, he would still be faced with examinations. He picked up the pen from the table and began to tackle the questions laid before him. There were numerous inquiries, yet none surpassed the limits of Su Yuan's extensive knowledge. He approached each question with an effortless ease, instantly recalling the answers with a mere glance. Thus, he calmly immersed himself in the tasks, treating them as a nostalgic reminiscence of his academic life in a previous existence. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours swiftly elapsed. Su Yuan stretched lazily and sighed. At last, I am done. The silver fox observed Su Yuan's process from beginning to end, transitioning from disdain to surprise, and ultimately to astonishment. After comparing Su Yuan's answers with the reference solutions, it could no longer restrain its curiosity and inquired, "Are you a monster? What's wrong?" Su Yuan asked. "You answered all correctly." The silver fox replied, its expression a mixture of emotions. "These are merely common knowledge. The library of scrolls contains all of it." Su Yuan remarked, "You are the only disciple who has answered every question correctly." The silver fox stated with a slow tone, "That is nothing. After all, I enjoy reading." Su Yuan grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. The silver fox gazed earnestly at him and asked, "What is your name?" "Su Yuan," he replied casually. Ding. Reputation points 7. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression unexpectedly directed towards the silver fox. "You are quite remarkable, Su Yuan. You may bypass the first 5 trials of the literary contest and proceed directly to the 6th, said the silver fox. "Oh," Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, nodding. To him, the distinction between the 5th and 6th trials was negligible. After all, there were no rewards involved. He merely thought that since he had nothing else to occupy his time, it would be worthwhile to accept the challenge of the trials. In the next moment, a human-shaped phantom materialized before him, revealing within it a network of meridians, with a thread of red spiritual energy coursing through, seemingly circulating in a cycle, yet having traversed only 1% of its path, it remained stagnant, making no further progress. Although this was an unfamiliar diagram of a cultivation technique, Su Yuan immediately discerned that this strand of fire spiritual energy was navigating through the water meridian. Causing his eyelids to twitch, such a fundamental error was almost inconceivable. Based on the state of the spiritual energy's operation, please provide improvement suggestions. The silver fox inquired. Is that all? Just reverse it a bit, and then proceed through the chin meridian, right? Su Yuan responded. The silver fox's eyes flickered, and it remarked, an impeccable answer. Please proceed to the next question. Once again, the same human-shaped phantom appeared, but this time the red spiritual energy had progressed to 1/10 of the distance, albeit moving at a snail's pace. The circulation of this fire spiritual energy is sluggish. Please offer your suggestions for improvement, the silver fox prompted. That is simple enough. Just condense it a bit. This strand of fire spiritual energy is rather loose and lacks sufficient refinement at the head. So isn't it natural for it to move slowly? Su Yuan shrugged. The silver fox paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by this response. It glanced at the reference answers. 1. Charge through in one go. 2. Reduce the quantity of fire spiritual energy. 3. Widen the meridians. 4. Alter the operating route. Upon confirming the absence of such an answer, the silver fox stated, Please demonstrate your approach. Su Yuan scratched his head, rising to his feet and approaching the ethereal figure. How do I manipulate it? He inquired, perplexed. You can directly control it with your spiritual consciousness. The figure pointed his fingertip at a strand of fiery spiritual energy. And Su Yuan soon discovered that indeed, his consciousness could govern it. He immediately commanded the strand of fire energy to spin, refining it, and its form rapidly diminished by 2/3. Then, with exquisite control of his spiritual power, he shaped it into a tiny serpent of flames, remarkably lifelike. The fiery serpent then glided smoothly through a meridian, following the calculated route, completing a full cycle. The silver fox observed Su Yuan's actions, its eyes gradually widening in astonishment. And with a trembling voice, it exclaimed, "How did you achieve this? Can spiritual energy really transform into a spirit serpent? And have you studied the Fire Rock Sutra?" Su Yuan gazed at the silver fox's astonished expression, feeling a twinge of confusion. Isn't this place set up by our ancestral master? Is my control over spiritual energy truly remarkable? It should be inconsequential for cultivators of higher realms, shouldn't it? The silver fox, feeling speechless, retorted, "You do realize this is considered trivial for those of higher realms. Yet, for someone at merely the third layer of chi refinement, achieving such a level seems rather absurd, does it not? Furthermore, you have yet to explain how you came to possess the Fire Rock Sutra." Su Yuan shrugged and remarked, "From the trajectory it traverses, it is evident that this strand of fiery energy is derived from the interplay of the fire and earth elements, enticing the spiritual essence of the universe to facilitate its movement. It becomes quite straightforward to deduce the subsequent path of its operation." "How so?" interjected the silver fox, its lips curling slightly. "Well, by analyzing this 1/10 of the route, deriving the next 1/10 becomes rather simple. Then, from the current 1/5, extrapolating the ensuing 1/5 follows naturally. Ultimately, by completing the remaining 3/5, it appears entirely logical." Su Yuan gestured naturally a few times, first like this, then like that, and finally in this manner, declaring it would suffice. The silver fox squinted at the meridian chart, examining it several times, and upon realizing its incomprehension, it shook its head and said, "You're not quite right. Aren't you the spirit of the secret realm? Why concern yourself with these matters? Has the trial concluded? I wish to return. I am eager to indulge in roasted meat." Su Yuan glanced around but found no exit, so he turned his attention back to the silver fox. The silver fox extended its palm in a soothing gesture, saying, "Do not be anxious. You have flawlessly passed this stage, and if you leap through 3 more, you will reach the final stage, the 9th. How does that sound?" "Very well, let us hasten," Su Yuan replied. The silver fox's expression grew serious as it instructed. "Follow me." "Where to?" Su Yuan inquired, perplexed. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to follow the fox forward. As they walked, a distinct rustling sound reached his ears. The noise grew louder as they approached, until they passed a grand tree and beheld a breathtaking sight, a celestial river cascading from the heavens, leaving him momentarily speechless. Silver water flowed gracefully from the clouds above, descending into a shimmering silver lake, where mist rose ethereally, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. "I have long wished to ask, why is everything here silver?" Su Yuan queried with curiosity. "This is the Silver Spirit Falls, a wonder birth from the harmony of heaven and earth. The water is known as silver glimmering water, a top-tier spiritual water of the earth level. The founding master once said that those with exceptional comprehension can perceive the essence of the universe while gazing upon the Silver Spirit Falls." The silver fox explained with a hint of reverence. "Wow, top-tier spiritual water. Surely it must be immensely valuable." Su Yuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. The silver fox was momentarily speechless. "Have you missed the point? You cannot take this water. Even if you were to carry it away, it would revert to ordinary water." "Why is that? Don't the sect members take it?" Su Yuan questioned, puzzled. The silver fox shook its head. "To carry away silver glimmering water, one must first comprehend the 18 realms of understanding contained within the Silver Spirit Falls. However, those capable of perceiving these realms do not covet the silver glimmering water. Moreover, only newly initiated disciples can enter this place, so no one is able to take it." "Then what have you brought me here for?" Su Yuan inquired. "To gain insight. To see if you can sense even a trace of the essence held within the Silver Spirit Falls. If you can grasp even the slightest hint, it shall be considered a passing mark," the silver fox declared. Su Yuan gazed at the Silver Spirit waterfall, then turned his attention to the fox and inquired, "Be honest with me, have you been privy to my choices? If I were to choose differently, would you then subject me to the trials of artifact refinement or spellcasting?" The silver fox stared at Su Yuan in bewilderment, blinking its eyes as it replied, "You, a mere disciple of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, who has only just begun your journey 3 months ago, aspire to refine artifacts, to undergo a spellcasting trial? Have you perhaps been possessed by another spirit?" Su Yuan shook his head and remarked, "That is indeed the case. How long will the trial last? Su Yuan inquired. There is no time limit, replied the silver fox. Su Yuan turned in astonishment to the silver fox. So, can I stay here indefinitely? What are your intentions? The silver fox gazed at Su Yuan in surprise. I wish to remain here and cultivate, Su Yuan declared promptly. The silver fox's lips twitched as it replied, however, there is a time limitation. For this place opens only once a year. By this time next year, you will be forcibly expelled. Then I shall stay for a year, Su Yuan resolutely decided. The silver fox regarded him with a peculiar expression. Aren't you eager to venture out for roasted meat? Roasted meat? What is that? I don't recall. Those silver fruits over there appear quite delectable. Those are my rations. Oh, why must you be so stingy? I misjudged you. Thus, the fox and the human engaged in an animated conversation. Chapter 18. 1 year several days later, in the grand hall of Xuanjue Peak, the master of Xuanjue Peak, Wang Siming, had just completed his cultivation and attended to some affairs within the peak when a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to call out, "Come in." A steward rushed in. "Master, what of this year's core disciple candidates? I see no records of them," Wang Siming inquired. It seems he is still in the trial's secret realm." The steward scratched his head. "Still in the trials?" Wang Siming exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. I inquire daily with Master Lan, who checks the secret realm portal each day to confirm if any disciples remain within." "What is the situation?" Wang Siming questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Unclear," the steward shook his head. "Very well, when he emerges, bring him to me," Wang Siming commanded. "Understood, I will follow up." Days passed. "Where's that lad? Has he still not emerged?" After several more days, Wang Siming, having concluded his cultivation and attended to his duties, stroked his chin in contemplation. "Oh, it seems I have forgotten something." He summoned the steward again. "Is there anything left unattended?" "No," the steward responded. A month later, Wang Siming occasionally thought of Su Yuan, yet was soon distracted by his pressing responsibilities, ultimately forgetting him entirely. The steward transitioned to another role 6 months later, and with the change, this matter was inadvertently overlooked. Consequently, Su Yuan's name faded from the upper echelons of Xuanjue Peak's memory. Even his contemporaries swiftly forgot his existence. Thus, inexplicably, Su Yuan seemed to have vanished within the sect, leaving no trace behind. Only Zhang Wei occasionally recalled Su Yuan, frequently approaching Xuanjue Peak to inquire about him. Initially, he aspired to join Xuanjue Peak, but soon learned that the entry requirements were exceedingly stringent. Those with inferior spiritual roots were ineligible. Regrettably, Zhang Wei left empty-handed each time. Zhou Wuyo fared even worse. He had hoped to soar alongside Su Yuan, only to find Su Yuan's sudden disappearance. He entered the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples in grand style, yet his family's investment dwindled swiftly, nearly failing to fulfill their previous promise of benefits to 24 disciples. Fortunately, Zhang Wei, recalling Su Yuan's kindness, aided Zhou Wuyo in repaying that debt, and their relationship improved somewhat over time, despite Zhou Wuyo's lingering disdain for Zhang Wei. Among their peers, Yi Bufan and Lu Yuan blossomed with exceptional spiritual roots, achieving remarkable progress under a plethora of resources. Reaching the late stage of qi refinement within a year and beginning to make their mark, both ventured down the mountain for experience, gaining considerable renown. With Yi Bufan even rumored to have developed an ambiguous relationship with a demoness from the demon sect. Shortly after Zheng He entered Qiju Peak, he too faded into obscurity, akin to Su Yuan, seldom mentioned thereafter. Each individual's path diverged, for in the world of cultivation, life continues regardless of any one person's absence. "Yuan, little fox, what shall we dine on today?" Su Yuan yawned, his eyes still half closed, and inquired sleepily. "Oh, you slothful creature. All you do is eat, sleep, and dawdle by the waterfall when you awaken. You neither cultivate nor practice your spells. Just how lazy can you be?" The silver fox, filled with exasperation, flew above Su Yuan's head and extended its tiny paws, scratching vigorously at his scalp several times. "Ah, that's a bit forceful. My head is starting to itch," replied Su Yuan. The silver fox was rendered speechless by Su Yuan's indolence. It declared, "Your time is running short." Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Such words should not be uttered. "A year has nearly passed. What do you think?" The silver fox pouted. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan glanced at the silver fox and chuckled. "Are you reluctant to part with me?" The silver fox turned its back and scoffed. "Who would be reluctant? I can't wait for you to leave." "Well, I had intended to visit you every year, but alas, the little fox is unwilling." "Are you dreaming?" You still wish to attempt the trial secret realm. The silver fox turned around and shot him a disdainful look. Do you think I am incapable? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The little fox retorted with a huff. How about we make a wager? Wager on what? The silver fox inquired cautiously. Wager that I can accomplish it. Once I succeed, you shall hand over that treasure you have hidden away. What do you say? As the truth unveils, the dagger is revealed. But what if you lose? Inquired the little raccoon. Fear not, for I shall not be defeated. Su Yuan chuckled heartily, leaping to his feet as the ethereal energy of Xian Zhun emanated from beneath him. With an air of grace, he soared effortlessly towards the direction of Silver Spirit Falls, gliding as if riding on clouds. What are you up to? Inquired little Li, who followed closely in his wake. Su Yuan settled himself by the lakeside, preparing to enter a profound state of contemplation. He turned to the little raccoon and said, I shall delve into deeper understanding now. You must assist in guarding my spiritual essence. Just you? The little raccoon was about to retort, but suddenly, it noticed a remarkable transformation in Su Yuan's demeanor. It was as though he had forged an instantaneous resonance with the Silver Spirit waterfall, his essence seamlessly merging with its ethereal flow. What is this? The little raccoon widened its eyes in astonishment, yet it found itself involuntarily holding its breath. Su Yuan opened the system panel. Name: Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level. Notable: 1, 331, 000. Realm: third layer of Qi refinement, 33. 100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the more effective your cultivation becomes. Current restoration: 330 days and 5 hours. Entry 2. Natural law. You possess a profound understanding of nature, making it easier for you to comprehend the great principles from the mysteries of heaven and earth. During his time in the secret realm, his reputation occasionally increased, yet it stagnated after reaching an increment of 30 points. His cultivation remained at the third layer of Qi refinement, but the mystical energy within him had amassed in vast quantities. Most astonishingly, the duration of his balance of work and rest had extended to an incredible 330 days. Such an exaggerated span of time. Su Yuan had waited this long to comprehend the Silver Spirit waterfall. He activated the entry for the balance of work and rest. In an instant, the entry was activated. His thoughts accelerated manifold. However, before Su Yuan could begin to perceive the natural world, the entry glowed once more. Undergoing a second activation, Su Yuan's state has once again elevated. In an instant, he comprehended that the first attribute harbored hidden effects. After a respite of 330 days, the activation of this attribute allows for a sustained period of transcendent prowess lasting 33 days. However, this duration is excessively prolonged, beyond 10 days. It enters a secondary activation phase, drastically reducing the time to a mere 3 days of effectiveness. With the shortening of time, the natural cultivation effects become even more astonishing. Within the briefest moment, upon grasping the underlying reason, Su Yuan devoted his entire focus to comprehending the Silver Spirit Falls. In that fleeting instant, the insights he had gleaned from observing the Silver Spirit Falls over the past year surged forth from his memory like a tidal wave. In his current perception, every trajectory cascading down the Silver Spirit Falls seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe, captivating Su Yuan utterly. His spiritual awareness flowed like the luminous silver waters, rising against the current of the waterfall, and he felt as if he were suspended in the clouds, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. The marvels and memories collided within Su Yuan's consciousness, and a multitude of insights erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Strands of enlightenment surged to the forefront of his mind. It felt as if he beheld within the Silver Spirit Falls the fervent flames of passion, the gentle caress of spring breezes, and the piercing brilliance of golden rain. The little fox gazed in astonishment as 3 wondrous rhythms emanated from Su Yuan, resonating on a deeper level with the celestial spectacle of the Silver Spirit Falls. It was as if the man and the waterfall were confiding in one another, with the Silver Spirit Falls acting as a silent mentor, imparting the mysteries and marvels of the cosmos directly to Su Yuan. The 3 wondrous rhythms emanating from Su Yuan coalesced into an overwhelming aura, compelling the little raccoon to involuntarily retreat several dozen meters. The realm of power. He had directly transcended the realm of techniques. The little raccoon was left speechless. It understood that there were 4 realms of universal truths: technique, power, intention, and spirit. Upon reaching the fourth realm, the realm of divine intention, one could grasp the path of divine abilities. Although the realm of techniques is merely the first stage, it requires an exceptionally high level of comprehension to master. Most cultivators do not attain this understanding until they reach the foundation establishment stage. The realm of power is even more extraordinary. At this point, one's understanding of the universe has already yielded significant achievements, allowing one to harness the forces of nature, resulting in a tremendous surge in all aspects of strength. Simply exerting power over others is sufficient to grant a foundation establishment cultivator a distinct advantage in battles of the same level. The challenge of the ninth gate merely required one to grasp a hint of the realm of techniques. Was Su Yuan truly attempting to defy the heavens? In the Su Yuan district, a mere third layer of qi refining has astonishingly comprehended the realm of momentum, and remarkably, he has grasped 3 distinct forms, suggesting he is not merely a novice in this domain. No, his momentum continues to ascend. Little Li's mind buzzed with astonishment. Upon entering the realm of potential, Su Yuan found communication with the silver spirit waterfall to be effortlessly fluid, as if he had returned to the warm embrace of his mother, nourished and nurtured by the very fabric of nature itself. Waves of profound insights surged forth and transcended within him, deepening his understanding of the natural world. The silver spirit waterfall morphed before his eyes, at times flowing like a gentle flame, at others bubbling forth as a vibrant spring, and yet again transforming into a myriad of sharp golden sword rains. Observing the silver spirit waterfall from various perspectives offered him a tapestry of exquisite experiences. The aura emanating from Su Yuan gradually ascended to an astonishing level, impervious and resolute. It then slowly settled into a state of tranquility and serenity. This transformation did not signify a diminishment of power. Rather, it indicated Su Yuan's newfound ability to control and channel it at will. In that moment, he seemed to perceive the essence of the universe that lay beyond its mere force. However, he surmised that the remaining time would allow him to comprehend only one aspect of this cosmic essence. After pondering for a brief moment, he chose the sharpness of the sword rain. Indeed, offense is the most formidable defense. The silver spirit waterfall no longer shifted in his vision. Instead, it morphed into a cascading river adorned with countless golden threads. Each golden thread resembled the sharpest blade in existence, piercing through Su Yuan's very being. In an instant, Su Yuan's body was covered in wounds, countless gashes bursting forth with blood, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. Xiaoli's expression shifted dramatically, filled with urgency as she sought to rush forward to heal Su Yuan. However, the terrifying aura surrounding him erupted with astonishing ferocity the moment she drew near, sending Xiaoli flying with a golden thread that left a conspicuous gash upon her form. Su Yuan seemed to sense something, and with a mere wave of his hand, he summoned the shimmering silver waters from the lake. Countless streams surged toward his body, mending his wounds as his skin transformed into an astonishingly radiant silver. A small current also flowed toward the little raccoon, enveloping its injuries in the same luminous embrace. The little raccoon stared in a daze at Su Yuan, now encased in the glistening waters, momentarily entranced. Chapter 19. Comprehending intent. A sudden surge of formidable sword intent erupted from Su Yuan, soaring into the heavens. He charged against the silver waterfall, ascending with unwavering determination, akin to a golden swordfish bravely propelling itself upward. Initially, the force was overwhelming, leaping forward with vigor. Yet within the blink of an eye, the momentum began to wane, and the magnificent sword intent swiftly diminished. Su Yuan, immersed in the profound essence of the silver spirit waterfall, felt waves of sword intent surging from his being, continuously providing support to the swordfish as it swam against the current. The sword intent rose steadily, crashing, colliding, and surging again. Occasionally, it was forcefully swept back by the cascading waterfall, yet through Su Yuan's relentless assaults, it ascended even higher. Beside him, the little fox cheered him on, her eager eyes shimmering with hope. Surely he would succeed. The little fox silently wished. As if responding to her encouragement, Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that surged toward the waterfall, gathering strength to ascend against the silver spirit waterfall and reach the clouds. The remaining sword intent swiftly transformed, blossoming into a radiant golden light that soared through the vast expanse and entered Su Yuan's brow. A golden sword mark materialized on his forehead, gleaming with a sharp brilliance. In that moment, A connection was forged between Su Yuan and the Silver Spirit Waterfall, and he seemed to have gained the qualification to once again enter the secret realm. Su Yuan turned to Xiao Li, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze gentle as he said, "I have succeeded. Congratulations." Xiao Li exclaimed with genuine joy. Su Yuan smiled softly, glancing at the timestamp of the entry, realizing that merely an hour remained. Su Yuan, however, did not rush into his cultivation. He reflected on the principles of the raging wood refining spirit technique and subsequently began to revise the technique. The quality of a yellow-tier supreme technique felt somewhat inadequate to him. In his transcendent state, drawing upon his current understanding of two forces and an insight into intent, he modified the raging wood refining spirit technique as if guided by divine inspiration. The trajectory of the technique's operation became exceedingly intricate yet remarkably fluid. The flowing spiritual energy transcended the ordinary, transforming instead into the profound essence of Xianjin Qi. He seamlessly integrated the Xianjin transformational art into the raging wood refining spirit technique, elevating its grade by several tiers in an instant, reaching a level akin to a heaven-tier technique, albeit of the lower grade. Typically, only techniques at the nascent soul level would involve intent. Yet Su Yuan comprehended intent first, and then retroactively adjusted the technique to align with his current cultivation level, thereby accelerating his progress. Once the modifications were complete, Su Yuan proceeded to break through his boundaries. The 8th and 9th apertures shattered effortlessly at his command. He then constructed 3 Xianjin symbols within the 2 spiritual apertures. Subsequently, the 9 apertures interconnected, forming a complete cycle, allowing the flow of Xianjin Qi to circulate unceasingly. Both the recovery speed and the operational velocity of the Xianjin Qi surged exponentially. Within his dantian, Su Yuan manifested a small golden cauldron, upon which a diminutive golden sword emerged. Beneath the cauldron, verdant wood, symbolizing the force of wood, burned with a gentle flame, continuously forging the crimson fire. Inside the cauldron, the Xianjin Qi churned and refined, transforming into a more profound essence of Xianjin Qi, which began to exhibit a tendency towards vaporization. Su Yuan persevered, continuing to open his spiritual acupoints. In the blink of an eye, he had expended 80% of his profound energy, successfully unlocking 9 acupoints in one breath. He reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement and reconstructed a cycle of 9 acupoints. At this point, the effect of the enhancement faded away. 3 days of relentless cultivation left Su Yuan utterly fatigued, and as the enhancement's cooldown took effect, his mind grew foggy, causing him to collapse backward. The little fox approached, cradling Su Yuan and laying him on a soft blanket. It gazed intently at him as he drifted into slumber, its eyes unblinking, seemingly fascinated by the enigma that Su Yuan represented. Morning broke. Su Yuan felt a soft tickling sensation on his nose. He quickly opened his eyes to find the little raccoon hastily retracting its paw. The little raccoon scurried away to hide behind a tree, unaware that its rapidly swaying tail was still visible. "All right, little raccoon, I am awake." "Where are you?" Su Yuan inquired with a smile. "Ah, you're awake? You big lazy bug." The little raccoon nonchalantly emerged from its hiding place. Su Yuan chuckled. "Well, how about that? Am I impressive? I suppose I have successfully passed your 9th trial, albeit with some difficulty. Nevertheless, I have gained a modicum of understanding." Xiaoli's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Su Yuan. Should she inform him that he had misconstrued her requirements? Cough, cough, let us concede that you have passed. Xiaoli nodded. At long last, it has come to a satisfactory conclusion. Su Yuan sighed, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. At that moment, Xiaoli produced a jade stone from her bosom and offered it to Su Yuan. "What is this? Your treasured possession?" "Ah, I was merely jesting. You truly brought it for me." Su Yuan waved his hand, signaling her to take it back. "No, this is not my treasure. It is a legacy reward left by our revered ancestor. Since you have passed the trial, it is only fitting that it be bestowed upon you," Xiaoli explained. "A legacy reward?" Su Yuan's eyes widened. Hadn't the Peak Master stated that all rewards had been claimed? Nearly every reward had been taken. Yet there remained a prize for the 9th trial of the literary contest. The disciples who entered here were all brash, lacking in knowledge, and had assumed that all rewards had been claimed. How amusing. Ha ha. Xiaoli laughed heartily. "Will you not inform them?" Su Yuan inquired. "This is the test of our revered ancestor. I cannot divulge such information." Xiaoli shook her head. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. He instinctively enveloped both himself and Xiaoli with a protective shield of profound energy before opening the jade box. Inside lay 3 transmission jade slips. 3? Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Shali replied, they comprise the ultimate technique of formations, the thousand array technique, the supreme mastery of runes, the rune of heaven and earth, and the exquisite swordsmanship, the sword's elegy. Our esteemed ancestor is known as the 10 absolute recluse, possessing 10 unparalleled arts, of which our 7 absolute sect currently inherits merely 7. Su Yuan inhaled sharply, exclaiming, is all of this meant for me? Wouldn't this be considered favoritism? Receiving 3 portions directly? Little Li cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuan, retorting, having comprehended 3 fundamental truths of the universe. Isn't it only natural to receive 3 portions? Little Li raised her head, seemingly apprehensive about some impending change. Yet, no such change materialized, prompting her to elevate her head even higher. Su Yuan also noticed the small movements of the little fox. Seeing that it had not suffered any punishment, he decisively tucked the inheritance jade slip into his bosom. He cleared his throat and said, well, time is running short. Upon hearing this, the little fox immediately felt a wave of disappointment. Are you leaving? It asked. Yes, it's about time, Su Yuan replied. Oh, the little fox nodded softly. Don't worry. I have obtained the qualification to enter the secret realm, and I will come to visit you whenever I have the chance. I'll even bring you delicious treats from the outside world. Su Yuan laughed heartily. Really? You must remember to bring that roasted duck, the little fox exclaimed, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, Su Yuan nodded. After a moment's thought, he added, later on, I will see if I can obtain the identity of the Valley Master of the Immortal Seed Valley. If so, I will be able to enter at any time. The little fox immediately responded, you must work hard then. That old man is merely at the False Dan realm, just a step away from the Golden Dan. If he doesn't break through soon, his lifespan is running short. In about 10 years, he will likely venture out to take a risk, and at that time, the position of the Valley Master will be vacant. Is that old man truly at the peak of Foundation establishment? He always acts so flamboyantly. It turns out he is stuck at the bottleneck of the Golden Dan, with no outlet for his energy. Su Yuan expressed his grievances towards the Master of the Valley. Subsequently, he spent several days in the company of Shaoli, during which he became well acquainted with the dynamics of power and intention. Eventually, he announced his intention to bid farewell. As he stepped through the silver portal, he was met with Xiao Li's reluctant gaze. At the precise moment he crossed the threshold, 9 radiant beams of light erupted towards the heavens. In an instant, a figure materialized from thin air, pressing down a hand to suppress the vibrant lights back to the perimeter of the portal. Swiftly, dozens of array flags descended, shrouding the scene from view. After a considerable time, once the colorful lights had vanished, as Su Yuan opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a disheveled old priest gazing at him with curiosity. Who are you? Su Yuan asked, taken aback. Me? I am the most formidable genius of the 7 absolute sect throughout the ages, a transcendent being who once cleaved through 19 continents, earning the unparalleled title of the Supreme Blade, Nangong Xianwing. The old priest proclaimed proudly, but in his exuberance, he inadvertently lost his footing and fell to the ground with a thud. Oh dear, my poor back, he cried out, the exclamation seemingly genuine rather than feigned. Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the tools used for cleaning the refuse and then regarded the disheveled old Taoist with evident skepticism. Why do you look at me like that? You doubt me, don't you? Allow me to demonstrate a technique of swordplay, so you may witness my prowess. The old Taoist rose, fingers weaving intricate gestures, and soon a diminutive flying sword, missing a corner, fluttered into the air. It then darted with sudden speed toward a nearby stone, colliding with a resounding thud and creating a crater the size of a bowl. The old Taoist, brimming with pride, proclaimed, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? For a novice like you, perhaps you've never encountered such sorcery? This is the art of swordsmanship. Quite formidable, indeed. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Su Yuan clapped his hands, realizing that this old Taoist regarded him as a newcomer to the realm of immortals. It was only natural, as it was the season for a new batch of aspirants to enter the Valley of Immortal Shoots. Who else, besides these fledgling immortals, could be seen in such a sacred place? Ahem, my dear brother, do take care. With age comes the wisdom of nurturing one's health. Engaging in some Tai Chi and leisurely strolls can indeed be quite beneficial. Tai Chi, you say? Ah, fortuitously, I have some time. Allow me to impart a few techniques to you. Su Yuan immediately adopted a stance reminiscent of Tai Chi, blending the movements he had observed from elderly practitioners in the park with snippets from short videos. He imparted this knowledge to the old Taoist in a whirlwind of instruction that lasted a full quarter of an hour. Have you grasped it? Su Yuan inquired with a calm demeanor. The old Taoist looked at him with an expression of incredulity, as if he were gazing at a fool. I am a cultivator. Do you think I would be deceived by your mundane martial arts? Do you take me for a simpleton? You fail to comprehend. Tai Chi embodies the profound principles of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, and the 5 elements of the universe. If you can merely grasp the surface, at least you won't fear straining your back anymore. Should you manage to capture even a hint of its essence, the ability to slice through the heavens and vanquish immortals would not remain a distant dream. Su Yuan exclaimed with hearty laughter. Is that truly the case? The old Taoist's interest was piqued. Su Yuan patted the old priest's shoulder, bestowing upon him a reassuring glance. Trust me, he said. I hold a deep reverence for the elderly and a fondness for the young. I never speak falsely. Su Yuan's eyes remained unblinking. Shall I give it a try? The old Taoist felt an increasing urge. Should I practice once more? I've already memorized it. Very well. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Until next time. Su Yuan bid farewell to the old monk and strolled leisurely outside, only then realizing that his palms were drenched in sweat. Chapter 20. The Forgotten Disciple. Ding. Reputation points 540. Hiss. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. As he listened to the lingering echoes of the system notifications by his ear, he truly experienced a toothache. Indeed, a master of the transformation stage. Undoubtedly. His unusual behavior had caught the old man's attention, yet he never anticipated that the old man would refrain from seizing the opportunity. Nevertheless, Su Yuan remained plagued by apprehension. Fortunately, he was within the confines of the righteous sect, and fortunately, the old man was not Wang Mia. Otherwise, the consequences would be unfathomable. The realm of cultivation is indeed perilous, where a master of the transformation stage can emerge seemingly at random. Su Yuan's initial feelings of burgeoning confidence were swiftly extinguished. He stealthily traversed the valley, sidestepping any celestial seedlings he encountered along the way. In this manner, he soon arrived at the mouth of the gorge, where 2 sentinel disciples stood vigilantly, their expressions grave as they guarded the entrance. Su Yuan walked calmly to the door. Halt. Where do you think you are going? A guard disciple immediately reprimanded. Su Yuan chuckled lightly. I am not a candidate for this session. He emanated an aura of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Oh. You seem somewhat unfamiliar, a guard disciple remarked, immediately relaxing. It appears I possess a peculiar gift. Others tend to easily forget my existence, which is quite vexing. Su Yuan feigned a look of distress. A nearby disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Is there truly such a talent? I cannot say for certain. It seems to be the case. Su Yuan replied. Remarkable, indeed. Such a talent can indeed prove useful at times. Alas, I must return to report. Su Yuan nodded and exited the Immortal Seed Valley. 2 guard disciples watched as he walked away. One of the disciples inquired, what was that person's name? I don't know. Did we ask? I don't believe we did. Are you certain? He possesses such extraordinary talent. Is the effect that immediate? The 2 disciples exchanged glances, filled with curiosity. Su Yuan's ears perked up, and he thought to himself, these 2 disciples are indeed quite endearing. Following the sect's map within the library, Su Yuan made his way towards Xuanjue Peak. Along his journey, he beheld numerous streaks of sword light darting through the sky, and he also witnessed individuals soaring on celestial birds, gliding gracefully above the clouds. This spectacle filled Su Yuan with envy. He could only manage low-altitude flights at present. He resolved to seek a method for sword-based flight and to acquire a flying sword for himself. One must admit, the sect was indeed vast. After an hour of diligent trekking at his current pace, he finally arrived at the foot of Xuanjue Peak. Halt. Who goes there? A disciple guarding the peak called out. This is Xuanjue Peak. What business do you have here? I am a disciple of the Immortal Sect, here to join the peak. Su Yuan replied. The guard was taken aback. So soon? I recall there being a few more days until the gathering. Oh, my cultivation is quite commendable, so I arrived ahead of schedule. Su Yuan chuckled heartily, revealing his aura of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Ah, impressive, junior brother. To emerge from the valley already at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, you must possess a superior spiritual root. The guard exclaimed. Simply average. Su Yuan modestly responded. You need to register. Proceed upward from here, and in about a quarter of an hour, you shall come upon the Grand Hall, the Stinshin Hall, where you can complete your registration. Thank you, senior brother. Su Yuan politely expressed his gratitude and proceeded directly towards the peak. The disciples guarding the summit engaged in casual conversation. Ah, it is once again the season when the celestial seedlings emerge from the valley. I wonder how many prodigies will be born this year. I have heard that this cohort boasts a remarkable spiritual root. albeit merely a top-tier 5-element root. What a pity. What a pity indeed. You, with your mediocre spiritual root, are fretting over the potential of others' exceptional roots? Well, am I not merely showing concern for the sect's grand prospects? Go on, continue your watch at the gate, and ensure that no unwelcome individuals enter. We seem to have neglected to check the disciple's token just now. Should we summon him back? Forget it. What is there to examine? That youthful demeanor clearly indicates he has never tasted blood or undertaken any missions. He is undoubtedly a celestial seedling. I am quite experienced in these matters. Ah, indeed. Yuan ascended and soon arrived at the Xianxian Palace. He peered inside, discovering a middle-aged disciple soundly asleep with his head resting on the desk. Yuan stepped inside. Hello? Is anyone there? His voice was loud, yet this fellow's sleep quality was remarkably profound. Yuan cast a glance around the immortal Xian Hall and noticed a registration process outlined nearby. First this, then that. And finally the next step would suffice. Yuan was taken aback for a moment, feeling that he could also do it. Thus, Yuan began to search and indeed found the registration book and the directory. Yuan flipped through the records and indeed discovered a vacant position from the previous year. An empty slot reserved for an inner disciple. This was likely intended for him. Yuan effortlessly commenced his tasks. After a series of deft maneuvers, he acquired the standard token of the disciples of Xuanjua Peak, leaving a trace of his essence within the aura talisman in the Grand Hall, thus nearly concluding his endeavors. Yuan glanced once more at the residence marked on the map and sought out a secluded and tranquil spot. He marked his chosen location on the map, then pressed down on the token. The disciple's token emitted a flash of white light, signifying that it had acquired the functionality of a key. Thus, the task was complete. Yuan clapped his hands and neatly arranged everything. He glanced at the middle-aged man, who was still soundly asleep, filled with a sense of curiosity. Do cultivators truly have such a fondness for slumber? Yuan shook his head and exited the Grand Hall. After a considerable interval, the middle-aged cultivator opened his eyes and rose, stifling a yawn. Having toiled for 360 days, he seized the last fleeting moments of leisure to indulge in a brief slumber, which proved to be quite delightful. He felt no anxiety about the possibility of intruders, for should anyone enter, the disciple's token on their person would trigger a response from the formation, thereby awakening him immediately. Moreover, with the celestial seedlings still days away from emergence, this was the epitome of a well-deserved respite. Yuan meandered leisurely to his residence. The Xuanjua Peak was vast, and the location he had chosen was rather secluded. After a deliberate search, it took him a quarter of an hour to arrive. As he strolled past a large boulder, a sudden clarity unfolded before him. A small valley revealed itself to his gaze. Within the valley lay a stretch of level ground, where 2 acres of spiritual farmland were safeguarded by an array of magical barriers, emanating a soft white luminescence. At the end of the flat terrain stood an exquisite 2-story pavilion, its dark green walls harmonizing beautifully with the verdant flora of the valley, evoking a sense of vibrant natural beauty. Yuan approached, and the token emanated a wave of restrictive energy, causing the doors of the small building to open automatically. Inside, the furnishings were complete and arranged with remarkable coherence. In the courtyard, there was a pond, where dozens of fish joyfully swam about. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, these fish swiftly gathered at the edge of the pond, opening their mouths as if anticipating a meal, their eyes brimming with innocence. Yuan glanced over and scratched his head. I currently have no food to offer you. He rummaged through his pocket and found only a few scraps of fruit flesh. This, I hope you don't mind. Yuan tossed it into the pool, where a swarm of fish eagerly vied for the remnants of the fruit flesh. Yuan chuckled softly, then strode into the bedroom, lying down on the bed and promptly falling into a deep slumber. 2 days later, at the immortal Seed Valley, the 7 peak masters returned to select disciples. The exquisite 5-element spiritual root was claimed by the Lingju Peak, while the other peak masters each chose a disciple with a superior spiritual root. Subsequently, several peak masters gathered at the valley center, sending the chosen disciples into the trial secret realm. At this moment, the master of the Shuju Peak suddenly recalled something and inquired, Senior Brother Siming, I remember you took in a disciple with an inferior spiritual root last year. What has become of him? Wang Siming smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I just remembered, I completely forgot about him. Forgot? The master of the Shuju Peak widened his eyes in disbelief. How could you forget? He had not exited the secret realm for a long time, and I lost track of what happened. Let me ask, Wang Ximing sent a message to his own peak. Ultimately, the response from the Xian Hall revealed that they had never received this disciple. What is the matter? The other peak masters inquired curiously. I'm not sure. The disciple never came to register at my peak, Wang Ximing replied. The master of the Xinju peak, with a grave expression, turned to the absent-minded valley master and asked, Lands, what about that disciple? Who? The valley master replied, puzzled. What was his name? Ah, I remember it was Su. He had an inferior spiritual root and was chosen by Master Wang. Oh, I recall now. I haven't seen him since then. If he had come out, I would certainly know, as there are disciples stationed at the valley entrance, the valley master remarked. Could it be that he has perished inside? Pondered the master of the Qiju peak. The crowd fell silent. Wang Ximing furrowed his brow and finally sighed. There is no sign of him in the Immortal Seed Valley. When we activated the secret realm earlier, it indicated that there was no one inside. You all should check with your own peaks. If there is no record of him, it might indeed be true. The other peak masters hurried to inquire at their respective Xin halls, confirming the absence of any information regarding Su Yuan. The group wore somber expressions. Alas, life and death are fated. Although the trial secret realm is sufficiently safe, there are combat elements involved, and it is not uncommon for accidents to occur. The atmosphere grew heavy with contemplation. At this moment, the elder valley master also appeared grave, reminiscing about the young man who had been cautious yet ultimately met his demise in the secret realm. What uses caution when even the safest trial secret realm can lead to death? Is it truly beneficial to be overly careful and hesitant? The elder valley master seemed resolute, declaring, Esteemed peak masters, I intend to leave the sect for training. Please inform the sect leader and discuss a new candidate. After speaking, he bowed slightly to the others and departed without a backward glance. A few were taken aback, not expecting such a sudden response from the elder valley master. However, upon reflection, they understood the turmoil within him. Wang Ximing sighed. That lad had considerable talent. What a pity. In the distance, an elderly man sweeping the floor glanced over with an expression of bemusement, unable to contain his laughter. He found himself at a loss for words, musing. You bunch of fools, can you truly manage the sect? A disciple sauntered out of the valley and into the Xianju peak, even registering himself. And yet no one noticed? This is rather absurd. Chapter 21. Niubin's business acumen. Su Yuan waited for 3 days. New celestial seedlings began to join the various peaks in large numbers. At this moment, Su Yuan boldly emerged from his dwelling. Along the way, he encountered unfamiliar disciples and greeted them with cheerful salutations of greetings, senior brother, and greetings, senior sister. The elder disciples, without a hint of suspicion, assumed Su Yuan to be one of the new initiates, reciprocating with friendly replies of greetings, junior brother. The new disciples, having never seen Su Yuan before, naturally regarded him as a senior disciple, and he, in turn, warmly addressed them as junior brothers. In summary, Su Yuan seamlessly integrated himself among the disciples of Xuanjue Peak, and no one detected his peculiarities. Su Yuan inquired of an elder disciple, brother, do you know where one can apply for the recommendation of a miscellaneous disciple into the outer sect? Ah, junior brother, you possess superior spiritual roots? Ah, I am quite familiar with this matter. Allow me to guide you. It is just over there. Ha ha ha. Thank you, brother. What is your name, junior brother? You may call me Xiaosu. Ha ha, you are truly courteous. I am Niubin. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the 9527 cave. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Niu. Quite all right. Ha. Brother Niu then took Su Yuan towards a grand hall, gently pushing him inside before standing outside to wait. Upon entering, Su Yuan observed several young disciples already engaged in the registration process. With remarkable composure, he positioned himself at the end of the queue. After observing for a while, he grasped the procedure. When his turn arrived, he spoke up. I recommend the servant disciple Zhou Wuyo. Which peak does this servant disciple belong to? I didn't pay attention. Goodness, you newcomers are quite careless. Let me check for you. After a brief moment, the disciple in charge finally exhaled. It's from Danjue Peak. Here is your token. Thank you. The officiating disciple glanced at the token and, upon confirming it was an intersect disciple's token, paid no heed to Su Yuan's name. With a swift motion, he struck a magical artifact, which emitted a green light, indicating approval. Without raising his head, the officiant returned the token to Su Yuan. Su Yuan scratched his head in confusion. Is that all? What more do you expect? The steward skillfully waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Su Yuan shrugged and exited the grand hall. To his surprise, he found Niubin still waiting for him. Hey, junior brother Yuan, have you finished? Yes, I have. Come on, you've grown weary of staying in the immortal Seed Valley, haven't you? Let me take you to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Niobin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Su Yuan's lips curled slightly, yet upon hearing the mention of delectable cuisine, he found it impossible to decline. All right. However, I possess no spirit stones. He lamented. Oh, what a trivial matter. Allow me, my senior brother, to treat you. Niobin proclaimed, thumping his robust chest. The two then linked arms and made their way to a street nestled within the peaks of Xuanjue. Su Yuan was astonished to see some disciples setting up stalls. Is it truly the case that disciples are selling goods here? He inquired. It's quite common, replied Niobin. Outer disciples and servant disciples often venture outside the sect for training, sometimes returning with items they no longer need. They present these to the sect for contributions, often at a discount, which naturally prompts them to sell. Additionally, some skilled disciples also market their creations, which are significantly cheaper than those available outside. Hey, brother Nyo, have you just returned from outside? Su Yuan greeted with enthusiasm. Indeed, Xuelauti. What are you selling this time? This batch seems much better quality than the last. There's been some improvement, he remarked. Hey, brother Nyo, are you planning to swindle the newcomers again? Teased Wu Lao-san. Wu Lao-san, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? I treat the new disciples to a meal. Do you not understand the camaraderie among fellow disciples? I don't believe you. As Niobin walked on, he recognized many faces along the way. Su Yuan initially found himself at a loss for words, yet unexpectedly. A notification sound from the system reached his ears. Ding, fame value 1. Ding, fame value 1. Ding, fame value 1. A seamless trifecta. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Realizing that Niobin was indeed quite a renowned figure, basking in his glory could also yield a measure of fame. Niobin led Su Yuan to the second floor of a restaurant, laughing as he introduced, this is an establishment owned by a core disciple. Frequently stocked with top-tier and exquisite beast meats. The dishes here are rather exceptional. Wouldn't that be rather expensive? Su Yuan inquired. Nonsense. As an intersect disciple, you enjoy numerous benefits, and there are ample opportunities to earn substantial spirit stones. Have no worries. Niobin exclaimed. Bring out the dishes. What meat do we have today? A servant disciple hurried over, reporting, Today, we have the exquisite meat of the snow-carved pig, as well as the prime meat of the azure vine serpent. Let's have a pound of each and 3 assorted side dishes. Very well, brother, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. Niobin ordered with great flair. Su Yuan expressed his astonishment. Can 2 pounds really be consumed? Fear not. My appetite is considerable. Your level of cultivation may prevent you from eating much. Should you find yourself unable to continue, simply pause and refine what you have consumed. Niobin proclaimed, patting his chest. Su Yuan appeared to be thoroughly enlightened. Niobin's eyes twinkled with amusement. Although he was magnanimous, how much could a newly emerged disciple from the valley truly consume? Ultimately, it would all end up in his own stomach, leaving him with little loss. Moments later, the dishes began to arrive in succession. The pork was braised to a golden hue, the snake meat simmered to perfection, accompanied by 3 platters of vibrant vegetarian dishes, all radiating a captivating aura. And a bowl of purple and green spiritual rice that made Su Yuan involuntarily swallow. Niobin laughed heartily. Dig in. Then I shall not hold back. Su Yuan replied. In the next instant, his chopsticks darted down like lightning. In the blink of an eye, a piece of braised pork had vanished. And Su Yuan's cheeks bulged as he chewed rapidly. His eyes sparkled with delight, and as he paired it with a mouthful of purple rice, a wave of refreshing satisfaction washed over him. Delicious, truly delicious. Su Yuan exclaimed, swallowing the rice with genuine admiration. Niobin's eyes widened in astonishment. He understood that disciples from Xinmiao Valley were unaccustomed to meat for 3 months and would surely feast heartily. But Su Yuan's fervor made it seem as though he hadn't tasted meat in a year. Just at that moment of Niobin's stunned contemplation, Su Yuan once again picked up a piece of snake meat and savored it, followed by a sip of soup. Ah, how tender and succulent. It surprisingly bore a refreshing taste reminiscent of bamboo shoots. Delightful. Su Yuan savored his meal with great delight, devouring 3 exquisite vegetarian dishes in swift succession. Truly worthy of their name, spirit vegetables. They were imbued with abundant spiritual energy, which, upon entering his stomach, began to release this vitality autonomously. Su Yuan's wood-fire spirit refining technique activated instinctively, absorbing the energy into his meridians and rapidly transforming it into profound essence. Wait a moment, eat more slowly. Niobin urgently grasped Su Yuan's hand. Ah, my apologies, it has been far too long since I have indulged in such delectable fare. Su Yuan replied sheepishly. believing his hurried pace might have disrupted Niobin's dining experience. Not that. You are only in the early stages of chi refinement. Consuming too much top-grade monster meat could overwhelm you. Are you not feeling a surge of heat within, and the spiritual energy running amok in your body? Not at all. Su Yuan responded. Really? Niobin shot him a skeptical glance. That is impossible. I am at the 5th level of chi refinement. And I have to slowly refine this meat. Feeling nothing at all? Su Yuan said, and then proceeded to take another 2 pieces of meat. No sensation? Has this meat gone bad? Niobin sampled a piece himself and immediately felt spiritual energy rush toward his dantian and meridians. Although the quantity was modest, the impact was potent, necessitating his focus to digest it properly. No issue at all. Niobin was taken aback. He then observed Su Yuan, who had already begun to pick up a 4th piece of pork. Niobin suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Su Yuan might explode from overeating. Yet, the calamity he dreaded did not come to pass. Su Yuan continued to relish the braised meat and stewed dishes, diligently finishing his rice and vegetables as well. Niobin gazed at him, seemingly in a stupor, until the table lay completely bare. Are you full? He asked numbly. I suppose I'm about 3/10 full, Su Yuan replied, patting his belly. Niobin's lips twitched as he called out, bring another serving of the same dishes. The waiter peered in, astonished to see the empty plates, and promptly exclaimed, certainly, just a moment. Before long, a new spread was laid before them. This time, Niobin, no longer astonished, began to compete with Su Yuan for the delectable fare. After they had finished, Niobin felt he was still merely 3/10 full, for a considerable portion had found its way into Su Yuan's belly. He realized, to his dismay, that he had been outmatched in the culinary contest. It was as though he had encountered a ghost, and Su Yuan, effortlessly consuming the meat without the need for refinement, opened Niobin's eyes to new possibilities. Had he not known that Su Yuan possessed an extraordinary spiritual root that had gone to Lingju Peak, he would have assumed Su Yuan was of exceptional caliber. Nonetheless, he speculated that Su Yuan possessed a unique constitution. In truth, Su Yuan had held back. Otherwise, Niobin would have scarcely tasted a morsel. You were quite something, Niobin remarked, giving Su Yuan a thumbs up. You flatter me. Su Yuan replied with a smile. Next time, the treat will be on me. Ah. Who knows how long we must wait for your next time? Niobin suddenly chuckled ruefully. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones this meal cost? How many? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. 130 spirit stones, with the meat alone costing 120. Niobin explained. So many. Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Niobin waved his hand dismissively. It's on me. Do not take it to heart. Yet, there was a twitch at the corner of his eye, revealing a hint of discomfort. Senior brother Nio, how does one earn spirit stones? Su Yuan asked. Niobin's spirits lifted. You have asked the right person. Inner disciples receive a monthly allowance of 30 spirit stones, but that's not enough. Do you know what I do? Senior brother Nio? What do you do? I am an artifact refiner, Niobin declared proudly. Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. I never would have guessed. I assumed my senior brother was a demon hunter. Alas, that would be rather pedestrian, Niobin remarked, though in truth, he was simply afraid of death. Oh. I have recently made notable advancements in my crafting skills and intend to open a shop at the market outside the sect, Niobin continued. That sounds quite promising. However, did you not mention that we could set up stalls here? Su Yuan inquired. Sales here do not yield high prices and often lead to unsold inventory. Unlike elixirs, most of our fellow disciples already possess magical artifacts. In contrast, the external market is teeming with independent cultivators who lack such treasures, allowing for a more lucrative opportunity and easier access to materials, Niobin explained. Su Yuan inquired with confusion. Are you suggesting that my senior brother intends to teach me the art of weapon forging? No, Niobin replied in a hushed tone. Opening a shop is not a trivial endeavor. It entails various expenses such as rent, taxes, and the establishment of a reputation. However, as an inner disciple of the 7 Absolute Sect, one possesses certain privileges. We can lease a storefront in the market at a reduced rate. And merely by carrying a title, our tax obligations can be halved. Furthermore, the status of an inner disciple carries weight. Even wandering cultivators acknowledge it. You comprehend the implication, do you not? Niobin cast a knowing glance at him, encouraging Su Yuan to grasp the underlying significance. Su Yuan looked at Niobin with an odd expression and said, however, I am not truly at the late stage of chi refinement. Sighing, he added. But that is of little consequence. How would those loose cultivators know? Niobin waved his hand dismissively. Then he smiled and said, if you can attach a title to yourself, I will grant you a 10% share. You need do nothing and can effortlessly gain a 20% profit. Earning 200 spirit stones a month would be no issue. Su Yuan gazed at Niobin in silence, sensing that this proposition was rather dubious. Well, I believe we should contemplate alternative solutions, Su Yuan suggested. Niobin, in a state of frustration, lamented. It seems I must devise a way to open the shop on my own. Alas, with such exorbitant rent and taxes, what am I to do? I just spent over 100 spirit stones. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, Senior brother, I sense that you possess quite a cunning intellect. After all, I am merely a novice disciple. Niobin fixed his gaze upon Su Yuan and suggested, would you care for an effortless acquisition of 200 spirit stones each month? Such a proposition is indeed feasible, albeit merely in name, Su Yuan replied. Then let us proceed with the registration, Niobin exclaimed. Seizing Su Yuan's arm and hastily making his way outside, casually discarding 130 spirit stones in his wake as he dashed away. Alas, what precisely are we registering for? Please elucidate. Su Yuan responded, exasperated. Chapter 22. Taking over a shop. Su Yuan accompanied Niobin for 2 days, and with Niobin's diligent efforts, they successfully completed all the necessary procedures and secured a rental shop. At this moment, they stood before a store in the bustling Chijue Square, located outside the Chijue sect. The storefront was quite spacious, with an area of 100 square meters in the front, and beyond that lay a hidden treasure for independent rooms that could be transformed into a refining chamber. Su Yuan gazed intently at the plaque above the shop, where the words Su Yuan Forging were inscribed. Beside it, another line read, This establishment is founded by Su Yuan, an inner disciple of the Seven Absolute sect. Su Yuan stared blankly at Niobin, his lips twitching as he asked, Brother Nio, is the hanging name you mentioned referring to this kind of hanging? Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Niobin waved his hand and replied, Precisely. We need to be conspicuous. Otherwise, how will others believe in our capabilities? Once this plaque is displayed, visitors will surely come in droves. Su Yuan was at a loss for words. I believe your prospects are bleak. Niobin, brimming with confidence, replied, Rest assured. Business will flourish. I am determined to make a grand effort. With unwavering conviction. Niobin adorned his shop with previously crafted magical artifacts and showcased other items procured at low prices, swiftly giving his establishment an air of professionalism. 3 days later, Niobin and Su Yuan sat at the entrance, one on each side, counting the little birds perched on the branches. Within the 100 square meter space, not a single soul was present. Brother Bin, I must say, running a shop is an art. Your approach is rather crude. Perhaps you should reconsider, Su Yuan remarked. Aiming to dampen his enthusiasm, Niobin, wearing an expression of disbelief, questioned, How could that be? I observed other shops, when they display the names of inner disciples. A throng of casual practitioners rushes to purchase magical artifacts. What is happening? Niobin appeared to be grappling with existential doubts. Is it possible that others have hired actors? Su Yuan astutely conjectured. Surely not. What would they gain from that? Niobin responded, perplexed. It's a commercial tactic. Do you not comprehend the psychology of conformity? A bustling shop attracts more customers, while one that is quiet dissuades them from entering. Why not consider hosting an event? Su Yuan suggested casually. An event? Perhaps a discount. A buy 3 get 1 free offer, or some complimentary gifts, like elixirs or talismans. He elaborated. Niobin immediately shook his head. No, these are my meticulously crafted magical artifacts. And the items I procured were not inexpensive. Offering discounts would result in losses. As for elixirs, I lack reliable channels to acquire them at lower prices. The same goes for talismans. Sighing, Su Yuan remarked, Your stubbornness is surprising. Were you not quite astute before? Niobin, feeling resigned, responded, Very well. I shall give it a try. 3 days later, the promotional event offering a 10% discount yielded no remarkable results. Still, no customers appeared to make a purchase. Su Yuan observed the passers-by on the street with a sense of perplexity. Most merely glanced at the shop, peered inside for a moment, and then departed without any intention of lingering. When Niobin stopped one of the wandering cultivators to inquire why they did not make a purchase, the response left him utterly speechless. Su Yuan had never encountered such a notion. Who would dare to buy? Moreover, since it was a store belonging to an inner sect disciple, the prices were undoubtedly exorbitant, beyond his means. Niobin, bewildered, found the reality to be somewhat at odds with his expectations. Su Yuan has come to a realization. Not every inner sect disciple can mindlessly open a shop. Only those who have established a reputation can attract customers. It is rather amusing that Niobin brought him along. No one is foolish. Niobin initially set up a shop of over 100 square meters, which in the bustling market exudes an air of extravagance, and indeed, it is quite costly. Niobin's magical artifacts are expensive, and even with discounts, they remain so. The crux of the matter is that Niobin lacks any notable reputation in artifact crafting, making his shop a desolate place by nature. Nevertheless, Niobin did not relent and persevered for 2 more days. Ultimately, he conceded defeat. He retrieved his magical artifacts and returned the stock he had previously acquired, leaving with a face full of disappointment. Yuan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Brother Ben, what shall we do about the shop if we're not going to operate it anymore? However, I have already paid 2 months' rent. If you wish to play around, feel free. If not, you may leave directly. Eventually, the market will come to collect the rents. If the dues aren't paid, the shop will be seized, and it will not affect you." With that, Niobin departed, leaving Yuan in a state of disarray. Staring at the empty shop, Yuan remained speechless for quite some time. He shook his head, locked the door, and returned to his sect. As for the shop, let whoever desires to run it do so. In the miscellaneous servant area of Danju Peak, Zhou Wuyo was diligently sorting through spiritual herbs, needing to process them before the alchemist began his concoctions. A year of servitude had rendered Zhou Wuyo's demeanor more composed. Once he had finished with the herbs, he distributed them to various alchemy rooms. Passing by one such room, he noticed 2 fellow servants busily at work. One of them, spotting Zhou Wuyo, whispered to his companion, "Hey, look, it's Zhou Wuyo." He claimed he would join the outer sect, yet he remains here among the servants, still at the second layer of chi refinement. Just like me. Huh. He thought he had latched onto a promising opportunity, but that opportunity has vanished. A whole year has passed, and he has become quite the failure. I even considered joining him back then. TSK. Though their conversation was hushed, it reached Zhou Wuyo's ears in the quiet alchemy room. He remained unfazed, having encountered such discussions numerous times before. Initially, he would feel angered and engage in retorts, but now he had become accustomed to the world's fickleness. Even his family had significantly reduced their support by 90%. To be frank, he had once harbored grievances against Yuan, but eventually, he understood that the realm of cultivation was fraught with unexpected challenges. All he could do was focus on his own path. Over the past year, he had instead deepened his understanding, practicing the various alchemical knowledge he had acquired from his family. Now, his foundational skills were considerably solidified, and with a bit more accumulation of spirit stones for medicinal preparations, he could attempt alchemy. However, the free time of a servant disciple was too scarce. At that moment, a paper crane fluttered from afar, descending towards Zhou Wuyo's shoulder. Startled, he pointed at the crane. The paper crane immediately relayed a message. "Zhou Wuyo, you have been recommended by an inner sect disciple and may directly enter the outer sect. Please proceed to the Xianxian Hall to complete the necessary procedures." After delivering the message, the crane fell, and Zhou Wuyo deftly caught it. The 2 disciples stood in stunned silence, having overheard the crane's announcement, their expressions bewildered. One of them snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Brother Zhou, congratulations on entering the outer sect ahead of schedule. Haha. And it's through the support of an inner sect disciple. I've heard the benefits are even better than those of ordinary outer sect disciples." The other disciple, now alert, eagerly added, "Brother Zhou, I've heard your name before. Are you still recruiting followers?" Zhou Wuyo, smiling, replied, "All is well. I'm busy now, so I must take my leave. I wouldn't want to keep the steward waiting." He cupped his hands in farewell and set aside his work, departing promptly. Once Zhou Wuyo had walked away, the 2 disciples reined in their smiles. Who would have thought Zhou Wuyo truly latched onto a promising opportunity? An inner sect disciple, one must reach the late stage of chi refinement to qualify, and there are even combat requirements. They pondered how he managed to remain so composed, never voicing a word before. Hey, he must look down upon us. What is the name of that inner sect disciple he is associated with? Yuan, was it? The 2 resumed their gossip. Zhou Wuyo hurried to the Xianxian Hall, effortlessly completing the formalities to become an outer sect disciple of Danju Peak. Receiving 5 spirit stones monthly, 2 more than the average outer sect disciple, along with a complimentary spell exchange. Curiously, he inquired, "Esteemed steward, who is the inner sect disciple that recommended me? Are you not aware?" "It is Yuan from Shinju Peak," the steward replied, shaking his head, signaling that Zhou Wuyo could depart. Yuan? In Zhou Wuyo's eyes, there was a deep sense of emotion. Yuan had indeed kept his promise and had not forgotten him. He hurriedly made his way to Xuanjue Peak, intending to express his gratitude. However, after searching in vain, he found no trace of Yuan, and no one recognized him. He could only resolve to return another time. Subsequently, he contacted his family, and with their assistance, the supply of resources was swiftly restored, even doubling in quantity. Zhou Wuyo immediately immersed himself in alchemy, striving to enhance his skills. Before long, he successfully concocted a batch of inferior-grade pill of abandoning grains. Zhou Wuyo was taken aback. I actually succeeded on the first attempt. Could it be that I possess a natural talent for alchemy? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he decided to attempt crafting a qi-condensing pill. After a couple of failed attempts, he finally succeeded once more. At that moment, a bright light flickered in Zhou Wuyo's eyes. He truly had a gift for alchemy. However, the pills he produced needed to be sold to recoup his resources, and as a novice, the newly crafted pills would likely be difficult to sell. Meanwhile, outside the outer sect area of Qijue Peak, Zhang Wei was diligently forging a low-grade magical sword. Sparks flew as intricate patterns began to form upon the sword, with runes being inscribed into its very essence, culminating in an unassuming yet functional magical sword. An outer sect disciple nearby marveled, Zhang Wei, your talent for crafting is indeed remarkable. In such a short time, you've managed to forge a magical artifact all on your own? Zhang Wei laughed proudly. I didn't tea-craft this in just a year. I hail from a family of craftsmen, having been exposed to this art for many years. Coupled with my keen insight and innate ability, it is only natural for me to achieve such results. Besides, this isn't my first magical artifact. It's actually my 7th. What about you? How's your crafting coming along? Have you had any successes? The disciple, who had just praised Zhang Wei, suddenly stiffened and replied, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Zhang Wei, upon hearing this, shrugged with a smirk. Honestly, what can I say? It's just my talent for crafting. He placed the magical artifact he had forged back into his storage bag, contemplating the 7 inferior-grade artifacts he had accumulated. What should he do with them? Should he send them back to his family? They were already well-equipped for crafting, and Wu Ti needed his meager contributions. Perhaps he could set up a stall instead. Dealing with finished products was quite bothersome. As Zhang Wei pondered, a paper crane suddenly flew towards him. He was taken aback. Receiving the crane, which carried Zhou Wuyo's voice. Zhang Wei, I was recommended to the outer sect by Senior Brother Su Yuan a few days ago. Senior Brother Su Yuan should be back now. Let us meet at the foot of Xuanjue Peak and search for him together. Zhang Wei exclaimed in delight. Has Su Yuan finally returned? He quickly exited the crafting room and made his way to Xuanjue Peak. Written late. One chapter for now, Chapter 23. Idleness is also a form of idleness. My family resides in the northeast, on the banks of the Songhua River. As Su Yuan hummed a cheerful tune, he ambled leisurely along the peak of Xuanjue. He caught sight of the library pavilion nestled halfway up the mountain and sighed, remarking, This library far surpasses that of Xian Miao Valley in size. While it was true that the pavilion in Xian Miao Valley boasted a more comprehensive collection, it was fundamentally elementary. It appeared that he had now discovered a haven to pass his time. Continuing his leisurely exploration of Xuanjue Peak, Su Yuan unexpectedly discovered numerous breathtaking vistas. He often paused to contemplate what provisions he might require for future visits to appreciate the scenery. He even stumbled upon a serene pond amidst the peaks, igniting his passion for fishing. Additionally, he spotted a spirit beast garden, brimming with delightful creatures, and wondered if he might have the opportunity to gently touch one. Xuanjue Peak indeed harbored many enchanting locales, which greatly uplifted Su Yuan's spirits, as he had finally identified several engaging activities to pursue. While he was lost in his reverie, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Oh, Zhang Wei? Su Yuan called out, causing the downcast Zhang Wei to immediately lift his head. His expression brightened upon seeing Su Yuan, and he hurried over. Su Yuan, you finally showed up. Were you looking for me? Su Yuan responded with a hint of bemusement. If it were a woman, that would be fine. But as for you, my good man, I think not. I owe you spirit stones, and I've not forgotten. Zhang Wei replied earnestly. He then produced a storage bag from his hand and presented it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, taken by surprise, accepted the storage pouch. Upon channeling his spiritual consciousness into it, he discovered that the seemingly modest pouch contained an abundant supply of spirit stones. Upon a cursory count, there were a staggering 2,000. This represented a substantial fortune. So many spirit stones? How many do you have left in your possession? Not many, merely around 200, Zhang Wei replied. However, it should suffice for the time being. Su Yuan regarded Zhang Wei earnestly, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. That you may be a tad arrogant, overly straightforward, prone to fits of temper, and occasionally showy, you remain a man of your word. I have great confidence in you. Zhang Wei's lips twitched. Su Yuan, why do I feel as though you were scolding me? Come, let us retreat to my dwelling for a moment. He added, "Wait, I nearly forgot to call Zhou Wuyo. He's also coming," Zhang Wei exclaimed, smacking his forehead. He then produced a paper crane, folded it with care, uttered a few incantations, and infused it with spiritual energy, causing the crane to take flight and soar into the distance. Su Yuan gazed a little longer. Zhang Wei remarked, "This is a paper crane, designed for short-distance communication. It is quite inexpensive, merely 3 fragments of spirit stone each. Do you not possess any?" Su Yuan. Soon, Zhou Wuyo arrived. Upon seeing Su Yuan, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Su, I sincerely appreciate your recommendation. I have finally entered the outer sect. Otherwise, I would have had to toil in the miscellaneous duties for another 3 years." "Not at all." Su Yuan shook his head. "I have been trapped in one place and unable to move. I had intended to recommend you a year ago." "That's perfectly fine," Zhou Wuyo replied earnestly. "This past year has been a valuable period of refinement for me. I have honed my foundation in alchemy, which has solidified my skills. Now, my proficiency in alchemy has greatly improved. Had I entered the outer sect earlier, I might have overlooked the importance of a solid foundation." Then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he added, "I had promised to prepare resources for you, Brother Su, but the family has provided limited support this year. I assure you that I will make ample resources available for you in the future." Su Yuan waved his hand, stating, "There is no need. Our previous transaction was completed after your recommendation. I borrowed your spirit stones to enter the inner sect, did I not? Although it may not have had a significant impact. Without Zhou Wuyo's resources, I truly cannot explain the speed of my progress." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wuyo's expression turned somewhat regretful. "Come back to my cave abode and sit for a while." "All right." The two followed Su Yuan to a secluded valley. In the courtyard, Su Yuan prepared a pot of plain water for the 3 of them. Zhou Wuyo, filled with curiosity, remarked, as an inner sect disciple, "You could summon 2 outer sect disciples to handle the chores, right? I noticed that the spirit field is still vacant. Is that even possible? We shall see later." Su Yuan replied, nodding. The 3 engaged in casual conversation over the plain water when, suddenly, Zhang Wei broached the topic of crafting magical artifacts. "Oh, you are already capable of forging magical artifacts?" Su Yuan inquired, surprised. "Indeed," Zhang Wei boasted, "I am a genius in artifact crafting. Although my spiritual roots are of gold and water, I possess a remarkable finesse in manipulating flames. The water attribute spirit energy proves remarkably effective during tempering and ensures my stability even in high-temperature environments. In short, I am destined to be a master craftsman." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Wei laughed heartily. "I shall undoubtedly become a grandmaster in artifact crafting. Furthermore, I will enhance my cultivation, achieve the Golden Core stage, lead my family to ascend as a Golden Core immortal family, and advance onward." Stop. I understand." Su Yuan wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Zhou Wuyo cast a silent glance at Zhang Wei and said, "I have actually managed to refine pills as well, the qi condensation pill. Although it is merely of inferior quality, the success rate is quite good, which indicates I possess some talent in alchemy, perhaps just a tad better than this hot-headed youth." Zhang Wei shot an indignant glare at Zhou Wuyo, retorting, "You can call me hot-headed, but you jest if you think your alchemical talent surpasses mine. That is a fact." Zhou Wuyo replied calmly. Zhang Wei was visibly agitated. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, weren't we just discussing the matter of dealing with finished artifacts? I happen to own a shop where you can handle the finished products and conveniently recycle your consumables at a low cost." "What? You own a shop?" Zhang Wei inquired, puzzled. "I have heard that to open a shop, one must at least have some connections within the marketplace. You seem to come from an ordinary family, don't you?" Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "The process was somewhat convoluted, but indeed, there exists a shop." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei replied, "I have a few friends who are novice blacksmiths. Their crafted artifacts are rather mediocre in quality, and they feel embarrassed to sell them. Do you have space to display their wares? You have friends in blacksmithing?" Zhou Wuyo exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, disregarding Zhou Wuyo's astonishment. "Of course. It's no trouble at all. After all, it's not like I have anything pressing to occupy my time," Su Yuan responded. Zhou Wuyo inquired, "What is the listing fee?" "Listing fee? There's no charge, just a 2-month rental period, after which it's all settled. This small sum hardly constitutes a profit for me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wuyo continued, "In recent days, I have also become acquainted with several novice alchemists. They possess a variety of unsorted inventory. Perhaps I could bring my items to Su Ji's shop for sale as well? If the prices are slightly lower, they should move, shouldn't they?" Su Yuan contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Did you not just mention that I could assign 2 servant disciples? They could take turns checking on the shop. Zhou Wuyo nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is merely a trivial matter. The three of them regarded the shop as a mere venue for handling novice creations. These novice creations, while not fetching a high price, would only occupy space if left unsold. Thus, finding a place to sell them was indeed commendable. After their casual conversation concluded, the two took their leave, and Su Yuan provided them with the location of the shop before making his way to the office at Xuanjue Peak. Esteemed steward, I wish to assign 2 servant disciples. I am an inner sect disciple. Su Yuan presented his inner sect disciple token. What names will they bear? Of course, the names of the servant disciples. I have yet to find them. You haven't found them yet? You must locate them first before coming to register. I do not handle allocations here. Su Yuan exited the office, pondered for a moment, and found a wooden board upon which he inscribed 2 lines with the essence of Xinjiang. Recruiting miscellaneous disciples for the inner sect to perform odd jobs and sell goods, willing to travel to the market. Interested parties, please come forward. Upon seeing Su Yuan's sign, several disciples swiftly approached. Greetings, senior brother. Which inner sect brother is seeking help? I am. You? Indeed. Su Yuan replied. What is your name? Su Yuan. I do not recognize you. Well then, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Yuan soon realized that the servant disciples looked down upon him, a disciple of the inner sect. He quickly understood that the recruitment standards of Xuanjue Peak were quite stringent, requiring at least a medium-grade spiritual root. Thus, the servant disciples of Xuanjue Peak also possessed medium-grade spiritual roots. Comparatively, superior-grade spiritual roots were 2 to 3 times more valuable than medium-grade ones, which naturally led to their reluctance to align themselves with an obscure inner disciple. Just as Su Yuan thought he was alone, a shifty-eyed fellow approached him. Senior brother. Are you hiring? Who are you? Su Yuan inquired with interest. My name is Song Kai, a medium-grade 5 spiritual root servant disciple. I'm not keen on tending to spirit beasts. I wish to work with you. Do you offer any benefits? Benefits? Well, there's a chance to enjoy roasted meat together. Su Yuan replied. Deal. Song Kai's small eyes gleamed with excitement. He rubbed his hands together and continued. I have a younger brother who works as a servant on another peak. If you need more help, I can bring him along. Oh, that is fine. What is his name? Song Qian. Your name certainly suggests prosperity. Indeed. Song Kai laughed heartily. All right then, Su Yuan said nonchalantly. As managing a shop and selling items at a low price was not a difficult task. Once the shop closed, he could arrange for the two to set up a stall. It posed no significant issue. Song Kai quickly summoned Song Qian, who also had a cunning appearance and quick-moving eyes. Su Yuan, indifferent to the matter, led the 2 individuals to the office for registration. Consequently, Su Yuan acquired 2 subordinates to assist him, allowing them to abandon the mundane tasks of the sect and instead follow his lead. The brothers Song Kai and Song Qian were exceedingly delighted, revealing their aversion to menial labor. Following this, Su Yuan took them to a shop, entrusted them with the keys, and instructed them to contact Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo. Once the matters were settled, Su Yuan cast the incident from his mind and returned to sleep peacefully. Chapter 24. The gradual flourishing of the shop's business. Song Kai arrived at Danju Peak, locating Zhou Wuyo through Fei He. I am Song Kai, the newly appointed assistant of Senior Brother Su. It is a pleasure to meet you, Senior Brother Zhou. Song Kai greeted with a smile. Zhou Wuyo waved his hand, saying, I am Zhou Wuyo. No need for such formalities. Haha, Senior Brother is being modest. I have only just joined the peak and have much to learn. So I hope you will kindly offer guidance in the future, Song Kai replied. We are all working for Senior Brother Su. No need for such politeness. Zhou Wuyo chuckled. At this point, Song Kai, filled with curiosity, inquired, By the way, Brother Zhou, what kind of items are we selling as mentioned by Senior Brother Su? Zhou Wuyo explained. Oh, it's just that Zhang Wei and I have crafted some elixirs and magical artifacts that are difficult to sell. Senior Brother Su has a shop available, so we thought it best to sell them there. Additionally, some newcomers we know also possess finished products that we can display for sale. Song Kai stroked his chin, questioning. I haven't heard Senior Brother Su mention anything about listing fees. Senior Brother means there is no listing fee, Zhou Wuyo clarified. Surprised, Song Kai responded, No listing fee? What could that possibly mean? He fell into contemplation. What does it imply? Senior Brother said the shop has only a 2-month lease, after which it will no longer exist. Leaving it empty serves no purpose, Zhou Wuyo casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Song Kai shook his head, asserting, No one ever has enough spirit stones. Although Senior Brother Su did not explicitly state it, I believe there is a deeper meaning here. Zhou Wuyo was taken aback. He too began to ponder, but could not grasp the underlying reason. Could it be that Senior Brother Su intends to operate the shop, using these disciples' affordable magical artifacts to generate interest? If the venture proves successful after 2 months, he may continue. If not, he will simply let it go. It would be illogical to rent a shop for idle work. Low-tier items may yield minimal profit, yet high-tier ones possess remarkable margins. Song Kai spoke with keen insight. Zhou Wuyo, realizing the implications, exclaimed, I see. It appears I have been rather simplistic in my thinking. Moreover, there is likely an additional purpose, which is to build reputation. Indeed, Song Kai continued, by providing convenience to our fellow brothers, they will feel gratitude towards Senior Brother Su, gradually consolidating his renown. Perhaps Senior Brother's ultimate goal is to become the inner sect's eldest brother. What he is doing now is merely laying the groundwork. Zhou Wuyo stared at Song Kai in astonishment, exclaiming, From where does your insight spring? Hiki, I hail from the Song family of Haoyue City. Are you referring to the merchant lineage of the Song clan? Indeed, Song Kai confirmed. Understanding dawned on Zhou Wuyo. No wonder your thoughts are so astute. You are truly a scion of a family renowned for its commercial prowess. Song Kai added. It would be best if you could rally your connections to inform more disciples about your assistance to Senior Brother Su and offer consignment help. However, it cannot be entirely devoid of a consignment fee, as that would raise suspicions. Just mention a nominal fee of 1%, and the more sales, the better. Leave the selling arrangements to me. 1%? That seems rather low. What about 5%? Zhou Wuyo inquired. Hiki, Senior Brother Su is not in it for profit. Song Kai replied. True enough. Zhou Wuyo nodded. I will activate my connections immediately. To be honest, throughout my year as a laborer, I have met countless alchemists, albeit most of them are of lower tier. I also have some younger brothers who can assist in registering consignment information and verifying spirit stones. By the way, should I send someone to Zhang Wei's side as well? I'll have my brother go over. I will inform him. Song Kai summoned a paper crane and whispered a few words to it, after which it took flight on its own. Before long, both Zhou Wuyo and Zhang Wei were bustling with activity. Simultaneously, Song Kai and Song Qian ventured to the marketplace, mobilizing some of the Song family's resources there. Although most were mere mortals, they were sufficient to establish an initial reputation for the shop. Song Kai also sought advice from the elders in his family, receiving their approval and encouragement to pursue this endeavor. They noted that the young inner sect disciples undoubtedly possessed superior spiritual roots, particularly those from Shinju Peak, and thus had boundless prospects ahead. Nearly the second day had passed. In Su Yuan's shop for weapon forging, various magical instruments, elixirs, and even talismans had been artfully arranged anew. These items appeared to be of low grade, and their prices seemed rather modest. Song Kai and Song Qian were busy organizing and pricing the merchandise, assisted by several mortal attendants, creating a lively atmosphere. A short figure stood 100 meters away, speaking to a young cultivator. Esteemed immortal master, ahead lies the best shop in the 7 Absolutes market, known for its quality and affordability. I have spent my childhood here, well acquainted with its offerings. Really? You can't deceive me. I have little spirit stone to spare. The youth tightened his belt in suspicion. Esteemed immortal master, I am but a humble mortal. How could I dare deceive you? I value my life. The short man shrank back, glancing around nervously, fearing the attention of others. All right. Leave me to see it. Before long, the young man was drawn to the entrance of Su Yuan's shop. Upon seeing its substantial size, he hesitated, contemplating that, despite its somewhat obscure location, the prices were likely higher than those at street stalls. He turned to find the short man had vanished. Guest, what are you looking to purchase? A cheerful attendant approached, saying, We offer low-tier magical instruments, elixirs, and talismans, though they are of lower grade. They are crafted by disciples of the 7 Absolute sect, ensuring high quality at affordable prices. For instance, this basic movement talisman, which costs 1 spirit stone outside, is only 98 shards of spirit stone here. The attendant spoke rapidly, finishing his pitch in moments. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. So cheap? In reality, the talisman was priced at 103 shards of spirit stone among independent cultivators, making this offer 5 shards less. But it can't be of inferior quality, right? The youth questioned skeptically. The attendant pointed to a line of text on the wall. This is a shop run by inner disciples of the 7 Absolute sect. If we sold defective products, our reputation would suffer, and the inner disciple responsible would face punishment from the sect. Compared to that, how could we risk losing even a few shards of spirit stone? The young cultivator scrutinized the writing at the entrance, recognizing that such claims from shops in the market held genuine weight. Otherwise, The market administrators would shut the place down on the same day. This revelation piqued the interest of the independent cultivator, prompting him to say, "May I take a look inside?" "Of course, please follow me. I will introduce you." The attendant led the young man to the elixir section, where shelves displayed numerous bottles. To the cultivator's surprise, each elixir was accompanied by an introduction, detailing not only its effects but also the name of the alchemist from the sect who crafted it. Is it true that the same elixir can vary in price depending on the alchemist? Indeed, esteemed immortal master. All elixirs here are made by disciples of the Seven Absolute sect, and their prices fluctuate based on their appearance. However, the efficacy remains largely consistent, allowing you to purchase according to your needs, truly a value beyond compare. The attendant assured him. As the young cultivator observed, his interest grew. The sect's alchemists were undoubtedly superior to the rogue practitioners outside. While he recognized these elixirs as novice creations, they were certainly safer than the risk of consuming poisonous or inferior concoctions from untrained alchemists. Moreover, the prices were genuinely reasonable, some even lower than those at street stalls. With only 7 spirit stones and 238 shards of spirit stone in his possession, the young cultivator began selecting items. Shortly thereafter, he found himself left with just 1 shard of spirit stone as a precaution, having exchanged the rest for 2 elixirs and a talisman. Content, he departed. While in the shop's backyard, an attendant handed 2 shards of spirit stone to the short figure. "Well done, keep bringing in customers." "Sure thing, brother." Song Kai observed the sales process from behind the counter, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared his overnight training and sales techniques had borne fruit. From the outset, he had targeted low-tier independent cultivators, sending someone to scout for them at the street stalls and market entrance. Though seemingly inconspicuous, these cultivators were inclined to band together, ensuring a steady flow of customers through word of mouth. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the morning began with only a handful of cultivators, but by afternoon, the number swelled to over a dozen. Numerous elixirs and talismans had sold, and even a low-tier magical instrument was successfully sold for a high price of 20 spirit stones. By the second day of operation, the patronage had surged to over 100 cultivators, some of whom had returned after sampling the shop's products and found the cost-performance ratio satisfactory. As evening approached, Song Kai and Song Qian reconciled their accounts, both displaying expressions of astonishment. "Brother, our sales have reached 358 spirit stones. We've sold off more than half our stock," Song Qian exclaimed. "Quite normal," Song Kai chuckled. "Independent cultivators may be poor, but they are not foolish. The value here is evident. Why wouldn't they spend? We only charge a 1% handling fee. After all this effort, we've only made 13 spirit stones. It's practically charity." But what does Brother Su mean by this? He initially wanted nothing at all. Should we really be working so hard for what seems like a fruitless endeavor? Song Kai's eyes sparkled with insight. You don't understand. Others ascend to the position of inner sect elder through high cultivation or powerful spells, but none have done so through such means. This approach, akin to a commercial path, subtly influences the lower-tier disciples. As they advance in cultivation and become outer or inner disciples, when Brother Su calls upon them, he will surely ascend to the position of elder. Haha, once others discover Brother Su's rise, our family status and commerce will also elevate. Song Kai laughed heartily, patting Song Qian's shoulder. Do you see now? Chapter 25. The daily fishing routine. On a brisk morning, Su Yuan rose with a spirit full of vitality. He greeted the little fish in the pond with a cheerful remark, "Wait for me, I shall find you some companions." With an enthusiastic heart, he made his way to Xuanjue's street in search of delectable treats. After sampling a type of dumpling he had never encountered before, his eyes sparkled with delight, prompting him to order 3 more baskets. Once satiated, he purchased an array of fishing gear from a shop along the street and, brimming with excitement, set off to a deep pool he had previously discovered. Su Yuan set up a small stool, secured his fishing gear, and attached the bait. With great enthusiasm, he cast out his hook and soon felt a tug. It moved. It moved. In no time, he sensed the excitement of a bite. Su Yuan swiftly lifted the fishing hook, only to find it utterly devoid of any catch. No, the bait was missing. What? Su Yuan gazed intently at the surface of the water for quite some time, faintly perceiving a few fish swimming where the bait had just been placed. Among them, a fish adorned with golden threads was diligently consuming the bait. Excellent. The first attempt was a miss. However, on the second try, fortune shall not favor you so easily. Su Yuan cast his line once more. Thud. There was another commotion. He hurriedly lifted his fishing rod again, only to be dismayed to find that the bait had once again vanished, with no fish to show for his efforts. I refuse to believe this. Have you all somehow attained sentience? I have prepared 10 buckets of bait. Unbeknownst to him, the day had slipped away just like that. In Su Yuan's bucket, there remains not a single fish, and the bait bucket, too, is utterly devoid of any content. Su Yuan felt a sense of numbness as he straightened the fishhook and then cast his line into the water. He sat by the pond, lost in contemplation. While he may not catch any fish, he could at least feign profundity. A middle-aged man meandered to the edge of the pond. He was the head of the disciplinary hall, a frequent visitor to the pristine waters for fishing. Over time, the area had become rather desolate, but today, the unexpected sight of a disciple piqued his curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the young man was merely a fourth-level chi-refining disciple. Dismissing any concern, he distanced himself and began to fish. As time passed, the middle-aged man's brow gradually furrowed. What was amiss? Why weren't the fish biting today? He found this peculiarity quite strange and cast a glance at the pond, where the fish swam energetically. After half an hour of fruitless fishing, a sense of inexplicable agitation began to swell within him. Had the fish feasted to their fill today? He suspected the issue lay with the disciple. Curiosity compelled him to observe the young man more closely, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the disciple's hook was perfectly straight. Even more bewildering was the sight of the fish circling around the straight hook, seemingly oblivious to the absence of bait. Some fish foolishly attempted to bite the bare hook. Had it not been for its straightness, they would undoubtedly have been caught. This situation exceeded his expectations. He scrutinized the scene for a while longer, but detected no fluctuations of spiritual energy. This was not sorcery, but rather a fishing technique. The middle-aged man, who held an ardent passion for fishing, felt a thrill of excitement at witnessing such skill. Unconsciously, he found himself moving closer to Su Yuan. Su Yuan had long been observant of the middle-aged man, discreetly studying his fishing technique. Upon realizing that the man's skills were equally lacking, he felt a surge of delight. A fellow master of the Air Force, yet equally inept. Sensing the middle-aged man approaching, Su Yuan turned his head in curiosity. Ahem, this disciple seems unfamiliar. Indeed. I also find you unfamiliar, senior brother, Su Yuan replied. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched as he introduced himself. I am Wang Jian. Oh. I am Shou Wei, Su Yuan stated nonchalantly. Noticing Su Yuan's lack of recognition, the middle-aged man expressed his surprise. You do not know me? Su Yuan remarked. You do not know me. Wang Jian chuckled. Your disciple possesses a certain charm. Wang Jian, seated beside Su Yuan, pointed at his fishing hook and said, with such a straight hook, you will catch no fish. Su Yuan replied calmly, that may not necessarily be the case. As the saying goes, only those who are willing will take the bait. Oh? The middle-aged man expressed disbelief. Su Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him, his gaze traversing the tranquil waters until it finally settled upon a familiar fish, distinguished by a golden thread adorning its back. This particular creature had been the most frequent consumer of his bait. He positioned the fishing hook directly before the swimming fish. With a mere thought, he subtly summoned the power of the heavens and earth, the vibrant essence of what entwined itself around the hook. Before long, the fish swirled around the hook a few times, enticed by the familiar scent of the bait and invigorated by the palpable vitality emanating from it. Ultimately succumbing to the temptation and seizing the hook with its mouth. Su Yuan had long anticipated this moment. With a vigorous tug, the fish was pulled from the water just as it took the bait. Though it momentarily slipped free in midair, it fell gracefully into Su Yuan's bucket. Following the arc of its own momentum, the entire process unfolded seamlessly, a vivid representation of artistry in motion. Wang Jian stood dumbfounded, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This was simply impossible. He fixated on the golden-threaded spirit fish in the bucket, overwhelmed by a sense of disbelief. The spirit fish were particularly sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy, and the golden-threaded variety was regarded as the king among them, possessing far greater intelligence than ordinary spirit fish. It was exceptionally challenging to catch one through mere fishing skill. Yet, Su Yuan demonstrated an extraordinary technique to directly catch the fish king, truly opening Wang Jian's eyes to new possibilities. Su Yuan would never reveal that most of his bait had found its way into the mouth of this majestic fish, a creature he had carefully nurtured to a state of remarkable complacency. To his astonishment, he managed to haul it up. It was merely a casual attempt. Yet it bore fruit beyond his expectations. The catch was splendid, round, full, and remarkably resilient. A true masterpiece, absolutely stunning. Wang Jian exclaimed with fervor. Hee, just a trivial matter. Su Yuan replied with a serene smile. Ahem, Zhou Xiaoyu, might you impart your fishing techniques to me? Wang Jian inquired eagerly. Su Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, fishing is not a skill one can simply acquire at will. It requires a tranquil and serene state of mind. as well as an understanding of the communication between heaven and earth, the harmony between humanity and the land, and the unity of the earth with the sky. It is a practice that follows the principles of nature. A certain aura of a master angler emanated from Su Yuan, imparting an air of profound mystery. Wang Jian, listening intently, found the notion somewhat surreal. Was this truly about fishing? Or was it about enlightenment? Enlightenment? For a fleeting moment. Wang Jian's expression became dazed as memories from 40 years ago resurfaced. At that time, he was stuck at the pinnacle of the early Golden Core stage. Unable to advance into the mid-Golden Core stage, his master had informed him that his lack of Tao comprehension was the cause, advising him to let nature take its course without forceful pursuit, and subsequently encouraged him to fish in this serene Baibo pond. 40 years swiftly passed, and he had forgotten the purpose of his fishing, merely engaging in the act for its own sake. However, at this moment, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, he comprehended that his master had intended for him to seek enlightenment here. With a tranquil mind, he connected with the heavens and the earth, harmonizing man with the land, and the land with the sky, embracing the natural flow of Tao. In a moment of clarity, the experiences of his 40 years of fishing replayed in his mind, and he gradually became one with the entire Baishui pond. He absorbed the graceful movements of the ethereal fish, felt the gentle caress of the mountain breeze upon the pond's surface and his body, and listened to the melodious chirping of the mountain birds mingling with the rippling sounds of the water. In this instant, the realizations garnered over 4 decades cascaded forth like a waterfall. The mountains, waters, winds, fish, and birds intertwined to form a unique symphony of nature. To his ears, it seemed he heard a mysterious crack. The bottleneck shattered. Boom. An overwhelming force surged forth. Observing from the side, Su Yuan was abruptly swept away by a wave of energy, plunging into the water and emerging as a drenched figure. Su Yuan looked at Wang Jian with a bewildered expression. What on earth was happening? It seemed as if a breakthrough had occurred. Could it be? He had merely uttered a few casual remarks, and yet here you were, achieving a breakthrough? Is this even reasonable? Golden light surged into the sky, and the momentum intensified. Upon observing the unsettling situation, Su Yuan swiftly maneuvered away, hastening to the shore and promptly fleeing. As Su Yuan turned back, he beheld numerous streaks of light approaching from afar, encircling the area to prevent any interference with Wang Jian's breakthrough. Su Yuan exclaimed inwardly, feeling a sense of luck. If someone were to misunderstand that he intended to interrupt another's breakthrough and inadvertently cause grave injury, it would be utterly foolish. Alas, could that senior brother earlier truly be a prodigy of cultivation? I merely uttered a couple of phrases, and he achieved his breakthrough? Am I the one who has traversed realms, or is he the one? Could it be that he too has awakened? Su Yuan grumbled to himself. Yet, deep down, he pondered, having assisted him in achieving a breakthrough, surely it constituted a form of gratitude. It would not be unreasonable to request a token of appreciation the next time they crossed paths, would it? Su Yuan felt that this was a fortunate occurrence, and thus he remained unperturbed. What about the fish? Wait, I have yet to bring back my fish. Su Yuan gazed conflictedly towards the direction of the azure pool, as he certainly did not wish to join the Air Force. Chapter 26, The 9-Colored Celestial Fish. Ding, reputation points 5. The sound of the system notification resonated in Su Yuan's ears. Su Yuan paused, a look of surprise flickering across his face. Is it possible to gain notoriety even without a true name? Su Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Upon further reflection, he found it quite natural. A name is merely a moniker, and as long as it refers to him, it embodies his fame. Clearly, this fame was bestowed by Wang Jian. After walking for a while, a notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding, fame value 1. Su Yuan was taken aback. Whence did this notification originate? Could it be that Wang Jian had spoken to someone else? As he walked along, the sound of notifications intermittently echoed in his ears, ceasing only after several instances. Su Yuan noticed the silence and paid it no mind. Shortly thereafter, at a fish stall, Su Yuan gazed at several swimming fish, caught in a dilemma. How much are these spirit stones? He inquired. These are falling starfish, quite inexpensive, merely 7 spirit stones per pound. The vendor replied with a cheerful grin. What do they taste like? Delicious. Truly delectable. In that case, I shall not purchase them, for I fear someone might come to steal them. In reality, their flavor was rather ordinary. Then I certainly shall not buy them. If I cannot savor them, and they are unappealing to behold, what purpose do they serve? The vendor's expression stiffened, and his gaze turned increasingly hostile. Su Yuan cast a glance and noticed a solitary fish in a nearby tank, appearing rather listless. Despite its lethargic demeanor, it exhibited a vibrant sheen, with 3 colors swirling in a manner reminiscent of neon lights, truly enchanting. What kind of fish is this? Su Yuan inquired. The The stall owner, regaining composure, replied, "This is an exceedingly rare ornamental spirit fish, the nine-colored celestial fish. Legend has it that for each realm it ascends, it gains an additional hue. Achieving 9 colors signifies transcendence, a marvel indeed. Although this one is merely a fry, it is inherently tricolored, with the potential to reach the foundation establishment realm. If you nurture it well, you will eventually possess a foundation establishment spirit fish, which is a remarkable investment." So Yuan inquired, "Why does it appear so listless?" "Oh, it's merely hungry." The vendor produced a fragment of a spirit stone and tossed it to the little fish. Instantly, the fish perked up, swimming over to eagerly consume the shard, which quickly vanished into its belly. The little fish revived, its vibrant colors becoming even more pronounced as it frolicked within the aquarium. "What do you think? Isn't it delightful?" The vendor chuckled. Nearby, a seller of talismans observed this scene and subtly cast a glance at Su Yuan, yet he remained oblivious to the gesture. Su Yuan nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. How many spirit stones does it cost?" "A mere 200 spirit stones," came the reply. "Such a bargain." Su Yuan stood up and turned to leave. "Wait. The price is negotiable." Su Yuan turned around and began to negotiate the price with the vendor. Ultimately, he procured the exquisite 9-colored celestial fish for 130 spirit stones. The little fish seemed to sense that it had been acquired by Su Yuan, peering curiously through the glass of its tank with its beady eyes, opening its mouth to release a cascade of vibrant, multicolored bubbles. Su Yuan paid for the fish and embraced the fishbowl as he made his way back, finally free from the specter of empty-handedness. Once he departed, the talisman vendor nearby remarked, "Is it not unethical to deceive like this? The devouring spirit fish is notoriously difficult to nurture. An ordinary disciple purchasing it is bound to face financial ruin." "What devouring spirit fish?" "That is the 9-colored celestial fish." The vendor shot him a disdainful glance before hastily packing up his stall. The talisman seller scoffed. How could it possibly be the 9-colored celestial fish? Though the two may bear a semblance in appearance, the distinctions are profound. The devouring spirit fish consumes spirit stones without offering any return, whereas the 9-colored celestial fish bestows high-quality spiritual energy in return. And even if it were the 9-colored celestial fish, the requirements for recognizing a master are exceedingly stringent. It is said one must possess a deep comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth. "Oh, you seem to know quite a lot." The fish vendor finished tidying up his stall and promptly departed. Su Yuan returned to the courtyard, where darkness had already fallen. He released the 9-colored celestial fish into the pond, and a vibrant tricolor fish immediately began to swim gracefully within the water. In the night, it appeared extraordinarily splendid and beautiful as dozens of other fish encircled the tricolor fish, which, before long, had established itself as the leader among the aquatic congregation. Su Yuan watched with delight, but soon noticed that the 3 colorful fish became listless. Were they hungry? Su Yuan pondered. Wasn't that vendor just feeding them moments ago? The tricolored fish surfaced, gazing at Su Yuan with a pitiful expression. Su Yuan chuckled silently and remarked, "You certainly have quite an appetite for this fish." Su Yuan took out a low-grade spirit stone, crushed it, and directly scattered the fragments into the pool. The 3-colored fish immediately began to peck at the shattered spirit stones. Su Yuan observed with delight as the small fish feasted upon the spirit stones. However, he soon sensed an unsettling change. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, and then dozens more. In no time at all, an entire fragment of a low-grade spirit stone had been consumed by the tricolor fish. The little fish resurfaced, gazing at Su Yuan with a pitiful expression. Su Yuan suddenly sensed that something was amiss. "Your appetite seems peculiar, and your aura appears to be at the lowest tier among low-grade spiritual beasts, perhaps akin to that of a first-layer chi practitioner. Yet, you managed to consume an entire spirit stone in one go?" Little fish gazed at Su Yuan with confusion, unable to comprehend his words, as it opened its mouth and blew bubbles, displaying an eagerness for more. "Well then, I am curious to see just how much you can consume." Su Yuan promptly fed more spirit stones into the water, crushing numerous low-grade spirit stones. The tricolor fish accepted them without hesitation, devouring the fragmented stones bite by bite. Su Yuan watched in astonishment as the little fish consumed 10 whole inferior spirit stones, finally satiating its hunger. It then began to swim energetically in the pool, a faint tricolored radiance blending into the water, subtle yet captivating. Su Yuan sighed, "You little rascal, consuming 10 inferior spirit stones in one sitting? My monthly allowance is merely 30 spirit stones. If you continue to eat like this, I shall soon find myself bankrupt. Truly, the 9-colored celestial fish is beyond my means to sustain." Su Yuan shook his head, indifferent to the matter at hand. He simply could not afford to keep it. When the time came, he would find a river to release it, allowing it to fend for itself in the wild. Su Yuan turned and returned to the house. The colorful little fish surfaced, gazing at Su Yuan's departing silhouette, their eyes shimmering with contemplation. The following day, the sun ascended to its zenith. Su Yuan was awakened by the incessant beeping of a system notification in his mind. Ding, reputation points 1. Ding, reputation points 1. What is happening? Su Yuan rose from his slumber, perplexed. He stood by the window, gazing contemplatively at the fish swimming in the pond below. How might I acquire fame? Is Wang Jian's subsequent impact truly that significant? Indeed, my mere words facilitated his breakthrough. It is only natural that he would mention me to others, thus augmenting my notoriety. But will Wang Jian seek me out? I used a pseudonym. He should be unable to locate me. Even if he were to find me, it matters not, for I have committed no wrongdoing. With this thought, Su Yuan regained his composure. He ventured into the courtyard, brewed a pot of tea for himself, and took a seat on a chair, savoring the sight of the fish while sipping his tea. Suddenly, he noticed the little fish, whom he had whimsically named Shao Kai, surfacing, gazing at him with its pitiable, large eyes. You're not hungry again, are you? Su Yuan shot at a disapproving glance. Shao Kai looked back at him with an innocent expression, opening its mouth to blow bubbles, adorably seeking his attention. Su Yuan's lips curled in a faint grimace. He sighed. Well, what can I say? I suppose I shall have to take care of you for now. Su Yuan cast 10 spirit stones into the pool, and Shao Kai immediately began to joyfully feast upon them. Su Yuan remained indifferent. After all, he was not in a hurry to cultivate at the moment. He decided to wait until he had accumulated a period of balanced rest before proceeding. As for the spirit stones, he could always earn more once they ran out. Su Yuan sipped his tea, and every half hour, the sound of the system notification would ring in his ears. This left Su Yuan somewhat speechless. Could the notification sound be turned off? It was quite bothersome. To his surprise, the system notification indeed ceased, bringing a sense of relief to Su Yuan. Today, Su Yuan decided against fishing. Instead, he ventured to the library pavilion of Xuanjue Peak to peruse its extensive collection of books. To his delight, the library housed millions of tomes, preserving knowledge accumulated over countless years. Although many of the volumes appeared to be of little practical use, Su Yuan relished the opportunity to savor them one by one. Upon returning home in the evening, he fed little Kai 10 low-grade spirit stones before succumbing to a deep slumber. Thus, unbeknownst to him, a month had swiftly elapsed. On Shujue Peak, Yu Bufan wore an expression of dissatisfaction. Why has the revenue from spirit stones diminished so drastically this month? He inquired. Forgive me, senior brother. Recently, a shop has emerged in Chijue Fa, operating in the same domain of low-grade magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans as us. However, their prices undercut ours significantly, leaving us unable to compete. An outer sect disciple lamented helplessly. Why was I not informed earlier? Yu Bufan pressed. You were not present in the sect, and we could not reach you, the disciple replied. Yu Bufan paused, recalling that during his recent escapades with the enchantress, he had deliberately disabled his means of communication. How can that shop afford to offer lower prices than mine? I have already set my prices at the minimum, he exclaimed, perplexed. The shop assists our sect's low-grade alchemists and blacksmiths in selling their goods, charging only a meager handling fee, which allows them to operate at a loss while attracting customers. Naturally, their prices are exceedingly low. What is the origin of this shop? Yu Bufan inquired. It seems to be run by an inner-sect disciple from Xuanjue Peak, though I am unfamiliar with his name, Su Yuan. What? Su Yuan? Yu Bufan was taken aback upon hearing that name. Is it the Su with the grass radical and the distant Yuan? Indeed. The subordinate was astonished that Yu Bufan recognized the name. Could he be a formidable figure? Is it he? What is he up to? Yu Bufan pondered. Should we take some action? The subordinate suggested eagerly. Yu Bufan furrowed his brow and shook his head. No, that shop ostensibly benefits low-grade disciples. If we employ underhanded tactics, it will provide them with ammunition against us, which would hinder my pursuit of the position of senior brother. He paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes. Could this fellow be vying for the position of senior brother as well? Such a maneuver is rather impressive. If I were to undertake it, my chances of success would undoubtedly increase. He commanded, mobilize our resources on Xuanjue Peak and locate Su Yuan for me. I wish to meet him. Understood. Chapter 27. Yu Bufan's astonishment. Little Kai, why does it seem that your aura has reached the pinnacle of the third layer of chi refinement? Su Yuan squatted by the edge of the pool, attuning his senses to the presence of the three-colored fish. The little fish surfaced, opening its mouth to release a stream of bubbles. Su Yuan also noticed that the other fish swimming in the pool emitted a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. Previously, They were merely ordinary fish, but now they exhibited a tendency to transform into spiritual fish. Su Yuan's gaze towards Xiao Kai underwent a subtle transformation. He gently stroked Xiao Kai's head, and she nuzzled against his palm, displaying her delight. Su Yuan watched it with amusement as he took out some spirit stones to feed it. Xiao Kai eagerly accepted the offering, devouring the spirit stones bite by bite. To Su Yuan's surprise, this time Xiao Kai displayed an insatiable appetite, consuming a full 30 spirit stones. Suddenly, Xiao Kai's aura surged, elevating to a new level. And its size increased slightly. It emanated the presence of a mid-tier spirit beast. It truly had made a breakthrough. Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Xiao Kai rose into the air, and the luminous brilliance of 3 colors suddenly burst forth. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, illuminated directly by the radiant tricolor light. In the next instant, the tricolor light transformed into a chain, binding Su Yuan and Xiao Kai together. A golden sword materialized above Su Yuan's forehead, surrounded by 3 ethereal halos of color, rendering him even more enigmatic. After 3 breaths, the brilliance faded, and the small colored pendant fell into the pool, awakening Su Yuan from his reverie. Su Yuan felt a mysterious connection blossoming between himself and Xiao Kai. Immediately, streams of tricolored spiritual energy surged into Su Yuan's dantian from the void. Su Yuan's cultivation technique operated autonomously, effortlessly transforming into the profound essence of the mystic truth. Su Yuan's mysterious true energy inexplicably surged once again. Xiao Kai conveyed a thought to Su Yuan, urging him to praise her. Su Yuan looked at Xiao Kai with a peculiar expression. Was this your doing? Xiao Kai promptly raised her fish head and swiftly swam in the pool, displaying an air of great delight. Su Yuan was well aware of the situation at hand. It was a phenomenon where a spirit beast chose its own master. Such occurrences typically manifested in high bloodline spirit beasts, those with at least the potential of the golden core stage. At the moment of establishing the connection, he indeed received a subtle response, revealing the species of the little. It was none other than the 9-colored celestial fish. Could it be that the vendor did not deceive me? I had thought he was merely boasting. I purchased it simply because I was enamored by its appearance. Yet, to my astonishment, it turned out to be true. Su Yuan was taken aback, his heart warmed by the revelation. Such a precious spirit fish was sold for a mere 130 spirit stones. The vendor must be a kind-hearted individual. Could it be that another exalted being walks among mortals? If I have the chance to encounter him again, I shall express my gratitude in person. Su Yuan attempted once more to feed Xiao Kai with spirit stones. Xiao Kai welcomed the offering without hesitation, for having just achieved a breakthrough, it was indeed quite famished. Xiao Kai consumed a substantial 20 low-grade spirit stones. And as digestion concluded, waves of tricolor spiritual energy, guided by a mysterious connection, descended into Su Yuan's dantian, effortlessly transforming into profound true energy. Su Yuan glanced at the system panel and was astonished to find that his rest time had not been interrupted. Could it be a bug? Wait a moment. Su Yuan gazed at the system panel, his eyes suddenly widening. Name: Su Yuan region. Chinka continent level. Notable: 976-1000. Realm: 4th layer of Qi refinement. 99100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and leisure. The longer your rest period, the more effective your cultivation becomes. Current restoration: 39 days and 11 hours. Entry 2. Natural law. You possess a profound understanding of nature, which allows you to more easily perceive the profound truths of the universe. My reputation value has increased by over 300 points compared to before. When did this happen? Su Yuan was utterly astonished. He had not glanced at the system panel for quite some time, having even silenced the system notification sounds, thus remaining oblivious to the sudden surge in his fame. Something was amiss. Very much so. Su Yuan felt an ominous premonition. Bang! Someone knocked on the courtyard gate. Su Yuan turned his head, extending his spiritual awareness beyond the courtyard gate, and beheld a familiar figure, Yi Bufan. Su Yuan furrowed her brows and rose to open the door. Yi Bufan looked up and, indeed, saw Su Yuan, a faint smile gracing his face. Su Yuan, it is I, Yi Bufan. Do you still remember me? Of course I do. We are from the same generation of exceptional dual-rooted talent. I wonder, what brings you to my humble abode, senior brother Yi? Su Yuan inquired. In just a few days, the triennial inter-sect competition will commence, in which all inter-sect disciples who have been admitted for 10 years may participate. I am confident that I will secure a place among the top 3 in this competition, Yi Bufan declared, his demeanor exuding great pride. Su Yuan was taken aback and inquired, are the rewards substantial? Yi Bufan chuckled lightly. Indeed, they are quite generous. The key is that I will receive the nomination for the position of inter-sect senior brother. Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. Why do you aspire to become the inner sect's elder brother? Yu Bufan's eyes sparkled with ambition as he replied. Because it is the prerequisite for vying for the position of the sect leader. Su Yuan was taken aback. You wish to become the leader? Impressive. Truly impressive. Yu Bufan chuckled lightly and replied, within the sect, who does not aspire to be the master? For instance, you? Or perhaps I? Su Yuan pointed at himself, speechless, and said, I have no desire to be the sect leader. Yu Bufan, with a sharp gaze, responded. Then why did you establish a shop to win over the lower-tier disciples and build your reputation among them? Is it not a prelude to vying for the position of the inner sect's eldest senior brother? Do you intend to become my rival? Su Yuan finally comprehended the source of the problem. The origin of the fame value must lie with that particular shop. What exactly did Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo do? Su Yuan shrugged. Senior brother, you are overthinking it. I merely made a few adjustments. The shop only has a 2-month lease. And it will close once the time is up. Really? Yu Bufan's eyes narrowed slightly. It should be so. In that case, would you be willing to transfer the shop to me, junior brother Su? Yu Bufan finally revealed his intention. Su Yuan scratched his head and said, however, this shop is not rented by me. It belongs to a senior brother named Niu Bin. Niu Bin? Yu Bufan was taken aback by Su Yuan's response. From which inner sect? I have never heard of him. He is a senior brother from the outer sect. You may wish to speak with him, Su Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Bufan could not help but smirk inwardly, perceiving Su Yuan's words as a clear refusal. It seems that junior brother Su indeed harbors aspirations for the position of the inner sect senior brother, Yu Bufan remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was rendered speechless and replied, have you perhaps misunderstood something? As a mere 4th-level Qi refinement practitioner, how could I possibly vie for the position of inner sect senior brother? Is that so? Then allow me to test the caliber of my junior brother. Yu Bufan's eyes narrowed, and he reached out towards Su Yuan, flames surging from his palm, emanating a powerful aura of magical energy. Su Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Yu Bufan would dare to strike directly. This was within his own cave abode. Sensing the impending danger, Su Yuan instinctively retaliated. A year of playful skirmishes with Shaoli had transformed his mastery of the Xianjin Tian Yin technique into an instinctual skill. In an instant, a golden shield enveloped his entire being, shimmering with a metallic luster and appearing exceptionally sturdy. The flames of Yu Bufan's attack collided with the golden barrier, producing a fierce hissing sound. Yu Bufan's initially casual demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as the previously faint flames surged tenfold in intensity. Yet, that thin layer of golden shield stood firm, akin to a turtle's shell, effortlessly absorbing Yu Bufan's assault. He even noticed flickers of red light emanating from the shield, dispersing his flames with ease. After a tense standoff lasting several breaths, the golden shield suddenly trembled violently. Yu Bufan was thrown backward, hurtling out through the doorway. In midair, he drew out his flying sword, stabilizing himself swiftly. As he gazed back at Su Yuan, he found him unperturbed, his gaze deep and penetrating. Yu Bufan's expression grew solemn. At that moment, the air fell silent, save for the gentle bubbling of a spiritual fish by the edge of the pool. This is my cave abode. I kindly ask my senior brother to exercise restraint, Su Yuan said calmly. Yu Bufan took a deep breath and replied, Su Yuan, I underestimated you. I never imagined that the one who concealed himself the most in this generation would be you. Su Yuan's expression remained calm as he inquired. What do you mean by that? What are you concealing? Yu Bufan's countenance stiffened momentarily before he composed himself and replied, very well, I acknowledge you. I hope that during the grand competition, we may engage in a fierce battle. Yu Bufan cast a profound glance at Su Yuan before soaring away on his sword. Not pausing for even a moment, Su Yuan let out a disdainful snort, exclaiming, insane. He glanced around and, seeing no signs of anything burned or damaged, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, he unleashed a paper crane, promptly summoning Zhang Wei, Zhou Wuyo, and Song Kai. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo arrived swiftly, while Song Kai soon soared in on his sword. Su Yuan gazed at the 3 individuals and inquired, what is the matter concerning the shop? What has transpired? Zhang Wei responded with confusion. Song Kai quickly reported, Senior brother, I took the liberty of adding an additional fee. I humbly request your reprimand. Zhou Wuyo, realizing the situation, promptly interjected, this was a joint decision between Song Kai and myself. It is not solely his fault. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he inquired. I am not referring to the matter of the 1% fee. Just how extensive have your operations become? What is your daily customer traffic? Upon hearing this, Song Kai chuckled and replied, Senior brother, you need not worry about my endeavors. I manage everything with utmost diligence. We have a minimum of 200 customers daily, generating a revenue of around 3 to 4,000 spirit stones. Even with a 1% fee, that yields a profit of 30 spirit stones. We have become quite a renowned establishment in the vicinity of the 7 Absolute sect. Rest assured, senior brother, this is merely the foundation. As our reputation grows, we shall venture into the mid-range product market, at which point our profits will undoubtedly soar. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched as he remarked, "Do you understand the phrase a tall tree catches the wind? Just now, Yu Bufan sought me out." Yu Bufan? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in surprise. He came here? What for? He wants me to transfer the shop. Su Yuan scoffed. This is outrageous. Zhang Wei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, after all our hard work to establish this. He merely wishes to reap the rewards. So what if he possesses an exceptional spiritual root? We shall not back down, even if it leads to our mutual destruction. Zhou Wuyo, expressing concern, said, Senior brother, what shall we do? Song Kai cautiously inquired, has he departed? Did you acquiesce? I directed him to seek out Niobin, the true owner of this establishment. He dismissed it as nonsense and even resorted to violence. Su Yuan fumed. Zhang Wei glanced over Su Yuan, puzzled, and asked, Where are your injuries? Su Yuan cast him a sidelong glance and declared, I have driven him back. Really? Song Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then we can continue our endeavors. Su Yuan immediately waved his hand, saying, No need. In that case, let us refrain from selling those low-tier items. Seek out Niobin and have him take over the shop. One must understand that fame can be a double-edged sword. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Song Kai pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that senior brother Su is already aware of the recent scarcity of supplies? Over the past month, due to substantial sales, the inventory of low-tier artifact and potion masters from the 7 Absolute sect has indeed dwindled significantly. It is undoubtedly the opportune moment to venture into the mid-tier market. And Niobin represents the source of those resources. Clearly, senior brother Su had anticipated this situation well in advance. Moreover, it seems that senior brother Su is indeed vying for the position of the elder brother, having even repelled Yi Bufan. Speaking of which, the internal sect competition is just a few days away. He should assist senior brother Su with the registration, as a miscellaneous disciple under Su Yuan's name. He is entitled to handle such trivial matters on behalf of a senior. Senior brother, will you be participating in the upcoming competition? Song Kai inquired. Su Yuan, at a loss for words, remarked, I have merely reached the 4th level of qi refinement. How could I possibly participate in the intersect competition? I do not even meet the threshold. Song Kai replied, there are no restrictions on cultivation levels for the competition. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan retorted with annoyance. Then go ahead and register. Understanding the situation, Song Kai nodded, promising to assist Su Yuan in registering his name shortly. Chapter 28. Guidance. Yi Bufan hurriedly returned to his abode. Observing his troubled expression, the subordinates waiting outside prudently refrained from approaching him, aware that it would only invite reprimand. Seated in his chamber, Yi Bufan's demeanor oscillated between contemplation and agitation. Su Yuan, he mused, it is no wonder he was chosen by the master of Xuanjue Peak. With inferior spiritual roots, he manages to keep pace with my superior spiritual root prowess. This fellow is truly enigmatic. The cultivation speed associated with superior spiritual roots is theoretically 27 times that of inferior ones. Coupled with the disparity between dual and triple roots, the difference could reach 30-fold. What treasures, physique, comprehension, or fortuitous encounters does he possess? Or does he possess them all? Yi Bufan narrowed his eyes. In reflecting upon himself, he realized he had been excessively self-assured over the past year, previously dismissive of the notion that there exist talents beyond his ken. Today's encounter with Su Yuan served as a sobering revelation. If even someone with inferior spiritual roots could rival his superior ones, then it stands to reason that other superior roots, should they acquire certain opportunities or treasures, could easily surpass him. Yi Bufan steadied his thoughts, plunging into contemplation. Should he consider an alliance with the demon sect? The words of the enchantress echoed in his mind, leading him into a state of inner turmoil. Meanwhile, in the shade behind Yi Bufan's cave dwelling, a golden core elder observed him with an expression of serene detachment. The array surrounding the cave was impenetrable, yet it could not obstruct the perceptive abilities of a golden core elder, especially since he had been the one to set up the formation. He could effortlessly sense the emotional fluctuations emanating from Yi Bufan. What choice shall he make? Yi Bufan, the elder pondered calmly. Unbeknownst to him, someone was scrutinizing his every move. After all, he was merely at the 7th level of qi refining. Ultimately, Yi Bufan remained indecisive and instead resorted to consuming a high-grade qi gathering pill, immersing himself in cultivation. The Golden Core Elder observed for a brief moment before departing. This elder made his way to the 7 Absolute Peak to report to the sect leader. "Ah, a strikingly handsome young man," the sect leader remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. "By the way, there is an intersect disciple at Xuanjue Peak whose strength is surprisingly on par with you, Bufan, and he belongs to the same cohort. I believe he warrants close attention," the elder continued. "Who might that be?" the sect leader inquired, intrigued. "Yuan. I have investigated and found that he possesses inferior triple spiritual roots. He was chosen by Master Wang to become an inner disciple, currently at the mid-stage of qi refining, exuding a robust aura of spiritual energy. His foundation is solid, and he has grasped the profound Xianjinyin Tian technique, showcasing remarkable comprehension." The sect leader was astonished. "Such talent exists? Why has Master Wang never mentioned him?" "Well, I only recently uncovered this information. It appears he was believed to have perished in the secret realm." The elder scratched his head. "What? That cannot be. Master Wang is not one to be so careless," the sect leader exclaimed in surprise. The elder shrugged. "That is indeed the case. I found it equally hard to believe when I was investigating." Intrigued by Yuan, the sect leader asked, "Where is he now?" "In cave dwelling number 4399 at Xuanjue Peak." "Understood. Continue to observe those superior spiritual roots," the sect leader commanded. "As you wish." The Golden Core Elder took his leave. The sect leader stroked his chin thoughtfully before vanishing from the hall in a flash. "Cave dwelling." Yuan began. "Have you encountered any uncertainties in your recent cultivation, alchemy, or artifact forging? Please share them with me." Zhang Wei, perplexed, replied, "Do you truly intend to guide us? Our cultivation methods and spiritual roots vary greatly. Can you still offer us guidance? Moreover, what do you mean by alchemy and artifact forging? Do not hesitate to speak," Yuan encouraged. "Zhang Wei, you may go first." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei candidly expressed, "I have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement and have opened 8 spiritual orifices. However, I have hesitated to open the 9th, as I am uncertain how to connect the first 8 orifices into a cohesive whole." Yuan listened attentively and urged him to attempt the circulation of his vital energy once more. "You have rushed your cultivation too eagerly and recklessly. Despite possessing a water spirit root, you have predominantly relied on the metal spirit root for your practice. Furthermore, during the circulation, I detected 88 glaring errors. While 68 of these can be overlooked for now, the remaining 20 can indeed be amended. The first error is as follows." Yuan pointed out the adjustments. Zhang Wei appeared bewildered, yet complied with Yuan's request to modify the operation of the Zhou Tian. Zhou Weio stood nearby, entranced. He had heard of such practices, where high-level cultivators could assist those of lower realms in refining their techniques, thereby achieving a harmonious and perfect state between the practitioner and their art. Yuan was merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Could this truly be feasible? Zhang Wei did not dwell on such thoughts and diligently fulfilled Yuan's requests one by one. Upon executing the revised circulation of the Zhou Tian technique, the fluidity of the practice surged by an impressive 35%. Moreover, the refinement of spiritual energy also experienced a notable enhancement. Once the Zhou Tian circulation concluded, Zhang Wei sprang to his feet and embraced Yuan's leg, exclaiming, "Adoptive father, please allow me to pay my respects." Yuan silently pushed Zhang Wei away, exclaiming, "Get away from me." Zhou Weio covered his face, for he could never bring himself to commit such an embarrassing act. Yet, he felt an inexplicable envy towards Zhang Wei's eccentric personality. Zhang Wei continued, "There are still 68 issues to address." Yuan waved his hand and said, "Once you have transcended the 4th layer of qi refining, we shall converse further. You must also engage in deep contemplation on your own. Additionally, to share your concerns regarding the art of weapon forging." Zhang Wei promptly articulated the perplexities he encountered during his forging endeavors, and he presented one of his creations for Yuan's inspection. Yuan discerned the intricate spiritual patterns within the artifact and remarked, "Your foundational skills in crafting are indeed somewhat lacking. This inferior-grade artifact primarily consists of the communication pattern, supplemented by the spirit flame and shock patterns. You have committed 48 errors across these fundamental patterns. It is quite perplexing that you managed to successfully forge this artifact. Furthermore, the shaping process is rather haphazard. It is essential to understand that the artifact's exterior must harmonize with the spiritual patterns. Not only is this artifact aesthetically unpleasing, but there is also a significant conflict with one of the patterns that will lead to noticeable stagnation in the flow of spiritual energy. How could you dare to offer such a flawed piece for sale?" Zhang Wei, feeling somewhat insecure from the critique, responded, Yuan, I believe my foundation is adequate, Throughout my upbringing, I have been taught by genuine artifact craftsmen, especially since my father is a second-tier inferior-grade craftsman, more than capable of instructing me. This artifact is already among the finest I have produced recently. The ones I sold before were of even lower quality. He turned to Song Kai and asked, "Isn't that right, Song Kai? When scattered cultivators purchase, they're always full of praise, aren't they?" Indeed, Brother Zhang's artifacts are extremely popular. They sell out immediately. And some even wish to commission custom pieces from him, Song Kai affirmed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan glanced at the expressions of the two individuals, which did not appear to be jesting. He too fell into contemplation, realizing that the art of refining tools seemed to be even more accessible than he had initially imagined. Su Yuan shook his head and said, "You cannot compare yourself to those solitary cultivators. If you claim that your foundation is not solid, and you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate it to you." Su Yuan promptly identified all 48 issues. The curve of this spiritual pattern is excessively sharp, and here, the connection is too rigid. It would be best to reduce your water attribute's spiritual energy by 3 parts when striking. The more Zhang Wei listened, the more bewildered he became. Ultimately, he fell into a prolonged silence. Upon reflection, it seemed his magical artifact was indeed quite poor and subpar, leading him to succumb to self-doubt. Su Yuan cast aside his gaze towards him and turned to Zhou Wuyo and Song Kai. Both of their faces displayed a longing expression. Su Yuan calmly stated, "Zhou Wuyo, it is your turn now." Zhou Wuyo promptly inquired about the various cultivation challenges he had encountered. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Zhou Wuyo nodded calmly, as he meticulously pointed out various insights to Zhou Wuyo. Unbeknownst to them, a young man hovered above, openly observing their discourse. Initially, the young man found Su Yuan's instructions somewhat ordinary. However, as he elaborated on over a dozen issues, astonishment began to dawn upon him. For instance, regarding Zhang Wei's cultivation, he had only identified 48 areas for improvement. If Su Yuan's assertions were indeed accurate, then his prowess was truly extraordinary. Even disregarding the unmentioned aspects, Su Yuan's profound foundation in cultivation was undeniably impressive. Whether in the realms of cultivation, artifact refinement, or alchemy, his theoretical knowledge had ascended to remarkable heights, seemingly surpassing even that of the current inner sect elder brother, Zhuge Jian. Zhang Wei, Zhou Wuyo, and Song Kai all benefited immensely from Su Yuan's guidance, feeling as though the path ahead had been illuminated. Zhou Wuyo, in particular, experienced an immediate breakthrough in his realm, achieving the 3rd level of qi refinement. This exemplifies the advantages of having a distinguished mentor. Many of their challenges were not insurmountable, but rather, they were unable to even identify the problems at hand. With Su Yuan highlighting these issues, they had already reaped significant rewards, not to mention the numerous corrections he provided. In truth, Su Yuan could effortlessly resolve their issues in one fell swoop. However, he chose not to do so. Instead, he left them to ponder their own solutions, providing suggestions as a reference for them to comprehend and transcend their challenges independently. Otherwise, if they were to rely solely on their own abilities, they would ultimately find themselves at an impasse. The 3 bade farewell and departed swiftly. Song Kai left behind the shop's earnings of 1,000 spiritual stones for the month. Upon returning, he replaced the funds with Song Qian and sought Su Yuan's guidance once more. After Su Yuan resolved the issues of several individuals, the time had already slipped into the afternoon. With the remaining hours, there was no necessity to visit the library to read. Su Yuan strolled leisurely around Xuanjue Peak, soon captivated by the lively scene unfolding at the square of the Yanfa Hall. In the square, a considerable number of disciples had gathered. Among them were several inner disciples engaged in combat on the platform, with stewards standing by to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Su Yuan watched with great interest as some disciples commanded flames to fiercely strike their foes, while others unleashed a multitude of water arrows, leaving their enemies defenseless. Although he had encountered numerous descriptions of spells in books, this was the first time he had witnessed such an array of magic in reality. "Hey, junior brother, who do you think will emerge victorious on this platform?" A young man beside him suddenly inquired. Su Yuan was taken aback and turned to see a charming young man. He quickly said, "Greetings, senior brother. These 2 seniors are both masters in the late stage of qi refinement, while I am merely in the mid-stage and cannot discern their prowess. I hope you will forgive me." "Oh, you cannot tell?" the young man inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. Is that not quite normal?" Su Yuan nodded in affirmation. "Why not take a guess? If you guess correctly, I shall reward you with 50 spirit stones." The youth proposed with a smile. "And if I guess incorrectly?" Su Yuan asked, filled with uncertainty. "If you fail to guess, you shall give me 5 spirit stones." The young man replied. Are you not deceiving me, senior brother? Su Yuan questioned. Of course not, the young man said, producing a medium-grade spirit stone with ease. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the two disciples on the platform. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I believe the disciple wielding the long sword will emerge victorious. In the arena, the two inner disciples engaged in combat, one with a sword and the other with a dagger, both manipulating their weapons with spiritual energy, causing them to clash mid-air. They deftly maneuvered to evade each other's assaults, their bodies aglow with spiritual light, showcasing their defensive capabilities. After a quarter of an hour, the contest remained evenly matched. The young man, taken aback, inquired, Are you certain? I'm merely guessing, Su Yuan replied. The young man nodded, observing intently. After an additional quarter of an hour, the swordsman ultimately secured victory with a decisive move, and both fighters acknowledged the end of their bout. The young man, astonished, handed Su Yuan a mid-grade spirit stone and then asked, How did you arrive at your conclusion? Su Yuan shrugged and remarked, A sword is far more elegant than a dagger, and the odds of victory are slightly higher. In truth, he was merely making a whimsical guess, for even in defeat, he would only lose 5 spirit stones. The young man shook his head and replied, I do not believe you. He pointed to another platform and continued, I just bestowed upon you a medium-grade spirit stone, worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. You need not worry about the remaining half. There is still one more match. Go ahead and make another guess. Su Yuan gazed silently at the young man for a moment. However, the spirit stones tucked away in his pocket were not something he could relinquish easily. He casually remarked, Surely the water element spellcaster will prevail. The young man concentrated intently on the match, seemingly weighing the chances of victory for both contenders. Ultimately, the victor turned out to be the disciple of the water element spells. With the outcome hanging by a mere thread, just a fraction of a move separated triumph from defeat. Even he had been unable to discern who would emerge victorious. The young man's gaze towards Su Yuan shifted, revealing a newfound depth of intrigue. Su Yuan remained composed. This time, his guess was merely a matter of chance. Correctly predicting 2 heads in a coin toss was hardly an extraordinary feat, was it? Chapter 29, Collaborating with the Sect Leader to Formulate Strategies Come. I shall treat you to a meal. Do share with me how you arrived at your conclusion, the young man remarked. Su Yuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. This scene felt oddly familiar. Was Niubin's scheme about to be employed against him once more? Ahem, may I inquire about your name, senior brother? The young man displayed a sense of nostalgia. It has been quite some time since anyone mentioned my name. I have almost forgotten it myself. I am Gu Qinzhu. So it is senior brother Gu. Su Yuan nodded and then inquired, Are you an inner sect disciple? More or less. Will you be participating in the inner sect competition? No. The young man countered, And what about you? Naturally, I shall not participate. Su Yuan shrugged. I have only reached the 4th level of qi refinement. He fixed a keen gaze upon the young man and said, Senior brother Gu, are you perhaps considering establishing a betting pool? Let me clarify beforehand. I truly possess no discernment. My previous guess was merely a shot in the dark. Gu Xiaomin nearly stumbled at Su Yuan's unexpected line of thought. He was momentarily speechless. Then with a glint in his eye, he clapped Su Yuan on the shoulder and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, junior brother, your insight is remarkable. I did not anticipate that you would see through my modest intentions. Su Yuan, displaying an air of seasoned wisdom, remarked, I knew it. How could the inner sect competition lack a betting system? Such matters are not easily managed. Senior brother, you ought to be cautious. The sect will undoubtedly investigate this. Master Gu pondered for a moment and replied, I have not encountered any similar regulations within our sect. Su Yuan expressed his surprise. Is there really nothing? Master Gu shook his head in response. No. Is the higher echelons of this sect so carefree? Alas, the future appears grim, Su Yuan mused. Master Gu. Observing Su Yuan openly criticize the upper management, couldn't he help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. All right, come with me. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Very well, I can offer some suggestions, but I cannot guarantee anything beyond that. Agreed, no problem. The two swiftly made their way to a tavern, where they ordered a feast of food and drink. Master Gu then stared in astonishment at Su Yuan, who devoured the dishes with astonishing speed, as if a tempest had swept through, reducing the entire spread to mere emptiness in his stomach within mere moments. Su Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, Well, it has been a month since I indulged so freely in a meal. I apologize for my lack of decorum. Master Gu waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Su Yuan's belly, and commented, It seems your stomach has undergone some changes. Su Yuan calmly remarked, This is innate. I simply have a good appetite. Gu Xiaomin chose not to pursue the matter further and inquired, regarding the betting market you just mentioned. What approach should one take to make it promising? From your tone, it seems you possess considerable experience. I cannot claim such expertise, Su Yuan replied modestly. In my perspective, the crux of establishing a betting market lies in creating an information asymmetry. The more one comprehends the players and the more comprehensive the information, the greater the chances of victory. Su Yuan spoke eloquently, suggesting the necessity of misleading others while simultaneously gathering comprehensive information. He advocated for promoting selective details about the competitors, deliberately concealing critical facts to create an artificial information disparity. Subsequently, he could set the odds, significantly increasing his chances of success. Concealing information does not equate to disseminating falsehoods. Even if others incur losses, they would have no grounds for complaint, rendering this venture a surefire profit. Naturally, such undertakings require a formidable intelligence network. And without a certain level of standing, one might be better off abstaining from this path. He kindly cautioned his senior brother Gu. Upon hearing this, Master Gu nodded in comprehension. How much do you reckon we could earn if we proceeded this way? Surely several million spirit stones, correct? Su Yuan casually replied. Master Gu's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he inquired, how could there be such an amount? Several million spirit stones is no trifling sum. Su Yuan continued. I may have even underestimated the potential. Our sect boasts over 100,000 disciples, although most are mere laborers. It is not unusual for them to possess a few dozen spirit stones. Additionally, outer disciples typically hold assets ranging from hundreds to thousands of spirit stones. Inner disciples are even wealthier, often possessing several thousand to tens of thousands of spirit stones. On average, if each person contributes 100 spirit stones, that would easily amount to several million spirit stones if we can secure a victory half the time. Su Yuan chuckled softly. What I mentioned earlier was merely in jest. Even if it were to be executed, the higher-ups of the sect would undoubtedly reap the rewards, and who knows, they might even face repercussions. So, keep your antics light and refrain from making too much of a spectacle. Brother Gu inquired, are you interested in collaborating with me on this venture? Su Yuan pointed at himself in astonishment, exclaiming, Me? You trust me so much, senior brother? I believe you are truly talented. Master Gu affirmed with certainty. Su Yuan hastily waved his hand and said, I will not partake in this matter. I do not relish the idea of being in the limelight, as it tends to attract trouble. 1/10. Master Gu declared. What? Su Yuan asked, perplexed. I shall offer you a 10% profit if you assist me in managing this venture, including intelligence and publicity. I will handle the rest. Master Gu continued, asserting that securing a profit of several tens of thousands of spirit stones would be a feasible endeavor. Even a mere 10% would yield over 10,000 spirit stones. Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, Are you truly that remarkable? I am, in fact, a core disciple. Master Gu responded with a gentle smile. This is far too perilous. Su Yuan shook his head. 20%. Master Gu held up 2 fingers. Su Yuan swallowed hard, yet shook his head and said, Senior brother Gu, I am not that kind of person. 30%. Master Gu extended 3 fingers. Su Yuan cast a sharp gaze towards Gu Qizhu and hesitantly inquired, Is there truly no such provision in the sect's regulations? You may review the sect's rules. Indeed, there is none. Even if the sect were to lay blame, the most they would do is confiscate your spirit stones, and there would be no further punishment, affirmed Master Gu with unwavering confidence. Senior brother, do you genuinely hold me in such high regard? This is our first encounter. Su Yuan replied. I feel an immediate camaraderie with you. Master Gu asserted. I have little interest in spirit stones. I simply find the idea of engaging in a gamble quite intriguing. You caught my eye. Will you accept my proposal? Su Yuan immediately recalled the regulations of the sect. To his astonishment, there were no rules pertaining to such gambling arrangements. Not only was there no punishment, but there were not even any stipulations. I need to ponder this further, Su Yuan remarked. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with the most comprehensive information regarding the intersect competition, allowing you to assess my capabilities. Then, I expect your response, for this opportunity is singular. Master Gu chuckled softly. Very well, we shall discuss this tomorrow. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Su Yuan understood that the 30% profit he could secure came with the inevitable burden of potential risks. However, he recognized that risk and reward are intrinsically linked. The potential gains reached staggering sums of thousands of spirit stones. In the grand scheme of wealth, financial matters reign supreme. In the worst-case scenario, he could secure a fortune and retreat into the trial secret realm. Who could possibly follow him there? To be candid, Su Yuan felt a stirring desire. Yet he resolved to conduct a thorough investigation first. After parting ways, Master Gu instructed Elder Jean Dan to prepare a dossier on the disciples participating in the intersect competition, while simultaneously fabricating an identity profile for a core disciple named Gu Qizhu. Su Yuan, on the other hand, summoned Song Kai to look into whether there have been any instances of betting in previous years and to gather information about Gu Qizhu. Song Kai, aware of the gravity of the task, diligently set about his investigation overnight and returned to report to Su Yuan in the dead of night. Senior brother, he began. Over the years, no one has engaged in betting. It seems everyone instinctively believes that such actions are prohibited by the sect. However, there is no explicit regulation addressing this matter. Furthermore, I have uncovered basic information about Gu Qizhu. There is indeed a core disciple by that name from Xuanjue Peak, with cultivation at least at the foundation establishment level, but I am unaware of any further details. Su Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I am a core disciple, I should be able to manage the expenditure of over 100,000 spirit stones. Others will remain oblivious to the fact that I have garnered 30% of the profits. They will merely perceive me as a pawn dispatched by the core disciples. He felt that this endeavor held promise. The monetary aspect was trivial compared to his genuine delight in assisting others. Although the venture carried its risks, he had a subtle ulterior motive. It could serve as a means to acquire a modicum of fame. While he was not inclined to seek fame through perilous endeavors, the dangers within the sect were indeed minimal. This opportunity seemed quite favorable and well worth pursuing. Speaking of the system, he cast a glance at the system interface and was taken aback. Name: Su Yuan Region, Chinka Continent Level, Rising Fame, 11261W. Realm: Chi Refinement Stage 4, 99100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the better your cultivation results. Current rest duration: 41 days and 8 hours. Entry 2. Natural Law. You possess a remarkable talent for comprehending nature, allowing you to more easily grasp the profound truths of the universe. Entry 3. To be selected. When did I accumulate over 100 fame points? It has only been a day since. Su Yuan found it rather peculiar. The system notification sound had been turned off, which indeed caused some delays. It would be better to turn it back on. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he waited for a moment, yet the reputation value did not increase. Su Yuan shook his head, his gaze settling upon entry 3. Subsequently, 3 lines of text materialized before his eyes. Indecisiveness. You possess a remarkable talent for distraction. Adept at multitasking. Unhindered meridians. All your meridians flow freely, enhancing your cultivation speed. Celestial 7 stars. You forge a mysterious connection with the Big Dipper, granting you numerous extraordinary benefits. Su Yuan pondered deeply. He swiftly dismissed the second option, for the balance of labor and rest had already accelerated his cultivation speed remarkably, rendering that choice somewhat redundant. Next came the first option, multitasking. While this term held considerable merit and could even enhance his combat prowess, allowing him to wield 4 or 5 magical artifacts simultaneously, thus enabling him to confront multiple foes, he recalled from his readings that certain extraordinary techniques inherently possess such capabilities. An example of this was the unique mastery of the Divine Peak. Hence, he deemed it unnecessary to squander a slot on such a term when it could be acquired through practice. The final option bore a semblance of the arcane, yet fortuitously. Su Yuan already possessed a mystical term, the Way of Nature. There appeared to be a potential connection between the two. Consequently, Su Yuan resolved to select 7 stars Shine Bright. With a mere thought, he made his choice, and in an instant, 7 stars Shine Bright was firmly established in its place. Su Yuan looked up and immediately beheld 7 stars suddenly shining brightly, their radiant beams traversing the galaxy and illuminating his figure. In this critical moment, Su Yuan decisively activated the entry balance of work and rest. The rest time was instantly reset. Chapter 30. The Comprehension of the 7 Stars. With the activation of the balance of work and rest, 41 days and 9 hours of rest time transformed into 4 days and 2 hours of training time for the entry. Su Yuan, unwilling to squander this opportunity, opted for the self-initiated secondary activation of the entry. To his delight, his endeavor proved successful. The training duration, originally spanning 4 days and 2 hours, was remarkably reduced to merely 5 hours. Furthermore, the enhancement of his training state was doubled. 7 celestial pillars descended from the heavens, and a star map of the Big Dipper first captured Su Yuan's gaze. Following this, the 7 stars fell, creating a breathtaking spectacle as the starlight infused into his being, forging 7 celestial acupoints that interconnected heaven and earth. In Su Yuan's mind, distractions vanished, and his thoughts flowed with remarkable swiftness. his comprehension soared to unprecedented heights. The principle of Tao, in its natural essence, was passively ignited within him. The celestial diagram of the Big Dipper seamlessly aligned with the extraordinary phenomena of the universe, further enhancing Su Yuan's understanding of the star map. The three great legacies acquired from the trial's secret realm, the thousand-array formula, the sword chant of heaven and earth, and the profound techniques of the mystical true transformation, coupled with the numerous tomes on celestial cultivation he had recently perused, cascaded through his consciousness. Waves of enlightenment surged within him. Within his being, the seven orifices pulsed with energy, and in his sea of consciousness, the seven stars shimmered brightly. With each step, he danced upon the seven stars, enveloped in their radiant light, crowned by the celestial map of the Big Dipper. Su Yuan attained enlightenment. Waves of clarity surged within his heart as he embarked on the creation of his own spells, utilizing the seven stars diagram as the foundational principle, the sword chant as the essence, the thousand-array decision as the framework, and the mysterious true chi as the flesh and blood. He forged a sword array technique known as the seven stars mysterious true sword canon. Subsequently, he arranged a grand formation of the seven stars refinement within his body, utilizing the seven stellar acupoints, thereby establishing the seven stars mysterious true body refinement technique. Drawing upon the seven stars diagram that emerged within his sea of consciousness, he connected with the celestial starlight to refine his spiritual awareness, thus creating the seven stars mysterious true spirit forging technique. Manifesting a suit of starlight flowing robes upon his body, he devised the seven stars protective mysterious light spell. Guided by the starlight, he traversed the stars, crafting the seven stars flowing light steps. Gazing up at the starry sky, he perceived the harmonious fusion of the methods of celestial derivation from the mysterious true techniques and the celestial summoning from the earthly invocations, leading him to comprehend a technique of deduction known as the seven stars celestial derivation technique. He refined the wood-fire spirit forging art, incorporating the ability to summon starlight to enhance the mysterious true chi, thereby accelerating his cultivation progress. Seizing the remaining time, Su Yuan drew the starlight into his body. He simultaneously honed his physical form, sharpened his spiritual awareness, and elevated his cultivation. None were neglected. An immense influx of starlight entered his body, instantly dividing into three parts, apportioned among his physical form, sea of consciousness, and dantian. Within the dantian, an already vast reservoir of mysterious true chi began to surge forth at this moment. In the early stages of chi refinement, 3 acupoints constitute a layer. In the mid-stages, 9 acupoints make a layer, and in the late stages, 27 acupoints form a layer, totaling 9 layers. A small note: in ancient times, 9 acupoints formed a layer, dividing the chi refinement into 13 layers, with the completion of 9 layers typically marking the attempt to establish a foundation. The difficulty of opening each acupoint nearly doubles. Su Yuan successfully opened the first 18 acupoints, expending over 10,000 strands of profound true energy. Now, his body has accumulated an additional 30,000 strands of this energy, of which 10,000 strands are derived from the 3-colored spiritual power bestowed by Shao Kai. Another 10,000 strands were instantaneously granted upon the integration of the 7 stars high blessing, and the remaining strands are a result of the natural operation of his techniques and spiritual acupoints. This abundance of profound true energy is sufficient for him to further open numerous acupoints. Notably, the moment the 7 stars integrated into his being, he successfully opened 7 acupoints, an unexpected advantage provided by the blessing. These 7 spiritual acupoints are scattered throughout his body, not following the conventional sequence of refining chi to open acupoints. However, this very characteristic allows him to use these 7 acupoints as pivotal points to facilitate the opening of further spiritual acupoints, thus saving him considerable effort. Su Yuan ceased his ponderings and commenced the activation of the 19th meridian. Indeed, following the elevation of the refining spirit technique, the consumption of energy diminished remarkably. Nearly expending 3,000 strands of profound essence, Su Yuan successfully opened 8 additional meridians, alongside one that was naturally unlocked, propelling him to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of chi refinement. The assistance from the star meridian was immensely beneficial in this endeavor. Su Yuan continued to ascend. The consumption of energy at the 6th level of chi refinement increased, and the remaining 30,000 strands of profound true energy were entirely expended after opening 7 spiritual orifices. With one natural spiritual orifice already opened, he was merely one orifice away from reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of chi refinement. Driven by a hint of obsession, Su Yuan wasted no time in retrieving his remaining 2,400 low-grade spirit stones and commenced their absorption and refinement. The starlight incessantly transformed into profound true energy, preparing Su Yuan for the opening of the spiritual orifices. Before long, dawn was approaching. He had diligently cultivated through the night, refining 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go, and forcibly extracting 10,000 strands of profound true energy. This rate of absorption was undoubtedly unparalleled among other cultivators. For an average disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement, refining merely 10 low-grade spirit stones in a single night would be considered remarkable, whereas Su Yuan's efficiency had increased 100-fold. Subsequently, with this 10,000 strands of profound true energy, Su Yuan opened the last spiritual orifice of the 6th level of Qi refinement, connecting it with the 8 orifices to form a continuous cycle of 9 interconnected orifices. At this point, 4 cycles of 9 interconnected orifices had manifested within him, enhancing both the quantity and quality of the recovery of profound true energy. Su Yuan reigned in his aura, restoring his ordinary appearance. He stretched lazily and stepped out of the room. His gaze fell upon the pond in the courtyard, where dozens of ethereal fish shimmered with specks of starlight, a truly enchanting sight. "Oh, you have actually absorbed my starlight and transformed into spiritual fish," Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The fish in the pond had already shown signs of evolving into spiritual beings, and today, with the fortune of his 7 stars illuminating, they had successfully broken free from their constraints. What remarkable luck! Little Kai leapt from the water, tracing a vibrant arc of tricolored light through the air. Yet it bore no starlight, only a dazzling tricolor brilliance lingering above the pond. With several joyous leaps, Little Kai left behind 7 trails of tricolor luminescence upon the water's surface, quite a sight to behold. "Ah, it seems you have also grasped a bit of insight," Su Yuan remarked, somewhat astonished. Little Kai emerged from the water, its large, innocent eyes gazing up at Su Yuan, and it blew bubbles, seeking spirit stones. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. "All right, it seems I was overthinking." He took out 20 spirit stones to feed Shao Kai, lamenting, "I am beginning to find it difficult to support you." Of course, the most significant issue was that his cultivation consumed spirit stones at an astonishing rate. 1,000 stones could vanish in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, he resolved to pursue that opportunity. Inside the tavern, Su Yuan encountered the esteemed senior brother Gu once again. His youthful visage exuded an air of maturity and composure, leading Su Yuan to suspect that this brother was already in his 30s. Master Gu placed a stack of papers before Su Yuan, calmly stating, "Behold, the profiles of the inner disciples." He cast a curious glance at Su Yuan, sensing the aura of his 6th layer of Qi cultivation, which astonished him greatly. His surprise did not stem from Su Yuan's cultivation level, as the 6th layer was somewhat inferior to that of a top-tier spiritual root. Rather, it was the astonishing speed at which Su Yuan had broken through. This indicated that Su Yuan had opened 18 spiritual meridians in a single night, showcasing an extraordinary mastery over spiritual energy and a remarkable proficiency in his techniques. Truly remarkable. Su Yuan examined the information in his hands. Entry 1, Wei Wen. An inner disciple of Xuanjiwei Peak, has been in the sect for 9 years, possessing an exceptional single spiritual root and achieving the 9th level of Qi refinement. He practices the supreme Earth-level technique, Earth Pulse Movement. He has mastered 3 mid-grade mystic spells, with comprehension levels of minor success, basic understanding, and rudimentary knowledge. He has vanquished 67 fellow cultivators of the same realm and 889 demonic beasts of equivalent level, as well as 17 cultivators from higher realms and 378 demonic beasts, including 1 half-step 2nd-tier demonic beast. Entry 2, Yang Mengtian, an inner disciple of Xinjiwei Peak, has been in the sect for 8 years. She possesses an exceptional triple spiritual root and has attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, practicing the supreme Earth-level technique, and has defeated 53 fellow cultivators of the same realm. Entry 3, Sun Hong, an inner disciple of Danjiwei Peak, has been in the sect for 7 years. She possesses an exceptional double spiritual root and has reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Su Yuan gazed at the document, inhaling sharply in astonishment. The meticulousness of the information left him utterly shocked. This individual named Wei Wen was nothing short of a killing machine. In 9 years since his initiation, he had slain over 1,000 demon beasts. Excluding the time spent on cultivation, it seemed that whenever he ventured outside, he was either engaged in combat or en route to confront his foes. Su Yuan observed the profiles of others, each one a remarkable talent. There are as many as 5 experts at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Su Yuan flipped backward and finally located the information on Yi Bufan. Serial number 33. Yi Bufan, an inner disciple of the Xujiwei Peak, had entered the sect for 1 year and 4 months. He possessed a rare dual spiritual root and had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. He practiced the exceptional Earth grade technique, Lao Yuan, and had mastered 2 inferior mystic grade spells and 3 exceptional yellow grade spells. He had slain 7 cultivators of the same realm, 32 fierce beasts, and had even crossed realms to defeat 1 cultivator and 2 beasts. Is that all? Yuan scoffed. Yi Bufan boasted of ranking among the top 3. Yet he couldn't even secure a place in the top 10. He is still too young. Yuan cast a discreet glance at Brother Gu, noting his composed demeanor, and silently remarked on his exceptional capabilities. The acquisition of such detailed information indicated that Brother Gu possessed an extensive network. Each peak steward position was evidently well connected, facilitating the gathering of these particulars. What do you think? Shall we collaborate? Elder Gu inquired calmly. I am willing to give it a try, but I hope you can deploy some personnel to assist me, Yuan responded. That is not an issue, Elder Gu replied nonchalantly. Very well. Let us draft the initial plans and promotional materials based on this information. Yuan quickly found his rhythm, beginning to organize the material at hand. Gu Xiaomin observed Yuan's actions with growing curiosity, and the longer he watched, the more his gaze shifted to one of concern. Once this matter concluded, new regulations must be implemented immediately to prevent such incidents from occurring again, Gu Xiaomin mused inwardly. Chapter 31. The betting turmoil the following day. In a refined courtyard on Xuanjue Peak, Wei Wen was savoring tea, his demeanor remarkably calm. A dense aura of murderous intent seeped into the pond, turning the water a faint crimson hue, where a bloodthirsty red fish swam, absorbing the malevolent energy. Senior brother, a female voice echoed through the courtyard. Wei Wen turned to see the entrance open of its own accord as a woman stepped inside. What brings you here? Senior brother Wei. I have just learned that a betting platform has been established within the peak, allowing wagers on the upcoming internal competition. I find this rather suspicious and felt it necessary to report to you. Oh? Who initiated this? Wei Wen inquired, intrigued. A disciple named Yuan. But I suspect he is merely a puppet in this scheme, as many individuals within the peak have been mobilized, including several inner disciples. Yuan is quite obscure. I have no recollection of him, the woman replied. Oh? Fascinating. What are the betting options? The woman glanced at Wei Wen before responding. There are numerous betting categories. Firstly, for the top contender, 3 preliminary disciples are listed. You, Yang Mingting, and Sun Hong. Your odds are 1-1. 3. Yang Mingtings are 1-1. 2. And Sun Hong's are 1-1. 1. You may also propose the names of other disciples, with odds set at 1-2. Wei Wen narrowed his eyes. Interesting. My odds are higher than the others? Who is the fool behind this? If he dares to gamble, place my bet. Here are 30,000 spirit stones, all on my victory. The woman hesitated. What is it? Wei Wen furrowed his brow. I've heard rumors that Sun Hong has entered a golden core cave, and his current strength is uncertain. A golden core cave? Wei Wen paused, contemplating. I have indeed heard he entered a cave, but he claimed it was merely a foundation establishment cave. Could it truly be a golden core cave? And what about Yang Mingting? Wei Wen pressed further. It is said she ventured into the Shinshu Valley, where she obtained a low-grade mystic wind and refined it, gaining half a step into foundation establishment. How could you possibly acquire such information? Wei Wen asked. I learned this from an inner sister at Shonju Peak. This was public knowledge before the betting platform was set up. The woman explained. Upon hearing this, Wei Wen fell into deep thought. Should we still place a bet? Yes. Why not? Let us wager half, Wei Wen decided. What other betting options are available? There are also bets for the top 10 and top 20, plus a particularly unique bet. The woman paused, then continued. Which concerns which peak will have the most disciples in the top 10. Bets placed on our peak winning offer 1-3 odds, while wagers on other peaks only yield 1-1. 3. Wei Wen frowned. This seems rather underhanded. As an inner disciple of Xuanjue Peak, he must contend for the peak's top position. If he chooses not to bet, that is one matter, but should he place a wager, it must be on his own peak. Yet, as far as he knows, aside from himself, few others from Xuanjue Peak seem capable. Forget it. We'll set that aside for now. Wei Wen shook his head. The woman nodded and took her leave. After a while, she arrived at the betting venue, situated at the intersection of the 7 peaks. The once barren area was now adorned with a platform, surrounded by a throng of disciples. Yuan presided over the gathering, orchestrating the proceedings, with 10 betting windows, each bustling with disciples engaged in discussions, though few had placed their bets thus far. The woman, being Wei Wen's subordinate, approached the first window without hesitation and declared to the broker, I place a bet on Wei Wen to secure first place. 15,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Yuan was immediately taken aback. He approached with a smile and inquired, esteemed senior sister, Are you truly certain you wish to wager 15,000 spirit stones on Wei when securing first place? Absolutely, the young woman affirmed, nodding her head. She promptly produced a staggering sum of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. This spectacle astonished many disciples around. Who is that? Such audacity! Exclaimed one. She has boldly bet on Brother Wei Wen to claim the top spot. Ah, I recognize her. She is a servant disciple of Brother Wei Wen. It turned out she was merely placing a bet on her own victory for Brother Wei Wen, so there was no cause for concern. Upon hearing the conversation, Su Yuan's eyes brightened, and he immediately spoke. Currently, the 10th peak, Jiuefeng, has garnered the most wagers, totaling 30,000 spirit stones, while Xuanjue Peak has the least, with a mere 2,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, many disciples of Xuanjue Peak instantly displayed displeasure. Hey, junior brother. Do you not have faith in our Xuanjue Peak? The total wagers are only 2,000 spirit stones. This is truly unacceptable. Someone exclaimed from the crowd. Damn. Our Xuanjue Peak is utterly embarrassed. I would rather suffer a loss than see our bets fall short of those from other peaks. A servant disciple from Xuanjue Peak, seemingly provoked, stepped forward, producing 100 spirit stones and placing them on Xuanjue Peak. Su Yuan bestowed an approving expression upon his disciple. The disciple, maintaining an air of composure, nodded before turning away, exuding a sense of righteous determination. Our junior is quite impressive. Though we may face defeat, our spirit remains unyielding. I shall place my wager as well. Alas, Brother Wei possesses such abundant spirit stones, he dares to bet on his own victory. Why does he not wager on the Xuanjue Peak instead? We cannot fault Brother Wei, he is rather prudent. After all, whose spirit stones are not earned through hard work? Hush. We must be cautious not to let that senior sister overhear. Let her hear, then. The expression of one of Wei Wen's female subordinates twitched as she hurriedly departed, making her way towards the peak. Before long, she returned to the peak, reporting the matter to Wei Wen. Frowning momentarily, Wei Wen's expression softened as he declared, I am aware of this situation. I shall attend to it myself. He soared into the air on his sword, swiftly descending near the platform. The disciples of Xuanjue Peak quickly gathered around him. Brother Wei. Brother Wei. Wei Wen nodded, a faint smile gracing his typically stern countenance. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I have been informed of the betting matter, and I shall place my wager on Xuanjue Peak. Brother Wei is magnificent. Brother Wei is formidable. He stepped forward to stand before Su Yuan, assessing him before tossing a storage pouch into his hands. 20,000 spirit stones, wagered upon Xuanjue Peak. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly registered the bets and handed Wei Wen a betting voucher. He then proclaimed loudly, the total bet for Xinju Peak has reached 30,000 spirit stones, ranking third, while Xinju Peak languishes at the bottom with only 9,000 spirit stones. A wave of commotion swept through the disciples, and the news quickly reached Xinju Peak. Before long, young Mingting arrived on her sword. Her brow furrowed as she surveyed the betting board and the throng of gathered disciples. At that moment, she realized she was in a precarious position. Casting a deep glance at Su Yuan, she produced a storage bag and declared, I bet on Xinju Peak to win, 3,000 spirit stones. Excellent. Su Yuan swiftly counted the amount and announced, the total bet for Xinju Peak has now reached 40,000 spirit stones, placing it in first position. While Danju Peak's total stands at 12,000, currently at the bottom of the betting ranks. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. How could Danju Peak be last? Alchemists are among the wealthiest professions. Not necessarily. I've heard that while alchemists earn spirit stones swiftly, they also spend them just as quickly. Spirit herbs, materials, and fire resources all require funds. Many alchemists are quite impoverished. Surely not. Amidst the discussions, several curious disciples from Danju Peak could no longer remain idle and stepped forward to place their bets. The amount of spirit stones wagered by Danju Peak surged dramatically. Every so often, Su Yuan would announce the betting amounts, and gradually, the expressions of his fellow disciples turned peculiar. Was this fellow intent on sowing discord? Although they were aware that he was embellishing the situation, they felt compelled to place their bets. This was the first time such a grand event of wagering had occurred, intimately tied to the honor of their respective peaks. The cohesion among disciples, and the financial prowess of each faction. No one wished to finish last, for the ridicule would linger long into the future. Wei Wen furrowed his brow at this scene, sensing something amiss. He glanced towards the various peaks and noted that, thus far, no enforcement team or elder had intervened to halt Su Yuan's actions. He was genuinely puzzled. Did the sect truly allow this disciple to flout the rules? Rules? After a moment of reflection, Wei Wen was astonished to discover that the sect's regulations did not explicitly prohibit such behavior. The absence of a prohibition implied permission. Had this rascal found a loophole? However, Wei Wen was also certain that Su Yuan could not be the mastermind behind this. A disciple bold enough to engage in such antics would undoubtedly be at least a core disciple. As Wei Wen observed the escalating stakes of the betting, he promptly reached out to seasoned inner disciples. Although those with over a decade of experience did not participate in the grand competition, it did not preclude them from placing bets. With the wager amounts climbing ever higher, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. At first, Su Yuan's expression was filled with joy, but gradually it transformed into one of tension. Unbeknownst to him, the total amount wagered on each peak had astonishingly escalated to over 500,000. Cumulatively, this amounted to nearly 4 million spirit stones. This does not even account for the bets placed on several other platforms, where the total sum wagered on the primary selection exceeded 1 million spirit stones. Suddenly, Su Yuan felt a flicker of anxiety. It appeared that the situation was spiraling beyond control. How on earth did senior brother Gu manage to rally so many disciples to spread this rumor? It seemed as though everyone in the sect was aware of it. When Su Yuan noticed a core disciple of the Foundation establishment stage approaching with curiosity and placing a bid of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, the situation began to escalate dramatically. The arrival of a core disciple at the Foundation establishment stage promptly attracted other core disciples from various peaks to join in the betting frenzy. The total amount wagered swiftly soared into the millions. At this point, Su Yuan thought the excitement might have reached its peak. However, when a golden core elder made an entrance, the entire venue fell into silence, as everyone anticipated that the elder would reprimand Su Yuan and his companions. To their astonishment, the elder remained remarkably composed and placed a wager. I bet that the Xuanjue peak will triumph, with a stake of 100 high-grade spirit stones. The staggering wager of 1 million spirit stones left Su Yuan utterly bewildered. He stood there, dumbfounded, as dozens of golden core elders descended from the air, each one looking like an eager gambler ready to place their bets. Wei Wen, Yuan Qing, Li Ping'an, come to my cave abode, called out a golden core elder from the Xuanjue peak. The three inner disciples, all of whom had prospects of ranking in the top 10, were momentarily taken aback. But soon their faces lit up with joy. Clearly, the elder intended to provide them with special guidance. Other peaks quickly followed suit, mimicking the fervor. Su Yuan was instantly rendered speechless. The situation appeared to be beyond his control. However, it seemed that no one paid any heed to this minor character seated at the center of the table. He was treated merely as a tool. Su Yuan's expression brightened with joy. This development allowed him to flawlessly execute his previously devised plan, achieving fame while maintaining anonymity. He garnered both renown and a substantial fortune in spirit stones, all while remaining an outsider. This moment, indeed, could be described as a spiral ascent. Chapter 32, The Precious Sword. 9 stars aligned sword. Nightfall. The betting market is closed. In a secluded location, Su Yuan met with senior brother Gu. Su Yuan's expression was somewhat tense, while Gu Qizhu maintained an air of serenity. Su Yuan swallowed hard and said, "Brother Gu, I fear we cannot keep this matter under wraps any longer. You must have connections with the Golden Dan elders. Perhaps we could share some benefits to mitigate the risks?" Gu Qizhu maintained an air of serenity, his demeanor as calm as a placid lake, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Why does my junior brother need to be so anxious? It is but a trifling sum of spirit stones. Can others truly resort to murder and theft within the sect?" Despite his words, the sheer quantity of spirit stones left Su Yuan feeling a twinge of fear. If anyone were to discover the exact amount, I would be too afraid to venture outside, even in daylight, he lamented with a wry smile. Gu Zhamin clapped a reassuring hand on Su Yuan's shoulder. "It is merely a small affair, nothing to fret over." As a master of the nascent soul stage, he had encountered far greater challenges. This particular situation intrigued him, and he eagerly anticipated Su Yuan's reaction upon learning the truth, which he expected to be quite entertaining. "By the way, how many spirit stones are we talking about in total?" Gu Zhamin inquired casually. "A rather substantial sum. I believe it is prudent to seek out the Golden Dan elders. If possible, it would be even better to approach the nascent soul elders," Su Yuan responded, his tone laced with astonishment. "Go on," Gu Zhamin gestured dismissively. 1,380,000,000 spirit stones," Su Yuan exclaimed. Gu Zhamin, who had been standing with an air of composure, suddenly faltered, swaying unsteadily before regaining his balance through his profound cultivation. Yet, his body still trembled slightly. His eyes widened, and he pressed his hands on Su Yuan's shoulders, his breath quickening as he demanded, "How much did you say? What was that figure?" Su Yuan's face flushed crimson as he discomfortedly exclaimed, "Senior brother, please be gentler." Master Gu, regaining his composure, promptly released his grip and personally smoothed the wrinkles on Su Yuan's shoulder, smiling warmly as he asked, I didn't quite catch that. Junior brother Su, could you repeat it? 13,800,000,000 spirit stones. Su Yuan reiterated. Although Master Gu had calmed down, he was still astonished, exclaiming, how can there be such an immense sum? Su Yuan began. A disciple suggested whether contribution points could be used in lieu of spirit stones for wagering. I deemed it a reasonable proposition and acquiesced, not anticipating such a dramatic increase. Furthermore, this is the inaugural round of the grand competition. Everyone is eager to partake. Thus the considerable amount is not entirely outrageous. Is it not outrageous? Master Gu gasped, already contemplating how to allocate such a wealth of spirit stones. What mattered most was that this fortune was his to claim, with half destined for the sect and the other half retained for himself. How much do you anticipate earning? Master Gu inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. Not much, perhaps just 1 or 2 billion, Su Yuan replied. The magnitude of this downturn caused Master Gu's expression to shift. How can it be so little? That is already substantial. Su Yuan coughed lightly. Initially, did we not aim for merely a few million spirit stones? Master Gu inhaled deeply. What was the past is past. The present offers an opportunity for greater gain. If we can earn this much, we must seize every possible spirit stone. Su Yuan let out a sigh, expressing the inevitability of the situation. There are simply too many people. The information has become transparent, and everyone has regained their composure. Consequently, the success rate of bets is quite high. Were it not for the fierce competition among the various peaks, we would hardly make any profit. In fact, we might incur losses. We are fortunate, indeed. Oh, which peak is most likely to claim victory? Master Gu recalled the data and responded, is it Lingju Peak? Absolutely, Su Yuan affirmed. Although Lingju Peak does not have any disciples in the top 5, it boasts 3 in the top 10. Lingju Peak excels in spiritual energy, both in quality and quantity, especially in arena battles, where many confrontations evolve into protracted conflicts, thereby increasing their chances of victory. Numerous disciples from other peaks have placed their bets on Lingju Peak's triumph. Upon hearing this, Master Gu fell into deep contemplation, his gaze inevitably resting upon Su Yuan. Su Yuan felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze directed at him. He cleared his throat and suggested, perhaps we should invite Elder Jin Dan to intervene. We cannot manage such a substantial amount of spirit stones on our own. Master Gu nodded with a smile. You make a valid point. I will seek assistance to ensure our security in this matter. When the time comes, there may be a division of the profits. Just keep that in mind. Rest assured, your share will not be diminished. You can expect at least 3 million. Su Yuan's expression relaxed slightly. Even with just 3 million, he felt quite satisfied. Suddenly, Master Gu remarked, during the grand competition, there are certain restrictions concerning talismans and medicinal pills, yet the limitations on magical instruments are comparatively lenient. After all, the ability to wield such instruments is a reflection of one's own capabilities. If I recall correctly, you do not possess any remarkable magical instruments, do you? Su Yuan was taken aback. What does Senior Brother Gu mean? I did not participate in the grand competition this time. Master Gu looked at Su Yuan with a peculiar expression, for he had already verified that Su Yuan had indeed registered. Was he attempting to deceive him? Master Gu continued. I shall present you with a magical artifact as a reward in advance, considering the effort you have exerted. Oh, really? Su Yuan responded with surprise. Of course it is genuine. What type of magical artifact do you require? Do you have a complete set of sword-type artifacts? Ideally, more than 7. Su Yuan expressed his anticipation. 7? Master Gu was taken aback, realizing that even a Qi refinement realm practitioner could barely wield 2. I just want some spares. In case of damage, Su Yuan explained. Very well, I shall see what I can find. Master Gu entered his storage ring, rummaging through its contents. Su Yuan scratched his head, pondering the words of Senior Brother Gu, which carried an air of extravagance befitting a core disciple. Although he himself was a core seed, he had yet to perceive any distinction between his status and that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. 300 years ago, I believe I once collected a set of exquisite sword-type artifacts. Where could they be? Master Gu's consciousness swept through the vast storage ring, swiftly honing in on a particular sword box. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, found it. With a flourish of his hand, a magnificent sword box materialized before the two of them. Su Yuan was taken aback. The sword box was as tall as a person and exceedingly wide, resembling a sturdy door panel. Su Yuan stood in a daze. Master Gu patted the sword box and chuckled. This is one of my treasures. What do you think? Su Yuan curiously examined the sword box, unable to discern anything of significance, and shook his head, saying, I see nothing of interest. Gu Xiaomin offered a faint smile and, with a flick of his hand, opened the sword box. A dense surge of sword aura immediately soared into the sky. The overwhelming sword energy spread like a tempest. And when it struck Gu Qizhu, it felt akin to a gentle breeze caressing his face. However, upon reaching Su Yuan, his body seemed to function as an insatiable abyss, effortlessly absorbing the overflowing sword energy. Far from being harmed, Su Yuan instead felt an exquisite sense of comfort. Gu Qingzhu was taken aback. He had initially anticipated a spectacle at Su Yuan's expense, yet at that moment, he was genuinely astonished. This lad was decidedly unusual. Su Yuan raised his gaze and beheld within the sword box a total of 9 exquisite flying swords. Each sword radiated a distinct aura, shimmering in hues of azure, crimson, white, violet, yellow, black, gray, and blue. The blades were entwined with a fierce sword energy, and it appeared as though they could connect with one another, resonating in harmony to vibrate the very air around them, instilling a sense of trepidation. Master Gu introduced, these 9 flying swords are each a supreme magical artifact, crafted in one continuous effort by a master blacksmith. They share an extraordinarily intimate connection, and when paired with the sword box, they form a cohesive set of weaponry, significantly reducing the complexity of manipulation. They are truly the pinnacle of excellence, known as the 9 stars-aligned swords. Su Yuan gazed upon the array of swords, a seed of doubt regarding Gu Qingzhu's identity taking root in his mind. He believed that the status of a core disciple could not be easily dismissed. At the very least, one would expect her to be a true disciple or a golden core elder. This set of magical artifacts was nothing short of perfection. It is well known that crafting top-tier artifacts is an arduous task, requiring meticulous attention to detail, devoid of any flaws or imperfections. Even a mere first-tier, top-tier artifact is a considerable feat to forge. Yet here, 9 such swords appeared in unison, forming a cohesive set. Their value beyond measure, reaching a level worthy of collection. This brother Gu is indeed quite suspicious. Su Yuan struggled to lift his head, swallowing hard as he asked, Senior brother Gu, is this truly a gift for me? It is yours. Do not allow me to take it back. Gu Qizhu extended his hand. Su Yuan swiftly acted, placing his hand upon the sword box, and then enveloped it with his spiritual consciousness, seamlessly transferring it into his storage bag, which was instantly filled to the brim. Su Yuan was in high spirits. Master Gu also nodded with a cheerful smile, saying, Excellent. If this collaboration proceeds smoothly, I shall grant you a significant opportunity. Su Yuan nonchalantly remarked, Having those spirit stones is sufficient. They are ample for me to cultivate to the foundation establishment realm. As for opportunities, I do not wish to force them. Master Gu gazed at Su Yuan with a look of confusion, suspecting he might have a misunderstanding regarding the 300,000 spirit stones, questioning how they could be enough for foundation establishment. That amount is even sufficient for the later stages of foundation establishment. Coughing lightly, he continued, Well, I must attend to my duties now. You should return and refine your magical artifact. It is a top-grade artifact, and both refining and mastering it will not be an easy task. You will need to invest some time in it. Perhaps it will come in handy. Indeed, Su Yuan nodded casually. He naturally looked forward to the performance after refining the top-grade artifact. Having created the 7 Stars Profound True Sword Manual without having had the opportunity to employ it personally yet, the two parted ways, each retreating to their respective quarters. While the spirit stones from the bidding remained temporarily sealed at the martial arts arena on the main peak. Upon returning to his quarters, Su Yuan eagerly retrieved his sword box and took out the flying sword to play with. A splendid sword, indeed. Su Yuan was immensely delighted as he probed into the sword with his spiritual consciousness, unexpectedly sensing a faint trace of sentience. This revelation filled him with joy. It indicated the impending metamorphosis of the spiritual tool. He was greatly astonished, for it is known that in the foundation establishment realm, practitioners utilize spiritual tools. And the distinction between spiritual tools and magical artifacts lies in their sentience. With sentience, a magical artifact possesses a soul, gaining autonomy, thereby reducing the consumption of the practitioner's energy, simplifying control, and enhancing the artifact's power. Within this flying sword, a wisp of sentience was nurtured. He hastily examined the other flying swords, and indeed, each of them contained a trace of sentience. Upon further inspection of the sword box, he discovered the sword nurturing inscriptions within. However, their nurturing efficiency was quite low. To have cultivated even a wisp of sentience in these flying swords, how long must that have taken? What exactly is Brother Gu's identity? To bestow such magical artifacts so casually, each valued at a minimum of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Su Yuanwei found himself increasingly captivated, promptly beginning to infuse his ethereal essence and spiritual awareness into the process of refinement. As for the grand competition, it mattered little. He was merely awaiting the distribution of rewards. Chapter 33, Prelude to the Competition. On this day, the sky was clear and bright, and the entire 7 Absolute sect was abuzz with excitement. Disciples hurried towards the main peak, their faces alight with fervent discussions. Which peak did you wager on? Hee. The Spirit Absolute peak. Damn it, a traitor. And you? I too have placed my bet on the Spirit Absolute peak. Ah, we are of the same mind. Who do you think will clinch the championship? I've backed Brother Wei Wen. I've wagered on Sun Hong. I've heard he is on the verge of reaching the 9th level of perfection. The discussions echoed among all disciples, from the humble laborers to the esteemed Golden Core masters. Never in the history of the inner sect competitions had there been such fervor. However, this time was different. It pertained to everyone's financial interests. How could they not be concerned? At dawn, the law demonstration square on the main peak was already teeming with figures, encircling the area. The inner sect disciples participating in the competition bore taut expressions, their nerves palpable. Although it seemed they had no need to vie for a position in the top 10, and the matter appeared unrelated to them, the reality was otherwise. Should they encounter any of the top 10 disciples, merely exhausting their stamina, spiritual energy, and awareness, or revealing some hidden cards, could indeed influence the odds of victory. This situation heightened the tension among all participating inner sect disciples, who dreaded the thought of incurring scorn. Many regretted their decision to enroll. But the betting opportunities had surfaced too late. Their registrations were already submitted, and they could only give their all. At the Xian Absolute Peak, Su Yuan stretched lazily, calmly sipping his tea while casually feeding the little fish. There were a total of 49 swimming fish, which had recently stabilized at the lower tier of spirit fish. The advantage of their promotion lay in the ease of feeding. Each spirit fish required merely a fragment of spirit stone for nourishment. As Su Yuan fed the fish, a school of aquatic creatures emerged from the water's surface, their large eyes filled with eager anticipation as they gazed at him. He tossed fragments of spirit stones into the water, and one by one, the ethereal fish leapt into the air to catch the shimmering pieces, tracing delicate trails of starlight in their wake, a truly enchanting sight. Particularly, the little colorful fish was remarkably lively. Su Yuan's spirits were considerably lifted. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps echoed through the air. Senior brother, came the anxious calls from outside. Su Yuan lightly waved his sleeve, channeling his spiritual energy to open the door. Song Kai hurriedly stepped inside. Upon seeing Su Yuan calmly seated at the table, leisurely sipping tea, his previously anxious heart found some measure of tranquility. What is it? Su Yuan inquired. The grand competition is about to commence. Aren't you going, senior brother? Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo have already reserved a spot for you, Song Kai asked. Of course I shall go, Su Yuan replied with a calm demeanor. He still needed to pay attention to the results of the competition, eagerly anticipating how many spirit stones he might acquire. I will feed the fish and then take my leave. Please wait a moment, Su Yuan stated. All right, senior brother, Song Kai responded, curiously gazing into the pond. Xiao Kai noticed his gaze and splashed him with a mouthful of pond water. Song Kai attempted to dodge, but the colorful water moved too swiftly for him to evade, leaving him drenched and resembling a soaked chicken. Xiao Kai joyfully hopped around, displaying a triumphant demeanor. Song Kai could only smile wryly as he wiped his face, realizing he was even outdone by a mere fish. Xiao Kai, stop your antics. Su Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. He discerned that the splash of water contained some tricolor spiritual energy, which would be beneficial for Song Kai. With a warm smile, he remarked, Xiao Kai is merely playing with you. At that moment, Song Kai also recognized the unusual nature of the pond water on his body. A faint trace of spiritual energy had infused into him, refining his own energy. He hastily absorbed the energy from the surface, his gaze toward Xiao Kai now imbued with newfound respect. Even a fish beside my senior brother possesses such extraordinary qualities? Su Yuan fed a few more spirit stones, and only then did Xiao Kai feel satiated. Su Yuan Kai said, let us depart. Oh, indeed. Song Kai nodded in agreement. Su Yuan exited the courtyard and subsequently summoned a low-grade magical flying sword, upon which he stood. He then ascended into the air, leisurely heading towards the main peak. The technique of sword flight was quite straightforward. Su Yuan had perused it in the library and grasped it with a mere glance. It was a skill that required only a basic understanding and was easily comprehensible. However, this was merely the foundational technique of sword flight, lacking in complexity. Song Kai also took to the air on his own sword, trailing closely behind Su Yuan. In the distance, he could already discern the lively scene at the main peak, where a multitude of disciples had gathered, creating a splendid spectacle. Su Yuan glanced from above and soon spotted Zhou Wuyo and Zhang Wei waving at them. Su Yuan established his position and then descended outside the training square. Song Kai led the way ahead, and after a while, Su Yuan finally managed to squeeze into the spot occupied by Zhang Wei and a few others. They were perched atop a small hill with a splendid view. So many people. Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Wei, brimming with excitement, remarked, "This is the first time I have seen so many disciples gathered together. I aspire to stand on the arena one day, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Alas, there is no opportunity this time." Zhang Wei expressed his profound regret, then turned to Su Yuan and asked, "What about you, Brother Su? Do you think you can make it into the top 10? I've placed my bet on you to enter the top 10. Zhou Wuyo interjected, "I bet that my senior brother can break into the top 3. Su Yuan was taken aback as he looked at the two individuals. "Why are you detaining me? I did not participate in the grand competition." Both Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo were momentarily stunned and then turned to gaze at Song Kai. Song Kai's expression stiffened, and feeling guilty, he glanced at Su Yuan's face. Noticing that Su Yuan was still observing elsewhere, he awkwardly shifted his gaze back to Zhou Wuyo and Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei whispered, "Song Kai, what is going on?" Song Kai scratched his head and whispered back, "It seems I may have misunderstood my senior brother's intentions." Zhou Wuyo then inquired, "Did you place a bet?" "I wagered that my senior brother would emerge victorious. To be honest, the outcome matters little. What is essential is maintaining a good attitude." Song Kai replied. Zhou Wuyo raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "You're impressive." Su Yuan seemed to sense something amiss and looked at the three individuals, asking, "What are you whispering about? Is there something you are concealing from me?" Song Kai's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. "Well," suddenly, a resounding boom echoed throughout the venue. Everyone fell silent, their gazes drawn upward. In the next moment, 7 beams of light ascended from the peaks, converging in midair above the sect, forming a magnificent rainbow bridge that swiftly connected to the main peak. Upon this grand rainbow bridge, the peak masters and golden core elders were already in attendance, their immense presence causing the disciples to breathe rapidly in awe. The scale of the scene left those who had witnessed previous competitions utterly astonished. Was it truly this extravagant? The vibrant rainbow light extended toward the martial arts plaza, enveloping everyone in its luminous embrace. On the rainbow bridge, beams of light cascaded down to the 7 viewing platforms, where golden core elders and true disciples descended, instantly filling the previously empty stands. The 7 peak masters took their positions on the main seats of their respective platforms, surrounded by various extraordinary phenomena. Whether blooming lotus flowers or drifting colorful clouds, each exuding an air of unparalleled grace. As the rainbow light gradually dissipated, the crowd slowly regained their composure. Su Yuan once again lamented inwardly, "I am utterly astounded. This sect undoubtedly adheres to its traditions. Even the manner of appearance is extravagantly ostentatious. Alas, it makes me contemplate devising a few grand entrances myself. If, in the future, I ascend in rank without a particularly remarkable display, I might very well become the subject of ridicule." It was at this moment that Su Yuan felt a piercing gaze directed at him. He immediately turned to look. There stood Wang Siming, the master of Xuanjue Peak, regarding him with a perplexed expression, a clear hint of bewilderment etched upon his face. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Su Yuan's mind. "I had heard you were establishing a reputation, Su Yuan, and thought it was merely a coincidence of names. I never imagined it was truly you. Weren't you supposed to be dead?" Wang Siming spoke. Su Yuan was taken aback and murmured, "What? I'm not dead. When did I die? How could I be unaware of it? All right, once the competition concludes, I shall take you to undergo the Xuanjue baptism." "You rascal. It has been a year, and yet you have not been inscribed in the core roster of Xuanjue Peak," Wang Siming communicated. Although Su Yuan felt perplexed, he nonetheless nodded in understanding. Wang Siming was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Su Yuan's return. Fortunately, it was not too late. This young man had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement, with such progress despite possessing a low-grade spiritual root. His potential was extraordinary, and he must not be outshone by others from different peaks. Su Yuan remained oblivious to Wang Siming's thoughts. He eagerly anticipated the commencement of the grand competition, looking forward to witnessing the elegance and prowess of his senior brothers and sisters. Suddenly, the masters of the 7 peaks rose simultaneously, directing their voices towards the heights. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Upon hearing this, a multitude of disciples promptly stood and bowed in unison towards that direction. In the vast martial arts plaza, over 100,000 disciples raised their voices in a resounding chorus. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." The sound reverberated powerfully, shaking the very heavens, an impressive display befitting the entrance of the sect leader. Su Yuan lowered his head and shouted loudly for a moment, then curiously lifted it. He beheld a young man striding gracefully through the air, each step blooming with resplendent golden flowers, a sight of remarkable splendor. However, Su Yuan paid little heed to the young man's dazzling display. He was utterly astounded by the young man's countenance. This left Su Yuan utterly speechless. The young man seemed to sense Su Yuan's gaze and glanced in his direction. Their eyes met briefly in the air, only to part instantly. Su Yuan seemed to have caught a glimpse of an enigmatic smile on the face of the sect master Gu. Goodness gracious! Su Yuan internally exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Gu is, in fact, the esteemed leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. He wields the most formidable power beneath the Grand Elder, commanding the entire sect. What kind of game is this fellow playing with me? This is utterly perplexing. The intricate schemes of the sect are overwhelming. I must return to the secret realm. After a few exclamations of surprise, Su Yuan's heart blossomed with joy. It was secure now. The stakes had stabilized. It turned out that the sect leader had initiated the betting himself, which explained the lack of concern regarding higher-ups' reproach. I am destined to win effortlessly. The sect leader has obtained MVN, and I am merely a fortunate bystander. Master Gu surveyed the surroundings and announced, I declare that the great sect competition officially commences. Elder Yu, you shall preside over this event, beginning with the competition for the miscellaneous disciples and then the outer sect. Indeed. An elderly man with white hair yet a youthful visage stepped forward. He then soared into the air to commence the proceedings of the competition. Su Yuan watched with great interest. The competition among the miscellaneous disciples in the outer sect was also quite lively. However, the participants were not concerned. Each miscellaneous disciple and outer sect disciple was exceedingly eager, and the battles concluded with remarkable swiftness. In merely 2 hours, both competitions had come to a close, earning the distinction of being the fastest competitions in history. Typically, these two events would consume an entire day. Now, I announce the commencement of the intersect competition. 10 matches at a time. Those whose names are called, please come forth to compete. Zhou Honghua, Li Ziping, Yuan Dao, each name was announced in turn. Su Yuan remained remarkably composed until the announcement echoed, Su Yuan. All disciples, please proceed to the respective arenas for the competition. Su Yuan was taken aback, doubting whether he had misheard. However, the elder reiterated his words, and he was certain that he had not been mistaken. Su Yuan swiftly turned his head, casting a fearsome glance towards Song Kai. Song Kai, feeling awkward, stammered, Well, senior brother, I have registered you. You should hurry up on stage. The elders are anxiously waiting. Chapter 34, The First Battle. The inexperienced Su Yuan in combat. Ding, reputation points 1323. In the brief moments before stepping onto the arena, the persistent notification sound resonated in Su Yuan's ears, causing a throbbing pain in his head. With a sense of resignation, he silenced the system's alerts. A fleeting glance at the system panel revealed the following details. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Reputation, Rising Star, 39, 261, 000. Realm, 6th layer of Chi Refinement, 99. 100, Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest. Current rest duration, 5 days. Entry 2, Natural Law. Entry 3, Auspicious 7 stars. Recently, due to his involvement in market openings, his reputation surged by an impressive 500 points, and merely by uttering his name, he gained an additional 323 points. To be candid, such a noteworthy reputation was undeniably alluring, yet it also felt excessively ostentatious. Unlike the market openings, during which he could retreat and evade attention, revealing formidable strength would mean that he would remain in the public's memory regardless of his efforts to conceal himself. The two scenarios were fundamentally different. In the realm of cultivation, the foremost values were cultivation level and strength. With this in mind, he resolved to feign weakness. Surrendering would not be a significant issue. Lost in thought, he approached the edge of the arena. On the opposite side, a graceful figure descended, landing lightly on the stage like a swallow. Sister Xiao Xiao triumphs, exclaimed the crowd. Ah, it's Sister Xiao Xiao. Victory is assured. Sister Xiao Xiao's Qi Feng technique has reached a level of mastery, its power rivaling that of an 8th layer Qi refiner. Excited murmurs filled the air. Isn't that the junior who opened the market? Why is he competing as well? This feels rather peculiar. I have cultivated perception techniques, and his aura still only reflects the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Does he truly dare to compete? How overly confident? Su Yuan's expression remained serene as he ascended the platform. Upon stepping onto the stage, the sounds from within and outside became muffled. I am Li Xiao Xiao from Shujue Peak. I look forward to your guidance. A melodious voice echoed from the opposite side, beside the platform. An elder in the late Foundation establishment stage gestured for Su Yuan to pay his respects. Su Yuan promptly returned the greeting, introducing himself as Su Yuan of Xianju Peak, and requested guidance. The two stood 30 meters apart, awaiting the command from the steward. Among the spectators, many fellow disciples from Su Yuan's cohort were astonished to see him take the stage. Lumu Wan, amidst the crowd, recognized Su Yuan and was deeply impressed by him. How dare he step onto the platform? The lowest rank in the intersect competition is at least the 7th level of qi refinement. Su Yuan's appearance here seems futile. Lumu Wan remarked. Yibu Fan stood beside Lumu Wan, yet his expression was not his usual disdain. Instead, he bore a grave countenance. He asserted, "He is quite formidable." Lumu Wan was taken aback and turned to Yibu Fan, seemingly witnessing such pronounced seriousness on his face for the first time. She then gazed at Su Yuan, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Lumu Wan inquired. Yibu Fan squinted his eyes and declared, "It must be Su Yuan, and he will undoubtedly win with overwhelming dominance." "Impossible," Lumu Wan responded, her expression rife with skepticism. Everything outside was irrelevant to Su Yuan. The steward announced, "The competition begins," with a focus on control. Li Xiaoxiao, with her petite frame, instantly retreated, surrounded by a shimmering azure aura, her speed surging dramatically. Subsequently, she summoned a blue feather fan, directing it towards Su Yuan. In an instant, a flurry of azure blades of wind surged toward him. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he realized that his opponent had ingeniously combined a single target attack spell with a magical artifact, transforming it into an area of effect spell. Each spell attack possessed the formidable strength of a high-grade yellow tier. If 3 azure blades were to strike simultaneously, it would unleash the tremendous power of a top-tier yellow spell. With such a powerful spell, Su Yuan found it quite reasonable to feign defeat. However, he was also apprehensive of pain, and thus could not afford to be struck by too many azure blades. Celestial 7-star flowing steps. Su Yuan employed his unique footwork, and around him, 7 radiant starlight points shimmered. With a single step, he swiftly maneuvered between these 7 luminous points, and with each movement, their position shifted, rendering his steps remarkably elusive and enigmatic. This was the 7-star flowing light step, guided by starlight, allowing him to traverse space with agility. At that moment, azure wind blades surged towards Su Yuan from all directions. Su Yuan instinctively dodged, his form transforming into starlight. As if 7 shimmering phantoms vanished from their original spot and reassembled in another location, effortlessly weaving through a flurry of wind blades. Su Yuan was taken aback. Su Yuan turned around and noticed that the wind blade had collided with the arena's formation and had dissipated into thin air. He glanced back at Li Xiaoxiao, whose expression had grown serious, feeling a twinge of embarrassment within. Was it truly over just like that? Su Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing that his lack of combat experience rendered him somewhat rigid in his mastery of techniques, making it challenging to control the potency of his spells. He became serious. Recognizing that feigning a loss would not be a simple task, he needed to practice diligently, hoping merely to encounter a gust of wind blade. This junior brother possessed considerable strength, and I must give it my all, Li Xiaoxiao thought to herself. With a second flourish of her fan, a cerulean wind blade spun at the tip, then swept towards Su Yuan with the fury of a tempest. Su Yuan's expression was grave, his gaze fixed intently on the 15 overlapping blades of wind. His spiritual perception seemed to foresee the subsequent trajectories of the blades, and seizing the moment, he lunged toward the projected path of one of the wind blades. Li Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a smirk, as she had anticipated his evasion. Observe my shifting trajectory. Utilizing her spiritual awareness, she deftly manipulated the wind blades to alter their course once more, showcasing her exquisite control over the spell. The azure blades of wind instantaneously changed direction, their swift, agile, and intricate movements astonishingly elusive and nearly impossible to anticipate. Meanwhile, Su Yuan remained rooted in place, only to find that the anticipated assault had not materialized. The myriad wind blades, akin to a master artist adept in outlining, had traced his form with precision. Su Yuan stood still, once again turning his head to gaze at the wind blade that had collided with the arena's protective barrier. Confusion evident in his expression as he looked at Li Xiaoxiao. What on earth is happening? Li Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, realizing that her opponent had anticipated her prediction. His combat experience was extraordinarily rich, particularly that fleeting glance he cast back, which was imbued with a provocative essence, yet devoid of any theatricality, displaying an unparalleled naturalness that made Li Xiaoxiao grit her silver teeth in frustration. The audience watching from below was equally astonished. What they initially expected to be a one-sided contest had turned out to be a display of Su Yuan's agility, which gave him a slight edge. Li Xiaoxiao spoke. "Junior brother, your agility is commendable. Witness how I respond." With a flick of her wrist, she tossed her feather fan, which folded and transformed into a cerulean feathered sword. The blade shimmered with brilliance as the blue sword darted forth in an instant. Su Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The power of the attack was beyond comprehension. He sensed that being struck would undoubtedly bring him great pain. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to evade rather than endure the blow. The azure sword approached him in an instant. Beneath Su Yuan's feet, the stars twinkled. As a solitary figure and a sword intertwined, yet neither touched the other in the slightest. With a swift alteration of her hand seals, Li Xiaoxiao's azure blade instantaneously shifted its trajectory, once more launching towards Su Yuan. As it neared him, an unexpected transformation occurred. Several azure phantoms flickered at the tip of the sword, effectively sealing off Su Yuan's avenues of evasion. As Su Yuan took a step forward, 7 beams of starlight coalesced in midair. With a single leap, he ascended into the sky, executing 7 swift steps that allowed him to change his position in the blink of an eye. Not only did he evade the fierce assault of the green sword, but he also swiftly closed the distance to Li Xiaoxiao. The starlight lingered in the air, ethereal and enchanting, exuding an unparalleled brilliance. Su Yuan's figure soared like an eagle in flight, exuding an air of dominance while remaining graceful and unrestrained. What a splendid display of footwork! Outside the arena, Wang Ximing exclaimed in admiration. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Many disciples had a newfound respect for Su Yuan, with such skillful agility. His ascent to the stage could hardly be deemed a disgrace. On the high platform of Xuanjue Peak, Wang Ximing's eyes sparkled. This young man possesses extraordinary footwork. Where could he have acquired such mastery? It is so exquisite that this skill alone could warrant his promotion to a core disciple ahead of schedule. The nearby Golden Core elders also displayed expressions of approval, clearly possessing discernment. Su Yuan's footwork was exceedingly swift, allowing him to traverse the space above Li Xiaoxiao in just a few strides. He cast a fleeting glance downward at Li Xiaoxiao, their eyes locking in a moment of surprise. Li Xiaoxiao, prepared for defense, awaited Su Yuan's assault. Her magical artifact lay at a distance, and at this moment, she found herself in a state of vulnerability, her energy reserves depleted. Su Yuan soared gracefully above her head, descending lightly to the ground before unleashing a low-grade flying sword that hurtled toward her. The languid speed of the sword was at least 10 times slower than Li Xiaoxiao's azure sword. She attempted to evade, yet to her astonishment, the sluggish flying sword seemed to anticipate her movements, arriving at her evasion point before she could escape, striking against her magical robe. Just as Li Xiaoxiao began to accept the reality of her defeat, the situation took an unexpected turn. It appeared that the robe's formidable defense was quite effective, as the meager power of the low-grade artifact failed to penetrate its protective barrier. Instead, the flying sword was repelled, hurtling back into Su Yuan's grasp. At that moment, the azure sword returned to encircle Li Xiaoxiao, bolstering her defenses. However, she still regarded Su Yuan with a countenance that shifted between uncertainty and ire. "Are you mocking me?" Li Xiaoxiao ground out. "Sister, please do not misunderstand. I have only been practicing for a year, and possessing a single low-grade artifact seems quite reasonable, does it not?" Su Yuan replied. Li Xiaoxiao's gaze sharpened. "You have only been practicing for a year?" Su Yuan shrugged. "Is there something amiss? There are numerous discrepancies. After all, she has been practicing for 7 years. Su Yuan said, "Senior sister, please continue, but refrain from using the flying sword. Its power is too formidable. The previous Qingren was sufficient, and I cannot evade every attack." Li Xiaoxiao let out a cold snort, and with a flick of her feather fan, another dozen wind blades surged forth. Su Yuan, now more experienced than before, seized the opportunity and propelled his body against one of the azure blades. Naturally, he could not withstand the impact with mere flesh, for that would be painful. Instead, he summoned a thin layer of protective shield by harnessing a bit of profound essence, aligning it with his arm to counter the azure blade, thereby averting any unforeseen mishaps. Furthermore, he deliberately positioned himself at the edge of the formation upon landing, ensuring that the effect of being struck by the wind blade would enable him to gracefully exit the formation, allowing for a seamless withdrawal from the contest. The perfection of his execution was beyond reproach. Ding! The impact was made. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, yet the immense force he anticipated failed to materialize. The azure wind blade collided with the Xinjian shield, akin to striking a solid stone wall, shattering into azure fragments that subsequently disintegrated into luminous azure motes, utterly failing to breach the Xinjian shield that Su Yuan had casually erected. Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Qingren and then at Li Xiaoxiao, his expression betraying a clear sense of surprise. Li Xiaoxiao, provoked by Su Yuan's seemingly genuine look of confusion, indignantly turned and leaped off the stage. I concede. I shall not grant you the opportunity to humiliate me. With these biting words, Li Xiaoxiao tossed her head and departed. Su Yuan was taken aback. Senior sister, please don't leave. I was careless just now. But I have gained experience this time. However, Li Xiaoxiao had already departed from the vicinity of the arena, blending into the crowd and vanishing from sight. The Foundation establishment steward declared loudly, Xuanzhua Peak, Su Yuan wins. Afterward, he discreetly transmitted a message to Su Yuan, saying, you possess some skill, but next time, refrain from teasing others in this manner. This is an arena. Exerting your full strength to decisively defeat your opponent is, in fact, a form of respect towards them. Su Yuan let out a sigh, pondering to himself. I never anticipated that she would be so feeble. Chapter 35. Su Yuan's strength incredibly. He actually defeated senior sister Xiao Xiao. This senior possesses remarkable strength, with exquisite footwork and astounding defense. Numerous cultivators participating in the inter-sect competition turned their attention, pointing and discussing amongst themselves. This left Su Yuan quite speechless. He glanced at the system panel, and his fame value surged by approximately 600 points. Brother Su, you are truly extraordinary, Zhou Wuyo exclaimed with excitement. Unbelievably strong. Absolutely impressive. Zhang Wei also expressed his exhilaration. Su Yuan shot a glare at the two, ceased her calling. Su Yuan glanced towards Song Kai in the corner and asked, when did I ever ask you to register? Song Kai replied, was it not during the last time when you guided us, senior brother? At that moment, I inquired if you wished to participate, and you instructed me to register. Indeed. I asked you to register, not to assist me in registering. Su Yuan retorted. However, I am merely a lowly disciple. I lack the qualifications to partake in the inter-sect competition. Thus, I assumed it was your intention for me to assist you with the registration, Song Kai countered, shaking his head. Su Yuan looked at Song Kai with a skeptical expression and said, please be mindful in the future. I prefer to act discreetly and do not seek fame. Zhang Wei, puzzled, inquired, senior brother, if you do not desire recognition, why have you opened a betting market? Su Yuan, rendered speechless, exclaimed, do I not wish to earn spirit stones? Can this be equated? At that moment, Zhou Wuyo interjected, but one can also earn spirit stones in the grand competition. A moment of surprise flickered across Su Yuan's face. Oh, how much can one earn? Zhou Wuyo replied, the champion will receive 50 premium spirit stones, equivalent to 500,000 inferior spirit stones. Along with a spirit weapon valued at 300,000 spirit stones, the option to select 3 advanced spells, and a nomination for the title of Intersect Senior Brother. Among other rewards, 500,000 spirit stones. A spirit weapon? Su Yuan felt a fleeting temptation, but ultimately dismissed the thought. He could earn 3 million spirit stones from the grand competition without revealing his trump cards. Thus, he resolutely reaffirmed his decision to concede in the next round. There was still time. On the high platform of the main peak, Master Gu secretly overheard Su Yuan's conversation with a few others, feeling unexpectedly concerned. It seems this young man does not wish to win. This will not do. He has cultivated the Xianzhen Yantian technique, granting him tenfold strength compared to his peers. Coupled with a premium magic weapon and his exquisite footwork, securing a place in the top 10 is within reach. At that moment, the spirit stones could be his. As Su Yuan awaited the next match, he suddenly heard a voice transmitting through his mind, Little Su. It is your senior brother Gu. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, casting his gaze upwards to meet the eyes of Gu Qingzhu, whose face was adorned with a radiant smile. Su Yuan immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Wait, let's aim for a top 10 position. It seems you fear that fame will attract unwanted attention. Indeed, the principle of a tree that stands out will inevitably be blown by the wind holds true. However, without enduring the storms, how can one witness the rainbow? Master Gu conveyed through a transmission. Su Yuan spread his hands, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he conjured droplets of mist, revealing a shimmering rainbow within his grasp. Master Gu's eyelid twitched, and he communicated telepathically, if you manage to rank within the top 10. I shall personally ensure your status as a core disciple of the main peak. You may reside with me, and should anyone dare to trouble you, they will have to reckon with my support. Unleash your talents without reservation. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to infiltrate and attempt to eliminate you, I can easily thwart their efforts. What do you have to fear? Master Gu's words resonated with an unmistakable aura of dominance and unwavering confidence. stirring deep emotions within Su Yuan. This left him in a state of inner conflict. Moreover, should you secure a position among the top 10, the portion of spirit stones allocated to you would increase tenfold, transforming 300,000 into 3 million, or even more. Reflect carefully on this. Master Gu's temptation was palpable. At worst, once you attain fame, you could retreat into seclusion, avoiding external visitors. I shall accumulate your external missions, ensuring you remain within the sect. Master Gu astutely discerned Su Yuan's psychology and nature, avaricious yet reluctant for fame. It was a peculiar contradiction indeed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. He harbored an affection for Go, yet he was acutely aware that resources could not be conjured out of thin air. This time, if he could orchestrate a significant endeavor, he would secure enough resources for many years of cultivation. Thus, the ostentation of the present was merely a precursor to a more subdued existence in the future. The most crucial aspect was that within the confines of the sect, he was remarkably safe. With the sect leader as his backing, there was no need to fear the ramifications of his boldness. As time progressed, the repercussions would inevitably diminish. Ahem, this is what you said. I shall rely on your protection from now on. Su Yuan murmured, for he could not communicate over such a distance. No problem. You are quite to my liking. Once you ascend to the golden core stage, come and be my true disciple. The sect leader Gu laughed heartily. Su Yuan curled his lips in disdain. This was nothing more than an empty promise. A golden elixir? Not even close. The two conspired from a distance, while a few bystanders cast puzzled glances in Su Yuan's direction. Su Yuan turned to them with a smile and said, I hear you have wagered on me to be in the top 10, the top 3, and even the first place? How much have you bet? Zhou Wuyo replied. 300 spirit stones for the top 10. It's a 2-to-1 payout. Zhang Wei added, I have staked 80% of my fortune, totaling 800 spirit stones for the top 3, which offers a 2.5-to-1 return. Su Yuan glanced at Song Kai. Song Kai swallowed hard and said, I haven't wagered much spirit stone, just 3,000 spirit stones, all on your victory. The odds are 3-to-1. Su Yuan was taken aback and exclaimed, Are you truly this affluent? My family hails from a lineage of merchants. We possess a modest fortune. Song Kai replied with a hint of embarrassment. Su Yuan cast a deep glance at him, then addressed the crowd. Prepare to receive your payments. The three were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mix of surprise and bewilderment. How could it be that Su Yuan's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation in an instant? At this moment, Su Yuan began to observe the arena battles with great seriousness, as vivid scenes of combat flooded his mind, effortlessly imprinting themselves within. He beheld a familiar figure taking the stage. Yu Bufan faced off against an opponent with a superior spiritual root who had been cultivating for 5 years, engaging in a fierce exchange of dozens of moves before emerging victorious. Yuan also ascended to the platform for her contest, despite possessing an exceptional spiritual root. Her brief period of cultivation ultimately led to her defeat, concluding the first round with a sense of regret. As she descended from the stage, Yuan instinctively cast a glance in Su Yuan's direction. Su Yuanshao nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan lightly pressed her lips together and also nodded, before stepping into the crowd to become an observer. This year was not the time for her to showcase her talents. Rather, it was about participation. Su Yuan also observed the formidable prowess of the top 10 competitors in the records. Each of them exhibited exceptional strength, defeating their opponents in mere moves, even in a single strike, showcasing a staggering level of skill. This intensified the pressure on Su Yuan. It felt as though the challenge posed by the top 10 was no trivial matter. In the first round, a total of 280 participants entered the contest, and 140 were eliminated. Soon, the second round of the competition commenced. Su Yuan and Huang Bo took the stage. Go for it, senior brother. Zhou Wuyo immediately encouraged. Give it your all, Su Yuan. Indeed. Su Yuan paused momentarily, nodded slightly, and strode confidently onto the arena. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Well, it's senior brother Huang from Lingju Peak. He's a top contender for the top 20. I wagered 50 spirit stones on him making it into the top 20. Exclaimed a voice. The one who toyed with sister Xiao Xiao last time is surely finished now. Humph. Daring to humiliate my sister Xiao Xiao, it seems retribution has come. Beside Li Xiao Xiao, a bun-headed junior sister gleefully remarked. Li Xiao Xiao clenched her fists and retorted coldly, a loss is a loss. Next time, I will personally defeat him. The bun-headed junior sister, hearing this, attempted to console her. Sister, perhaps you should reconsider. He's a few years younger than you. He might just surpass you. Whose side are you on? Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, giving the bun-headed junior sister a sharp tap. Ouch. Sister, I recognize my mistake. Opposite Su Yuan approached a robustly built man, none other than Huang Bo. Su Yuan cast a skeptical glance towards the high platform, pondering whether this was a clandestine maneuver orchestrated by Master Gu. How could he possibly face such a formidable opponent in the second round? Master Gu himself frowned. There was no underhanded manipulation involved, merely the unpredictable nature of fortune. On the high platform of Xianfeng, Wang Siming smiled and remarked, "It is a pity. Su Yuan's strength is commendable, yet encountering Huang Bo so early means his early exit. Perhaps it is for the best, sparing him from lingering concerns." The other observing disciples largely accepted Su Yuan's impending defeat, diverting their attention from his battle and instead focusing on other evenly matched arenas, which appeared far more captivating. Huang Bo scrutinized Su Yuan and declared, "Your footwork is quite impressive, but it must deplete your energy significantly. Does it not? If I can land a single blow, you shall be defeated. The longer this drags on, victory is assured for me. I suggest you concede, lest you force my hand into mercilessness." Su Yuan regarded him with calm composure, for all the information about Huang Bo resided firmly within his mind. Initially, he was only at the 7th level of qi refinement. Yet he had astonishingly ascended to the 8th level. His primary focus lay in the cultivation of his physical form, rendering his body robust enough to contend with ferocious beasts. With a masterful grip on his iron hammer, he wielded it with unparalleled finesse. One strike could easily claim half the life of a beast. The Foundation establishment steward observed the two with an air of tranquility. Once he confirmed their readiness, he declared, "The competition begins." In the next moment, Huang Bo advanced towards Su Yuan with agile strides, closing the distance step by step. Su Yuan's expression stiffened, and in his hand, the inferior magical artifact reappeared. Below the stage, Li Xiaoxiao curled her lips in disdain, courting death. This time, Su Yuan is unlike before, as the sword is enveloped in a rich aura of profound truth, causing its blade to shimmer with a tricolored radiance. "Go." Su Yuan let out a soft exclamation as the tricolored sword light swiftly advanced towards Huang Bo, its speed rivaling that of Li Xiaoxiao's azure sword from before. Huang Bo furrowed his brow, drawing forth a massive hammer with a swift motion, striking fiercely at the tricolored flying swords. The material of this low-grade magical artifact could not possibly withstand the force of his blow. With a sharp sound, the flying sword sliced through the air. Emitting a piercing cry, the tricolored swords traced an elegant arc, suddenly accelerating and evading Huang Bo's defense, hurtling directly towards his face. Huang Bo's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly raised his hand, summoning a layer of earthen yellow shield that coalesced before him, safeguarding his form. The sound of the sword's chant arose. A long and resonant cry of the flying sword surged into the depths of Huang Bo's consciousness. What? Huang Bo was filled with dread, utterly unprepared for the spiritual attack. The sword's resonance invaded his mind, causing his consciousness to waver, rendering his manipulation of spells increasingly obscure. The earthen yellow shield enveloping him began to dim significantly. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly identified the weakness in the shield. The flying sword collided with the barrier, rapidly piercing through it and striking Huang Bo's arm. A powerful shockwave erupted from that point, the profound essence tearing through Huang Bo's formidable physique, leaving a gaping wound that revealed bone beneath, with blood gushing forth instantly. Injured, Huang Bo snapped back to reality from the impact of the sword's resonance, grasping the now diminished sword with one hand. With a forceful grip, he shattered the flying sword, which was merely a low-grade magical artifact, in his hand. Yet, he found himself transfixed by the injury on his arm. He had lost. Had that wound struck his heart or throat, he would have been gravely injured. At that moment, any attempt to destroy Su Yuan's magical item would only appear as an act of humiliation and rage. "Victory goes to Su Yuan of Xuanjue Peak," announced the Foundation establishment elder. The proclamation stirred a wave of astonishment among the disciples who had not been paying attention to the duel. Those who had been following the contest were even more astounded. An instantaneous defeat, another instance of swift annihilation. Yet, the disciple responsible for this remarkable victory was so unfamiliar to them. Su Yuan's strength was unexpectedly formidable. Even Wei Wan, Sun Hong, and others turned their gazes towards him, each scrutinizing Su Yuan with keen interest. Su Yuan has become the focal point of the entire event, with his popularity rapidly ascending. Chapter 36, Collision of Momentum. Su Yuan returned to the stands and opened the system panel to take a glance. His reputation value had surged to 300 points, an increase of nearly 2,000. It could be said that he had become renowned throughout the entire Seven Absolute sect. Su Yuan felt quite satisfied. He anticipated that his performance would soon improve even further, allowing his reputation to rise as well. Initially, he believed that accumulating 10,000 reputation points would take a considerable amount of time. But he soon realized that the challenge was not as daunting as he had imagined. However, he suspected that the next level would prove to be more difficult. After this wave, it seemed likely that the Seven Absolute sect would have been thoroughly depleted. As Su Yuankai came to a standstill, he spotted a familiar disciple from Xuanzhua Peak approaching, none other than Wei Wan. Su Yuan was the first to bow. Senior Brother Wei. Junior Brother Su. Your talent truly is astonishing. Wei Wan exclaimed in admiration. Su Yuan smiled shyly. I am far inferior to my senior brother. Wei Wan, with a serious demeanor, replied. This upcoming intersect competition is of great significance, pertaining to the interests of the entire peak. I hope both you and I can secure a place among the top 10. Of course, Su Yuan responded. Allow me to brief you on the situation. Wei Wan, you may not yet be aware, but in recent days, various peaks have had Golden Core elders stepping in to provide special training for the disciples. Consequently, I have taken advantage of this opportunity, and my cultivation has now reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. I also possess a top-tier magical artifact, exquisite battle attire, and unique secret techniques, significantly enhancing my combat prowess compared to before. I believe the elite disciples from other peaks have received similar treatment, thereby widening the gap between the top 10 and the top 20. Suddenly, Wei Wan smiled, adding, I must express my gratitude for the opportunities you have provided. I have indeed reaped considerable rewards. Su Yuan shook his head repeatedly, stating, the betting odds are not set by me. I merely manage them. Haha, I understand this. Yet I still wish to express my gratitude to you while also cautioning you to be vigilant. Individuals such as Sun Hong from Danju Peak, Yang Mingting from Shunju Peak, Sima Jikong from Shuju Peak, Lan Sishan from Qiju Peak, Lei Yuqin from Leiju Peak, Huang Yi from Lingju Peak, He Lianyu, and Dongmen Wan, among others, are not to be underestimated. After these words were spoken, Wei Wan frowned and turned to observe the 3 experts from Lingju Peak approaching. Huang Yi scrutinized Su Yuan from head to toe and remarked, you possess some strength. But that is merely the surface. The disparity in our cultivation levels is as vast as a chasm. As he spoke, he deliberately unleashed an aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement, exerting pressure upon Su Yuan. Wei Wan furrowed his brow and stepped forward to shield Su Yuan. But at that moment, He Lianyu and Dongmen Wan obstructed him. Wei Wan's expression darkened. What are you trying to do? Resorting to underhanded tactics? He quickly glanced at Su Yuan, anxious that his comrade might be affected before the battle had even commenced. However, to his astonishment, Su Yuan remained utterly unperturbed under the pressure of the 9th level of Qi refinement. It is noteworthy that the disparity in strength between levels can vary from 2 to 3 times. The gap between the 6th and 9th levels of Qi refinement is particularly pronounced, and Lingju Peak excels in enhancing spiritual power, making this difference even more evident. Especially at such a close distance, the pressure of the aura is most palpable and direct, yet Su Yuan appeared as calm as a placid lake. Huang Yi frowned as well, sensing that Su Yuan was akin to an unfathomable abyss, effortlessly absorbing his imposing aura. Unwilling to be outdone, Huang Yi narrowed his eyes and summoned his spiritual energy, intending to generate an even more formidable presence. Su Yuan found it quite amusing as he observed Huang Yi's expression, which seemed to convey a desire to glare him to death. He felt nothing in particular. Rather, he secretly studied the other technique of exerting presence. It was quite elementary. By projecting one's own spiritual energy and consciousness outward, one could impose a certain degree of pressure upon the surrounding environment. If the disparity in spiritual energy and consciousness was too great, such pressure could even disrupt the opponent's own spiritual energy. Su Yuan likewise summoned his own formidable aura. In an instant, the fire attribute spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was stirred by Su Yuan's consciousness. The spiritual energy within a radius of several meters seemed to respond to his call, gravitating toward him. As Su Yuan exerted pressure toward Huang Yi, the spiritual energy of this small realm simultaneously surged in the same direction. The immense force generated by this convergence of celestial spiritual energy was no trivial matter. Huang Yi, standing motionless, suddenly felt as though a volcano were bearing down upon him. In Su Yuan's eyes, it appeared as though he were engulfed by an inferno, with flames leaping menacingly towards him, threatening to turn his skin to cinders. His once proud spiritual power and physique felt as fragile as mere parchment in the face of the approaching fiery tempest. Ah! Huang Yi could not contain a startled exclamation, instinctively retreating. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the sea of flames vanished, the volcano dissipated, and everything returned to normal. His skin remained unscathed, and he bore not a single injury. However, beads of perspiration drenched his forehead, face, and back. The surrounding disciples gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Helian Yu turned to Huang Yi and inquired, "What transpired?" Huang Yi, his lips trembling, struggled to articulate his recent experience, unsure of how to begin. He glanced at the composed Su Yuan, a palpable sense of trepidation flickering in his eyes. Su Yuan bestowed upon him a gentle smile, yet to Huang Yi, this smile bore the sting of derision. "Let us go." Huang Yi, feeling the weight of embarrassment, promptly turned to leave. Helian Yu and Dongman Wan exchanged puzzled glances, both regarding Su Yuan with a sense of bewilderment. The earlier clash of wills had solely targeted Huang Yi, leaving the two unscathed. Yet they could not shake the feeling that the very air had grown thick with tension. Both had taken note of Su Yuan's presence, and soon they too withdrew, awaiting their turn to compete in the forthcoming contest. Wei Wen had been standing beside Su Yuan, experiencing the atmosphere more acutely. The sensation of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth fluctuating seemed oddly familiar. He found himself lost in thought. "Wei Shixiang, I called for you," Su Yuan exclaimed. It turned out that the elder had summoned Wei Wen to the stage, yet he had been momentarily oblivious. Wei Wen snapped back to reality, nodding, "All right. I shall take the stage." He soared towards the platform, and as he ascended, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the golden core elders on the high platform. Suddenly, a realization struck him. That was the might of heaven and earth. Wei Wen's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, that sensation was reminiscent of the aura exuded by the golden core elders. The more he pondered, the more certain he became. Initially, he had struggled to connect Su Yuan with the golden core elders, which had clouded his recollection, but now he was profoundly shaken. Su Yuan, astonishingly, has grasped the profound forces of heaven and earth, typically attainable only by those who have reached at least the foundation establishment level. As the competition commenced, Wei Wen found himself distracted, nearly failing to evade his opponent's assault. Regaining his focus, Wei Wen resolved to exert all his strength, eager to defeat his rival swiftly and inquire about Su Yuan's circumstances. Meanwhile, the golden core elders observing from the high platform were taken aback by the recent anomaly. A golden core elder from Danju Peak exclaimed, "Is that the force of heaven and earth? The force of fire. It embodies notions of explosion, warmth, and combustion. How could he comprehend it at his current cultivation level?" He promptly turned to the peak master of Danju Peak, declaring, "This disciple must be accepted. He is an unparalleled talent in alchemy." The master of Danju Peak was equally intrigued. "I recall this disciple's name is Su Yuan. However, I do not see his name on the core seed roster." Hearing this, Wang Siming, the master of Xianju Peak, interjected sharply, "Hey, what are you thinking, old man? Su Yuan is a disciple of Xianju Peak." With a huff, he added, You can't even ensure the well-being of your disciples. Can you truly impart knowledge?" The master of Danju Peak, displeased, retorted. Wang Siming paused, realizing his oversight, but countered, "Were you not also present at that time?" At that moment, the master of Qiju Peak cleared his throat and remarked, "Actually, I believe he would also be well suited for Qiju Peak." "Get lost." Both the masters of Danju Peak and Xianju Peak replied in unison. The master of Qiju Peak's expression darkened. Were these two seeking a quarrel? At this juncture, several other peaks, save for Leiju Peak, joined the fray, evidently astonished by Su Yuan's display. Although his mastery of the forces of heaven and earth appeared somewhat immature, the distinction between having and not having such understanding was monumental. Elder Gu cast a glance at the bickering peak masters, his demeanor remarkably indifferent. "Let them squabble, no one shall claim him. Su Yuan has already conspired with me in advance. Humph, only I possess such discerning vision." Elder Gu completely overlooked that he initially found Su Yuan merely intriguing. The second round of the competition concluded swiftly, with all 10 formidable contenders emerging victorious and advancing to the next stage. Following this, the intensity of the battles would escalate as they transitioned to the third round, where the competition would narrow from 70 to 35. The third round commenced rapidly. Su Yuan was among the first to step onto the stage, which was quite expected. As his name was called, he ascended the platform, facing the solemn Huang Yi. Huang Yi, a distinguished disciple from the inner sect of Lingju Peak. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Ha ha, Su Yuan is up against Huang Yi. What a twist of fate. Just moments ago, Huang Ye's kin, Huang Bo, was defeated by Su Yuan, and now he faces Huang Yi. This is Huang Yi, a contender for the top position alongside Sun Hong and others, and it seems Su Yuan's prospects are bleak. Initially, I thought he could secure a spot in the top 10, but now it appears to be a distant hope. Most disciples expressed their regrets for Su Yuan, lamenting his situation. Clearly, they believed his defeat was inevitable. However, in the viewing area of Lingju Peak, He Lianyu and Dong Minwan did not underestimate Su Yuan, though they were unclear about the recent events and Huang Yi had kept silent. It was evident that Su Yuan was not an ordinary opponent. Why had they sought to provoke him? It was merely to predict a confrontation between Huang Yi and Su Yuan based on the matchups, hoping to gain an advantage outside the arena. Yet it seemed their plan had backfired. Huang Yi was the first to clasp his hands and bow, saying, "I am Huang Yi of Lingju Peak. I humbly request guidance from Senior Brother Su." Upon hearing the words, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Su Yuan from Xuanjua Peak. I humbly seek your guidance." The Foundation establishment steward cast a curious glance at Huang Yi before declaring, "The match begins." Chapter 37. Subduing the Opponent. Huang Yi's expression grew solemn, and in an instant, his exquisite robe of the highest quality shimmered to life. A bountiful surge of spiritual energy enveloping him in a protective radiance. Yet, this was not sufficient. He simultaneously invoked defensive spells, encasing himself in an additional layer of translucent earthen shield. He opted for a defensive stance right from the outset. The dense and robust yellow shield expanded, forming a barrier that safeguarded Huang Yi from all directions. In his grasp appeared a magnificent hammer, a supreme magical artifact, as he fixed his intense gaze upon Su Yuan. Such formidable armor. Su Yuan inhaled sharply, astonished by the timidity of this individual. "Come on, Su Yuan, allow me to experience your might." Huang Yi's tone was grave yet tinged with a hint of eager anticipation. Has it been discovered? Su Yuan's expression softened as he glanced at the Master Gu on the high platform. Master Gu nodded gently in his direction. Su Yuan exhaled, feeling a sense of relief, and then spoke. "Then please, Brother Huang, be prepared. Let the sword come forth." With a deft gesture, Su Yuan summoned a superb flying sword from his storage pouch. The blade emitted a soft, melodious hum, as if infused with a consciousness of its own, responding to Su Yuan in harmonious accord. This was one of the 9-star conjunction swords, which he named the Radiant Light Sword. Su Yuan offered a faint smile as he altered his incantation. The first stroke of the sword chant commenced, sword ascend, perception extinguish. The essence of the profound truth swiftly dissipated, and it appeared as though flames ignited upon the radiant sword. The surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, converging upon the radiant sword, amplifying its might. Go! Whoosh! The radiant sword soared upward, rapidly ascending to great heights, before plummeting like a falling star, emitting a piercing shriek that resonated throughout the venue. Countless disciples, distant yet attentive, felt a sharp pang in their minds, as if they witnessed flames flickering within their consciousness. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, it sent shivers through all, especially those standing outside the arena. What of those within? Huang Yi's lips trembled momentarily, yet his gaze hardened with resolve. The enormous hammer in his grasp radiated a brilliant yellow light. He chose not to evade. Instead, he crouched low before springing upwards, aiming to strike the radiant sword with his hammer. Clang, the sword and hammer collided with a forceful impact. As the fiery red light clashed with the earthy yellow glow, the latter shattered into fragments, and the colossal hammer was swept away by the sweeping blade, hurtling towards the opposite side. The radiant sword, undeterred, continued its assault, piercing through the yellow-tinted protective shield. With a crisp cracking sound, the shield shattered explosively, revealing Huang Yi, who had somehow knelt on one knee. His hand pressed against his forehead. The overwhelming force of the sword's shriek struck with such potency that Huang Yi found himself unable to stand. The radiant sword pressed on relentlessly, crashing against the luminous defenses of Huang Yi's exquisite robe. The protective brilliance quivered, dimming slightly, yet, true to its exceptional craftsmanship, the robe retained its substantial glow. Su Yuan extended his hand, summoning the Yaoguang sword back to his side. Streams of profound energy flowed once more into the sword, which ignited with a brilliant light. The second technique of the sword division, soul disarray, resonated in the air as the Yuan sword emitted a humming sound. In the next instant, it appeared as though a phantom of the sword materialized, creating an illusory version of itself. Both swords surged forth simultaneously, intertwining and darting toward Huang Yi. At that moment, Huang Yi finally extricated himself from the reverberations of the mental assault. Upon opening his eyes, he was met by the oncoming second attack, his expression one of sheer rigidity. He could not afford to withstand it any longer. Utilizing his agility, he began to dash away at great speed. Huang Yi envied Su Yuan's remarkable footwork, which allowed him to maneuver in midair, although cultivators could theoretically fly with their swords. The lack of flexibility in sword maneuvering necessitated a divided focus on control, leaving them vulnerable to attacks from all directions. In the realm of Qi refinement combat, aerial fighting often proved disadvantageous, while Su Yuan's footwork did not rely on sword flight, greatly enhancing his agility and practical combat utility. As the swords approached, Huang Yi activated a defensive technique, surrounding himself with a flowing earthen barrier to evade the corporeal Yuan sword. However, he was unexpectedly struck by the illusory sword, believing the muddy wall and the brilliance of his robe would provide some level of protection. To his astonishment, the phantom Yuan sword pierced through his dual-layered defenses, directly invading his sea of consciousness. The Yuan sword immediately disrupted his mental state, compelling Huang Yi to mobilize his spiritual awareness to suppress and dispel the sword's phantom. Yet, this disarray rendered his evasive maneuvers considerably more rigid. The physical sword struck Huang Yi, who was unable to evade in time. The fiery sword aura that emanated from its blade mercilessly shattered the earthen wall conjured by his spell, igniting a fierce friction against the brilliance of his robe. The radiance of his robe rapidly dimmed, its spiritual energy reserves plummeting by 2/3. Only after a strenuous effort did Huang Yi awaken from his state of mental turmoil. Witnessing the fading glow of his robe, alarmed, he hastily channeled his spiritual energy into it. However, the speed at which he infused energy could not keep pace with the relentless consumption inflicted by the sword's assault, and the glow continued to diminish rapidly. If this were the outside world, Huang Yi would have fled without a second thought, for the pressure was overwhelming. He understood that his attempts to counterattack Su Yuan would be futile. While Su Yuan could persistently deplete his spiritual energy, defeat was merely a matter of time. This was unacceptable. He was determined to retaliate. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned another flying sword into his hand, an exquisite weapon of exceptional quality. Such rare swords were not uncommon within the Seven Absolute sect, largely thanks to the efforts of the Qijiwei peak. Go! Huang Yi commanded as he maneuvered the flying sword with maximum intensity, propelling it at great speed towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan's expression remained tranquil. The seven-star guardian light. Upon Su Yuan's form, 7 beams of starlight shimmered, weaving a celestial barrier. A magnificent flying sword surged forth, yet upon breaching the protective aura of the 7 stars, it seemed to plunge into a realm of gravitational force, instantly rendered rigid and immobilized. The starlight, seemingly ethereal, concealed an immense weight. Each strand bore the heft of 1,000 pounds. The ethereal glow enveloped Su Yuan like an impenetrable armor, safeguarding him with unwavering fortitude. With a casual gesture, Su Yuan summoned a surge of Xianjin energy, condensing it into a blade of sword qi that struck against the exquisite flying sword, sending it careening backward and embedding it into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Huang Yi's countenance paled, his spiritual awareness momentarily disturbed by the impact. At that moment, the Yuan sword finally exhausted the brilliance of the protective garment, delivering a decisive strike to Huang Yi's shoulder. His flesh, as resilient as metal, met the flying sword with a clash. Although it did not breach his defenses immediately, a thin layer of blackened skin was punctured, allowing a trickle of blood to flow forth, only to restore itself instantaneously. Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a formidable physique! Are you a master of armor stacking?" Su Yuan was truly in awe of Huang Yi. The 2 defensive spells mastered by Huang Yi possessed the formidable might of top-tier yellow rank, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary disciples to breach them. The exquisite defensive garment that followed was enough to instill a sense of despair, with its continuous energy restoration rendering it invincible. Remarkably, Huang Yi had even refined a body-tempering defensive technique, the layer of black light surpassing even the resilience of bronze skin. Huang Yi understood that his physical form could not withstand the relentless assaults from Su Yuan. Seeing that he could neither breach the defenses nor endure the onslaught, Huang Yi felt as though Su Yuan was not even exerting himself seriously, yet he found himself in a woeful predicament. In that moment, Huang Yi was completely subdued, overwhelmed from every angle. This outcome had been anticipated the moment he stepped onto the stage. How could one who comprehended the forces of heaven and earth not be considered an anomaly? Huang Yi raised his hand towards the steward and declared, "I concede." The Foundation establishment steward nodded, casting a glance of admiration at Su Yuan, before pronouncing, "Su Yuan from Xianzhu Peak is victorious." A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. The battle, though it seemed prolonged, was in truth remarkably brief. In the blink of an eye, Huang Yi was defeated in just a few exchanges. Although it appeared that he had not lost as decisively as Huang Bo, it was still Huang Yi, the strongest disciple of Lingzhu Peak in a decade, who was effortlessly bested by a newcomer who had only been a disciple for a year. The onlookers regarded Su Yuan with eyes wide in disbelief, as if he were some sort of monster. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Where on earth did this prodigy emerge from? What was that sword technique? It appeared somewhat unfamiliar, yet its potency was undeniable. Was it the sword technique that was formidable? No, it was the person. With a mastery of the 6th layer of Qi refining, he had triumphantly defeated someone at the 9th layer with an overwhelming display of strength. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, it would have been nearly impossible to believe. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Lu Mu Wan's mouth fell agape, momentarily forgetting to close it. Her hand covering her lips as astonishment filled her eyes. How has he cultivated to such a level? Yi Bufan's lips twitched in disbelief. Did this guy just best me? He recalled his earlier attempt to provoke Su Yuan and felt as though he had been courting death. Had it not been within the confines of the sect, he mused, he might have already been 6 feet under. Furthermore, he came to a stark realization of the disparity in strength between himself and the top 10 disciples, while Su Yuan's capabilities remained inscrutable to him. Yu Bufan found himself ensnared in a tumultuous struggle of choices, indecision flickering across his face once more. As Su Yuan traversed the edge of the arena, the disciples gazed at him with a mixture of admiration, envy, and other inexplicable emotions. His reputation soared in response, having truly established itself within the 7 Absolute sect. Numerous female disciples cast lingering glances in his direction. Su Yuan remained indifferent to this. He had already arranged for his subsequent seclusion and cultivation. Typically, disciples would not venture to the main peak, for it is the very heart of the sect. It would be far more prudent to seek a remote location for a decade or 2 of training before emerging. The world could change dramatically in that time. Su Yuanshu momentarily calmed his mind and returned to the viewing platform. At this juncture, the top 10 contenders from various peaks had already regarded Su Yuan as a formidable rival. The inner sect's eldest disciple, Zhuge Jian, donned a smile and remarked, "Ah, it is indeed that Su Yuan." I discerned the profundity and far-reaching implications in his responses at the time. I surmised that this youth possesses astonishing comprehension, destined to soar to great heights and traverse the boundless skies, dominating the world. See, my predictions were not amiss, were they? Beside him, the inner sect's second disciple, Nangong Hoyu, interjected, "Are you considering inviting him to join you? Why not? I am confident that a prodigy of his caliber would not decline my invitation." Zhuge Jian replied with a gentle smile. He, too, was an unparalleled genius, well acquainted with the hearts of such exceptional talents. Their ultimate fate lay in bravely exploring the world and pursuing limitless adventures. To Zhuge Jian, this grand competition had already lost its suspense, having entirely transformed into a stage for Su Yuan's performance, with the final outcome of first place being indisputable. Chapter 38. The Dominant Sword Classic, Unmatched Power. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then turned on his heel and walked towards the area where the disciples of the Divine Absolute Peak were observing the battle. Many people took note of his actions, finding them somewhat peculiar. Su Yuan's footsteps quickened, and he soon arrived at the summit of the Divine Absolute Peak. Approaching Yang Mingting directly, Yang Mingting's expression grew slightly serious, as she was unaware of Su Yuan's intentions. "Senior Sister Yang, I have an ungracious request. I wonder if you would be willing to hear it?" Su Yuan began. "What is it that you wish to say?" Yang Mingting inquired. Su Yuan smiled and said, "I find this arena competition rather sluggish. Hence, I wish to invite you, senior sister, to a duel elsewhere. Let us swiftly determine the victor. Rest assured, I will enlist the steward to oversee it." Upon hearing this, Yang Mingting hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "If you can persuade the steward to supervise and accept the outcome of the contest, I shall consent." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan chuckled and nodded, saying, "All right. Please wait a moment while I discuss this elsewhere." Yang Mingting gazed curiously at Su Yuan's swiftly departing figure, utterly bewildered as to what his intentions might be. Su Yuan circled to the other side, approaching the disciples of Danju Peak. Sun Hong also noticed Su Yuan's peculiar behavior and remained in place, awaiting his arrival. Su Yuan approached Sun Hong with a smile and said, "Brother Sun, the arena competition progresses too slowly. Why don't we find a secluded place to spar a little? Some techniques are not suitable for full display in public, if you catch my drift?" Sun Hong replied coolly, "I have no interest." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan grinned and said, "So, seeing your brother Sun is afraid." Sun Hong replied coldly, naive, "Oh, and what about now?" A formidable aura emanated from Su Yuan, enveloping Sun Hong with an overwhelming pressure. Instantly, Sun Hong's expression turned grave as he regarded Su Yuan with newfound seriousness, the earlier indifference evaporating in an instant. "Very well. I consent," Sun Hong declared, his gaze ablaze with fervor, as if ignited by the spirit of battle. Su Yuan suddenly comprehended that this Sun Hong was a lofty and aloof combat enthusiast. Su Yuan ventured to visit the various peaks, summoning the likes of Sima Jikong from the Art of Techniques Peak, Lan Sisan from the Tool Mastery Peak, Lei Yuqin from the Thunder Peak, He Lianyu from the Spirit Peak, and Dongmen Wan. He even mentioned Wei Wan and Huang Yi. Then, turning to the sect leader, he whispered, "Brother Gu, could you arrange for me a more private venue? I intend to complete the inter-sect competition in one go." Sect leader Gu had already noticed Su Yuan's actions and communicated telepathically, "What are you up to, lad?" "Nothing much. Since the arena matches are randomized and the subsequent rounds require the top 10 to battle each other, why not have a preliminary contest? This will expedite the process." Su Yuan replied, "You are quite confident, aren't you? I am curious to see what you have up your sleeve." Sect leader Gu expressed his interest and proceeded to assist Su Yuan in making the arrangements. Consequently, the observing disciples noticed that the strong contenders among the top 10 began to leave the martial arts square, heading towards another grand hall for combat. 3 foundational level stewards accompanied them, inciting a wave of bewilderment among the onlookers. What are they planning? Uncertain, it seems the top 10 are gathering together. Are they about to engage in combat directly? Why not fight in the arena? Why hide away? I have placed my bets. What if there is something amiss? Surely, it can't be anything too sinister. Did you not notice that the Peak Masters have entered as well? Even the sect leader has joined. Ah, does this mean we witness the competition of the top 10? Hard to say. Let us wait and see. Everyone was perplexed by the unfolding events. Yet many speculated that it must be related to Su Yuan, whose previous actions had been glaringly apparent to all. Inside the Grand Hall of Martial Arts, 10 elite disciples of the inner sect had gathered: Sun Hong, Yang Mingting, Wei Wan, Sima Jikong, Lan Sisan, Lei Yuqin, He Lianyu, Dongmen Wan, Huang Yi, and Su Yuan. "How shall we compete? Should we commence 5 matches simultaneously?" Sun Hong queried, casting a puzzled glance at Huang Yi, who had already been eliminated. Sect leader Gu, seated in the viewing area, also observed with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan chuckled and addressed the other 9. "There's no need for such complications. I wish to challenge all of you at once. 1 against 9. The expression of the other 9 shifted in unison, their faces reflecting shock as they stared at Su Yuan. Wei Wan promptly advised, "Su Yuan, do not be foolish. How could you possibly contend against all 9 of us alone?" Sun Hong also frowned and remarked, "I disdain the notion of teaming up with others." Su Yuan chuckled heartily and said, "That is not for you to decide." With that, he executed the 7-star flowing light step, propelling himself into the air with a graceful leap. Subsequently, a grand sword box materialized behind him. As Su Yuan's thoughts stirred, a multitude of flying swords erupted from their sheath, encircling him in a majestic display. 9 radiant blades illuminated the expansive training hall, casting Su Yuan in the aura of a king of swords. An invisible force enveloped all present, instilling a palpable sense of dread among the spectators. Buzz. The surrounding spiritual energy within 100 meters of Su Yuan began to churn violently. The golden elemental energy surged forth, revealing its luminous hue amidst the previously formless essence of the world. At that moment, even the heavens seemed to shift around the 9 flying swords. Countless golden threads extended outward, intertwining with the surrounding golden elemental energy, amplifying the sword's terrifying presence. The 9 inner disciples were struck with astonishment, channeling their spiritual power to withstand the immense pressure that surged from all directions. What was happening? Sun Hong's eyes burned with combat fervor, yet confusion was unmistakably etched upon his face. The other disciples shared in his bewilderment. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, the 7 peak masters and Master Gu stood in unison. Their expressions transformed as they beheld Su Yuan. The master of the divine absolute peak felt a flush of excitement, exclaiming, This is the realm of intent. Golden elemental sword intent. As a peak golden core practitioner, she yearned to comprehend such a realm but had yet to achieve it herself. She turned to Master Gu, seeking confirmation. Another peak master interjected, Indeed, this is the realm of intent. It generates the momentum of the heavens and earth, creating a favorable domain. Intent can directly influence the surrounding spiritual energy, harnessing it for one's own purpose, exponentially enhancing power. But how is this possible? All the peak masters turned their gazes toward Master Gu, with only Wang Siming visibly moved, having realized that Su Yuan was indeed manifesting sword intent. At that moment, Master Gu regained his composure, exclaiming, Yes, this is the realm of intent, golden elemental sword intent, sharp, cutting, and possessing a unique fluidity. Although it is but a thread, it is indeed a realization. The assembly of peak masters watched Su Yuan intently, hoping to glean some insight from his actions. Su Yuan cast a glance at the distant figures of the sect leaders observing the battle, his expression remaining serene. This was a deliberate choice on his part. Why? For the sake of future tranquility. By showcasing his innate talent and potential, he would have a valid reason to decline any calls for external ventures when he desired peace. And he would also be able to gather resources without restraint. He had no intention of exhausting himself for a mere handful of resources. Instead, he preferred to secure a substantial amount in one bold stroke. In the future, he would not need to expend such effort to obtain resources. Furthermore, he only revealed his prowess to the higher-ups, leaving the external sect completely unaware of his true circumstances, thereby eliminating any fear of exposure. This was nothing short of perfection. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan gazed leisurely at the 9 talented individuals poised for action and cheerfully asked, Are you ready? Sun Hong bellowed in response. Bring it on. The others also drew forth their magical instruments, preparing to engage in a fierce contest with Su Yuan. With a deft gesture, Su Yuan executed the first move of the 7 stars profound sword technique, the 7 stars fall. A resounding crash echoed as the technique, inspired by the sounds of the sword, unleashed a swordplay akin to celestial bodies descending from the heavens. This time, however, Su Yuan unleashed 7 swords simultaneously, uniting them to form the Beidou 7-star sword formation. 2 additional swords transformed into hidden stars, descending in tandem with the 7-star formation. In that instant, it was as if true stars plummeted to the earth, overwhelming pressure descending upon all. Concurrently, the 9 swords harmonized, producing a haunting melody that surged toward the consciousness of the 9 individuals. Yang Mingting of Divine Absolute Peak, her expression shifting, promptly invoked the secret method of spiritual attack unique to her peak. Within her consciousness, a protective pagoda stood guard, nurturing an ethereal green sword. The bizarre sound waves of the soul-destroying melody that invaded her mind morphed into 7 streaks of sword light, racing toward her. Yang Mingting maneuvered the green sword to collide with one of the streaks, producing a tangible chime within her illusory consciousness. The green sword shattered upon impact, though it successfully intercepted the sword light. Yet, the remaining 6 streaks of light crashed against the 2-tiered pagoda, which shattered under their assault, leaving only a base behind. Yang Mingting's expression softened slightly. She had managed to fend off the attack, albeit at the cost of nearly obliterating her protective method. However, this was merely the opening strike, and others were poised to continue the onslaught. Yang Mingting understood that this was merely the prelude to the true lethal blow. Indeed, as she opened her eyes, she beheld 9 flying swords hurtling toward her, with 4 of the 9 already having succumbed. A formidable maneuver. Sun Hong gritted her teeth, focusing on an approaching sword, and fiercely drove her fire-tipped spear forward. The spear and sword collided midair, but in an instant, the fire-tipped spear slipped from her grasp, hurtling toward the wall while emitting a mournful cry. The flying sword breached numerous defenses, ultimately hovering ominously at Sun Hong's brow, motionless. Sun Hong fixed her gaze upon the sword and the distant figure of Su Yuan, as if etching this moment into her memory. Having fallen to a single strike, the others met a similar fate. Wei Wan, also a genius of qi refinement, found a blue flying sword suspended before his heart, frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Yang Mingting sighed. Her expertise lay in spiritual arts, yet it was evident that Su Yuan surpassed her in this regard. The spiritual assault intertwined with his swordplay was merely an ancillary effect, a mere prelude, yet it proved insurmountable. Su Yuan, what on earth is this creature? Su Yuan waved his hand, and the 9 swords returned to the sword box behind him, which then automatically shrank to the size of a ruler and slipped into his sleeve. Subsequently, Su Yuan cupped his hands in salute to the 9 individuals, saying, "Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters." Chapter 39. The conclusion of the grand competition. After a considerable amount of time, the Grand Hall of Performances opened its doors. Sun Hong and the other disciples emerged, their expressions laden with gravity. As Su Yuan finally emerged, his expression appeared quite grave. The 10 individuals seemed to have lost their ability to articulate, silently returning to their original resting positions. All present were filled with curiosity as they observed this scene, pondering the outcome of the competition and why the participants wore such solemn expressions. One reason, naturally, was their swift defeat at the hands of Su Yuan. The other was that the sect leader and the peak masters had sternly warned these disciples not to disclose Su Yuan's true prowess to anyone, not even to the Golden Core elders, under the threat of being branded as traitors to the sect. Could their faces not reflect their gravity? "I shall take my leave first. You may continue to observe the battle," Su Yuan remarked to Song Kai and the others. Song Kai was taken aback. "Senior brother, are you not going to continue fighting?" Su Yuan chuckled. "There is no need for that. I must attend to some matters at the main peak." Song Kai and the others were momentarily taken aback, their mouths opening in hesitation. They merely watched as Su Yuan vanished into the throng. At this moment, the sect leader, having returned to the high platform, announced, "I declare that Su Yuan has triumphed over Sun Hong, Wei Wen, Yang Mingting, and a total of 9 challengers, achieving consecutive victories and temporarily securing the first position. Should anyone manage to defeat Sun Hong and the others, they may challenge Su Yuan for the title of first. If no challenges arise, the title shall belong to Su Yuan. The subsequent rounds shall continue to vie for the second, third, and other top positions. Now, let the competition resume." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? Su Yuan had won consecutively? How formidable! He had effortlessly defeated 9 of the top 10 contenders. Even Sun Hong had fallen. Hadn't he acquired the treasures of the Golden Core Cave? How could he be so easily bested? Could there be some hidden agenda? Did they not witness Su Yuan's effortless victory over Huang Yi? Clearly, Su Yuan's strength far surpassed that of Huang Yi. Thus, this outcome was hardly unexpected. The crowd buzzed with chatter, expressing their astonishment. The disciples who had placed bets grew anxious, with Su Yuan dominating the top 10, particularly the first position. A palpable tension filled the air. Those who had bet heavily on the first place were nearly devastated, some lamenting their considerable losses. At this moment, Song Kai exclaimed with delight, "Haha, I was right. I just made 6,000 spirit stones. What a windfall. I also profited. Unfortunately, I only wagered 80% of my wealth. I thought Su Yuan wouldn't make it into the top 3, so I wanted to reserve some spirit stones for purchasing refining materials. Impressive, my Su Yuan. Truly remarkable," Zhang Wei remarked. Zhou Wuyo glanced at the two, his expression dimming. Among the 3, he had won the least. Why was that? He had discovered a certain talent for alchemy, which had gradually distanced him from Su Yuan. He was not one to willingly remain subordinate, and thus contemplated eventually becoming independent. This subconscious shift had escaped his notice until just now. On the other hand, Zhang Wei, though seemingly foolish, had always supported Su Yuan, clinging to him tightly. As for Song Kai, upon learning that Su Yuan possessed a low-grade spiritual root, he had not abandoned his role as a dedicated servant disciple. Rather, he had come to value Su Yuan even more. Zhang Wei was the most naive, Song Kai the most astute, while Zhou Wuyo fancied himself the cleverest of them all. Zhang Wei clapped Zhou Wuyo on the shoulder. "Hey, what are you thinking? Let us hurry and line up to collect our rewards. We need to share the good news with big brother Su Yuan." Zhou Wuyo snapped back to reality, smiling. "All right, Zhang Wei, let us go." Zhang Wei paused, surprised to hear Zhou Wuyo call him by his proper name for the first time, and regarded him with a curious glance, sensing something unusual about Zhou Wuyo today. Song Kai beamed, his expression brimming with the acumen of a businessman. The subsequent intersect competition proved to be rather unremarkable. The strength of the top 10 contenders was indeed formidable, as their opponents were swiftly defeated within mere exchanges. Those bested bore bruises, as if the top 10 were merely venting their frustrations upon them. leaving them utterly helpless. Before long, the top 10 were determined. Xianzhu Peak astonishingly claimed 3 positions. Besides Su Yuan and Wei Wan, a disciple named Yuan Qing fortuitously secured a place, marking a significant victory for Xianzhu Peak. The disciples of Xianzhu Peak erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices echoing so loudly that the main peak shook with dust. Meanwhile, the disciples from the other 6 peaks were left despondent, their spirits crushed as they searched for the suddenly ascendant dark horse, Su Yuan, only to discover he had long since fled. Of course, the competition was not yet over. The final battle for the top 3 was fiercely contested. Yang Mingting, Sun Hong, and Wei Wan all exerted their utmost efforts in the struggle. Ultimately, Wei Wan was unexpectedly defeated. He fell to both Yang Mingting and Sun Hong, with Sun Hong claiming second and Yang Mingting third. The payout ratios for the betting had indeed proven prophetic. On the high platform, Elder Gu's face radiated with joy. Not only had he discovered a prodigious talent, but he had also amassed a significant fortune in spirit stones. This venture had yielded tremendous rewards. Nevertheless, Elder Gu needed to bring the proceedings to a close. His authoritative presence suddenly enveloped the arena. Silence fell, and all eyes turned toward Gu Qingzhu. With a grave countenance, Elder Gu proclaimed, "Recently, our sect has encountered a serious betting incident, resulting in substantial negative consequences and considerable losses for many disciples." The many disciples who had lost their bets brightened momentarily. Could it be that their spirit stones might be recovered? However, due to previous shortcomings in our sect's regulations, the penalties for such actions remain ambiguous. Yet, this trend must not proliferate, as it poses a threat to our sect's harmony. Therefore, the results of this betting will remain unchanged. The initiator, Su Yuan, must redeem spirit stones for all disciples based on their wagers and odds. Half of the earnings from the bets will be handed over to the sect as a penalty, and Su Yuan himself shall face 10 years of confinement as punishment, serving as a warning to others. In the future, such incidents must not occur within our sect. This rule will be added to our regulations. And violators shall face severe penalties, ranging from the loss of cultivation to the forfeiture of life. Let this be a lesson to you all. Elder Gu's gaze was commanding, instilling a sense of fear across the assembly. Over 100,000 disciples trembled, their awareness heightened. The 7 peak masters inwardly cursed the sect leader for his shamelessness. It was clear to them that he had orchestrated the betting. They were not oblivious. Now, having profited immensely, he sought to close off others from following suit. Truly despicable. Elder Gu concluded, "I declare the sect's grand competition officially concluded. You may disperse." Elder Gu departed first, followed by the elders of the other peaks, who soared back to their respective domains, faint echoes of complaints about the sect leader's unfair treatment lingering in the air. Before long, in the main hall of the main peak, the sect leader and the 7 peak masters had gathered. Su Yuan stood in the hall. Master Gu smiled kindly and said, "Su Yuan, I have decided to take you as my direct disciple. Do you accept?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuan raised his hand to respond. At that moment, Wang Siming stepped forward and said, "Master, I have a word that I am uncertain whether I should speak or refrain from." "Then perhaps you should remain silent," replied Master Gu. Wang Siming continued, "Very well, I shall proceed. Master, Su Yuan is originally a disciple of the inner sect of our Xuanzhue Peak, a core seedling. Even if he were to be promoted to a true disciple, it ought to be as a true disciple of Xuanzhue Peak. Such an action on your part seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Su Yuan gazed in astonishment at Wang Siming, perceiving the extraordinary courage of the sect leader, Wang Feng. Upon hearing this, Master Gu merely smiled faintly and remarked, "He is but an inner sect disciple. I have verified that Su Yuan has yet to be included in the core seed roster. Moreover, throughout this past year, you have not imparted even a modicum of spells or offered a word of guidance to him. Conversely, I have fostered a profound friendship with Su Yuan, establishing a close bond. I have already preemptively recorded him in the core directory of the main peak. He should rightfully be considered a true disciple of the main peak." Wang Siming, taken aback, inquired, "When did this occur?" Calmly, Master Gu replied, "A few days ago, I completed the registration. You may verify the records. Even if one were to venture into the secret realm and encounter the Yuaning elders, the rationale remains firmly on my side. Wang Feng, it would be prudent for you to reflect upon your own actions. Consider whether you have been negligent in your mentorship of the disciples or lacking in your efforts to cultivate the peak. Seek the cause within yourself. Furthermore, I am the sect leader. Master Gu spoke with such rapidity, akin to a volley of bullets, leaving Wang Ximing utterly speechless. Su Yuan gazed at the effortless dialogue exchanged between the sect leader and was momentarily awestruck. The sect leader then regarded Su Yuan with a benevolent expression and inquired, "What say you? Are you willing?" "I am willing," Su Yuan replied, casting an apologetic glance towards Wang Ximing. Wang Ximing wore a frustrated expression. Yet he acknowledged that the predicament was indeed of his own making. He had become somewhat neglectful of his disciples, as he had already grasped the essence of his cultivation and was poised to attempt a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Over the years, he had primarily focused on solidifying his foundation and had begun to scout for a suitable candidate for the next peak master. Su Yuan appeared quite fitting, yet alas. Ultimately, in the presence of 7 peak masters, Su Yuan formally entered the main peak, becoming one of the sect leader's most esteemed disciples. "Well then, Su Yuan, please collect your rewards from the grand competition, and then you may retreat to contemplate your past actions," the sect leader said with a cheerful smile. Su Yuan's previously cheerful expression instantly froze. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Am I truly to reflect in solitude?" Then, with a hint of concern, he inquired, "What about my share?" The 7 peak masters exchanged glances frequently. Master Gu quickly signaled with his eyes, and then stated, "What share? I do not comprehend." "Now, prepare to contemplate in the Yuan pool." "The Yuan pool? Where is that?" Su Yuan gazed at the sect leader with confusion. However, in truth, Su Yuan was aware that the Yuan pool was a place rich in liquid elemental spiritual energy, well documented in the library. Cultivating there was akin to absorbing spiritual stones. A decade spent in that environment would likely equate to the value of the spiritual stones promised by the sect leader. Yet, this was the sect's asset. There was no need for the leader to personally dispense spiritual stones. This sect leader was truly miserly. Chapter 40. Relocation and Preparation. The 7 peak masters departed, leaving only Su Yuan and Master Gu in the vicinity. Master Gu shot a glare at Su Yuan. Do you not understand the rules? Can matters of share be discussed so openly?" "Oh, I fear you might retract," Su Yuan replied in a hushed tone. "Am I the kind of person to do that?" Master Gu feigned anger. Su Yuan remained silent for a full 10 breaths. The silence was deafening. Elder Gu's expression darkened as he tossed a ring to Su Yuan. "Behold, the true transmission token, valued at 30 million spirit stones. Do not say that I lack credibility." Elder Gu snorted coldly. Su Yuan took the storage ring and, filled with curiosity, probed his spiritual consciousness inside. Within, he discovered an expansive space containing several sets of authentic transmission robes, a genuine transmission token, and a substantial collection of spirit stones. Upon a cursory count, there were indeed 30 million of them. Su Yuan hesitated momentarily and remarked, "I estimate that the final profit should amount to 1 billion spirit stones. If we consider 30%, that would be 300 million. Master Gu shot him a stern glance. "Do you understand the rules? Half of it must be submitted to the sect. Of the remaining 500 million, a portion must be distributed among the disciples who facilitated this endeavor, alongside various unseen expenses that you are oblivious to. Moreover, that storage ring is worth as much as a magical artifact. You should count yourself fortunate." Su Yuan leisurely remarked, "If my memory serves me correctly, the library contains records indicating that this ring is a standard accessory for true disciples." Gu Zhangman's expression stiffened, and he gazed at Su Yuan with a somewhat peculiar look. "What peculiar tomes have you been perusing? Is this knowledge something a mere chi refinement novice ought to possess? Please do not return it." Gu Zhangmin insisted. Yes. I am grateful for your generous gift, Master." Su Yuan replied with a respectful bow. Gu Zhangmin chuckled softly. "You rascal. Hasten to the main peak and select a cave dwelling for yourself. You may choose one of the 3rd-tier caves. Are you aware of the location of the Yuan pool? You can enter using the true disciple token. Each day, you may practice for a period or engage in extended cultivation as you see fit. The total duration is 10 years, so make good use of it." "Understood." Su Yuan took his leave. Gu Qingzhu, with a relaxed expression, gently caressed the ring in his hand, reflecting on his modest gain of 970 million spirit stones. Alas, how to spend such a fortune? What a perplexing dilemma. Gu Zhangmin feigned a look of distress, yet alas, no one was there to witness it. Su Yuan arrived at the Xianxian Hall on the main peak, where he selected a secluded 3rd-tier cave dwelling. The concentration of spiritual energy within this 3rd-tier cave was ample to satisfy the cultivation needs of a golden core true person, and it was undoubtedly sufficient for Su Yuan. Subsequently, He returned to the cave dwelling on Xuanjua Peak, casually purchasing a fish tank magical artifact along the way. Upon his return to the small courtyard, the sound of splashing water immediately resonated from the pond, as a group of spirit fish poked their heads out to observe him. Xiao Kai joyfully leaped into the air, gracefully swaying her tail and tracing a beautiful tricolor arc in the sky. Su Yuan casually tossed over several dozen spirit stones with a flourish and said, "You must be hungry. Feel free to eat. There are plenty of spirit stones." A group of spirit fish then began to swarm around the spirit stones, nibbling at them eagerly, their tails swaying, appearing quite delighted. Su Yuan sat nearby, observing, and unexpectedly discovered that the ethereal fish surrounding Xiao Kai had, almost imperceptibly, developed a sprinkling of tricolored spots on their scales, as if they had been imbued with hues that belonged to Xiao Kai herself. Su Yuan lifted a spirit fish to examine it, discovering that there were no peculiarities within its body. On the contrary, the spiritual energy seemed to have become more concentrated and refined. The spirit fish gazed at Su Yuan with one innocent eye while the other darted eagerly towards the coveted spirit stones, its anxious demeanor eliciting a smile from Su Yuan. Su Yuan directly fed it a piece of shattered spirit stone and then returned it to the pool. After a brief moment, he observed that they were all satiated. Su Yuan then summoned a fish tank-shaped magical artifact. As he infused it with the essence of the mysterious truth, the artifact immediately expanded. With a surge of his spiritual energy, 49 spirit fish, along with the little colored fish in the pool water, were drawn into the tank. The 50 fish settled quietly inside, curiously observing Su Yuan and their surroundings, seemingly perplexed by his actions. "Let us go to our new home." Su Yuanchang let out a hearty laugh, gracefully executing the 7-star steps, and in the blink of an eye, ascended into the air. Beneath his feet, a shimmering sword materialized, swiftly propelling him towards the main peak. After securing the spiritual fish, Su Yuan returned once more to the Xuanjua Peak. To the library pavilion. Su Yuan entered wearing the garments of a true disciple, his expression calm and composed. The steward of the library, upon catching sight of the purple robe, immediately changed his demeanor, rising respectfully to bow. Just as he was about to pay his respects, he recognized Su Yuan's face and, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "It is you? What is the meaning of your attire?" Su Yuan is a frequent visitor, well known to the steward. Su Yuan calmly produced a genuine transmission token, stating, "I recall that the library has copies available. Please package them for me. I shall take them all." "What?" The steward glanced at the transmission token, then at Su Yuan's countenance, and finally listened to his words. A large question mark materialized in his mind. When he expressed his confusion, it was not a reflection of his own understanding, but rather an indication of Su Yuan's peculiar request. "Is there a problem?" Su Yuan reiterated, gesturing toward the token. May I conduct a verification?" The steward inquired. "Here you go." Su Yuan casually handed it over for inspection. The steward placed the token on a specialized apparatus for examination, and lines of text began to scroll across the screen. He then looked at Su Yuan with a strange expression. "Master Peak's transmission? Su Yuan? That name indeed belongs to you. This is quite, Su Zhenchuan. I have taken good care of you during this time, Haven Ti. Once you achieve success, do remember to look after me." Su Yuan was taken aback by the steward's sudden shift in demeanor. He had yet to learn the steward's name. That sounds agreeable, but can this transaction be processed?" "I would like to borrow the copies from the library," Su Yuan inquired once more. "Certainly. My name is Jiuzong. Do remember it, senior brother. By the way, which copies does senior brother Su wish to borrow?" the steward asked. "All of them," Su Yuan replied. "All." Jiuzong was taken aback. "Is that not permissible? I feel it would be quite cumbersome to come repeatedly." Su Yuan sighed. Jiuzong's eyes brightened. "Senior brother Su, this is indeed a complicated matter. No one has ever borrowed so many copies at once. Let me check with the privileges of a transmission. One can borrow up to 10,000 copies at a time with no time limit. However, for future borrowing, the previous ones must be returned first. Such a hassle?" Su Yuan frowned. Jiuzong immediately assumed a contemplative expression, and then, as if struck by inspiration, he clenched his right fist and struck his left palm. "I've got it." "Oh? Senior brother merely wishes to avoid the back and forth, so leave it to me. Once you have finished reviewing, send me a message, and I shall personally deliver the new copies to you," Jiuzong declared enthusiastically. Su Yuan gazed at Jiuzong in silence, feeling as if the abacus beads had struck him squarely in the face. Yet, for the next decade, he was ostensibly to endure punishment, confined to a period of reflection. Thus, he could only remain at the main peak, which admittedly caused some inconvenience, but ultimately it was merely a trivial matter. Very well, I shall entrust this to you. Elderine, Su Yuan declared. Haha, a trifling matter indeed. Yin Jiuzong replied eagerly. However, I wonder if you could assist in borrowing from the libraries of the other peaks? Su Yuan inquired further. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiuzong immediately responded, not a problem at all. As long as you possess your token, I can facilitate the borrowing for you. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded in great satisfaction. He promptly borrowed 10,000 copies of books from the library at Xuanju Peak. Then, he soared into the sky on his sword and gracefully departed. Yin Jiuzong tightly gripped the communication jade slip, a smile gracing his face. To his astonishment, he had inexplicably forged a connection with a true disciple. The true disciples of the Seven Absolute sect were primarily at the Golden Core level. Even if they were not currently, it was highly likely they would be in the near future. This presented a splendid opportunity. Observing how much Su, the true disciple, enjoyed reading miscellaneous books, Yin Jiuzong surmised that the scriptures in the library would not last long. He had previously noticed that Su had no particular requirements regarding the books he read. As long as they possessed some substance, he was willing to explore any genre. With this in mind, why not leverage the resources of his family to gather books from outside and continuously present them to Su, thus nurturing a lasting relationship? Yin Jiuzong's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. The Yin family excelled in this area, with many members actively engaged in libraries, book towers, and academies, making the collection of these tomes exceedingly convenient. Su Yuan had evidently yet to comprehend the significance of the true legacy. As he traversed the skies clad in the violet robe of the true legacy, he was spotted by numerous disciples. At this moment, Su Yuan had garnered considerable fame, and many disciples recognized him. Consequently, the news of Su Yuan's elevation to the true legacy swiftly spread. Many were taken aback, clearly unable to fathom the veracity of this announcement. Su Yuanfei was in midair, intending to return to the main peak, when two figures soared from a nearby summit. Heading towards him, Su Yuan recognized two familiar faces, the two instructors from the Immortal Seed Valley. Su Yuan greeted, it is Brother Zhuge and Sister Negong. I am honored to meet you. Zhuge Jian promptly waved his hand and replied, your esteemed title, Su Zhenchuan, overwhelms me. You have ascended to the rank of true inheritance, akin to that of an elder. I cannot address you as brother lest the elders overhear. I would surely face their reprimand. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled and inquired, Brother Zhuge, do you have any pressing matters? Zhuge Jian replied with a smile, indeed, there is a personal matter. However, could we find a more tranquil location? In that case, let us proceed to my cave dwelling. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. Zhuge Jian had no objections. Meanwhile, Negong Huiyu was observing Su Yuan, seemingly attempting to discern the extraordinary qualities that enabled him to attain the status of a true disciple so effortlessly. The three of them soared together toward the main peak. Upon reaching the summit, Zhuge Jian appeared somewhat more reserved. The main peak was home to numerous foundational disciples and Golden Core elders, and Zhuge Jian dared not act recklessly. As they descended from the sky, they walked along the main path, soon arriving at Cave Dwelling 369. Su Yuan entertained the two guests as they sat beside a small lake within the cave, sipping tea while admiring the ethereal fish gliding gracefully through the water, creating an atmosphere of serene pleasure. Chapter 41. Invitations and Predictions, the Seven Stars Transcendent Technique. Negong Huiyu, with her enchanting eyes, gazed at the fish in the lake and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Brother Su, how remarkable it is that your lake harbors a school of spiritual fish, seemingly of the same variety? Meanwhile, Xiao Kai concealed herself, remaining unnoticed by the two. Su Yuan chuckled and said, indeed, perhaps it is the same place. Zhuge Jian glanced over and noted that they were merely some inferior yellow-tier spirit fish, and he paid them no mind. He spoke earnestly, Su Yuan, the purpose of our visit is to extend an invitation for you to accompany us to a place of opportunity. Zhuge Jian attentively observed Su Yuan's reaction. Su Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him, nonchalantly picked up a cup of tea, and took a gentle sip, remaining unresponsive. Zhuge Jian's heart sank. There was something amiss with this demeanor. Noticing the sudden stillness in the air, Su Yuan, puzzled, raised his head and inquired, and then, what? Zhuge Jian's expression reflected his confusion. Su Yuan was also puzzled. You merely mentioned a place of opportunity. What exactly is that location? What does opportunity entail? Where lies the danger? Could you elaborate? Zhuge Jian nodded and explained. It is an ancient relic, enshrining a battlefield that has transformed into a secret realm. We unexpectedly discovered the entrance to this realm, which will take 3 months to activate. I promptly reported this to the sect. Subsequently, the sect dispatched a Yuanian elder to investigate, only to find that entry into this secret realm is restricted to Qi refinement practitioners. The opportunities within are undoubtedly plentiful. Yet the cultivation level of the entering practitioners is limited. Thus, if you join forces with us, we are bound to acquire significant fortunes. And there may even be opportunities for transformation into the God-transcending stage. Zhuge Jian's expression was filled with excitement as he fixed his fervent gaze upon Su Yuan. Now, with merely a month remaining, we have come specifically to invite you to participate. Both Wei Yu and I are capable of challenging foundation establishment, and with your presence, along with a disciple from the hidden peak of our sect, we are certain to achieve remarkable success. Hidden peak? Su Yuan seized upon a crucial detail. Oh, the hidden peak is the concealed strength of the sect. Its exact location is unknown. The disciples within possess formidable abilities. Please refrain from discussing this matter with others. You are a true inheritor, and thus I can confide in you, Zhuge Jian replied. Su Yuan nodded knowingly, raised his teacup to take a sip, and even had the leisure to toss some shattered spiritual stones into the lake, provoking a frenzy among the spirit fish, though the fish were still small. Requiring only the modest offering of broken spiritual stones, it did not imply that the one feeding them lacked financial means. What do you mean by that? Inquired Zhuge Jian. Well, Su Yuan smiled lightly and fed the fish once more. Nan Gonghuiyu observed this scene, his expression contemplative. Zhuge Jian, however, did not dwell on it for long. He furrowed his brow and said, Su Yuan, although you are now a true disciple with ample resources, the path of cultivation is not simply a matter of solitary endeavor. One must venture forth to hone their state of mind, willpower, spiritual insight, and Tao intent. These must be tempered through experience and trials. As someone who has traversed this path, I urge you to heed my words. Do not be deceived by my current level of Qi refinement, which is merely the 9th stage. My foundation is solid. When I establish my foundation, it shall be of the finest quality, and the breakthrough to the golden core stage is just around the corner. The nascent soul is within reach. Zhuge Jian's tone was fervent. Su Yuan was at a loss for words. After some contemplation, he stated directly, to be honest, I have no desire to venture out for training at this moment. Therefore, I must apologize. I cannot partake in this so-called opportunity. Zhuge Jian furrowed his brow. Nan Gonghuiyu tugged at Zhuge Jian's sleeve, prompting him to glance at her in confusion. She pointed towards the spirit fish and cast some fragmented spirit stones into the water, enticing the fish to compete fiercely for them. Zhuge Jian observed the spirit fish, then turned his gaze back to Su Yuan, sighing, Indeed, you have already achieved true discipleship. It is understandable that your ambition has waned. Su Yuan was at a loss for words, yet the provocation continued unabated. He spoke, Please give me a strand of your hair. Why would I do that? Zhuge Jian replied, his tone laden with suspicion. And yours as well, Su Yuan added, casting a glance at Nangong Huiyu. Nangong Huiyu, however, said little. She simply snipped a lock of her silken hair, wrapped it delicately in a handkerchief, and gracefully handed it to Su Yuan. Observing this, Zhuge Jian also plucked a few strands of his hair and offered them to Su Yuan, perplexed as he inquired, What do you intend to do with these? Su Yuan smiled and said, I possess a technique of divination that I have seldom employed, yet my hands have grown somewhat restless. I would like to make use of your hair to observe the results. Furthermore, I will be able to discern your fates, whether life or death, through your hair. Oh, do not overthink it. I merely express concern for your well-being. Zhuge Jian's eyes twitched slightly, but he remained astonished as he inquired, This technique of divination, from whence did you acquire it? Well, that is not something I can disclose, Su Yuan replied enigmatically. Su Yuan gazed at the sky and remarked, Let us wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jian could only muster patience and continue sipping his tea. During this interlude, Song Kai arrived to procure various items for Su Yuan's cave dwelling. Additionally, Song Qian, who managed the shop, made several deliveries. The two brothers from the Song family swiftly organized the cave, planting flowers and greenery, tidying up the premises, repairing the stone bricks, and arranging the furniture, among other tasks. They worked diligently, and although Su Yuan did not provide them with substantial benefits, many intangible rewards captured their attention. Most notably, their family recognized their association with a true disciple, which instantly elevated their status to that of foundational offering within the clan, resulting in a 20-fold increase in resource allocation and numerous advantages within the sect. In essence, the adage one person attains the Tao, and even their chickens and dogs ascend proved to be no mere platitude. Subsequently, even the top 10 competitors from the inner sect came to congratulate Su Yuan on becoming a true disciple, and he graciously received each visitor, maintaining a demeanor befitting his esteemed position. Eventually, nightfall descended, with the moon perched upon the branches. The sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, among which the Big Dipper shone particularly brightly. At this moment, Su Yuan has arrived at the highest point of the cave, where a precipice looms. He has meticulously arranged a magical altar. Zhuge Jin and Nangong Huiyu stand nearby, observing the scene. Su Yuan, clad in a flowing purple robe that shimmered with a faint lilac glow, appeared exceedingly enigmatic. The sword is drawn. With a flourish of his sleeve, Su Yuan summoned his sword box, and 7 flying swords shot forth, hovering in midair and encircling him. The profound essence within Su Yuan emanated, coalescing into strands of starlight that gathered at the tip of the flying sword. The Great Dipper 7 Stars Formation. With a mere invocation from Su Yuanling, 7 flying swords ascended to the high platform. In a remarkably brief span of time, these swords simultaneously traced intricate lines upon the platform, unveiling a mysterious star map. The 7 swords were then embedded into 7 designated positions, forming the eye of the formation. The swords intertwined with the entire star array, their powers resonating harmoniously, with their tips directed towards the heavens, pointing towards the constellation of the Big Dipper. Zhuge Jin and Nangong Huiyu exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with astonishment. This maneuver was truly beyond their expectations. At this moment, Su Yuan turned to the two and said, "Wait, the process requires the consumption of spirit stones. May I seek reimbursement from both of you for the expenses incurred?" "Of course, that is no issue at all." Zhuge Jin nodded in agreement. Nangong Huiyu also nodded in assent. Su Yuan's expression softened slightly as his gaze sharpened, and then 2 strands of hair flew simultaneously to the center of the formation. Su Yuan executed a series of intricate hand gestures, his spiritual consciousness swiftly surging into the formation, while the essence of the profound truth was also summoned forth. The crux of the matter lay in Su Yuan's ability to invoke his own comprehension of the realm and the forces of nature. The essence of sharp metal, the momentum of fire, and the vigor of wood were all seamlessly integrated into the 7 exquisite flying swords, elevating the formation to an entirely new pinnacle. Then, Su Yuan proclaimed, 7 stars transforming heaven's secret technique. The essence of metal connects, fire and would follow in tandem, guided by the 7 stars, fortune and misfortune calculated, formation. Arise. 7 beams of starlight erupted from the 7 exquisite flying swords positioned at the heart of the formation, soaring into the heavens. These 7 radiant pillars of light were visible from afar. Many elders atop the main peak turned their gazes towards Su Yuan's cave, their expressions filled with astonishment. Master Gu glanced over, puzzled, and remarked, "What is Su Yuan up to? Causing a disturbance in the protective formation of the sect. This talent is truly remarkable." After a brief observation, Master Gu confirmed there was no significant issue, and, dismissing it as a mere matter of qi refinement, chose to divert his attention elsewhere. For a quarter of an hour, the starlight shot forth unceasingly, until it finally connected with the northern dipper in the sky. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Su Yuan immediately began to calculate with his right hand, delving into the fortunes and misfortunes that might arise from the exploits of Zhuge Jin and Nangong Huiyu in the secret realm. Meanwhile, his left hand activated the ring, causing the spiritual stones to cascade like a waterfall into the formation. The stones ignited spontaneously, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged towards the heavens. As if engaging in a transaction with the Big Dipper, Zhuge Jin inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety, his palms beginning to perspire. Such methods of divination are exceedingly rare in the world. Although the 7 Absolute sect possesses such techniques, few can master them. While Su Yuan's display astonished him, it also filled him with concern for an unfavorable outcome. His greatest fear was not merely a dire result, but rather that such individuals seemed unable to disclose the secrets of fate, instead resorting to ambiguous phrases that required interpretation. A misinterpretation could yield counterproductive consequences. Suddenly, the torrent of spiritual stones came to a halt. Su Yuan's face turned pale, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. As the blood left his lips, it evaporated into nothingness, leaving Zhuge Jin momentarily stunned. Nangong Huiyu quickly retrieved a medicinal pill and tossed it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan raised his hand to catch it, swallowing it in one gulp, and his complexion quickly regained its rosy hue. My goodness, I have still pushed myself too hard. My cultivation is lacking. And it seems that only the Yuaning stage can fully activate it. Su Yuan sighed inwardly, shaking his head repeatedly. Upon witnessing Su Yuan's continual head shaking, Zhuge Jin felt a tremor in his heart. His voice trembled slightly as he inquired, Su Yuan, how is the situation? Su Yuan coughed softly, regaining his composure as he remarked, very well. There are no internal injuries, merely a slight depletion of vital energy and blood. A half-hour of rest will suffice for recovery. Zhuge Jin was rendered speechless. His inquiry pertained to Su Yuan's well-being, yet he nonetheless responded, I truly appreciate your concern. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, it is no trouble at all. The things I have deduced may not be entirely accurate. Consider them merely as points of reference. Zhuge Jin's expression grew solemn as he began to prepare himself to listen to those enigmatic words. Su Yuan spoke. When you find yourselves uncertain whether to turn left or right, opt for the path ahead. When confronted by a colossal serpent, meet its gaze. And when you believe the journey has become utterly safe, remember to employ your life-saving measures. That is all there is to it. Zhuge Jin was taken aback. Hearing Su Yuan's candid words, although some parts remained somewhat ambiguous, it was far superior to the cryptic verses of other diviners. Isn't this a bit too straightforward? Zhuge Jin couldn't help but inquire. Is straightforwardness not desirable? Su Yuan replied in surprise. Let me rephrase. When the path ahead is unclear, discern it. When encountering a serpent, transform anxiety into courage. Tranquility of heart does not equate to safety. In dire straits, defy fate to attain survival. Zhuge Jin responded, Nangong Hoyu. By the way, I apologize. But let us settle the accounts. I just spent 37,000 spirit stones. Would you prefer to exchange contribution points or use spirit stones? In the nocturnal ambience, Su Yuan's teeth gleamed with a brilliance akin to that of luminous stars. Zhuge Jin's expression faltered momentarily. He could not shake the feeling that he had not expended such an abundance of spirit stones, perhaps just a trifling amount. Nevertheless, Zhuge Jin refrained from further comment. Securing 3 prophetic utterances was already a considerable boon. With a sense of satisfaction, Zhuge Jin proceeded to settle the account of spirit stones. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan slapped his thigh and inwardly cursed. How careless of me. I never anticipated that Zhuge Jin possessed such wealth. What a loss. I have missed out on a fortune of 100 million. If only I had known to refrain from extracting my blood, I would not have wasted such expressions. Chapter 42. A leisurely life. Fishing and cultivation. Watching the departing figures of the two, Su Yuan could only offer silent blessings. Unlike him, they were determined to strive for their own futures, while Su Yuan, endowed with extraordinary abilities, was destined to tread a different path. I hope they return safely. Su Yuan sighed. The art of divination is not infallible. Placing absolute trust in its outcomes may lead to perilous consequences. Little Kai emerged from the depths of the lake, bubbles escaping from her mouth, her large eyes fixed intently on Su Yuan. Is she hungry again? Su Yuan's expression stiffened. Little Kai nodded her tiny head. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback as he tossed out the spirit stones, distributing them for Xiao Kai to consume. Xiao Kai joyfully began to devour the spirit stones. As she ingested them, the profound essence of the mysterious truth within Su Yuan surged forth in a continuous flow. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Su Yuan's mind. He thought of the Yuan pool. If he were to cultivate within it continuously, it would undoubtedly disrupt his rest time. However, if Xiao Kai were to practice inside, it would perfectly harness the pure spiritual energy contained therein. Moreover, it would conserve the spirit stones he needed to provide for Xiao Kai. The more he contemplated this idea, the more promising it seemed, and Su Yuan's gaze towards Xiao Kai brightened significantly. Sensing the fervent intensity of Su Yuan's stare, Xiao Kai curiously lifted its head. It appeared to have misunderstood the situation and reluctantly returned one of the spirit stones to Su Yuan. Su Yuan gazed at it, fiercely guarding the remaining dozen or so spirit stones. Its possessive demeanor evoked a chuckle from Su Yuan. Prepare yourself. We are about to embark on a journey to a splendid place where you shall undoubtedly feast to your heart's content. Su Yuan pondered on what else he needed to prepare. A vague sense of forgetfulness lingered in his mind, yet he could not recall what it was at that moment. Indeed, he had gathered all his belongings, and there was nothing left behind in the cave. It had not been long since he arrived at the sect. Once Xiao Li had completed her foundation establishment, he would visit her for some leisure. What else could possibly remain? Su Yuan finally recalled that the shop in the market seemed to have instructed Song Kai to hand over the matter to Niu Bin. Thus, it was of no consequence to him. Moreover, it might even contribute to his growing reputation. Su Yuan cast a glance at the system panel and discovered that he required an additional 2,000 vitality points to upgrade. He remained remarkably calm, showing no urgency in his pursuit. He knew that once he achieved the foundation building stage, he would undoubtedly meet the requirements for an upgrade. Off he goes. Su Yuan summoned a fish tank, placing Shao Kai and 49 ethereal fish within it, before proceeding towards the direction of the Yuan pond. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 7 Absolute Workshop market bustled with activity. In the shop of Su Yuan, the master craftsman, Niu Bin was perspiring profusely as he attended to a continuous stream of customers. Is this indeed the establishment run by Senior Brother Su? Indeed. I specifically inquired through relatives at the market, and it is confirmed that Senior Brother Su personally handled the formalities for this shop. This is the very shop of Su Yuan, the champion of the inner sect competition, who triumphed over the elite of the inner sect. How remarkable! I wish to partake in the brilliance of Senior Brother Su. A shop run by him guarantees quality and fair pricing. The brothers Song Kai and Song Qian were also bustling about, overseeing operations, while the low-ranking assistants they hired hurriedly fetched goods, collected items, and delivered orders. It was truly bustling, absolutely thriving. The sudden emergence of Su Yuan caused quite a stir among the disciples of the 7 Absolute sect, and those minor sect cultivators and loose cultivators reliant on the market of the 7 Absolute sect grew increasingly curious about him. Naturally, Su Yuan's sole enterprise captured the attention of many cultivators. Even if only a small fraction of them visited out of sheer curiosity, the shop would soon become inundated with patrons. Song Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a moment to rest in a chair, exclaiming, "Fortunately, Senior Brother Su instructed us to cease the sales of low-tier items. Otherwise, our store would be completely overwhelmed." Such as Senior Brother Su. His vision and strategy are far from simple. You must learn, observe, and ponder more, Song Kai remarked, patting Song Qian on the shoulder. "Understood, brother." Song Qian nodded. "Indeed, this shop is exceedingly bustling. Do you have any solutions, Brother Niu Bin?" Song Kai turned to Niu Bin. Niu Bin approached, perplexed. "What can I do? I am merely an outer sect disciple. Senior Brother Su assigned you to manage the shop for a reason. Think it over carefully," Song Kai urged. Upon hearing this, Niu Bin fell into contemplation. Thoughts rushed through his mind, and suddenly he hesitated. "The only idea I can think of is to open a branch." Song Kai was taken aback. "Is that feasible?" Niu Bin nodded. "In fact, this shop was established by Senior Brother Su and me together. So I have the authority to open more branches under the same name based on this shop. Opening a branch is certainly possible." Enlightened, Song Kai responded. "Now that you mention it, I understand. It indeed must be you, Brother Niu Bin, who takes charge of this branch opening." "But," Niu Bin inquired, "but what?" "But, this is essentially leveraging Senior Brother's reputation to earn spirit stones, and thus the profits cannot all go to you," Song Kai said candidly. While it might have been inappropriate for Su Yuan to say such words, it was quite acceptable coming from Song Kai. Niu Bin immediately replied, "I naturally understand. Being able to associate with Senior Brother Su is already a privilege. I wouldn't dare ask for too much. Just being able to work under him is enough for me." Song Kai then softened his tone. "In that case, we should arrange for another shop in the 7 Absolute market. This time, let us make it larger. With supplies from the Zhang, Zhou, and our Song families, along with low-priced consignments from numerous disciples of the 7 Absolute sect. Our resources are abundant, and with Senior Brother's reputation, sales will not be a concern. This way, Senior Brother Su's enterprise will flourish swiftly." Song Qian immediately asked, "Brother, should we consider opening branches in other markets?" Song Kai promptly shook his head. "Do not act on your own accord. Opening branches in the 7 Absolute market is acceptable, as Senior Brother Su entrusted us with managing this shop. But if we venture into other markets, we must report to Senior Brother Su first. We can discuss this with him later." After confirming this, Niu Bin swiftly took the spirit stones provided by Song Kai and hurried off to the market management office to lease a shop. Behind the main peak, on the 9th mountain, Su Yuan cautiously peeked into a rocky valley nestled within the peaks. Upon arrival, he discerned that the spiritual energy here was indeed abundant, comparable to that found within a third-tier cave dwelling, and this was still outside. "What is this?" "This is a forbidden area." A booming voice startled Su Yuan. He then beheld a bald man glaring at him from atop a stone pillar. Su Yuan retrieved the genuine transmission token and infused it with his spiritual energy to activate it. I am the true transmission, Su Yuan, here to utilize the Yuan pool, he declared promptly. Oh, it is you. The burly bald man nodded and replied, You may enter. Isn't there an elder to inspect? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. I am merely the gatekeeper, the robust man responded. There is an array in place that connects to the protective formation of the sect. It will automatically detect and deduct your usage time. Oh, I understand now. Thank you, elder, Su Yuan said, clasping his hands in gratitude. The burly man scoffed. I am not an elder. With that, he rolled on the ground and transformed into a green ox, leaping gracefully to a nearby patch of grass to begin grazing. Su Yuan was taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. He cast several glances at the azure bull, who responded with a disdainful roll of its eyes, followed by a loud snort, before contentedly resuming its feast on the spiritual herbs. Su Yuan observed that the area was entirely filled with spiritual herbs, evidently cultivated by human hands. However, the one responsible for this cultivation was certainly not the ox. It must have been the disciples of the sect who came here to undertake tasks of planting and management. Su Yuan performed a slight bow before making his way toward the heart of the stone valley. Once he disappeared from sight, Qing Niu murmured to himself, I, Niu Lao San, am truly witnessing something remarkable. This extraordinary place, the Yuan pool, is being utilized by a mere sixth-layer Qi refinement novice. Though he may not harness much from it, it is indeed the first time I have seen someone of such a low cultivation level enter. What path has this young man taken to be so audacious? Should I consider forging a connection? No, he is but a fledgling in Qi refinement. Perhaps I shall revisit this matter later. Qing Niu held no regard for Su Yuan, finding it difficult to take him seriously, as all the disciples he nurtured were at the foundation establishment level, rendering this Qi refinement youth rather insignificant in his eyes. Su Yuan entered the valley, where 9 paths unfurled before him. Among them, 5 paths were conspicuously closed, leaving only 4 open for passage. Su Yuan cautiously approached one of the unused paths. It was not fear of danger that held him back, but rather a concern about his inability to lead Xiao Kai and the others inside. When he reached the midpoint of the path, a wave of energy from a formation swept over him. In the next instant, his true disciple token illuminated, displaying the date of November 29th, 9 years past, at the 11th hour. Subsequently, a white light radiated from the token, enveloping Su Yuan and marking him as one permitted to pass. The white radiance surrounding Su Yuan extended into a delicate thread, linking to the fish tank artifact and connecting to Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai, in a state of bewilderment, gently twisted her body and gazed curiously at her tail, which had turned white. Shortly thereafter, the luminous aura emanating from the 9-colored celestial fish dispersed into 49 finer strands of light, which then connected to 49 ethereal fish. Observing this scene, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. It seemed that success had been achieved. Su Yuan promptly advanced, meticulously observing the situation within the fish tank. Indeed, the formation did not restrict their entry. It was only after Su Yuan stepped inside that this pathway appeared to close off. Su Yuan walked all the way to the end and was astonished to discover a pool measuring 100 meters in length and width. Surrounding the pool were colossal blocks of milky white spirit stones, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to be of at least superior quality. Su Yuan inhaled a deep breath of spiritual energy and approached to observe, only to find that a formation had been laid, preventing direct absorption. Gazing into the pool, he was struck by the sight of liquid, flowing spiritual energy within. Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, "What an extraordinary essence!" He produced a container, intending to scoop some up, but as expected, he met with failure. Su Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, glancing at Xiao Kai and the 49 spiritual fish, which were now exhibiting an astonishingly lively demeanor. Xiao Kai, in particular, opened her mouth wide, inhaling deeply, as the spiritual energy rose in wisps from the primordial pool, drawn into her body with each breath. Within Su Yuan's body, the enigmatic essence of Xianzhen began to gradually manifest. Indeed, the effects were evident. The plan was successful. Chapter 43, The Self-Cultivation of the Spirit Fish. Su Yuan watched with delight as Xiao Kai absorbed the spiritual energy. Eventually, he decided to place them all into the Yuan pool. He kept a vigilant eye on these spirit fish, fearing any mishap would be disastrous. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded, due to the formation. The spiritual energy could not be taken away in bottles, and the same applied to the spirit fish. Once the spirit fish reached their absorption limit, no matter how vigorously they swam within the Yuan pool, they could not take in any more spiritual energy, thereby preventing any risk of their bodies bursting. Nevertheless, being in such an environment enriched with spiritual energy greatly accelerated their growth rate, enhancing it by several folds. After a while, Shao Kai also reached a temporary limit and could no longer absorb any more energy. Su Yuan discovered that Shao Kai's capacity for absorbing spiritual energy had reached the equivalent of 40 low-grade spirit stones. It turned out that the amount of spirit stones Shao Kai usually requested was rather modest, merely enough to sate its hunger partially. Was this little creature concerned about startling him, thereby fearing that he might cease providing spirit stones? Subsequently, Shao Kai's rate of absorption would depend on its digestive efficiency. The faster it could digest, the more it could absorb. However, Su Yuan harbored no concerns in this regard, as he had already witnessed Shao Kai's astonishing speed in refining spiritual energy. It was only within this spirit pool that Shao Kai's absorption rate appeared sluggish. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "There is so much spiritual energy here. Shao Kai, you must not let it go to waste." As he spoke, he pointed his finger, sending a thread of spiritual consciousness into Shao Kai's sea of awareness. Shao Kai looked at Su Yuan in confusion. Seeing that there was no reaction, Su Yuan continued to input the contents of the techniques he had devised. The 7-star Profound True Body Refinement Technique and the 7-star Profound True Divine Forging Technique, one for divine forging and the other for body tempering. Little Kai absorbed the two techniques, but remained bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend their essence. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan had a backup plan. His spiritual consciousness, infused with spiritual energy, entered Shao Kai's body, and he began to explore her anatomical structure. To his astonishment, he discovered that the internal meridians of the 9-colored celestial fish were exceedingly intricate. Even more surprising was the fact that he found 118 already opened acupoints within her. Although these spiritual orifices were diminutive, they gradually expanded with the absorption of spiritual energy, rendering any further unblocking unnecessary. "My goodness, Shao Kai, are you inherently endowed with 100 openings?" Su Yuan took another deep breath. Indeed, the bloodline of Shao Kai was extraordinary. He swiftly focused his mind and began to circulate the energies in accordance with the requirements of the two techniques. The meridians of fish were undoubtedly distinct from those of humans, with variations even in the positions of the acupoints. However, to Su Yuan, these differences were trivial. These two techniques were originally of his own creation, and he was intimately familiar with the nuances involved. With a few modifications, they could be perfectly tailored for the fish to cultivate. The pathways of the two techniques flowed within Shao Kai's body, operating without interference, continuously absorbing spiritual energy to refine both her soul and physical form. Shao Kai willingly allowed Su Yuan to guide her, displaying remarkable cooperation. "Remember the circuit I am guiding you through. Try to practice it on your own," Su Yuan conveyed through their bond. Shao Kai nodded eagerly and began to study Su Yuan's circuit. True to her nature as a 9-colored celestial fish, despite being a mere fish and somewhat bewildered, she grasped the intricacies of the energy circulation with an ease that seemed instinctual. In just half an hour, Shao Kai astonishingly mastered the entire sequence. Su Yuan relinquished his control over his spiritual sense. He then observed that Shao Kai was now capable of operating independently. With the two techniques combined with Shao Kai's innate ability to absorb spiritual energy, the three major powers of spiritual absorption began to exert their influence. The consumption of spiritual energy surged dramatically. Su Yuan immediately chuckled. Indeed, every little bit counts. This way, the upper limit for Shao Kai has been elevated to 120 spirit stones. Su Yuan cast another glance at the spiritual fish, and, much like with Shao Kai, he endeavored to impart knowledge to them. Ultimately, he discovered that these spiritual fish possessed exceedingly low intelligence and lacked any remarkable bloodline, rendering them incapable of mastering the art of energy manipulation. Just as Su Yuan sighed in contemplation, a tricolored luminescence emanated from Shao Kai. To his astonishment, the radiant light connected with the 49 spiritual fish. Subsequently, these fish began to absorb spiritual energy at an increasing rate, as if, under Shao Kai's influence, they instinctively learned the two techniques. Su Yuan was taken aback. "Shao Kai, you are truly impressive." Shao Kai joyfully flicked its tail, raised its head, peering above the surface of the water, and released several ethereal bubbles, filled with pride. The consumption limit of those spiritual fish had also risen to approximately a low-grade spirit stone, no longer mere fragments of spirit stones. Su Yuan smiled in silence, only then realizing that his body had unknowingly begun to absorb spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, Su Yuan was taken aback. He observed that the 7-star profound true body refinement technique and the 7-star profound true spirit refinement technique were astonishingly operating autonomously. Su Yuan glanced at the system panel and noticed that the rest time had not been deducted. What is the meaning of this? Su Yuan cast a glance at Shao Kai, deep in thought. It seemed that Shao Kai's cultivation had triggered the operation of the shared techniques within me. Thus, it was not I who was practicing this art, but rather Shao Kai guiding me through the process, while I remained in a state of repose. Su Yuan glanced at the system panel once more, and upon confirming that it was functioning properly, he was left speechless. Could this system truly allow him to exploit such a bug repeatedly? Would it eventually break down? Su Yuan waited for an hour, noticing that nothing significant occurred. His physical body and soul were indeed experiencing a gradual enhancement. With a sense of complete reassurance, he retrieved a reclining chair and a small table, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and took out a copy of a treasured book, settling into the pleasure of reading. This tome was an autobiography of a golden core elder from 3,500 years ago, recounting his legendary life over the span of 2 centuries, interspersed with numerous intriguing tales and insights into cultivation principles. Su Yuan immersed himself in the narrative as if it were a novel, captivated by its content. Within the grand hall of the main peak, Master Gu placed his hand upon the control core of the protective mountain formation. He had received the news that Su Yuan had entered the Yuan pool for cultivation. Soon, he pinpointed the location of Su Yuan's Yuan pool. A hazy mist obscured Su Yuan's condition, a measure taken to ensure privacy, largely advocated by several female elders who preferred not to have the master intrude upon their practices. Many of these women directly immersed their bodies in the Yuan pool, adhering to the principle of what should not be seen must not be gazed upon. Over time, it became impossible to discern the practitioner's states, though the consumption of spiritual energy from the Yuan pool could still be monitored. The consumption rate indicated an astonishing depletion of 289 low-grade spirit stones per hour. Master Gu was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. This meant that 289 low-grade spirit stones were consumed in just 1 hour. Wouldn't he that total nearly 3,000 spirit stones in a day? Such a rate was unheard of, even for one with a top-tier single spiritual root. How on earth was this young man cultivating? Master Gu pondered, his curiosity piqued. However, he quickly regained his composure and calculated that, at this pace, over 10 years, the consumption would amount to approximately 12 million spirit stones. Moreover, it was improbable that Su Yuan would be in continuous cultivation, suggesting a corresponding reduction in consumption. With the increased cultivation speed due to breakthroughs in realm, the figures would somewhat offset, yet it would still surpass 10 million spirit stones. Master Gu smiled faintly, reassured. Su Yuan's current advantage in the Yuan pool was entirely self-funded. He had neither contributed nor earned merit, thus could not gain access to the Yuan pool without justification. Even as the master, he could not arbitrarily allocate resources. This was a personal expense, and should the consumption spiral out of control, it would result in a loss for him. Initially, he had overestimated Su Yuan, yet he was pleasantly surprised by his capacity. If Su Yuan's cultivation speed continued to escalate, combined with his rare talent that appeared once in a millennium, one could only speculate about the potential for him to reach the nascent soul stage. As for the transformation stage, well, Master Gu had yet to achieve that himself. With a light heart, Master Gu departed from the control core, proceeding to attend to the administrative affairs of the sect. Half a year swiftly passed. By the side of the Yuan pool, Su Yuan's expression was grave as he forcefully cast his fishing rod, the hook darting through the water like a majestic dragon, swiftly targeting the school of spiritual fish. The spiritual fish scattered in all directions, but one fish, momentarily hindered by its companions, was a fraction slower and found itself ensnared by the hook, which Su Yuan deftly reeled in towards the shore. Su Yuan, filled with disappointment, remarked, "Shao Sanshirlu, how could you be so foolish? Have you not mastered the 7 stars flowing light technique? How could you not evade this? Have you not put in the effort to study?" The spirit fish, with its head hung low and a dejected expression, humbly accepted the reprimand. In the Yuan pool, A group of spirit fish floated on the water's surface, all observing this scene, erupting into a series of peculiar chuckles. It is indeed wondrous that fish can laugh. Su Yuan cast a glance at the spiritual fish and coldly remarked, "You have all reached the intermediate level of the yellow tier, equivalent to the 6th layer of qi refinement. This is a crucial time for your impending graduation examinations from the elementary school of cultivation. If you are unable to grasp the subject of physical education, specifically the 7 stars flowing light leap technique, that is one matter. However, you ought to return and diligently review your studies in language arts, mathematics, foreign languages, and so forth, such as the 7 stars profound truths of divine forging and the 7 stars profound truths of water sword technique. What are you still doing here in a daze? Should you fail, you will all be required to retake the exams." Upon hearing this, the group of spiritual fish immediately tucked their heads in and scurried away to focus on their training. With a swift flick of his fishing rod, Su Yuan released the little 36, which promptly dashed towards its companions, bumping into one of them in a huff. Meanwhile, Little Color approached, soothingly patting Su Yuan's foot with her fin. Su Yuan smiled silently. "I was merely jesting with them." Su Yuan sensed the spiritual acupoints within the 9-colored celestial fish and discovered that they had expanded significantly. In a span of 6 months, the little fish had ascended to a high-grade yellow-tier spiritual beast and was now striving towards the pinnacle of high-grade. It was preparing to break through in the coming days. Su Yuan was astounded by the cultivation speed of the 9-colored celestial fish. Due to Shao Kai's relentless efforts, his dantian was nearly filled to capacity, leaving him unable to further compress his resting time, and he was also poised for a breakthrough. Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the thought that if an ordinary person were to obtain the 9-colored celestial fish, they could simply rely on it to leisurely pursue their cultivation. He found himself puzzled as to why others did not choose to form a contract with the little fish. Some even went so far as to sell it for over 100 spirit stones. Was it merely due to the high consumption of spirit stones? Surely, there must be ways to resolve such issues. Perhaps, though he struggled to comprehend it, Su Yuan felt compelled to express his gratitude once again to that fishmonger senior. By the way, what was that senior's name again? Chapter 44. The Mysteries of Heaven and Earth. The primordial pool. Su Yuan sat cross-legged within the primordial pool. He glanced at the system interface. Name: Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level, rising fame, 93, 891W. Realm: 6th layer of Qi refinement, 99. 100, entry 1, balance of work and rest, current restoration, 183. 7 days, entry 2, natural law, entry 3, auspicious stars, rest time reset. In an instant, Su Yuan's mind became exponentially clearer. Yet, this was not the end. On this foundation, the entry for balance of work and rest entered a state of secondary activation. His cognitive processing speed surged once more. The cultivation time reached 8 days. That would suffice. Su Yuan closed his eyes, and in that moment, all the texts he had perused over the past 6 months emerged vividly in his mind. Countless pieces of cultivation knowledge were automatically organized, classified, and synthesized, presenting themselves before Su Yuan's consciousness. In Su Yuan's heart, a profound understanding flickered, elevating his comprehension of cultivation to an entirely new zenith. Previously, he had attained a remarkable clarity regarding the Qi refinement stage, nearing the status of a Qi refinement master. His grasp of the foundation establishment stage, however, was merely at the level of an ordinary master. Now, enriched by a wealth of knowledge, Su Yuan's insights into the entire foundation establishment realm had ascended to a masterful level. Additionally, his understanding of the golden core stage had yielded numerous revelations. Foundation establishment serves as the groundwork for establishing a Tao foundation. What, then, is this Tao foundation? It is a preparation for comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Whether it be the forces of nature or the realms of intention, they merely represent the manifestations of these laws. Foundation establishment is akin to laying a solid foundation, one that can support these manifestations. Subsequently, one must progress from the superficial to the profound, ultimately reaching the level of the laws themselves. In worldly terms, what is referred to as the finest or superior quality pertains to the most suitable foundation for bearing the forces and intentions. The higher the degree of compatibility, the better the quality. Naturally, the supreme spiritual roots possess an innate capacity for such foundational support. These roots serve as the basis for constructing the Tao foundation. thus ensuring their excellence. However, this path does not align with my own. Su Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Having comprehended the dual forces and singular intention, I shall establish the foundation upon which the ultimate essence rests. Subsequently, I will construct the most suitable groundwork for the dual forces and singular intention. Is that not a perfect alignment? Su Yuan murmured. Su Yuan meticulously organized the knowledge of cultivation, ultimately confirming that his deductions were flawless. Others remain unaware of the celestial momentum and profound realms they might comprehend in the future. They can only gravitate towards the paths they are likely to understand. Thus, even if they approach the imminent celestial forces, it remains an infinite proximity, an exquisite ideal. In contrast, Su Yuan's constructed foundation of the Tao is a perfect fit, aptly termed the perfect Tao foundation. Consequently, the quality of his true essence is undoubtedly among the strongest in the contemporary world. After confirming, Su Yuan revealed a faint smile. There exists a classic text that mentions the existence of a perfect Tao foundation in ancient times. Yet, in this present age, the means to establish such a flawless foundation remains elusive. It appears one must first comprehend the essence before constructing the Tao foundation. Indeed, the practitioners of antiquity were remarkably formidable. I wonder if any ancient beings have survived to this day. Su Yuan let out a sigh, then diligently began to organize his knowledge. Upon completing his, he gazed at the Yuan pool before him, and a myriad of insights surged within his heart once more. The principle of natural law was set in motion. This Yuan pool, indeed, was a remarkable manifestation of the mysteries of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the scene before Su Yuan transformed, and he seemed to perceive the emergence of intricate veins within the cosmos. Within the vast foundation of the enormous spirit stone, there appeared to be entities resembling the meridians of the human body, swiftly transporting spiritual energy and converging within the primordial pool. Spiritual veins. Su Yuan was astonished to discover that he could directly perceive the spiritual veins. The synergy of harmonizing labor and rest amplified the effects of the natural laws manifold. This revelation enabled Su Yuan to more vividly grasp the mysteries woven within the cosmos. Concurrently, over the past 6 months, he had meticulously observed every corner and detail surrounding the Yuan pool, and these memories surged forth, enriching his understanding and igniting a continuous spark of inspiration in his mind. The entire framework of the Yuan pool stone valley materialized within Su Yuan's consciousness, vividly reconstructing itself. He beheld the peculiar cosmic veins intertwining to form a grand array for gathering spiritual essence. Was this an array? It seemed somewhat different, resembling the natural formations documented in the thousand arrays technique. Yet it was distinctly akin to the innate formations birthed by the heavens and earth. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. One of the profound teachings of the 10 absolute masters, the thousand array technique, is indeed a remarkable inheritance. The text describes, the formation is a language through which cultivators elucidate the mysteries of the universe, derived from their comprehension of nature. Conversely, the array prohibitions represent a universal language of the cosmos, inherently understood and requiring no translation. Essentially, both are forms of language. Thus, there is no fundamental distinction. However, the array prohibitions possess a significant advantage in their potency under equivalent circumstances, alongside a critical difference. That is, array prohibitions can be comprehensively grasped without delving into intricate details, unleashing their full power, akin to a black box, wherein one need not understand the underlying principles, but only the overall function of the black box suffices. Each of these black boxes may be referred to as prohibitions. Prohibitions are also a form of array. Some array masters specialize in employing prohibitions to set up formations, enabling them to create more formidable arrays beyond their usual capacity. Such masters may also be designated as prohibition artisans. Prohibitions constitute the very essence of array inheritance. The more prohibitions one masters, the more formidable the array master becomes. Furthermore, those who can decipher the true operational principles of prohibitions in the future will ascend to the status of genuine array masters, revered as grandmasters of formations. Yet, the array prohibition before him, the Yuan pool array, was something he had never encountered in the thousand array technique. Evidently a creation birthed after the era of the ancestral master. Under Su Yuan's observation, he discovered that this entire natural formation was composed of 118 restrictions. As Su Yuan gazed deeper, the brilliance intensified. This natural formation could indeed be likened to the acupoints of the human body. Upon turning his attention back to the position of the Yuan pool, he was astonished to realize that it was precisely located at the dantian. This is truly extraordinary. Su Yuan was entranced. As he delved deeper into his understanding, he beheld the swirling runes within the formation's restrictions. Many of these resonated with the teachings of the legendary 10 Absolute Hermit's other lineage, which bridged the realms of heaven and earth. Observing this natural formation, his comprehension of the thousand formation technique and the runes of heaven and earth advanced by leaps and bounds. Although the profound intricacies still eluded his grasp, he realized that he could assimilate this entire formation into his own being. Suddenly struck by an extraordinary idea, Su Yuan felt his heart race with excitement. Startled by his own audacity, this was a natural formation prohibition. According to the introduction of the Thousand Formation Art, each formation prohibition is exceedingly powerful, and the notion of directly integrating one into his own body could only arise during a time of balanced cultivation. He immediately pondered the possibilities and discovered that it was not particularly challenging. On the contrary, this auxiliary nature of the natural formation prohibition appeared remarkably gentle. The version of the flamewood spirit forging technique had become outdated. It seemed the time had come to innovate anew. Su Yuan experienced a moment of enlightenment. He resolved to integrate the methods of perfect foundation establishment and the natural array prohibitions into the flamewood refining spirit technique, aiming to achieve a monumental breakthrough and emerge as one of the most formidable foundation builders. Su Yuan floated upon the surface of the Yuan pool, his spiritual consciousness extending with utmost effort, delving into the profound depths of enlightenment. However, as time passed, he gradually sensed a perplexing obscurity. Having just begun to shape a nascent technique, he found himself ensnared in an inexplicable bottleneck. The 9-colored celestial fish glanced at Su Yuan, and noticing his lack of response, it commenced its own breakthrough. Within its being, a sudden surge of abyssal energy erupted, fervently absorbing the ambient spiritual essence, and its spiritual pressure escalated rapidly. A group of spiritual fish huddled in a corner, exchanging glances filled with anticipation. The 9-colored celestial fish radiated a tricolored light, enveloping the entire Yuan pool. All the spiritual fish were similarly ensconced in this luminous aura, as if they were undergoing a metamorphosis into tricolored fish. At that moment, their essence began to ascend, and their demand for spiritual energy soared dramatically. The swift absorption of spiritual energy by the spiritual fish and the little colored one caused the spiritual essence within the Yuan pool to dwindle rapidly. Consequently, the natural array formation had to accelerate its operation, drawing in energy from afar to replenish the pool. This rare, swift functioning of the natural array formation unveiled more intricate details to Su Yuan, flooding his mind with clarity. The bottleneck of integrating the natural restrictions with the spiritual acupoints and meridians was rapidly dissolving. He inwardly chuckled, feeling truly aided by the heavens. The breakthroughs of the little colored one and the spiritual fish provided him with the strength to comprehend the great path, manifesting as a reward for his arduous nurturing over time. Every sip and bite seemed preordained, akin to the cyclical nature of the heavenly laws, imbued with innate patterns. Simultaneously, an idea struck Su Yuan, prompting him to probe into the little colored one's body with his spiritual consciousness, observing its breakthrough process and the transformations within its acupoints. To his astonishment, he discovered that the spiritual acupoints within the little colored one formed an independent system. Though not a natural array formation, it appeared to embody a certain cosmic truth, mysterious, profound, and unfathomable. Yet, through this sensation, Su Yuan found a reference template for integrating the natural array formation into his cultivation system, and inspiration surged forth like a wild stallion, unstoppable and uncontainable. Su Yuan's lips curled into a natural smile, reminiscent of an enlightened sage who has attained inner tranquility, observing the ebb and flow of clouds with a serene heart. His mind, as clear as a polished mirror, remains unaffected by the tumult of the world, finally grasping the profound mysteries of the Great Way. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. Su Yuan clapped his hands thrice, a radiant brilliance emanating from his eyes as various insights melded into one. At last, he achieved enlightenment. In the grand hall of the main peak, Master Gu hastily arrived. He promptly activated the core of the formation to observe the situation at the Yuan pool. To his astonishment, he noticed a shadow seemingly meditating in the air above the Yuan pool, voraciously consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy. In reality, it was Shao Kai and the spirit fish absorbing the energy. What was happening? Was it a breakthrough? Master Gu quickly assessed the depletion of spiritual energy in the Yuan pool, realizing the consumption was extraordinarily excessive, surpassing the qi refining stage and undoubtedly at the foundation establishment level. Indeed, a breakthrough was truly occurring. Well done, young lad. Master Gu immediately began to remotely replenish the spiritual energy into the Yuan pool, as it could easily accommodate the demands of the foundation establishment stage. And thus he was unperturbed. However, when he inadvertently glanced at the previously consumed amount of spiritual energy, he could hardly contain himself. 897,000 low-grade spirit stones? Master Gu's eyes nearly bulged out. This was not right. He muttered to himself. It had only been half a year, and the consumption of spirit stones had already approached 1 million. This was utterly abnormal. It seemed a realization struck him, and he swiftly manipulated the formation's core to retrieve the footage from half a year ago, arriving at the day Su Yuan entered the Yuan pool to commence his cultivation. Master Gu found Su Yuan, and his lips began to twitch uncontrollably as he gazed at the fish tank artifact and the spirit fish within. He pointed at the formation core and posed a soul-searching inquiry. Formation spirit, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't it forbidden to bring spirit beasts or pets into the Yuan pool? How could he possibly have brought in 50 of them? My spirit stones. Do you comprehend that those are my spirit stones? The formation core fell silent for a moment. Subsequently, it emitted a wave of thought. Detection indicates the opposing spirit pets possess an ability to obscure the formation's sensing, akin to veiling the heavenly secrets. Improvements are currently underway. Please hold on. Master Gu expressed his skepticism. What? Obscuring the formation as sensing? Do you even recognize the grade of your own formation? Does any of those fish reach the second tier? Useless. Truly useless. The formation spirit retorted coldly. Please replenish spirit stones or deduct contribution points. Your pre-stored spirit stones are about to be exhausted. Master Gu, trembling with indignation, pointed at the formation core. Improvement successful. Upon the next entry, the spirit pets will be prevented from entering. Please provide an evaluation of this enhancement. The formation spirit continued dispassionately. Fine. Thank you for the 3-star evaluation. Master, please replenish your spirit stones promptly. Contribution points will soon be automatically deducted. Master Gu begrudgingly acknowledged the formation spirit's competence, though he lamented that the 7 absolute sect was somewhat deficient in formations. The intelligence of the formation spirit was indeed concerning. Those foxes in the trial secret realm were certainly more astute. However, that was a legacy from the ancestral master, so it was only natural for them to be somewhat superior. Master Gu pinched his nose and pre-deposited 100 million spirit stones into the formation core. Young lad, I refuse to believe you can exhaust this. But first, he needed to coax him out. Master Gu immediately sent a message to Su Yuan's true transmission token, requesting him to step out, for he had a grand treasure to show him. The treasure itself was of little significance. What mattered was getting Su Yuan to retrieve those fish. Those were all his spirit stones. Even if Su Yuan absorbed them, that would be one thing. But if the fish absorbed them, that would be a catastrophic loss. By the way, what kind of fish were those? They looked somewhat familiar. Could it be? He pondered before departing to the scripture pavilion for further investigation. Su Yuan's method of cultivation continues to unfold, with the framework of his technique having largely taken shape. The circulation route within his body has begun to adjust. Should other qi refinement practitioners glimpse the intricate map of Su Yuan's energy circulation, they would undoubtedly be left in a state of bewilderment. The densely packed routes encompass countless meridians, with each spiritual aperture resembling a superlative operational hub, interlinking a multitude of channels. The complexity within each aperture reaches an astonishing degree, veering beyond the comprehension of foundational cultivators. Even Su Yuan himself struggles to grasp the inner architecture of his apertures, as he has entirely adapted the restrictions from the natural formation array, integrating them into his apertures. Despite his lack of understanding regarding the intricacies, he has already begun to harness their effects, resulting in a remarkable leap in the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and refinement. As spiritual energy enters his apertures, it is instantaneously transformed into profound true energy. The original profound true talismans within the technique have been radically altered. Aside from possibly sharing a name, they bear no resemblance to their former selves. The largest of these apertures, his dantian, has now transformed into an entity akin to a primordial pool, its size having expanded tenfold or more under the modification of the primordial pool restrictions. Furthermore, the spiritual force within exhibits faint signs of automatic liquefaction, an occurrence typically reserved for foundational cultivators employing liquid true essence. Within the dantian, streams of four-colored spiritual force flow in through contractive bridges, rapidly converting into profound true energy upon entering. This transformation already carries the essence of innate completeness. Upon the completion of the primordial pool restrictions, Su Yuan began to cultivate the perfect foundation of his path. At the center of his dantian, a square furnace was formed from the convergence of profound true energy, the might of heaven and earth, and the essence of intent. The furnace, resembling a blend of gold and wood, embodies the essence of gold while exuding the vigor of wood. Inside, a phantom flame, born from the force of fire, flickers and dances. This furnace represents the embryonic form of Su Yuan's foundational path, the burning wood-forging gold furnace. Its name may be unassuming, yet the profound mysteries it encapsulates are astonishing. Within the flames of the furnace, one can observe a glimmer of golden particles undergoing the trials of flame and refinement. This is the future locus of Su Yuan's golden elixir. The gold within the burning wood-forging gold furnace signifies not only the essence of gold, but also the golden elixir itself, embodying Su Yuan's aspiration for the immortality of the golden nature. This cultivation technique bears profound implications, transcending the theoretical realm of ordinary methods. Should Su Yuan compile it into a written form, it is likely that only a select few at the golden elixir stage could grasp even a fragment of its wisdom. The golden grain is not a mere illusion. It is a tangible entity, destined to coalesce into a grain of gold sand upon his breakthrough into the foundational realm. With the presence of this golden grain, the possibility of transcending into the golden elixir realm emerges. Why not begin the journey of cultivation from a single grain of gold sand, instead of striving for the entirety of the golden elixir at once? This insight emerged during his self-developed cultivation process, a synthesis of wisdom birthed from an extensive foundation of knowledge. Thus, the transformation of his technique approaches its culmination. In the final stages, Su Yuan integrated the 7 stars profound true body refinement technique and the 7 stars profound true spirit forging technique into his method, thereby elevating it to a state of perfection that he can currently attain. The burning wood forging gold technique is complete. At this moment, Xiao Kai emitted a peculiar cry reminiscent of a dragon's roar, her body expanding significantly, her scales becoming more resplendent and luminous. A dazzling array of colors swirled around her, and an aura befitting a beast king radiated outward, causing the 49 spirit fish that had already transcended into the upper tier of the yellow grade to bow in reverence. Su Yuan gazed in astonishment at the aura emanating from Xiao Kai. If he was not mistaken, it was undoubtedly a manifestation of the forces of heaven and earth. At the moment Xiao Kai broke through to the foundation establishment stage, it was as if her bloodline had awakened, enabling her to instinctively comprehend a certain celestial momentum. This damnable bloodline talent stirred a wave of envy within Su Yuan. Indeed, reincarnation is an intricate craft. Xiao Kai, who merely indulged in eating and playing, had nonetheless grasped the heavenly forces at the golden core level ahead of time. One could only marvel at the absurdity of it. With a flick of her tail, Xiao Kai soared into the air, where moisture beneath her coalesced into a cloud, effortlessly carrying her through the sky. Overjoyed, Xiao Kai twirled around Su Yuan, reveling in her newfound abilities. Su Yuan felt as though his head was spinning. Slow down, slow down. He chuckled repeatedly. Xiao Kai came to a halt and nuzzled Su Yuan with her head. Su Yuan waved his hand. Enough, you have also made a breakthrough. Stand by and protect me. It is my turn to cultivate. He noticed a message left by the sect leader in the true transmission token. After a brief glance, he discerned it was of no significant concern and formally commenced the practice of the flame wood forging technique. Suddenly, it was as if a colossal ancient divine beast raised its head and opened its giant maw, inhaling deeply. A substantial volume of liquid spiritual energy surged from Su Yuan's various spiritual orifices and pours into his body. Simultaneously, Su Yuan began to unblock the remaining orifices. effortlessly opening one with the ease of eating and drinking, successfully activating the natural restrictions. With a series of bursts, puff, 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 it resembled the initial stages of qi refinement. An immense tide of spiritual power cascaded through him, forcibly unblocking each spiritual orifice. In the blink of an eye, 9 orifices burst open. A quarter of an hour later, 18 orifices were activated. After another half hour, 27 orifices were fully opened. All 27 orifices of the 7th layer of qi refinement had been shattered, and the natural formations were activated. The newly opened 27 orifices immediately connected with the previous ones, creating an extraordinarily stable structure, making the subsequent openings significantly easier. Just from that recent surge, the liquid spiritual energy in the primordial pool plummeted by 1%. Meanwhile, sect leader Gu, engrossed in examining a secret tome on celestial beasts in the scripture pavilion, instantly received a warning from the array spirit. Upon checking, his expression changed dramatically. In just a single day of inattentiveness, half of his pre-stored spiritual stones had been consumed. That amounted to a staggering 100 million spiritual stones. What kind of demon is that Su Yuan? Without delay, sect leader Gu set aside the tome and hurried back. At this moment, Su Yuan had already commenced his breakthrough to the 8th layer of qi refinement. A vast expanse of profound, true energy in his dantian evaporated, forging one new spiritual orifice after another. Once again, 9 orifices, then 18, and finally 27. In a mere quarter of an hour, the spiritual energy in the primordial pool had evaporated by 5. The innate formation prohibition within Su Yuan's body, nourished by an immense influx of profound, true energy, has become increasingly complete. Su Yuan had not anticipated that establishing a truly complete natural array within his body would consume such an immense amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, he was situated in the Yuan pool, where liquid spiritual energy was abundant. Thus he remained completely unperturbed. However, Gu Qingzhu was in a state of panic. The pre-stored spirit stones were rapidly depleting. Naturally, the spirit stones would not instantaneously replenish the spiritual energy from the Yuan pool. This deduction was first allocated to the core of the formation, intended to gradually convert and replenish the Yuan pool's spiritual energy later. Currently, the Yuan pool was depleting the already stored liquid spiritual energy, and for every bit consumed, the sect master had to replenish in equal measure. When sect master Gu arrived at the core of the formation, he was alarmed to see that 100 million spirit stones were on the verge of exhaustion. Please promptly replenish the prepaid spirit stones, sect master, or the formation will expel the disciples within. Please replenish the prepaid spirit stones. I know. It's not that I'm unwilling. Sect master Gu huffed coldly. He then threw out another 100 million spirit stones. He did not leave, but instead stood still, watching intently. He was curious to see what kind of anomaly Su Yuan truly was. Was the 9-colored celestial fish truly so exaggerated? Such absurd records did not exist in the secret compendium of celestial beasts. Sect Master Gu evidently did not comprehend the underlying reasons. This completely surpassed the bounds of his understanding. If the one inside were a cultivator of the golden core stage, he could perhaps grasp a semblance of it. But the individuals within were at most at the foundation establishment stage. This was simply too outrageous. Su Yuan joyfully declared, "Excellent. I am ready to cultivate to the 9th level of qi refinement." Su Yuan once again embarked on the ascent to the 9th level of qi refinement. There was little difficulty to speak of. For Su Yuan, qi refinement held not the slightest hint of mystery. Every step was executed flawlessly. Thus, the breakthrough came effortlessly. Though the natural array restrictions posed a greater challenge, the essence pool diminished by another 10 units. Su Yuan remained unfazed, resolutely embarking on the journey of foundation establishment. Foundation establishment pills. Unnecessary. With such an abundance of spiritual energy, what need is there for foundation establishment pills? At this moment, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. The sect leader has done well. This time, the Yuan pool has yielded remarkable results, and I continue to bask in effortless victories. A double win, indeed, for I have triumphed twice. Chapter 46, Golden Sand Realm. Once Su Yuan had adequately prepared himself, he commenced the operation of his cultivation technique, poised to transcend into the foundation-building realm. As his thoughts began to shift, the profound essence within him swiftly completed a circuit throughout his body. By the time Su Yuan regained his composure, the profound essence in his dantian had ignited a chain reaction, transforming seamlessly into true essence in the blink of an eye. The gaseous spiritual energy metamorphosed into liquid spiritual energy, true essence. This remarkable breakthrough felt as though the heavens and earth were aiding him, facilitating the simultaneous transformation of all his spiritual energy into true essence. Henceforth, he would gradually circulate his energy to further refine it. As Su Yuan's body emanated a faint allure, the surface of the Yuan pool quivered slightly, and in that moment, Su Yuan's aura subtly intensified, reaching the foundational realm. Su Yuan opened his eyes in confusion, locking gazes with the innocent-looking Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai, perplexed, flicked her tail. "I am here to protect you. You may begin now." "I am ready," Su Yuan replied. "Xiao Kai." Su Yuan exhibited an odd expression. Within the vast collection of tomes in the library, numerous cultivators chronicled the arduous journey of foundation establishment, emphasizing the necessity of preparing foundation pills worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, as well as various spiritual artifacts to enhance the probability and quality of the foundation process. Yet, in his case, with merely a flicker of thought, he accomplished foundation establishment. The golden furnace within his dantian solidified slightly, and then, nothing further transpired. Even the anticipated need to absorb a considerable amount of primordial liquid did not manifest. It was far less than the myriad scenarios encountered during qi refining. Su Yuan took a moment to reflect, and the realization dawned upon him. An ordinary individual expends roughly 100,000 spirit stones transitioning from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, akin to utilizing that sum to construct a bicycle. In contrast, he, in his endeavor to forge a natural formation, had consumed an estimated 100 million spirit stones, equivalent to expending a value 1,000-fold greater, thereby crafting a Xiaomi Su 7 Ultra, whose performance undoubtedly eclipsed that of the bicycle. Both traverse the same distance of 1,000 meters. Yet the bicycle necessitates considerable time to cover the ground, whereas Su 7 arrives in an instant. This disparity illustrates the profound difference in foundational strength. Individuals like Zhuge Jian and Nangang Huiyu could have broken through to the foundation establishment realm many years prior, yet they have not. Why? It is precisely for the purpose of establishing a more formidable foundation. Foundation establishment is not merely about establishing roots within the foundation establishment realm. It is in the qi refinement stage where one's foundation is truly solidified. Zhuge Jian and his peers seek rare treasures and foundational spirit objects within secret realms to construct a superlative foundation. Otherwise, why venture into such fortuitous locales? With their innate talents, they could easily reach the golden core realm through seclusion at home, potentially compressing their cultivation time to mere years. Yet, do they wish to stagnate at the golden core and nascent soul realms in the future? Talented individuals like Zhuge Jian, who possess exceptional spiritual roots, are all aiming directly for the spirit-severing realm. Only Su Yuan, without stepping beyond his threshold, can utilize the natural formation to establish a conduit, achieving a perfect Tao foundation for his breakthrough. There exists a distinction between genius and those who are exceptionally gifted. At this moment, Su Yuan found himself in a predicament. The sheer strength of the foundation he had established was so formidable that he could not fully exert his capabilities during cultivation. Should he attempt to operate at full capacity, his meridians would likely rupture. Just as the Su 7 Ultra can only traverse ordinary roads at a mere 25 miles per hour, lest it collide with obstacles and incur disastrous consequences. However, the time allocated for balance between work and rest is far too precious to squander. With a flicker of inspiration in his eyes, Su Yuan devised a plan. Instead of running along the ordinary path, why not utilize the racetrack? His body housed 118 spiritual orifices, serving as an avenue for limitless acceleration. The external spiritual energy could directly flow into these orifices and through the connections between them. It would seamlessly reach his dantian. Within the dantian, the burning wooden cauldron would utilize this spiritual energy as fuel to refine the golden sand. Given the arduousness of traversing the mundane path to enhance true essence, and the necessity to cultivate the body and meridians before unleashing his full potential, he resolved to wholeheartedly sprint along the racetrack, utilizing the spiritual orifices to condense golden sand without hesitation. With that thought, Su Yuan acted decisively. The 118 natural formations within him erupted with astonishing suction, swiftly drawing in the abundant spiritual energy from the Yuan pool. As the spiritual liquid entered the orifices, It was instantly transformed into gaseous, profound, true energy, which, like a seamless transmission, flowed directly into his dantian. Soon, a substantial accumulation of profound, true energy filled the dantian. Instead of circulating to condense true essence, it surged directly into the burning wooden cauldron. As this profound, true energy entered the cauldron, it gradually acquired the essence of wood and the intent of gold during its passage through the vessel. These transformed energies began to ignite within the flames of the furnace. The wood essence provided sustenance for the fire, allowing it to burn continuously, while the inherent gold intent engaged in intricate reactions with the profound true energy. The profound true energy gradually evaporated, while the golden sand within the flames became increasingly solidified. Even the sect leader, witnessing this spectacle, would be left astounded. This was no mere foundation-building practice. How did it differ from the realm of golden elixirs? Yuan remarked that this was, of course, different. The golden sand he had now condensed was merely a rudimentary version of the golden elixir. Since it belonged to a tier inferior to that of the golden elixir, it naturally pertained to the foundational realm, which was entirely reasonable. The innate formation within Yuan's body is indeed a remarkable phenomenon, subtly resonating with the external natural formations. The spiritual liquid within the Yuan pool divides into 118 streams, seamlessly connecting to Yuan, continuously infusing him with energy. With his eyes closed, Yuan exerted himself to operate the flamewood gold refining cauldron, smelting the golden sand. Before long, an amount of spiritual liquid equivalent to the energy of 10 top-grade spirit stones was consumed, and at last, a minuscule grain of golden sand emerged from the cauldron. Scarcely perceptible to the naked eye, Yuan could proudly declare that he had attained the golden sand realm. He may have stubbornly added this level between the foundation establishment and golden core stages, and he could further elevate himself to realms such as golden grain and golden pearl. In fact, Yuan believed that his approach to cultivation was quite reasonable, progressing steadily like a 10-month gestation. While other cultivators directly birthed a precious golden core from nothingness, he nurtured his advancement gradually. Although his pace might be slower, the risks were minuscule, and the attention to detail in his practice undoubtedly surpassed that of conventional cultivation methods. The potential for future growth was evident. However, it was apparent that Yuan had not considered that for other cultivators to refine golden sand as he had. The difficulty was not lesser than that of condensing a golden core. In fact, it was even greater. Yuan's refinement was still in progress. After successfully condensing a grain of gold sand, he became increasingly adept. The second grain of gold sand was condensed at an even swifter pace, with both grains floating amidst the flames, continuously subjected to the purifying heat. The cauldron was suffused with a rich aura of wood and the essence of gold, providing an unceasing source of nourishment for the two grains. Yuan's expression remained tranquil as he continued to gather the golden sand. When the quantity reached 7 grains, Yuan was struck by a sudden inspiration, arranging 7 grains of golden sand to resemble the constellation of the Big Dipper. It was night, and the stars above shone with an unexpected brilliance. 7 beams of light descended from the heavens, piercing through layers of formations and directly infused into Yuan's body. In that instant, the 7 grains of sand seemed to possess a unique and profound enhancement. As Yuan gazed in astonishment, they underwent an extraordinarily intricate rotation, manifesting 365 distinct variations of star maps in a fleeting moment. All of these images entered Yuan's awareness, which remained in a state of receptivity, and he comprehended them instantaneously. This was a celestial impartation of ultimate knowledge. Yuan, lost in thought, once again condensed 2 grains of gold sand, which he seamlessly integrated into the 7 grains that constituted the Big Dipper constellation. Gradually, they vanished as if they had never appeared. Subsequently, the enigmatic essence surged into the furnace of the burning wood and gold, ceasing the condensation of gold sand, instead continuously nourishing the previously formed grains. A complete diagram of the Big Dipper gold sand formation began to operate within the furnace, enveloped by flames, causing the grains to burn as if they had truly transformed into stars. Excellently, Yuan had thoroughly reformed his technique, straying far from traditional practices. He could no longer assess the rank of this so-called burning wood gold forging skill. However, he envisioned passing this skill on as a unique legacy, simplifying it into 9 versions for future generations to gradually master. The simplest version would likely be 10 times more challenging than the Xianzhen Yantian technique from the Immortal Seed Valley. Yet it would undoubtedly attract exceptional talents capable of mastering it. He intended to further refine the technique, continually innovating and updating its versions. Should an extraordinary genius truly follow his path, the future would undoubtedly be tumultuous. As time passed slowly, within the grand hall of the sect, Master Gu stood before the core of the formation, feeling numb. The stored spirit stones are about to be depleted. Please replenish them promptly, Master. I know. Just give them to me. The stored spirit stones are about to be depleted. Please replenish them promptly, Master. I know. Stop reminding me. Master Gu was at his wit's end. He glanced at the spirit stones used in the past, which had exceeded 800 million. Was this truly the cultivation of an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner? It was utterly unreasonable. Was there no logic at play? The world of cultivation adhered to fundamental laws. It was impossible for a foundation establishment practitioner to possess the energy of the golden core level and still remain at the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, they would either perish or their level would already be at golden core. A foundation establishment practitioner possessing golden core level power, yet not being in the golden core stage. What then is the pseudo-golden core stage? Does it not refer to those cultivators who lack a golden core, yet possess golden core strength? Others refer to the pseudo-golden core as a minor true immortal. Possessing energy at the golden core level and wielding golden core power means one is at the golden core stage. The presence of an actual golden core is inconsequential. Master Gu furrowed his brow. This lad cannot be cultivating incorrectly. If he directly breaks through to golden core, his foundation will be too unstable, and trouble is likely to ensue. Yet, he did not intervene to halt Su Yuan's absorption of spiritual energy. Rather, he increased the investment. His consciousness delved into his enormous spatial storage ring and located 4 mountains of spirit stones, a mountain of inferior spirit stones, a mountain of middle-grade spirit stones, a mountain of superior spirit stones, and a mountain of exquisite spirit stones. The ring he held was essentially the sect's treasury, allocated by the sect leader for preliminary use, with later reports to the Yuaning Elder Group or the Supreme Elder. He directed his consciousness to the superior spirit stone mountain, excavating over 100,000 stones from its base, which he then unceremoniously tossed into the formation. Observing the noticeable gap at the mountain's base, Master Gu chose to ignore it, feeling an ache in his heart. Not only had he just lost 900 million spirit stones, but he was also about to invest over 1 billion more. If Su Yuan's efforts resulted in failure, he would certainly make him toil like a beast to recover the lost spirit stones. In the dead of night, unable to sleep, he hastily drafted a chapter in advance. Chapter 47. The New Appointment. Master of Hidden Peak. At the moment Master Gu witnessed the liquid spiritual energy in the pool being entirely depleted. He felt an emptiness within himself. He then let out a long howl, transforming into a beam of golden light as he rushed toward the 9th mountain behind the main peak. When he arrived, brimming with vigor at the entrance of the Yuan Pool Stone Valley, he saw an old man in gray robes feeding grass to a blue ox. This scene mirrored the pastoral imagery of an old farmer tending to livestock in a mundane village, startling Gu Qingzhu so much that he plummeted from midair, landing beside the old man with a thud. "Greetings, Elder Nangong." Master Gu respectfully saluted. The old man turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Ah, little Gu, you are still as impulsive as ever. This is not the demeanor one should possess as a sect leader." Gu Qingzhu chuckled awkwardly but replied, "That's Su Yuan. I cannot fathom what kind of anomaly he is. He consumed 20 billion spirit stones worth of spiritual energy in one go. I require some clarity, as it takes me several months to absorb such a vast amount, hence my urgency to investigate." Elder Nangong gazed deeply into the depths of the Yuan pool and inquired, "Does this scene seem familiar to you? Reflect carefully." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingzhu fell into contemplation. Clearly, the elder's question was meaningful, yet he could not immediately grasp its implications. Elder Nangong shook his head in exasperation at Gu Qingzhu's lack of insight. He stated, "Enough of the idle chatter. Once Su Yuan emerges, let him assume the position of Master of Hidden Peak." Gu Qingzhu's pupils constricted at this proclamation. Hidden Peak? What does Hidden Peak signify? The 7 Absolute sect had originally established no Hidden Peak. Instead, a reserve peak was designated. Because whenever an extraordinary prodigy emerged and acquired the ancestral master's ultimate techniques, a new peak would be established, creating a lineage master. However, It was implausible for a lineage master to establish a peak from nothing. Thus, the sect arranged for the creation of a reserve peak, which would become relevant should an exceptional talent arise to develop a new lineage. The new peak could swiftly take shape, and the ultimate techniques could be passed down to suitable geniuses. Yet, since the era of the seven absolutes, no new ultimate techniques had emerged for quite some time, leading the reserve peak to gradually transform into what other disciples referred to as the hidden peak, shrouded in mystery, perceived as the sect's concealed strength. In truth, its essence remained unchanged. Although nearly everyone believed that the ultimate techniques had been exhausted, what if establishing a reserve peak was a form of hope? Why did the transformation elder personally oversee the immortal seed valley? Because the seven absolute sect had long understood that its foundation lay not in territory or wealth, but in people, in the continuous influx of new immortal seedlings, which formed the true basis of the sect. Thus, each batch of immortal seedlings was scrutinized personally by the transformation elder, observing them continuously for 3 months, eliminating insiders, infiltrators, and those with wavering wills, seeking out exceptional talents with high comprehension, strong character, great potential, stable mindset, and deep fortune. Therefore, Su Yuan had undoubtedly been under the watchful gaze of the transformation elder, and since the elder had made such a statement, it was clear that Su Yuan had obtained the inheritance of ultimate techniques. Recalling the accounts in the sect's records of those lineage masters whose experiences seemed almost superhuman, Gu Qingzhu had previously thought that such accounts were exaggerated praises of the ancestors' might. Yet now, witnessing Su Yuan's situation, he suddenly realized that those historical texts likely contained no embellishments, appearing as genuine accounts. If he were to document the sect's history now, future generations would undoubtedly see it as glorified and exaggerated. It seems he might leave his mark in the annals of sect history. Gu Qingzhu had this enlightening thought, his eyes sparkling with realization. What are you contemplating? Elder Nangong inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's just that Su Yuan is now my true disciple. How should I handle this? Gu Qingzhu could not suppress the smile creeping onto his face. Elder Nangong casually replied, this does not hinder matters. It is entirely normal for him to succeed you as the sect leader in the future. Indeed, Gu Qingzhu nodded joyfully, having already envisioned that upon joining the Yuan Ing elder group, his benefits would be substantial, for he was the esteemed master of the generation's founder. He, Gu Qingzhu, possessed wealth. Wasn't it merely 2 billion low-grade spirit stones? Perhaps that was excessive. Nangong Xianweng discerned a portion of Gu Qingzhu's thoughts, and, with a dismissive pout, remarked, focus on your cultivation, do not dwell on trivialities. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Understood, understood. Gu Qingzhu replied perfunctorily. Nangong Xianweng patted the head of the green ox and then soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The green ox sighed regretfully, lamenting its insufficient cultivation, which prevented it from even becoming a steed. Suddenly, the green ox recalled the conversation between the two, and a glimmer of insight sparkled in its bovine eyes. It was currently incapable of serving as Nangong Xianweng's mount due to the latter's formidable cultivation. However, this new master possessed a relatively modest realm. Wouldn't being a mount for him be just perfect? The green ox glanced at the sect leader and opened its mouth. Gu sect leader, I shall no longer undertake this task. What? Gu Qingzhu looked at the green ox in bewilderment. Wasn't this the very duty it had previously requested? A leisurely and comfortable role, with disciples to tend to its needs. That was in the past. What future is there in being a mere gatekeeper? The green ox retorted disdainfully. Gu sect leader waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. I shall simply appoint another elder to guard. The green ox began to gather its provisions, and with a flourish of a storage ring on its ear, it swept away all surrounding spirit herbs and elixirs, leaving only an expanse of barren ground. Gu sect leader's lips twitched. He was still present. Was such shamelessness truly necessary? Being the former mount of an elder was not a grand achievement. He would still be the master of the opening vein founder in the future. Gu Qingzhu chose to ignore the green ox and awaited Su Yuan's emergence. Moments later, the anticipation lingered in the air. Su Yuan indeed emerged leisurely from the Yuan pool, cradling a fish tank artifact in his hands. Su Yuan was taken aback upon seeing Gu Qingzhu and immediately levitated the fish tank artifact, bowing respectfully with both hands. I pay my respects to the esteemed master, he proclaimed. Rising, he inquired, Brother Gu, what brings you here? Gu Qingzhu, unfazed by Su Yuan's antics, responded with a stoic expression, "Su Yuan, are you aware of the wrong you have committed?" "What?" Su Yuan was at a loss. Gu Zhongmin gestured towards the floating fish tank, his gaze fixed on the multitude of spiritual fish within, his lips twitching slightly. Is there a problem?" Su Yuan asked cautiously. "You must understand that entering the Yuan pool prohibits the carrying of spiritual beasts or pets. Just look at what you've done. You brought in 50 spiritual pets in one go. Truly, how audacious can one be?" Gu Zhongmin exclaimed, his teeth gritted in frustration. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan awkwardly touched his cheek and lowered his head in defense, saying, "No one informed me. I assumed it was permissible. This is a falsehood." Su Yuan had perused similar accounts in the library, yet he merely wished to experiment, just in case. To his astonishment, he succeeded. After all, no one had informed him of any prohibitions, and there was nothing written to that effect. Ignorance bore no guilt. Master Gu cast him a stern glance and declared, "This shall not happen again." Su Yuansong let out a sigh of relief. His opinion of Master Gu greatly improved. This sect leader is quite capable. "By the way, what realm have you reached?" Master Gu replied, "I have detected that you have absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy. That quantity is sufficient for you to break through to the golden core stage." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan shook his head and replied, "I have yet to break through to the golden core stage." "Is that so? Try to see if you can levitate in midair solely by the power of your mind." Without invoking any internal energy, Master Gu fixated on Su Yuan and slowly said, "How could it be possible to do so merely by thought?" Su Yuan gazed in astonishment as he found himself levitating effortlessly in the air. This phenomenon, known as floating, is one of the fundamental abilities of the golden core stage. However, he had always believed himself to be beneath that level, never anticipating that even the golden sand stage could achieve such a feat. Master Gu, stroking his chin, circled around Su Yuan, shaking his head in bewilderment and muttering, "I cannot comprehend this. What an anomaly indeed." Su Yuan's expression darkened. "Master, what are you saying?" "Well, you have reached the golden core realm. It is time for you to contribute to the sect. Have you considered what you wish to do?" Gu Qingzhu suddenly inquired. Su Yuan ceased to argue and inquired, "May I visit the Immortal Seed Valley? It seems rather interesting." "What?" Master Gu was taken aback. "You wish to go to the Immortal Seed Valley? Is that permissible?" Su Yuan asked. He had conceived this as a subtle means to garner fame. Although newly inducted disciples generate minimal renown initially, they are destined to grow, and the subsequent fame they could provide is indeed promising. Thus, through a steady stream, his reputation could gradually ascend. "Yes, it is possible," Master Gu pondered for a moment before replying, "but you must also serve as the leader of a peak." "What? Me? The peak leader?" Su Yuan was astonished. Master Gu continued with a serene tone, "Have you mastered one of our ancestors' exceptional techniques? Every heir of such a technique is obligated to pass down the legacy. It cannot be allowed to fade away. Do you grasp my meaning?" Su Yuan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the sect was aware of certain aspects of his situation. Having inherited the favor of the ancestral master, he felt compelled to pass it on. And by imparting his unique skills, he would undoubtedly enhance his reputation, generating a continuous influx of recognition. This was indeed a fortuitous development. "Very well," Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Seeing Su Yuan genuinely acknowledge this, Master Gu felt a profound shock within. The transmission of unique skills is paramount. While the act of passing down knowledge is significant, and indeed it is, what holds even greater importance is the individual capable of receiving that legacy. What extraordinary talent must one possess? Furthermore, as time progresses, the unique skills that emerge are comprehended only by those of exceptional aptitude, especially following the 7 absolutes. It has been a considerable duration since anyone has been able to grasp the unique skills, which implies that Su Yuan's innate talent surpasses that of all past prodigies of the 7 absolute sect, including the ancestral masters of the 7 branches. "Come, I shall take you to Hidden Peak. You may contemplate what name to adopt in the future, for that place shall become your domain henceforth." With that, the master soared into the sky, heading towards the distant horizon. Su Yuan floated in the air, preparing to follow. Beside him, a blue ox had already made its way beneath him on its own accord. Su Yuan lowered his head in confusion, exchanging a glance with the turned-around Qing Niu. Qing Niu blinked innocently, his eyes wide with innocence. Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback, yet he remained seated upon the back of the ox. Subsequently, the azure bull soared into the air, following sect leader Gu as he advanced. Upon witnessing this scene, sect leader Gu turned back, his face etched with astonishment as he gazed at the azure bull. "Well, you old bull, no wonder you were not guarding the gate. It seems you aspire to cultivate a promising prospect." A note from Xiaoshui. This chapter is updated at 10 o'clock in the evening. Ahead of schedule. Chapter 48. Entering the Circle of Peak Masters. Please take a look at this document. Sect leader Gu produced a list of disciples. Currently, the Hidden Peak boasts a total of 438 Gold Core Elders or Disciples, 4,000 Foundation Establishment Deacons or Disciples, and 12,000 Chi Refinement Disciples. The proportion of those above the Foundation Establishment stage is relatively high, primarily due to the stringent admission criteria for disciples at the Hidden Peak. Elders who emerge from the Hidden Peak and attain the Nascent Soul stage are automatically integrated into the main peak. However, when you eventually take over the Hidden Peak, the newly promoted Nascent Soul Elders will also belong to the Hidden Peak. Sect leader Gu provided a general overview of the Hidden Peak's circumstances. Su Yuan listened in astonishment. Outside, a Foundation Establishment cultivator could establish a considerable cultivation family, securing a place within a cultivation city. A Golden Core real person could even wield practical dominion over an entire region, potentially ruling a small nation. The presence of such formidable beings atop a hidden peak revealed the strength of the Seven Absolute Sect. Could it truly be possible for him to command such a vast force? Su Yuan hesitated, expressing, "Have I become the Peak Master too hastily?" "This is the command of Elder Nangong," replied Master Gu. Su Yuan's pupils contracted. Could it be that the old man who had effortlessly elevated his reputation by 500 points was indeed the one? How intriguing. Su Yuan suddenly realized and nodded, saying, "I understand. So, what name will you choose for the peak?" "You may refer to the names of other peaks for inspiration," Elder Gu suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan remarked, "Let us name it the Three Absolute Peaks." 3. Master Gu inquired, perplexed. "What is the significance of that?" Su Yuan casually remarked, "From the Tao springs one, from one arises two, from two emerges three, and from three comes all things." Gu Zhongmin paused, seemingly taken aback by Su Yuan's sudden utterance of such profound words. He secretly committed this phrase to memory and then declared, "Well, since your words are not spoken lightly, let it be thus established. I shall arrange for you to meet the other peak masters formally." With that, Gu Zhongmin promptly struck the bell, calling forth the masters of each peak. As the bell tolled, the peak masters, who were either attending to their affairs or in quiet meditation, displayed expressions of surprise. This formal summons of the peak masters was a rare occurrence. When the bell rang, it signified that significant matters were at hand. 7 beams of light ascended from their respective peaks, converging upon the main peak. Soon, within the grand hall of the sect, the 7 peak masters had gathered. Wang Siming, upon seeing Su Yuan, greeted him with a smile. "Young one, it has been a while. How has your time in contemplation been? Not easy, I presume? Do you regret coming to the main peak? Perhaps you should return to my Xuanjue peak. I could teach you a profound secret art." Su Yuan smiled and pointed at the master whose face had darkened. Gu Qingzhu let out a cold snort, commanding silence. "I have a significant announcement to make." Wang Siming's expression turned serious, but he glanced at Su Yuan in confusion, wondering why this fellow remained when there was an important matter at hand. Gu Qingzhu calmly declared, "From this day forth, our 7 Absolute Sect will add another peak, known as the Sanju Peak." The expressions of the 7 peak masters shifted in unison, their astonishment directed toward Master Gu. Wang Siming suddenly came to a realization, his eyes widening as if they might pop from their sockets. He quickly turned to Su Yuan, then back to Master Gu, his unwillingness evident in his gaze. Ignoring him, Master Gu pointed directly at Su Yuan and proclaimed, "This individual shall be the inaugural master of Sanju Peak, Su Yuan. He possesses the strength of the Golden Core and will henceforth hold the same status as you as a peak master. Let us all extend a warm welcome." With that, Master Gu clapped his hands. Yet, no one joined in, as the peak masters remained in a state of bewilderment. Master Gu, undeterred, continued with the introduction. "This robust middle-aged gentleman is none other than the master of Qijue Peak, Shi Jian." Su Yuan promptly cupped his hands in greeting towards Shi Jian, saying, "I have met with the esteemed peak master Shi." Shi Jian, regaining his composure, nodded with a complex expression. "Master Su, from now on, we shall all be peak masters. Should you require assistance regarding magical artifacts, feel free to discuss it with me. Thank you, Peak Master Sure, responded Su Yuan. Master Gu then gestured towards another elegant woman, saying, "This is the Peak Master of Danju Peak, Tao Yao Yao. You may address her as Sister Tao." Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment and nodded, saying, "I have met Sister Tao." The Master of Danju Peak sighed and remarked, "There is no need for such formality. In the future, Sister Tao may very well seek your assistance. If you have any needs regarding elixirs, feel free to come to me." Su Yuan nodded in gratitude. The leader Gu then introduced another female Peak Master. This is Yu Chuanli, the Master of the Divine Absolute Peak. She possesses profound expertise in the realm of spiritual consciousness. Your techniques exhibit certain characteristics in this regard. Do feel free to seek her guidance. Su Yuan also called out, "Sisterly." Yu Chuanli responded with a cheerful smile. "I humbly seek your guidance. Let us exchange our experiences." Subsequently, Master Gu introduced Lei Ming, the Master of Thunder Peak, Qin Rong, the Master of Art Peak, and Huang Shambua, the Master of Spirit Peak. Finally, he introduced the Master of Profound Peak, formally announcing Su Yuan's entry into the upper echelons of the sect's management. Master Gu addressed the gathering. "I trust you all understand the significance of a new Peak Master. Although our sect is currently flourishing, formidable adversaries still loom outside. The Devil sect harbors unrelenting intentions against us, and we must proceed with utmost caution. During this period, I advise against seclusion. Please monitor the situation of our disciples closely and address any troubling signs promptly." Master Gu's tone bore a hint of gravity. "Understood." The Peak Masters nodded, their expressions reflecting profound seriousness. Su Yuan understood that Master Gu needed to rectify the sect to prevent any potential threats to him from arising, eliminating all issues. What may have been overlooked in the past could no longer be tolerated. After the notifications were duly sent, Master Gu allowed the Peak leaders to depart. As Wang Siming was the last to leave, he transmitted a message. "Su lad, do come visit me at Xuanjua Peak." "I will," replied Su Yuan in kind. Once everyone had left, Master Gu formally escorted Su Yuan to the hidden peak. This peak bore no essential difference from the others. It appeared quite similar. Ignoring the erased barriers, Master Gu led him directly to the summit's grand hall, arriving at the core of the formation. Placing his hand upon it, he declared, "From now on, you shall control the central array of this peak. The array's spiritual essence will assist you in its management, so you need not exert direct control. However, you must be cautious, as this spiritual essence has some shortcomings," he remarked, pointing to his head. At that moment, a voice emanated from the array's core. "Master, all is functioning normally within the core of the array. Please proceed with the verification of your identity using the Sect Master S token to initiate the transfer of authority." The emotionless voice of the array's spirit resonated. "Look at that," sighed Gu Qingzhu, as he retrieved the Sect Master's token once more for verification. Su Yuan smiled wryly. It was not a matter of intelligence, but rather a certain rigidity. However, this very rigidity effectively mitigated numerous issues, each presenting its own advantages and disadvantages. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuan was bestowed with the authority of the Peak Master, assuming control of the mountain. That should suffice. As for the Immortal Seed Valley, the opening period is still 2 months away. You may preside over it when the time comes, Gu Qingzhu remarked. "I understand." Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. After Gu Zhongmin conveyed several instructions, he took his leave, leaving Su Yuan alone in the vicinity. Su Yuan glanced around the cave dwelling of the Peak Master. The spiritual energy here was sufficiently abundant, yet there was nothing within. He shook his head and promptly departed from Sanju Peak, returning to his cave dwelling on the main peak, where he collapsed into a deep slumber. Su Yuan had succumbed to sleep. However, the tremors he had instigated gradually began to manifest. Within the peaks, certain law enforcement disciples were dispatched, apprehending various disciples without allowing any explanations. They were seized and taken away without hesitation. The guard forces surrounding the sect had significantly increased, and the nascent soul cultivators, who had been in seclusion within the secret realms, emerged to take control of the sect's various nodes. Additionally, some wandering nascent soul masters, as well as formidable transformation stage cultivators, were discreetly summoned back. At the hidden peak, now known as the Three Extremes Peak, some Golden Core True Masters had already learned of the emergence of a new Peak Master. Some unaware of the hidden peak secrets were immediately indignant and rushed to the Peak Master's cave to ascertain the Master's authenticity. Meanwhile, Those who had guessed the situation were eager to extend their congratulations to the new peak master, only to be met with disappointment as the new master was nowhere to be found. The changes were considerable, yet among the disciples at the foundation establishment level and below, there was an air of tranquility. After sleeping for 3 days and nights, Su Yuan awoke to the sound of a system notification. Ding, level up. What? Su Yuan immediately regained consciousness and gazed at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level, renowned, 1387210W, realm, early foundation establishment, 30100, entry 1, balance of work and rest, current rest time 3. 5 days entry 2, Tao follows nature entry 3, 7 stars shine bright entry 4. Awaiting selection upon awakening, his reputation value had surged by over 4,000. The reason was evident. It was undoubtedly due to the various influences following his succession as the peak master, which did not come as a surprise to him. With eager anticipation, he focused his thoughts and clicked on entry 4, and 3 lines of descriptive text appeared before his eyes. Thunderous renown. Your reputation is exceedingly high. Beings harboring malice towards you will experience a moment of mental shock upon hearing your name, accompanied by a thunderous cleansing of their ears. Infamous. Your reputation is exceedingly high. When your renown reaches the domain of wolf-like creatures, it will automatically transform into a reputation among them, allowing you to naturally assume the role of their king. Commanding the pack. Echo of intent. Your reputation is exceedingly high. Any being that sincerely recites your name will elicit a response from you, granting you awareness of the circumstances within a certain range of the target. Su Yuan scratched his head. The first entry he chose was about the additional effects of fame, and it was quite extraordinary, as it could directly inflict area damage. If he were to announce his name on the battlefield, one could only imagine the possibility of total annihilation for the opposing side. To utter my name would surely send shivers down their spines. Therefore, Su Yuan considered this first entry as an offensive option. The second entry left Su Yuan with a peculiar expression. Although it appeared whimsical, its effects were far from trivial. Wolf-like creatures were exceedingly common across the land, and once his renown spread throughout the continent, it would signify that his network of connections spanned the entire realm. Among these wolf-like beings, there would undoubtedly be formidable individuals, thus ensuring he would not lack for loyal followers. He classified this entry under both intelligence and dominion categories, deeming it a worthy choice. As for the third entry, it seemed to possess the ability to perceive events from afar, reminiscent of certain mystical powers akin to a windsight or thousand-mile hearing. Oh, mystical powers? These 3 entries appeared to bear a striking resemblance to such extraordinary abilities. Su Yuan gazed in astonishment at the 3 entries, and with each description he read, his conviction deepened. These were indeed 3 forms of divine abilities. Chapter 49, The Power of New Entries. He yearned to select them all. Each entry held its own merits. Choosing any one of them would be justifiable, as he felt he could make use of all. Yet, he was rather indolent. The second entry appeared unsuitable for remaining stationary. It necessitated interaction with wolf-like creatures, a prospect that held no allure for him. Thus it was promptly discarded. As for the first entry, Su Yuan deemed it unnecessary. While it appeared formidable, the true extent of the lightning strike's power remained uncertain. More crucially, it was overly ostentatious. Should anyone harbor malice towards him while uttering his name, they would inevitably suffer a lightning strike, which would blatantly reveal his involvement in their misfortune. Such an entry could indeed facilitate the dissemination of his notoriety, yielding immediate and potentially explosive growth. However, Su Yuan believed it was still too flamboyant, for one who leaps too high may face a harsh fall. This entry was simply too perilous. Su Yuan contemplated for a moment and ultimately chose to relinquish his decision. The third entry may appear insignificant, yet Su Yuan had already conceived a potential application for it. This application involved utilizing the principle of Tao follows nature in conjunction with this entry. The essence of Tao follows nature necessitates a profound understanding of the mysteries of the universe. But how could he explore and comprehend such wonders while seated in the confines of his home? With this particular entry, he would possess the ability to manipulate space. If someone ventured to a remarkable location and continued to speak of him, he could, indeed, grasp the mysteries of the universe from afar. Furthermore, by integrating the concept of balancing work and rest, even if the duration of his perception of the scene were brief, it would not pose an issue, as he could absorb as many of the celestial truths as possible within that limited time frame. The more Su Yuan contemplated, the more he felt it was appropriate. Thus, he ultimately chose the third entry. In that instant, the echo of his thoughts seamlessly integrated into the system panel, becoming a cherished member of his collection of entries. The moment the selection was successfully made, Su Yuan immediately sensed the presence of thousands of thoughts. Such a multitude of consciousness was entirely beyond his expectations. These thoughts emanated from all directions. He perceived that one of them extended to the grand hall atop the main peak. Su Yuan thus endeavored to activate the entry of Heart's Echo. The brilliance of the entry flickered momentarily. In the next instant, he perceived a division of his consciousness. One part remained in control of his corporeal form, while the other swiftly departed, soaring into the grand hall. The formations outside the hall posed no barrier to Su Yuan's consciousness. Subsequently, he beheld the interior of the hall, where he saw Gu Qingzhu. Immersed in writing and sketching at the table, her countenance adorned with a hint of melancholy. Su Yuan gazed at Gu Qingzhu with perplexity. It was the first time he had witnessed such a cloud of melancholy enveloping her. According to the communications from the undercover agents, it appeared that the heavenly demon sect had unraveled some form of revelation and had begun to intensify their offensive against our seven absolute sect. However, the particulars of the situation remained shrouded in ambiguity. Gu Qingzhu murmured to herself. Fortunately, Su Yuan has always been entrenched within the sect, without entangling too many others. Otherwise, the results of the divination would not be so nebulous. She cast another glance at the core of the formation. Deep in contemplation, Su Yuan's recent cultivation consumed a staggering 2.3 billion spirit stones. Currently, the expenditure remains manageable, but what shall we do going forward? Nevertheless, she resolved that he must be nurtured to prominence, destined to dominate an entire era. In the future, I shall undoubtedly etch my name into the annals of the sect's history. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingzhu's musings continued for a while. Yet she refrained from mentioning Su Yuan again. The scene came to a close. Su Yuan's consciousness fully returned. He pondered silently, his fingers unconsciously twirling the treasured ring. Xiao Kai observed Su Yuan sitting there in a daze, a hint of confusion prompting her to approach and circle around him. Su Yuan blinked, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he affectionately patted Xiao Kai's head. Xiao Kai, you truly are carefree, with me around. You need not worry about the matter of spirit stones. In a playful manner, Xiao Kai flipped its fish body, revealing its adorable little belly, blowing bubbles, and displaying an innocent gaze. Then, it summoned a vibrant burst of multicolored light, showering it upon Su Yuan. Su Yuan sensed a subtle increase in the true essence within him, its quality imperceptibly elevated. A look of appreciation graced his features. What a stroke of luck. Little Kai danced joyously in the air, her exuberance heightened. Su Yuan collected his thoughts, redirecting his mind to another focus. In the next moment, his consciousness traversed space once more, arriving outside the sect. It was midnight. Song Kai was in the accounting room, diligently calculating figures, with ledgers meticulously arranged nearby. Each entry clearly visible. A smile graced Song Kai's face as he remarked, I wonder when Brother Su will summon us. I've heard he has emerged from his seclusion, yet we have yet to deliver the harvest of the past 6 months to him. Beside him, Song Qian gazed at the numbers in the accounts, his expression wavering slightly as he said, Brother, during this past half year, we have amassed a substantial amount of spirit stones, all through our diligent efforts. Yet Brother Su has contributed nothing. Why should we give it all to him? If we retain a tenth, it will greatly aid our future foundation establishment and golden core stages. In a fit of rage, Song Kai rose abruptly and struck Song Qian with a resounding slap. Song Qian's body spun through the air before crashing against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth, his vitality significantly diminished. Brother, get out. You must leave. Song Kai's face flushed with anger. Do you comprehend why our Song family has thrived? Is it solely due to our business acumen? No. Many possess strong business skills. If that were the case, merchant families would be ubiquitous. Song Kai, frustrated at his brother's lack of understanding, continued, Our Song family thrives on sincerity. Once we pledge allegiance to a master, we must dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, devoid of any selfishness or misplaced hopes. Actions are observed by the heavens. Do you realize that your careless words could lead our family to ruin? History bears countless examples of such calamities, as plentiful as the waters of the seven absolute river. Do you still not understand? Song Qian retorted. How could he possibly know? Just as he cannot fathom the extent of our toil for his enterprises, working day and night for half a year, What is the point? He is a true disciple. Surely he does not care for these trivial spirit stones. Brother. Calmness returned to Song Kai's demeanor. Suddenly, he stepped forward, placing his palm upon Song Qian's dantian. In the end, he softened his heart, opting to seal Song Qian's cultivation entirely instead of destroying it. Subsequently, Song Kai drafted a letter. To the family head, I report that my management has faltered, leading to Song Qian's burgeoning greed and disregard for family rules. I have sealed his cultivation and request that someone be dispatched to apprehend him. He shall face 100 years of confinement, and I am willing to provide resources for his future cultivation. I seek your approval. Brother, what are you doing? You cannot treat me this way. I am your own brother. Song Qian exclaimed in terror. Song Kai remained silent, sealing his brother's mouth. I was wrong. Song Qian's muffled pleas emerged from his throat. Yet, Song Kai was unmoved. The moment you entertained greed, and even voiced it, you breached our family rules. Once is a slip, twice could become a habit. I ought to have destroyed your cultivation, yet I relented. I hope you will diligently cultivate within the family. And after 100 years, I shall release you, Song Kai stated flatly. Regret and indignation filled Song Qian's eyes. He had merely spoken in jest. Why did it have to come to this? He was aware of his transgressions. Without his brother's consent, he would not dare to act. Song Kai chose not to regard him further, continuing to sort through the ledgers. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a sigh. Taken aback, he lifted his gaze to look around. He sighed himself. This brother of mine has left me feeling paranoid. Within the cave dwelling, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, a faint sigh appearing on his countenance. An unintentional act of his had inadvertently compelled 2 servant disciples to tirelessly attend to his needs. In all honesty, he had not paid much heed to these 2 individuals. Their appointment was merely a casual decision. Yet, he had somewhat ethereally overlooked a crucial truth. Servants, too, are human beings, each possessing their own lives, thoughts, convictions, pursuits, and ambitions. A single command from him could potentially entail arduous efforts from others, efforts that he remained blissfully unaware of. This led him to reflect on a profound notion. One ought to harbor gratitude towards every individual who extends kindness, for they may be silently laboring on your behalf. Even if what ultimately graces your presence is but a simple fried egg, a cup of mild tea, or a subtle smile that emerges despite the toil of work. Su Yuan gazed at the myriad thoughts, a sense of inexplicable weight settling upon his heart. There are certain truths that, when unknown, allow one to wander freely through life. Yet once they are revealed, an intangible heaviness descends upon the soul. This burden may manifest as responsibility, guardianship, or even reverence. Su Yuan's gaze traversed through these thoughts, ultimately settling upon the thickest strands of intertwined notions. They crisscrossed and extended into the distant expanse. Su Yuan's consciousness was infused into the scene. His awareness traversed an indeterminate distance, arriving in a desolate forest of black trees. Within the tranquil woodland, several cultivators leaned against one another, their faces etched with panic as they gazed at the phantoms encircling them. It was the celestial demons. Cursed be it. How could the followers of the celestial demon sect be here? Zhuge Jian was enraged. He had believed he had safely departed from the secret realm, only to find himself randomly teleported beside the minions of the celestial demon sect, a stranger from the 7 absolute sect side. Thankfully, senior brother Zhuge and senior sister Nangong reacted promptly, activating the golden elixir talismans. Otherwise, we would have been annihilated at the first moment. Another disciple remarked. Both Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu displayed expressions of relief, their hearts filled with gratitude towards Su Yuan. Not only had they activated their life-saving measures at the first sign of danger, but they had also benefited from Su Yuan's 2 prior warnings, narrowly escaping peril and seizing an opportunity. However, although they had temporarily evaded the recent deadly strike, they remained in jeopardy. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought I would encounter you righteous disciples of the 7 absolute sect in the Blackwood Forest? It appears that I, Old Wu the Demon, shall have some fun today. Behind the celestial demons, a frail and desiccated old man revealed a sinister smile. His green eyes fixated on the talismans adorning Zhuge Jian with a mocking sneer. How long do you think you can endure? A moment or 2. You might as well surrender, lest you suffer. Humph. Old Spectre, our elder is nearby. He will arrive shortly. Nangong Huiyu declared. Ha ha ha. Do you think I would believe that? The withered old man immediately commanded the celestial demons to attack Zhuge Jian and his companions. Zhuge Jian looked up at the heavens. gazing at the 7 stars of the northern dipper, silently lamenting. It seems there will be no opportunity to repay Su Yuan's kindness. Within the cave, Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Upon witnessing the dire situation, he promptly approached a certain area within the cave. A 7-star altar remained positioned there, and 2 strands of hair had also appeared in Su Yuan's hand. I hope this proves useful. Su Yuan sighed. Chapter 50. The 7 Stars of the Northern Dipper. The Fall of the 7 Stars. From the cuff of Su Yuan, a sword box emerged. 9 flying swords soared forth. And as Su Yuan infused them with his true essence, the spiritual core within the swords suddenly intensified its absorption of his energy. Su Yuan was somewhat astonished. The 9-star convergence swords began to undergo a transformation. Perhaps 3 centuries of nurturing had proven sufficient. Under the stimulation of Su Yuan's true essence, the spirits within the 9 swords began to flourish. These spirits, in conjunction with Su Yuan's true essence and divine consciousness, coalesced into a singular entity imbued with a semblance of sentience. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 flying swords resonated with melodious sounds, conveying their admiration and affection towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled and said, "Excellent. The timing for promotion is perfect." The 7 stars of the northern dipper arise. 9 swords soared into the sky, harmoniously converging to form the diagram of the 7 stars of the northern dipper, suspended above the altar of magic. Su Yuan gazed into the night sky, his eyes fixed upon the Big Dipper. 2 strands of hair floated at the center of the altar, spontaneously igniting, serving as a guiding beacon for his incantation. The 7-star celestial secret technique unfolded, a golden sword slicing through the air as fire and would summon the spirits. The 7-star sword formation stirred the heavens and the earth, coalesce. Su Yuan invoked the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, enveloping the essence of metal with the forces of fire and wood, soaring directly into the sky. Within Su Yuan's storage ring, spirit stones soared forth, merging into the ritual platform, igniting into a vast sea of spiritual energy to empower the ascension of the golden sword. This time, he ascended to the golden sand realm. A significant enhancement compared to his previous state. His spiritual consciousness had transformed into divine awareness, and his spiritual power had evolved into true essence, marking a monumental elevation in all aspects. He wielded the 7 stars transcendence technique with newfound ease. At this moment, Su Yuan activated the entry of balanced exertion and rest. His 3 days of respite evaporated in an instant, and he initiated a secondary activation. The duration of this entry lasted merely 3/4 of an hour. Yet, it was sufficient. During the activation of the 7 stars transcendence technique, he began to modify certain esoteric methods within it. After establishing a connection with the Big Dipper, it provided him with instantaneous feedback, as if transcending the speed of light, promptly arriving around him. Given this, it was indeed feasible for him to adjust the feedback orientation of the Big Dipper. For the Big Dipper, the arrival at any point on the ground bore little distinction. Guided by a single strand of hair, he could ensure that the feedback from the Big Dipper carried his golden intent across vast distances, descending into that dark timberland. Countless pieces of knowledge surged through his mind, particularly the comprehensive understanding of long-distance manipulation spells, which he swiftly reviewed and integrated, confirming its viability. Su Yuan gazed skyward once more, the essence of the golden sword still soaring upwards, finally establishing contact with the Big Dipper in the starry expanse through the might of the ritual platform. The Big Dipper resembled a super server, promptly responding to Su Yuan's access request. In the next moment, the stars of the Big Dipper shimmered brightly, 7 beams of starlight descending from the horizon, imbued with a hint of golden essence. However, the point of their arrival was not here with Su Yuan, but rather in a distant realm. Su Yuan immediately sensed the echoes of his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the dark woods, within a mere moment, a golden core sword talisman held by Zhuge Jian had dimmed significantly. Surrounding them, 5 celestial demons had arranged themselves in a formation, sealing off their escape routes while continuously unleashing attacks infused with demonic energy, rendering Zhuge Jian and his companions' defenses precariously fragile. As the golden core sword talisman shattered, Nangong Huiyu promptly summoned a fiery red feather, which ignited to form a protective fire shield around them once more. Merely at the chi refinement stage, yet possessing such treasures. Your status must be quite elevated. Are you perhaps the peerless prodigies of the 7 Absolute Sect? Allow me to discern your true nature, Wu Laoma sneered, revealing a tone that appeared to contain information about the seven absolute sect. He quickly located the profiles of Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu. Zhuge Jian, the inner sect's senior brother? Nangong Huiyu, a descendant of Nangong Xianwang, the inner sect's second sister. How intriguing it is to encounter both of you, Wu Laoma exclaimed, his tone laced with a blend of tension, excitement, and secret delight. Ha ha ha, I, Wu Laoma, am about to strike it rich. Realizing that these two were indeed prodigies of the seven absolute sect, and considering their earlier statements might hold truth, he surmised that an elder from their sect was likely nearby. He had observed that they had arrived here via some form of teleportation, having become separated from the elder. Time was of the essence. This opportunity must not be squandered. Wu Laoma's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he intensified his attacks, doubling his efforts while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, wary of any potential ambush by a golden core elder of the seven absolute sect. Zhuge Jin's expression darkened as he glanced at Nangong Huiyu, instinctively grasping her left hand. Taken aback, Nangong Huiyu, typically composed, revealed a rare, shy smile in this dire moment. Do you regret accompanying me on this adventure, Huiyu? Zhuge Jin sighed. I know your family has long prepared a foundational spirit object. Nangong Huiyu shook her head, smoothing her disheveled hair, and replied softly, as long as you are here, that is enough. Zhuge Jin smiled in return. Then let us fight together once more. The two junior brothers exchanged glances, sensing their own redundancy in this moment. Wu Laoma scoffed, still playing the tragic romance card, are we? Do you think you can achieve a breakthrough in the heat of battle? Even if you did, it would merely be foundational. Can you truly change the tides? You might as well become my celestial demons. You could pair up under my banner. How delightful. Zhuge Jin's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Wu Laoma. My elders and senior brother will avenge us. Just wait, he declared. The fiery shield was growing increasingly dim. The four within it bore anxious expressions, steeling themselves for a final stand. Wu Laoma, however, remained alert, not allowing the impending victory to cloud his judgment. In such critical moments, he needed to be cautious, as he was skeptical of Zhuge Jin's previous words. Suddenly, the night sky appeared to brighten. Zhuge Jin looked up, his gaze fixed on the Big Dipper, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Wu Laoma sensed something amiss and looked up as well. In the starry expanse, the Big Dipper shone brighter, and then, as if summoned, 7 beams of light descended from the heavens, striking the earth. A sense of foreboding washed over Wu Laoma. Is it the true disciple of Su? Nangong Huiyu exclaimed in delight. Wu Laoma's ears perked up, alarmed. The true disciples of the seven absolute sect were golden core cultivators, each a paragon among their peers. If a true disciple arrived, his doom was sealed. Wu Laoma's eyes darted to the sky, realizing that the 7 beams of starlight were approaching him. No, they are coming for me. His pupils constricted as he recognized the imminent danger. Without hesitation, he fled, spitting blood to fuel his speed. The 5 celestial demons returned to him, propelling Wu Laoma forward once more. At that moment, Su Yuan's consciousness remained in a state of echoing thought, perceiving the scene surrounding Zhuge Jin and his companions. Initially, his awareness could not influence this scenario due to the distance from the 7 absolute sect. However, empowered by the Big Dipper's strength, his golden intent descended alongside the cosmic energy, granting him control over the situation. His consciousness merged with the 7 beams of starlight. Activating the first technique of the 7 stars mysterious sword cannon, the 7 stars fall. Originally a sword technique mimicking the descent of the Big Dipper, it was now infused with the very essence of the stars themselves. Thus, this sword technique ascended to a pinnacle of perfection. The 7 beams transformed mid-air into 7 sword lights, instantly arranging themselves into the Big Dipper sword formation. The sharp golden sword intent surged forth, targeting Wu Laoma's psyche. Wu Laoma staggered, his body faltering as his previously swift movements came to a halt. He hastily steadied his mind to halt his descent and summoned his life-bound treasure. A demonic soul banner appeared above him, attempting to conceal his position to evade the impending attack. However, against a technique based on the celestial art derived from the Big Dipper, such concealment proved trivial. In an instant, the 7 swords locked onto Wu Laoma's position, striking down simultaneously. The demonic soul banner erupted with a formidable black light, clashing with the 7 swords for a brief moment before the black light dissipated, and the sword light sliced through the banner, dislodging a significant fragment and causing Wu Laoma to spit forth more black blood in connection to the banner. Go! Wu Laoma gritted his teeth, commanding the 5 mature celestial demons to counter the flying swords. Thud! 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 The sinister forms of the celestial demons collided with the sword lights, resulting in a spectacular explosion akin to thunder igniting the earth, both forces annihilating in the air. 5 celestial demons fell, leading to the disappearance of 5 sword lights. Yet, 2 sword lights continued their relentless approach. Wu Laoma conjured a defensive artifact, which self-destructed to block 1 sword light. The final sword light could not be avoided. He had to endure. Wu Laoma evaded as best he could, but 2 of his legs were severed. With a gesture, he caused his severed legs to ignite mid-air, enveloping his remaining form in a surge of blood light, allowing him to escape swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Wu Laoma vanished without a trace, though he appeared gravely wounded. Zhuge Jin and the others dared not pursue him further. Zhuge Jin stared blankly around, calling out, "Brother Su, where are you?" Silence ensued. Nangong Huiyu gazed at the Big Dipper above and remarked, "Perhaps the true disciple, Su, remains within the sect." What? Zhuge Jin looked at her in shock. Finally, he raised his gaze to the sky, where the Big Dipper regained its original brightness, and everything seemed to revert to normal. However, they knew deep down that they had been saved. Chapter 51. Re-entering the secret realm across the verdant expanse of Chinka continent. Numerous cultivators gazed towards the celestial alignment of the Big Dipper. A venerable master of the Zhaixing Tower, engaged in the profound art of celestial divination, murmured to himself, "Recently, the Big Dipper has undergone 2 notable anomalies, one above the 7 Absolute Sect and the other near an enigmatic relic, seemingly connected to the sect. It appears that the 7 Absolute Sect has birthed an extraordinary master of stellar cultivation, now recognized as an official celestial official of the Big Dipper." With a grave expression, the master continued, "It seems that the hidden strength of the 7 Absolute Sect surpasses my expectations. Who could this esteemed cultivator be?" Elsewhere, another eminent figure lamented, "In the future, the divinations will reveal a place for the 7 Absolute Sect. Should we extend an invitation to this fellow cultivator at the next divination conference?" Such discussions circulated among the higher echelons of the continent, remaining largely unknown to the lower-tier cultivators. Ding, fame value 530 ding, fame value 470 ding, fame value 514. A series of astonishing system notifications resonated in Su Yuan's ears. 27 alerts rang out in succession, each accompanied by substantial numerical values, resulting in an impressive surge of 13,500 fame points. This remarkable increase surpassed the total fame he had amassed previously, elevating his overall fame value to an impressive 25,000. This sudden transformation took Su Yuan completely by surprise. Su Yuan gazed in astonishment at the Big Dipper in the sky, pondering the origins of his burgeoning fame. However, there was truly no need for speculation. He was well aware that a notoriety value of around 500 typically indicated the presence of several cultivators at the transformation realm. This suggests that over 20 such adept beings had suddenly become aware of him, taking note of his existence. The recent event that triggered such significant attention was undoubtedly the appearance of the Big Dipper. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. Invoking the Big Dipper even once had drawn the attention of numerous formidable transformation realm experts. Fortunately, he had not chosen to summon something as thunderous as the reverberating thunder. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. As Su Yuan envisioned a group of transcendents visiting the 7 Absolute Sect, a chill ran down his spine. The notoriety they would bring was likely to escalate dramatically, and the ensuing troubles would be far beyond what he currently faced. At present, the changes in celestial phenomena were merely superficial, not yet provoking significant reactions from others. Lowering his head, Su Yuan glanced into the ring and was astonished to discover that the spiritual stones had drastically diminished by 330,000. Such an extravagant depletion was astonishing. Upon the return of Zhuge Jin and the others, he would certainly demand reimbursement, at least 5 million or more. Su Yuan mumbled to himself, then lazily reclined back in his chair, leisurely perusing a tome from his collection. What did it matter to him about the grand transformation of the divine? He remained ensconced within the confines of his home, leaving others in a state of anxiousness. Once more, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The 3 absolute peaks, formerly known as Hidden Peak, had been in a state of turmoil for a while. But as the disciples noted the prolonged absence of their peak master, they resumed their usual activities. Life continued as it had before the peak master's presence. The recruitment of new disciples had commenced, with a steady stream of students piloting flying vessels to various immortal cities to gather newcomers. The celestial seed valley was on the verge of reopening. A few days later, Yuan, feeling idle, summoned Song Kai. Hastily arriving, Song Kai promptly presented a ledger. "Senior brother, here are the accounts for the past 6 months. In this duration, we have earned a total of 378,920 spirit stones. I kindly ask you to review them." Song Kai spoke with utmost respect. Yuan exclaimed, 3,700,000? Are you certain? That figure seems rather exaggerated. Song Kai interjected, "We are leasing a large commercial building, selling items at competitive prices and exceptional quality, which has garnered considerable favor among loose cultivators and smaller factions, resulting in booming sales. With the support of the Zhou family, the Zhang family, and our Song family in the distribution of goods, our supply is abundant. Furthermore, with your esteemed reputation, it is entirely reasonable to achieve such revenue. This is still with yellow tier items. Once we venture into the sales of tier products, the income will undoubtedly soar. However, as time progresses, sales have gradually declined and are expected to stabilize at around 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones per month." Upon hearing this, Yuan waved his hand and said, "Let us engage solely in the business of qi refinement stage items. There is no need to venture into the realm of foundation establishment. The shops we open should not be overly large. A modest establishment akin to our previous one will suffice. We may consider setting up in less frequented areas of other markets, using the same name." Song Kai, taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Senior brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. As for the spirit stones, I shall only require half. You may allocate the other half as you see fit. Each family, subordinate, channel, and rental must be meticulously distributed, and I trust you to oversee these matters. Are you willing?" Upon hearing this, Song Kai's face flushed with excitement. "I am willing. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall handle it diligently," he replied earnestly. "By the way, where is Song Qian? I have not seen him," Yuan inquired. "Family matters required his return. Should we recruit another disciple to manage affairs?" "No need for that. Are you still a servant?" Yuan asked once more. "Thanks to your recognition, I am now an outer disciple," Song Kai responded. "Indeed. Your cultivation has reached the 4th layer of qi refinement, which is commendable. However, further effort is necessary. Thus, I shall recommend you for inner disciple status. While managing affairs is important, your cultivation must not be neglected." Yuan spoke up. Song Kai was taken aback upon hearing this, and then hesitantly replied, This might not be appropriate, right? It seems that there are only 2 slots for internal disciples recommended by the true transmission. Ah, a trivial matter." Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Song Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him, his heart brimming with joy. It appeared that the master placed great trust in him. Such a master was indeed worthy of his loyalty. From then on, he resolved to diligently manage the business endeavors. "If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to share them with me," Yuan offered. "Yes, senior brother," Song Kai responded. In a question-and-answer exchange, Yuan calmly and casually addressed many of Song Kai's inquiries, illuminating the path of qi refinement that lay ahead for him. Song Kai couldn't shake the feeling that he was in the presence of a formidable being. Yuan's effortless manner of dispelling doubts left him profoundly impressed. Such is the invaluable worth of the true transmission. After attending to his trivial matters, Yuan arrived at the celestial seed valley, accompanied by a group of spiritual fish. Yuan stood before a silver portal. Gazing at the entrance to this mystical realm, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. With a determined step, he crossed the threshold and calmly entered the shimmering gateway. Upon re-emerging, he found himself in a realm of silver skies and landscapes. Suddenly, a silver fox materialized, delicately covering its mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Yuan, you have finally arrived." Yuan smiled cheerfully and said, "Little Li, I apologize for the wait. Look what I have brought for you." Yuan flipped his hand and produced a steaming plate of roasted chicken. "What is this? It smells wonderful." Little Li inquired with curiosity. "It's roasted chicken, absolutely delightful. Come, let us go to Silver Spirit Falls to savor it." Yuan took a step forward, the stars accompanying him. In just a few strides, he traversed most of the secret realm and arrived at the edge of the Silver Spirit Falls. The little raccoon, the The spirit of the secret realm was able to keep up with Su Yuan in an instant. It exclaimed in astonishment, "How have you become so powerful? It has only been a little over a year, hasn't it?" Su Yuan chuckled cheerfully. "It's merely a modest improvement. Come, let us eat." Seated by the lakeside, each with a fox by their side, they indulged in roasted chicken while admiring the shimmering silver spirit waterfall. The little raccoon took a bite, and its eyes sparkled with delight, eagerly devouring the morsel without a care for appearances, clearly reveling in the feast. Su Yuan directly tossed it a storage pouch, which was already filled with an abundance of delicacies sufficient for the little raccoon to feast for an entire year. The little raccoon was overjoyed, hopping about by the lakeside, its psychological age still akin to that of a child despite having lived for countless years. Su Yuan was admiring the silver spirit waterfall, casually attuning himself to its essence. He could perceive that within the waterfall lay the profound truths of the universe, embodying 18 distinct principles. This was indeed the true treasure of the 7 Absolute Sect. "By the way, Little Li, do you desire companionship?" Su Yuan inquired. Little Li, filled with curiosity, replied, "I do wish for company. Here, I find myself with few beings to converse with, and it grows rather tedious." Su Yuan, fully aware of the situation, deftly flipped his hand, and a fish tank artifact soared forth, rapidly enlarging. 50 ethereal fish sprang to life within its confines. Shao Kai leapt directly from the artifact, and a mist of clouds coalesced beneath her, swirling curiously around the silver fox, as if intrigued by its nature. "This is Shao Kai, seemingly of the 9-colored celestial fish bloodline, quite suitable to be your companion," Su Yuan remarked. The little fox inquired with curiosity. "I can sense that it has reached the 2nd tier of energy, yet it appears unable to speak or communicate through consciousness. Its lineage must be exceptionally noble. It is still in its juvenile stage." "Indeed, quite so." Su Yuan nodded, gazing at the shimmering silver waters of the lake, and inquired, "Can the spiritual water here sustain fish?" "It should be possible, I suppose," Little Li replied uncertainly. "Let's give it a try." Su Yuan called out, "Shao Kai, go play inside." Shao Kai nodded and plunged into the lake composed of shimmering silver waters. Soon, delightful sounds escaped from Shao Kai as she joyfully swam through the lake, strands of the luminous silver liquid merging with her being, subtly enhancing her surface with an ethereal hue. Su Yuan observed that there were no unusual signs, and he released the 49 spirit fish into the water. The fish, akin to wild horses set free, swam joyously in the lake. Each was adorned with a radiant spectrum of 4 colors, their beauty enhanced against the shimmering silver of the water. As they glided gracefully, they gradually absorbed the luminous silver essence of the 3rd-tier spirit water, a remarkable nourishment for them, leading to a noticeable strengthening of their vitality. However, Su Yuan suddenly noticed that Shao Sanshirlu had unknowingly crept to the foot of the silver spirit waterfall. In her gaze fixed upon the waterfall above, a fleeting glimmer of yearning flickered. Su Yuan gazed at little 36 in bewilderment, pondering the intentions of this small creature. To his astonishment, little 36 suddenly sprang into action, leaping against the shimmering silver waterfall, soaring 3 times in succession and covering an impressive distance of 3 meters. However, it was ultimately swept down by the surging, luminous waters, plunging directly to the lakebed. Yet, this setback did not deter little 36. It emerged once more from the depths of the lake and launched itself upward again. Defying the waterfall, it ascended with slightly improved vigor, reaching 3.5 meters, but still succumbed to the relentless cascade. Su Yuan observed that during this series of failures, the aura of the young 36 did not diminish. Rather, it seemed to intensify. Su Yuan was taken aback as he lifted his gaze toward the higher reaches of the waterfall, where a silvery portal subtly manifested. This was a recent occurrence. He had initially perceived it merely as an exit from the secret realm. However, he suddenly felt an inexplicable and intense sense of déjà vu. The image of fish leaping over the dragon's gate flashed in his mind. Chapter 52. The transformation of fish into dragons. The actions of the little 36 drew the attention of other spiritual fish. Consequently, 49 spiritual fish unknowingly congregated beneath the waterfall. Subsequently, one by one, they began to swim upstream as if their bloodlines had been awakened, climbing with fervor. The sheer momentum stirred a sense of exhilaration within those who watched. Little Kai, witnessing this, was eager to join in. It swam to the base of the waterfall and then began to ascend against the current. With remarkable ease, it reached the summit of the waterfall and even passed through the portal, yet nothing transpired. Little Kai, puzzled, circled around the portal and then turned to Su Yuan with a bewildered expression. Su Yuan chuckled. You are the 9-colored celestial fish, and your lineage likely consists of this singular type. As for them, who knows how many bloodlines they possess? Among them, there may even exist a trace of the dragon clan, which constitutes their fortuity. Please lend a hand in observing them, ensuring they do not come to harm. Xiao Kai innocently blew a bubble and soared into the midst of the waterfall, curiously watching the movements of the ethereal fish. Xiao Li also flew to Xiao Kai's side, cheering on the spiritual fish with encouragement. Su Yuan watched with curiosity. After 3 hours, the progress of the spiritual fish was nearing its limits. The strongest among them, the 36th, could only reach 1/3 of the waterfall's height, still far from leaping over the silver gate. Su Yuan shook his head, exclaiming, "This is far from easy." During his observation, Su Yuan suddenly deduced a remarkable truth. The opportunity to leap through the dragon gate was exclusively granted to spirit fish of the Qi refinement realm. Once a spirit fish transcended to the Xian stage, equivalent to the foundation establishment level, the dragon bloodline within it would be subdued by the ordinary bloodline to the point of near obliteration, thereby forfeiting the chance to ascend through the dragon gate. Thus, this opportunity could be deemed exceedingly rare, yet equally arduous. Su Yuan contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to extend a hand of assistance to them. Their successes and failures were intertwined with Xiao Kai. It was due to her bloodline that their potential had experienced a significant enhancement, allowing them the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the yellow tier. However, this very elevation of Xiao Kai's bloodline had, conversely, repressed their own dragon lineage. Su Yuan comprehended their circumstances. Devoid of Xiao Kai, these spiritual fish might not even attain the lowest tier of the first rank. Yet now, they have reached the pinnacle of the upper tier of the first rank, a testament to the formidable strength of Xiao Kai's bloodline. However, this also signifies that Xiao Kai's influence over them is exceedingly profound. Su Yuan called Xiao Kai back. Xiao Kai swiftly flew over. You've been playing by the lake with Xiao Li for the past few days, Su Yuan remarked. Xiao Kai nodded in confusion and then ran off to play tail tag with Xiao Li. Su Yuan, utilizing the foundation of the 7-star profound body refinement technique, adeptly modified a cultivation method tailored specifically for the spiritual fish. The uniqueness of this technique lies in its shift of focus. Instead of merely honing the physical form, it emphasizes the purification of bloodlines, enabling these ethereal fish to refine the most potent bloodline within themselves. The alteration of this technique was relatively effortless for Su Yuan, as he seamlessly crafted it without even disrupting his rest intervals. Henceforth, it shall be named the 7-star pure blood secret art. With a flick of Su Yuan's finger, 49 beams of spiritual light surged into the bodies of the spirit fish. Subsequently, these spirit fish were momentarily dazed, with some of them sinking directly to the bottom of the water. Su Yuan remained calm and composed, seated by the lakeside as he awaited developments. Before long, some spiritual fish regained their senses. It appeared that due to the foundation laid by the 7-star profound true body refinement technique, their cultivation progressed swiftly, allowing them to swiftly grasp the new martial arts and begin purifying their bloodlines. Little 36 was the first to awaken, surfacing to express its gratitude to Su Yuan with a respectful bow before rejoining the others in their efforts to surge against the waterfall. Su Yuan smiled softly. There existed a considerable bond between him and these spirit fish. Although they were merely of the yellow tier upper grade, their intelligence was akin to that of a 13 or 14-year-old human, surpassing that of Xiao Kai significantly. The apparent foolishness of these spirit fish was merely a fraught, a means of aligning with Xiao Kai. The transformation of their cultivation methods had also induced changes within these fish. Each time little 36 surged through the waterfall, the 4-colored light enveloping it would dim slightly, while its inherent dragon bloodline would subtly strengthen. This was not an illusion. It was a natural effect of the Dragon Gate leap itself. The waterfall possessed the ability to purify the dragon bloodline, and when combined with the internal transformations, the metamorphosis of the spirit fish became increasingly pronounced and expedited. To Su Yuan's astonishment, some of the spirit fish exhibited a 4-colored radiance that not only remained but grew ever more vibrant. Although the number of colors diminished from 4 to 2, their lineage belonging to the 9-colored celestial fish was on the rise. Their performance in surging through the waterfall did not improve. Rather, it declined. Yet, the aura emanating from them was simultaneously on the ascent. This implied that, in the natural selection process of purifying their bloodlines, the dragon bloodline was being suppressed, and they had opted for Shao Kai's lineage instead. Su Yuan expressed his astonishment. In just 2 days, the innate bloodline within Shao Kai had surpassed even that of her congenital ancestry, elevating her bloodline rank to levels surpassing that of certain dragon clans. She truly lived up to her identity as a 9-colored celestial fish. Amidst these ethereal fish, Su Yuan also discovered an even more extraordinary specimen, Xiaojiao. Unlike the others, it had neither transformed into a dragon bloodline nor drawn closer to the 9-colored celestial fish bloodline. Instead, its form had taken on a resplendent silver hue, reminiscent of luminous silvery water. Clearly, within its bloodline, there existed a profound affinity with the shimmering silver water, which, in conjunction with the advantageous geographical conditions, led to this unique evolutionary path. Su Yuan could not help but marvel at the wonders of all things. Su Yuan realized that 27 days had elapsed. He had been observing the spirit fish leaping towards the dragon gate for nearly an entire month. He sensed the spirit fish becoming increasingly restless. Was time running short? Su Yuan understood. He turned his gaze towards the portal in the sky, which had begun to shimmer and blur. Clearly, the opportunity to leap through the dragon gate was even rarer than he had anticipated. However, there was little he could do to assist, for intervening in the realm beyond the dragon gate was fraught with difficulty. Otherwise, the leap would not be as arduous as the legends suggested. At that moment, the most formidable of the 36 spirit fish had already traversed 9/10 of the journey, yet the remaining 10th was proving to be more challenging than the previous 9. The other spirit fish were likewise caught between 8/10 and 9/10 of the way. They were so close to achieving their goal, yet the final stretch eluded them. How profoundly frustrating that must be. Su Yuan could discern a palpable sense of unwillingness and helplessness reflected in their eyes. Su Yuan sighed, and then suddenly had an idea. He called out to them, "Can you cooperate with each other? One after another, support each other as you ascend." His words caused the group of spirit fish attempting to leap through the dragon gate to pause momentarily. A cluster of spirit fish gathered at the base of the waterfall, engaging in communication amongst themselves. Ultimately, 49 spirit fish embarked on their challenge once more. However, this time there was a distinction. All the spirit fish leaped simultaneously. As they soared to 1/3 of the way up, those with the bloodline of the 9-colored celestial fish began to falter. They descended directly beneath the dragon bloodline spirit fish and forcefully struck their tails. In response, the other spirit fish vigorously struck their tails from the opposite direction. The crisp sounds echoed along the lakeside, and the tense atmosphere caused Shao Kai and Shao Li to cease their playful antics, while Su Yuan watched with eager anticipation. The two groups of spirit fish achieved a relay at the 1/3 mark of the waterfall. The 9-colored celestial fish bloodline spirit fish provided their companions with a boost, significantly accelerating the ascent of the other spirit fish. Soon, the second batch of spirit fish reached the 2/3 mark. A portion of them, realizing their hopes were dim, executed the same method as the first batch, precisely striking their tails to relay with the remaining spirit fish continuing their assault on the dragon gate. The first batch managed to send 20 spirit fish through, while the second batch followed with 15, leaving 14 spirit fish to continue their upward struggle. Before long, they collectively reached 9/10 of the distance. At this moment, each of them possessed a strength greater than ever before, each harboring the potential to leap through the dragon gate. Yet, they chose not to gamble. Instead, 7 spirit fish resolutely opted to withdraw. These 7 leaped beneath another 7 spirit fish. Shao Sanshir and Shao Qi exchanged glances, their eyes meeting briefly in midair. Shao Qi's gaze conveyed encouragement and hope, while a flicker of emotion and confidence shone in Shao Sanshir's eyes. As their tails collided, Shao Sanshir harnessed that surge of energy, propelling itself upward with renewed vigor, rapidly approaching the dragon gate. Alongside it, the other 6 spirit fish that had completed the relay were also ascending swiftly. The 7 spirit fish, carrying the aspirations of their remaining companions, surged forth and leaped over the summit of the waterfall. They succeeded. Shao Sanshir's head was the first to breach the dragon gate, and in that moment, an extraordinary cosmic law unfolded. That flattened fish head transformed into a dragon's head. Dragon horns emerged, followed by a dragon's mouth, whiskers, and scales, as the fish head fully metamorphosed into a dragon's head. The golden scales appeared exceedingly noble, This was a golden dragon. Behind the dragon head came the dragon's body and claws. The transformation so swift and miraculous that it left the onlookers in awe of the wonders of the universe. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Su Yuan promptly activated the entry status, initiating the 4 activation phases. The 30-day respite was instantaneously transformed into 4 minutes of profound insight. The myriad transformations of the 36 celestial entities and the 6 spiritual fish unfolded before Su Yuan's eyes, revealing a glimpse of the enigmatic laws of the universe. The entry of Tao follows nature was set in motion. The profound insights that Su Yuan could perceive were both rich and far-reaching. The transformation rooted in his bloodline left him deeply astounded. The metamorphosis of the spirit fish was remarkably fleeting, completing the astonishing transition from fish to dragon in a mere few minutes. They had evolved. At the moment they transcended the dragon gate, their aura surged from the first to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, a truly celestial leap. This should have been a moment of joy for the 7 spirit fish. Yet the newly transformed Zaya Sanchalite turned to gaze at the spirit fish in Silverlight Lake and at Su Yuan by the shore. 2 streams of dragon tears flowed from its dragon eyes, and it opened its mouth in an attempt to convey something. However, its form began to slowly dissipate. The remaining 6 spirit fish, now transformed into azure and yellow dragons, also turned their gaze downward, their dragon eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance. Their figures vanished, along with the dragon gate, completely disappearing from sight. Evidently, this dragon gate possessed a teleportation function, forcibly transporting the newly transformed dragonkin away. Su Yuan let out a long sigh. Children will inevitably have their moment of soaring through the skies. The future lies in your own hands. Su Yuan extended his palm, and 14 drops of dragon tears cascaded from the air, resting gently in his hand, coalescing into 14 orbs, each a different hue. Chapter 53, The Art of Transformation. Xiao Kai lay despondently beside Su Yuan on the water's surface, her eyes betraying a palpable sense of reluctance. Su Yuan gently patted its head. Do not be disheartened. You ought to feel joy for them. They have now truly transformed into authentic dragons, having undergone a remarkable metamorphosis into the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. It appears that after spending some time among the dragonkin, they will effortlessly ascend to the 4th tier, reaching the Yuaning level. The longevity of dragons is renowned, and you shall have the opportunity to meet again in the future, Su Yuan reassured. Little Kai nodded, and in her naive eyes, a fervent desire for strength began to emerge for the first time. The remaining 42 spirit fish encircled little Kai, swimming around her as her spirits gradually lifted. Those spirit fish that had begun to exhibit signs of dragon transformation swiftly reverted to the diverse bloodlines of the 9-colored celestial fish. Little Kai's bloodline influence was no less potent than that of the dragon gate, with the sole exception of the peculiar spirit fish, Little Jiao, which remained enveloped in a silvery glow, unable to revert. The 40-odd spirit fish joyfully frolicked in the lake. Su Yuan began to reflect upon the insights he had gleaned from his recent experiences. In the brief span of merely 4 minutes, he found that his revelations were limited. Primarily, he recognized the subtle advancements in the momentum of both the fire and wood elements, each having undergone a minor enhancement. This understanding stemmed from the profound principles of nature encapsulated within the Silver Spirit Falls. Since this was not the focal point of his current contemplation, the progress he made was modest, elevating his grasp from the rudimentary phase of momentum to a more intermediate level. Moreover, the most significant revelation pertained to the transformation of the 7 ethereal fish into dragons. This metamorphosis represented a profound alteration at the very essence of life itself. The intricacies of the laws intertwined within this transformation were far too complex for Su Yuan to fully comprehend in such a brief moment. However, he managed to grasp a few superficial aspects, leading him to the discovery of a unique technique for altering spells. This technique did not delve into the fundamental essence of life, but rather focused on external modifications. Although it pertained solely to outward changes, it proved to be sufficiently applicable in the realm of daily life. With a single thought, Su Yuan felt a surge within his dantian, where an extraordinarily intricate and magical talisman materialized. This talisman represented the transformation technique he had recently comprehended, composed of 7 subsidiary symbols. It drew inspiration from his own insights into the 7 stars technique and incorporated a touch of the formidable power of the Big Dipper. If he were to attempt to recreate it now, he would find himself unable, Although the process lingered in his memory, it remained merely a recollection. The profound state of understanding exceeded his usual capabilities by a considerable margin. 7 stars, fish-dragon transformation. In a fleeting moment, Su Yuan's body underwent a dazzling transformation, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors before he metamorphosed into a silver fox. Suddenly, a little raccoon appeared beside Su Yuan, extending its paw to pinch his tail. Upon experiencing the tangible sensation, the raccoon's eyes widened in astonishment, its mouth agape in utter disbelief. "Do not touch." Su Yuan, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, flicked his tail and took note of the transformation within his corporeal form. Evidently, he had indeed assumed a spectral appearance, with his aura fluctuating similarly to that of the little raccoon. However, his gender remained unchanged, indicating a flaw in the spell. The energy coursing through him was still the profound essence of Xianzhen. Should he employ any magic, it would be all too easy for his true nature to be revealed. The little raccoon exclaimed with delight, "How did you manage this? How have you become one of my kin?" Su Yuan remarked, "I have just witnessed the transformation of the young 36 into dragons, which has inspired me to comprehend a form of transformative magic. This does not pertain to a fundamental metamorphosis. I remain a member of the human race. However, in this magical state, I can maintain the semblance of a spiritual entity, albeit my capacity for imitation pales in comparison to yours." "That is indeed remarkable," Little Lee exclaimed. "You are truly impressive. While I merely observed the spectacle, you managed to unravel a spell? That is rather extraordinary. Even our ancestral master would likely kneel in reverence to seek you as a disciple." "Oh, not at all. I am still far from the level of our ancestral master," Su Yuan humbly replied. "What tier of spell is this? Can I learn it?" Little Lee inquired warmly. "In terms of tier, it is at least heavenly. If you wish to learn, it may prove to be quite a challenge. It is not that I am unwilling to teach you. Rather, you might find it exceedingly difficult to grasp." Su Yuan explained. "I would like to give it a try," Little Lee declared. "Very well." Su Yuan gestured, channeling all his insights regarding the spell into Little Lee through his consciousness. Little Lee stood in place, absorbing the information for a full 3 hours before finally regaining her senses, her eyes wide with confusion and terror as she gazed at Su Yuan. This. How could a mere human possibly learn this? What distinguishes it from divine abilities?" Little Lee exclaimed in disbelief. "Of course, there is a distinction. This is not a true divine ability. Theoretically, even an ordinary Golden Core practitioner could learn it," Su Yuan clarified. Little Lee let out a sigh. "I think I will go find little Kai to play." She turned to leave, clearly wishing to distance herself from Su Yuan, overwhelmed by the pressure. Su Yuan was rendered speechless. "Is this not what you wish to learn?" This technique of transformation embodies the culmination of Su Yuan's knowledge. To master it, one must first grasp a fundamental understanding of all that he has previously studied. Following this, a high degree of comprehension is required to perceive the profound transformations of the dragon's way. Indeed, it poses quite a challenge. Does this spell possess any particular significance? Su Yuan pondered for a moment and realized that aside from the times he amused Xiao Li and Xiao Kai, it was truly of little use at other moments. Su Yuan dispelled the spell, returning to his original form. After casting a glance at the spiritual beasts in the valley, he departed from the secret realm. As the reopening of the immortal seed valley was imminent, and he needed to attend to his duties, Gu Qingzhu searched the valley thoroughly. Yet he could not find a trace of Su Yuan. Upon reaching the depths of the valley, he encountered Elder Nangong Xian, his expression fraught with urgency as he inquired, "Elder, where has that Su Yuan fellow gone? He has vanished for quite some time, and I have searched everywhere else without success. He should be in the secret realm." Contemplating the silver spirit waterfall, Elder Nangong replied, "What? He is allowed to re-enter the trial secret realm?" Gu Qingzhu exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I witnessed it myself. He even brought in dozens of fish," Elder Nangong stated matter-of-factly. The mention of fish caused Gu Xiaoming's mouth to twitch, evidently recalling an unpleasant incident. Elder Nangong suddenly turned his gaze towards a particular direction in the valley. "He has emerged." Gu Xiaoming sighed in relief. "This rascal. He only emerges when there is but one day left. Very well, I must have a word with him and urge him to cultivate patience. Indeed, that is necessary. His lazy disposition needs correction." Elder Nangong concurred. Thereafter, Gu Xiaoming hurriedly departed. Elder Nangong observed as Gu Xiaoming eagerly approached Su Yuan. enthusiastically introducing him to the various structures within the Immortal Seed Valley and discussing the forthcoming disciples. The fervor with which he spoke hardly resembled the admonishment he had intended. Elder Nangong's eyelid twitched. He suddenly felt that this leader had become somewhat ineffectual. With individuals like you in charge, this sect is destined for ruin, he lamented, recalling the words of his junior, Nangong Huiyu, during a recent visit. This lad can cast spells over such a vast distance. What extraordinary technique is this? To achieve such feats at the Golden Core level is rather preposterous. He found himself intrigued and wished to learn, yet approaching him directly would be quite embarrassing. However, this young man appeared willing to impart his extraordinary skills to the disciples. With a smirk, Elder Nangong activated a certain mystical technique, causing his appearance to undergo a remarkable transformation, as if he were rejuvenating. He shifted from an elderly man to a prosperous middle-aged figure, then to a youthful visage of a spirited teenager, the weariness of age vanishing from his eyes. His attire transformed instantly into that of a humble commoner, and his skin darkened slightly, with calluses forming on his hands. Elder Nangong spun around, trimming away excess hair, thus presenting himself as a newly initiated disciple of the Immortal Seed Valley. He even modified the records within the valley using his spiritual sense, an act witnessed by the formation spirit, which chose to remain silent, unlike its usual behavior around the leader. Feeling a strange sensation, Gu Xiaoming raised his head in confusion. What is it? Su Yuan inquired. I have an odd feeling that someone is disparaging me from behind. Every so often, I experience this sensation. It's no great matter. Perhaps it's just the demonic sect reminiscing about me. Gu Xiaoming shook his head dismissively. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. It seems that the sect leader holds a prestigious reputation within the demonic sect. Sect leader Gu replied with a faint smile. Indeed, during my time, I traversed the demonic realm with great prowess, successfully eliminating 3 Yuan-ing demon cultivators and retrieving a treasured artifact. I amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Gu laughed heartily. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. That is truly impressive. Master Gu smiled modestly. Well, that should suffice regarding the matters of the Immortal Seed Valley. You might also take this opportunity to scout for inheritors of exceptional skills. There are indeed a few promising newcomers among this cohort. Certainly, I shall impart a portion of the profound arts and observe how much they can absorb. Su Yuan responded, harboring no great expectations. Ah, that may not be so simple. The higher-ups within the sect are already aware of your situation, and this time they have admitted quite a number of genuine prodigies. It will be different. Master Gu patted Su Yuan on the shoulder. Do you have any concerns? None at all. Anyone can come, but to truly master it, a certain degree of talent is likely required. Su Yuan replied. Well, that is their own affair. Master Gu shook his head. If they cannot learn, they are simply not cut out for it. They cannot blame others. After Master Gu finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. Looking skyward, he expressed a hint of anxiety. Su Yuan, I must take my leave. I feel as if a formidable demon is casting a curse upon me. I need to return to the sect's main hall for safety. Damn it. Is it because I killed 3 magical beasts? They still remember that. With a string of curses, Gu Qingzhu hurried away. Chapter 54. Su Yuan, at last. It's my turn. The Immortal Seed Valley buzzed with activity once again. Over 1,000 young men from the 7 Absolute sect, who had come from various regions, gathered here to embark on a fresh journey. Some were curious, others filled with reverence, while a few nervously explored the valley. Yet, among them were some disciples who appeared remarkably composed. One young man stood with his sword cradled in his arms, eyes closed, as if he were a shadowy assassin cloaked in the shade of a tree. A tall young woman, her gaze occasionally flickering with an inner fire, possessed an innate otherworldly quality. Others sat together, animatedly discussing their future cultivation journeys. Hey, Brother Wang, do you know what is going on? I was unexpectedly summoned from my family's secret grounds. It feels as if something significant is unfolding. I'm not sure, but I've heard that true children of heavenly roots have also arrived at the Immortal Seed Valley. Heavenly roots? Wow, the pinnacle of excellence, indeed. Among the elite, there lies a hierarchy, and those who attain the utmost peak of cultivation roots are referred to as heavenly. Such roots dramatically increase the likelihood of achieving the Yuan-ing stage and can lead directly into the sect's inner ranks, bypassing the Immortal Seed Valley. Yet, to think they had also come here. Many were filled with anticipation for this trip to the Immortal Seed Valley. In a corner, Nangong Xianwing stifled a yawn. lazily leaning against a rock. A female disciple approached curiously. "Senior brother, where are you from?" Nangong Xianwing yawned again. "Little girl, why don't you run along?" The female disciple puffed up her chest. "I'm not little." Nangong Xianwing felt helpless, suddenly remembering his youth. He realized he had once been so handsome that he attracted several romantic entanglements. Now, having reverted to his youthful appearance, he had momentarily forgotten to alter his looks. "I'm not interested, don't disturb me." Nangong Xianwing yawned once more. Yet, the female disciple refused to give up, lying beside him and whispering, "My name is Xia Yingying, from the Blood Jade clan. This is my first time outside, and I've never seen so many people." Nangong Xianwing ignored her. She continued, "I don't know why, but sitting next to you feels incredibly comfortable. Do you carry something special?" At her words, Nangong Xianwing opened his eyes in surprise, scrutinizing her. He noticed within Xia Yingying a seed of blood-red flame, brimming with extraordinary potential. This is the pure-blooded daughter of the Blood Jade clan. Such a girl has also been assigned to the Immortal Seed Valley? It's not that I possess anything special. It's your unique constitution that allows you to sense higher-grade spiritual energy more acutely, he explained, then closed his eyes again to rest. Constitution? Oh, so you do have something good. Can I see it? Xia Yingying asked curiously. Nangong Xianwing turned away. Xia Yingying muttered something about stinginess before curiously observing the other disciples. Gradually, over 1,000 disciples gathered in the square, awaiting the arrival of the Valley Master. As the sun set and the night grew dim, the moonlight was soft yet bright. The young men had been waiting for quite some time and began to grow anxious. "Where's the Valley Master? I just want to go back and take a nap. Look, there are formal disciples watching us. What kind of person is the Valley Master? I heard it's an old man. I want to become an immortal. I wonder how powerful immortals are." The chatter grew increasingly loud. Just then, a ringing sound echoed across the square. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sound of swords suddenly resonated throughout the square. The disciples immediately fell silent, all gazing skyward. Above, 7 beams of sword light descended from the heavens, each massive sword shadow stretching over 100 meters long. The disciples stared in awe, their eyes wide, frozen in astonishment. The sword lights, blue, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, pierced through the clouds, enveloping the entire square, shimmering like an unparalleled giant sword poised to cleave the heavens. 7 colossal sword lights intertwined midair, forming a multicolored pathway that reached the very apex of the sky. Straining their eyes, the crowd beheld a young man, towering at 180 meters, stepping forth from the radiant light. With each step he took, the universe resonated with the sound of clashing metal. Golden light erupting beneath his feet, transforming into countless pure spiritual energies that fell like golden blossoms. The 7 great swords hovered before him, and to the astonished gazes of the crowd, they morphed from sword tips to sword hilts into soaring 7-colored true dragons. Each detail of the dragon, its head, neck, scales, claws, and tail, was vividly lifelike, exuding an undeniable spirit. The dragons emanated a faint aura of majesty, capable of overwhelming all beings. From the bodies of the 7 true dragons emerged chains, conjuring a multicolored chariot that appeared out of thin air behind him. The young man ascended onto the chariot, allowing the 7 dragons to pull him swiftly through the air. Among the crowd, Nangong Xianwing's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a grand entrance from Su Yuan. This display was rather excessive, wasn't he? He could discern that the giant swords, the giant figure, and the true dragons were all mere illusions conjured by magic, mere facades, lacking true power, yet undeniably imposing. Hadn't he noticed that all the disciples were left speechless? This entrance could easily rival that of a transcendent being. As they approached the high platform, Su Yuan and the 7 dragons gradually diminished in size until, upon reaching the high platform, they returned to their normal stature. The 7 tiny dragons danced around Su Yuan, then soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Su Yuan revealed himself in a pale blue Taoist robe, no longer exhibiting any peculiarity, appearing as an ordinary scholar of the mortal realm, simple and unadorned. The entire audience remained in stunned silence. A group of young novices who had just entered the realm of immortals found themselves utterly captivated. It was their first encounter with a true dragon, a spectacle imbued with genuine draconic majesty, enough to leave an indelible impression upon their souls for a lifetime. And the unforgettable Su Yuan, who commanded these true dragons, was a memory they would cherish above all else. Su Yuan stealthily glanced at the system panel and was astonished to find that his fame value had surged by 324 points. It is worth noting that these individuals were merely ordinary mortals, whose contributions to fame are typically minimal. However, the substantial increase in fame value he received now indicates that the recognition level of the same individual can indeed result in significant discrepancies in the fame value bestowed. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and regarded all the disciples with an expression of calmness. His voice, though unembellished, resonated profoundly in the ears of everyone present. I am Su Yuan. My identity remains confidential. For the time being, I serve as the master of the immortal Seed Valley, here to impart the foundational teachings of cultivation to you all. Su Yuan spoke in a calm tone. You have yet to enter the path and remain unaware of the countless obstacles ahead. The road to immortality is strewn with the bones of the fallen, and only those who come after shall bear the scars of their names. I do not expect any of you to achieve immortality. Rather, attaining the mere transformation into a divine spirit and living for 10 millennia should be your most immediate aspiration. The disciples were left bewildered, including the venerable Nangong, whose lips twitched at the absurdity of the notion of merely transforming into a divine spirit when many among them had yet to reach the stage of the nascent soul. The foundation for such transformation lies in establishing a solid path and comprehending the essence of the Tao. Exceptional spiritual roots inherently possess a semblance of Tao intent, which, when awakened, significantly eases the path to becoming a divine spirit. Yet, the question remains, how does one awaken this potential? This requires a lineage, a profound mastery. And for those with inferior spiritual roots, an exceptionally high-quality inheritance is essential to defy fate and attain the transformation into a divine spirit. Such inheritances and arcane knowledges are the very foundation upon which our 7 absolute sect is built, the cornerstone of our destiny. However, to acquire these teachings, most of you will likely find your opportunities severely limited, as even those with exceptional roots must accumulate contributions for exchange, without having obtained the necessary teachings. Even becoming a golden core true person and living for a few hundred years will be a distant dream, regardless of your tenacity or resolve. Upon hearing these words, many disciples' expressions darkened, for they were not fools. They understood that the arcane arts are notoriously difficult to master, and the reality that they might not even get a chance to attempt learning was painfully evident. Su Yuan smiled faintly and said, I once possessed a low-grade spiritual root, yet I have established a flawless foundation for the Tao. What constitutes a flawless foundation for the Tao? It is the inevitable path to achieving the transformation into divinity. Clearly, I possess a legacy, though it does not belong to one of the 7 peaks. Rather, it is a creation born from my comprehension of the classics left by my predecessors. Even those with low-grade spiritual roots may aspire to comprehend the art of cultivation. You all are extraordinarily fortunate to encounter my inaugural presence at the immortal Seed Valley, and thus, I grant you an opportunity to learn from this legacy. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes brightened, and they turned to Su Yuan with astonishment and delight. With a grand gesture, Su Yuan conjured 630 tomes into the air. He proclaimed that his unparalleled teachings were divided into 9 volumes, each containing 70 scriptures encompassing various disciplines such as martial arts, footwork, formations, runes, swordsmanship, astrology, deduction, and transformation. If any of you can comprehend all the scriptures in the first volume, attaining a superior foundational level of Tao will be effortlessly within your grasp. I shall place all 70 scriptures of the first volume within the library. Once you achieve the second layer of Qi refining, you may freely visit the library to exchange for them. As for the advanced scriptures, you will need to master the first volume or exchange them using contribution points in the future. With a grand gesture, Su Yuan sent 70 volumes soaring towards the library of collected works, while 560 volumes ascended to the scripture pavilion. Nangong Xianwen gazed at the books with glimmering eyes, eager to discover the essence of these so-called ultimate arts and the challenges they might entail. A few disciples displayed expressions of disdain. Their lofty standards rendered ordinary ultimate arts unworthy of their attention. Su Yuan paid no heed to the reactions of the disciples and proclaimed, Now, let us commence the process of channeling energy into our bodies. Su Yuan, akin to the venerable elder of the valley, imparted the foundational techniques for channeling energy into the body and ignited the fragrant incense. Over 1,000 disciples, having emerged from their stupor, seated themselves cross-legged, commencing their meditative journey to comprehend the influx of energy. At the moment of Su Yuan's entrance, he had shattered numerous spirit stones, transforming them into golden petals that cascaded across the plaza. Consequently, the aura within the square became exceptionally dense, significantly diminishing the difficulty of energy absorption. In the shadows, Gu Qingzhu observed this spectacle in silence. Typically, Su Yuan maintained a rather low profile, yet, upon arriving at the Immortal Seed Valley, he appeared exceedingly ostentatious. Such grandiosity was quite unbecoming. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuan possessed a reputation system, allowing him to amplify his fame with each display, while he refrained from boasting outside. Within the Immortal Seed Valley, surrounded by novices, he felt liberated to showcase his prowess, unbothered by any excess. Should word of his audacious claims reach other cultivators, it would merely elicit a chuckle. After all, who would regard the extravagant declarations of a kindergarten teacher with any seriousness? End of chapter. The next one will be available later. Chapter 55. No one learns. Incense ignited. Su Yuan stood calmly to the side, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Soon, within a mere quarter of an hour, a disciple began to emanate waves of spiritual energy, which rapidly intensified. Su Yuan gazed in astonishment. The speed of cultivation was truly extraordinary. The male disciple, upon rising, promptly made his way towards Su Yuan. With a respectful gesture, he saluted. Guyu pays his respects to the esteemed Master Su. Indeed, your talents are remarkable. To have achieved a breakthrough to the qi refining stage so swiftly is commendable. Su Yuan expressed his admiration. Gu Yu, with a serious demeanor, inquired, given my innate spiritual roots, might it be possible for me to join Master Su's esteemed sect at this moment? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was momentarily speechless and remarked, you are quite direct. But there is truly no need for such formality. The knowledge I possess has already been stored in the library. You may simply go and learn it for yourself. Nevertheless, please do continue, Valley Master. Gu Yu inquired. However, you should consider whether you truly wish to learn. Truth be told, I was merely boasting earlier. I am, at best, only half a step into the golden core stage. Therefore, take my words with a grain of salt. For I have never been one to prepare a script for my bravado. Su Yuan smiled faintly, his expression brimming with pride. Gu Yu's gaze widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, What? Valley Master, you are merely half a step into the golden core? From your earlier demeanor, I felt you were far superior to the sect leader. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, It is all merely special effects, not to be taken seriously. Is it true or false? Just as Gu Yu found herself questioning her very existence, another 8 disciples transcended into the qi refinement stage within a mere quarter of an hour. These disciples predominantly possessed exceptional spiritual roots. Typically, the emergence of even one would be remarkable, yet now, astonishingly, there appeared 9 in succession. Among them was the unassuming Nangong Xianwang, who stood at the periphery, rendering him quite inconspicuous. Gu Yu still found it hard to believe and queried, Sect leader, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? If your abilities were indeed limited, how could you have authored 630 scriptures? Su Yuan spread his hands and remarked, There exists something known as water literature. It is entirely commonplace for 10 volumes of scriptures to yield 1,000. He cast a glance at the 9 exceptional spiritual roots and continued, You would do well to refrain from emulating my fancifully concocted scriptures, as they were originally designed to bamboozle the ordinary disciples. Instead, focus on your own paths. Achieving the Yuan Ying stage is well within your grasp. Xia Ying blinked in astonishment and exclaimed, Master Gu, you appear remarkably youthful. How old are you? Su Yuan gazed at the female disciple in silence and said, I am merely 2 years your senior, having only joined the sect 2 years ago. Thus, in essence, I am your senior brother, which is precisely why I must maintain my anonymity. Remember, do not emulate my scriptures. They are intended for those self-important disciples with superior spiritual roots, who, upon studying them, are left questioning their very existence. This, in turn, drives them to exert themselves doubly in their cultivation. You need not concern yourselves with such matters, for you possess innate talent. Several elite disciples exchanged glances, their expressions rife with confusion and astonishment. Previously, when the sect leader had postured, they were momentarily taken aback, believing they had encountered a formidable expert, only to discover he was merely a half-step golden core cultivator. If he was only half-step, it implied he had yet to attain the golden core stage, remaining within the foundation establishment realm. Such grandiose claims of attaining immortality and divinity by their sect leader now seemed utterly absurd. One elite disciple shook his head. So that is how it is. I had high hopes for nothing. I have my family's legacy. I am too busy mastering my own practices to entertain the idea of studying that. Why would I bother? I have no interest in the teachings of a nascent soul elder, let alone a golden core master. Am I a fool? The elite disciples vehemently shook their heads, expressing their refusal to study, lamenting the sect leader for leading them astray. Upon hearing this, Guyu also sighed, saying, "Sect leader, it seems I have misunderstood. I apologize for my earlier remarks regarding apprenticeship. It was my impertinence." Upon hearing this, Yuan glanced at the crowd with great satisfaction. "I understand your sentiments. You feel as though I have deceived you, do you not? I acknowledge this. Therefore, if any of you can break through to the fourth layer of chi refinement before leaving the valley, I shall personally bestow upon each of you a resource valued at 10,000 spirit stones. While this may not be a substantial amount, it shall certainly aid you in your initial cultivation journey." "Thank you, Valley Master," Xie Ying immediately exclaimed with a clear voice. "Thank you, Valley Master." The other disciples echoed in gratitude. Despite Su Yuan being merely 2 generations their senior, his prowess far surpassed theirs. Demonstrating even the most basic respect is a fundamental quality that cultivators in the realm of immortality must possess. Those lacking such qualities often meet a swift demise. Su Yuan waved his hand, signaling that they need not be overly formal, and then calmly continued to await the other disciples as they guided their energy into their bodies. A few exceptional disciples began to engage in light conversation, quietly critiquing the unreliability of the sect leader Su Yuan, expressing their disdain for the scriptures, showing no inclination to learn from them. Each one spoke with genuine sincerity, which eased the tension among the group considerably. Su Yuan, guided by the teachings and example of the venerable elder, effortlessly completed the initiation ceremony for novice disciples. The lectures for inner disciples were duly arranged by the sect's appointed officials. After finishing the introduction, Su Yuan clapped his hands and departed leisurely. He returned to the trial secret realm to play with Xiao Li and Xiao Kai. Although he was not oblivious to the outside world, with the resonance of his mind, Su Yuan could observe the disciples' situations remotely, rendering his physical presence unnecessary. Nangong Xinwen, having witnessed Su Yuan enter the secret realm, waited for 3 days without seeing him emerge. While he secretly cursed Su Yuan's laziness, he also felt a sense of delight. Since Su Yuan was indifferent, he could act boldly. He hurried to the entrance of the library pavilion. For a top-tier genius, 3 days was ample time to advance to the second layer of chi refinement. Upon entering the library pavilion, he found 8 disciples already engrossed in their studies. The 70 scriptures were prominently displayed, easily visible at a glance. In front of these scriptures, the 8 elite disciples with exceptional spiritual roots were diligently reading. As Nangong Xinwen entered, the 8 disciples looked up, and an awkward silence ensued among the 9 of them. Observing their actions, Nangong Xinwen couldn't help but ask, "Did you not say you wouldn't study these scriptures?" Guyu cleared his throat and replied, "I'm not studying. Just taking a look. I possess a heavenly spiritual root. Do you know what that means? I learn quickly and have plenty of free time. It's crucial to broaden my horizons by reading." He chuckled. "My grandmother sent me to study, so I must comply. Otherwise, I'll face her wrath." Xia Ying flashed a playful smile at Nangong Xinwen. Nangong Xinwen was speechless, realizing that these disciples had indeed received some guidance. "Ahem, if you wish to read. Come back after reaching the second layer of chi refinement." At that moment, Inqin seemed to awaken from the commotion but kept his eyes closed. Lying on a rocking chair, "I have already reached the second layer of chi refinement," Nangong Xinwen stated calmly. "Huh." Inqin opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Nangong Xinwen. "You resemble an old servant of mine. Speaking of which, where has he been lately? He hasn't informed me of his whereabouts." Inqin murmured, then produced a jade stone. "Place your palm on it." Nangong Xinwen sighed. This kid's gossip was truly vexing. He complied and placed his hand on the jade stone, which emitted 2 beams of light, leaving Inqin momentarily dazed. "Incredible. This is the 9th one. Have we stumbled upon a nest of geniuses this generation? It's truly extraordinary." Inqin felt utterly astonished. Nangong Xinwen formally entered the library pavilion and surveyed the disciples present. One was a junior from the Wang family, possessing exceptional dual spiritual roots, and another. Wait. Nangong Xianweng exchanged a glance with a female cultivator, both momentarily taken aback. Previously unnoticed, he now perceived that her aura was also concealed. She was Yu Mei, a divine transformation elder from the Seven Absolute sect, who had come to witness Su Yuan's groundbreaking techniques. While there was nothing wrong with this, the awkwardness arose from being caught off guard. They silently turned away, refraining from uttering a word. Nangong Xianweng approached a scripture and began to read its contents. 7-Star Mystic Body Refinement Technique, Volume 1. Learning Foundations, The Big Dipper Formation. Volume 1. Astronomy and Symbolism. Introductory Section, Mystic Transformation Techniques, Simplified Version, Initial Understanding of Body Refinement, compiled by Su Yuan. Ignoring the Learning Foundation hints, Nangong Xianweng delved into the first volume. Soon, lines of intricate body refinement methods filled his gaze. As he read, his brow furrowed. He comprehended about 50 to 60% of the content, yet still found a significant portion unclear. After flipping through for a while, he accumulated numerous questions and decided to consult the other texts as per the Learning Foundation suggestions. As he perused one scripture after another, his astonishment grew. The difficulty was indeed considerable. For a chi refinement cultivator, mastering these techniques would be an arduous challenge. Yet, remarkably, the inheritance provided by Su Yuan was extraordinarily detailed. To what extent? In the scripture Initial Understanding of Body Refinement, compiled by Su Yuan, there were 365 methods of body refinement, each with comprehensive explanations and insights. Every step included knowledge references, indicating where to find the relevant texts in the library pavilion for further study. Thus, to fully grasp just this one scripture could require reviewing a staggering total of 1,080 related texts. It was undeniably detailed, yet undeniably challenging. These 70 scriptures were essentially equivalent to 70 catalogs. If one were to master them all, it would be akin to having studied the majority of the entire library pavilion. Nangong Xianweng's eye twitched, momentarily at a loss as to how to evaluate Su Yuan's so-called ultimate techniques. This was the first time he had encountered such a meticulously detailed and practical method, systematically categorized and explicated, all with clear paths to follow. However, the difficulty was indeed tenfold greater than other ultimate techniques. It was foreseeable that those lacking in comprehension would falter along the way. Yet Nangong Xianweng felt that this inheritance was profoundly worthy of exploration, as it would significantly enhance a cultivator's comprehension, deduction abilities, and resilience. Nangong Xianweng's lips curled into a smirk. But this is merely the beginning. It shall not daunt me. However, what could Su Yuan mean by dividing this inheritance into 9 volumes? This volume appears quite comprehensive and could potentially allow cultivation up to the foundation establishment level, right? Nangong Xianweng sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was. Chapter 56. The Allure of Ultimate Techniques in the Lecture Hall. Yi Bufan sat in the instructor's seat, delivering a lecture to the newly initiated disciples. He had now reached the 8th layer of chi refinement, his strength peaking at the pinnacle of chi refinement. As an outstanding disciple of the inner sect, he was naturally qualified to teach at the Immortal Seed Valley. Upon hearing that Su Yuan had become the Valley Master, he was quite surprised and decided to visit the valley to ascertain Su Yuan's current situation. However, after arriving at the Immortal Seed Valley, aside from witnessing Su Yuan's ostentatious entrance on the first day, he had not seen him again. That concludes today's lesson. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Yi Bufan addressed the disciples below, adhering to convention. Immediately, numerous disciples raised their hands, even some from the front row. Upon noticing that it was Gu Yu, the heavenly spiritual root disciple, who had a question, Yi Bufan curiously gestured for her to speak. "Hello, Master Yi. I am Gu Yu," she inquired. "I have been studying the Instantaneous Spell Casting Techniques book, which states that low-level spells must achieve an instantaneous casting, where they can be invoked with mere thought, to be deemed barely usable. However, you mentioned earlier that as long as one can employ hand seals and utilize magical artifacts, they can be executed in a matter of breaths for practical combat. Is that not somewhat hasty?" Yi Bufan, upon hearing this, expressed his confusion. "Whose writings are these? Instantaneous casting is only achievable after a profound understanding of spells. If one does not dedicate 3 to 5 or even 8 years to comprehend them, how could they attain instantaneous casting? Delaying for so long before entering combat would mean one's cultivation has surpassed the spell's effectiveness." This book has been authored by the esteemed Master Su Yuan, who has meticulously cataloged the 3,000 prevalent spells and distilled their commonalities into 118 distinct characteristics. Should one grasp these fundamental traits and attain a rudimentary understanding of the spells, they would be capable of instantaneous casting. Personally, I feel that Master Su's assertions are not mere exaggeration. I have heard that Master Yi is a disciple of the peak of techniques, and should be aware of this matter, right? Guyu spoke up. Yi Bufan fell silent for a moment, appearing somewhat dazed as he recalled the various teachings imparted by the Golden Elixir Elder. Upon finally identifying similar concepts, he responded, "This indeed falls within the realm of cosmic truths. In the current realm of cultivation, these cosmic truths are categorized into realms of technique, force, intent, and spirit. Among them, the realm of technique requires cultivators to comprehend the essence and profundity of spells, thereby reaching the realm of technique. Attaining this level enables one to establish a foundation and condense at least a mid-grade, if not high-grade, Dao foundation." He paused briefly before continuing. "What you refer to as the commonalities of spells must be those 118 realms of technique. For an ordinary person to grasp, even one may require decades. Discussing the instantaneous casting of low-tier spells at that point seems to be a case of putting the cart before the horse." Upon hearing this, Guyu suddenly realized, "Is this what the sect master refers to as the realm of technique? I had no idea that Master Su had already summarized 118 of them. No wonder I have found the learning curve so steep. It took me several days just to get started." Yi Bufan nodded. "Do you understand what you are saying? Have you made a breakthrough?" His expression was one of evident astonishment. "Indeed, I have comprehended one and barely made my entry. I have some questions regarding this realm of technique, and I would appreciate your guidance, Master Yi." Just as Guyu was about to pose his inquiry, he witnessed Yi Bufan suddenly rise and soar away on his sword from the lecture hall. "I apologize. I have urgent matters to attend to. Let your questions await the next lesson." Guyu gazed at Yi Bufan's receding figure, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Xia Yingying pouted. "Were you doing that on purpose? Is it amusing to provoke the senior brothers?" Guyu, upon hearing this, straightened his expression. "What are you saying? I do not comprehend. As a novice, is it not reasonable that I am unfamiliar with these matters?" Xia Yingying, dismissing him with a glance, turned to Nan Gongxian Wang, her curiosity piqued. "Nan Gongshanyu, I recall you also delved into that scripture. Have you discerned any commonalities among the spells?" Nan Gongxian Wang glanced at the somewhat smug Guyu and replied nonchalantly, "I have grasped a few, just 5. Guyu stared in astonishment. "Are you boasting?" Calmly, Nan Gongxian Wang raised his hand, and spiritual energy began to dance at his fingertips, coalescing into the shape of a mountain, then transforming into a bird, and then into a leaf, displaying remarkable vitality, just as described in the scriptures regarding entry-level manifestations. Guyu's faint smile froze instantly. He gazed incredulously at Nan Gongshanyu, his expression growing serious for the first time. "I did not expect there to be other experts," Guyu remarked, fixated on Nan Gongshanyu. Nan Gongxian Wang coolly replied, "Do not overlook Yingying. She has already comprehended 3 as well." "What?" Guyu turned to Xia Yingying, who looked innocently wide-eyed. Glimmers of flame occasionally flickered in her gaze, appearing quite extraordinary. Stunned, she exclaimed, "I have grasped 3? But I have not even read that book. Try to condense your spiritual energy into the forms of a firebird, a volcano, and flames," Nan Gongxian Wang suggested. "Oh," Xia Yingying responded, puzzled, extending her palm. A flicker of spiritual energy appeared at her fingertips, and following Nan Gongxian Wang's instructions, she successfully transformed it, displaying a level of artistry even more exquisite than Guyu and Nan Gongxian Wang had previously shown. It was evident that Xia Yingying had made significant progress in these 3 realms of technique. Guyu rose and hurriedly exited, his demeanor flustered. "He resembles that Master Yi, doesn't he?" Xia Yingying chuckled. The nearby elite disciples silently observed this scene, lowering their heads and pretending to be passers-by as they quietly departed, as though fleeing from a ferocious beast. Nan Gongxian Wang smiled and also took his leave. "Wait for me, Shanyu," Xia Yingying called after him, curiosity bubbling over. "How did you know I had comprehended those 3 realms? I did not even notice myself." "Did not notice?" Nan Gongxian Wang smirked. "Weren't you constantly showing off in front of me, manipulating spiritual energy to tease small creatures?" "What? I was merely playing," Xia Yingying protested. "I always thought you were diligently practicing. Is that so?" "Ah, yes. I was indeed practicing diligently," Nangong Xian Wing shook his head, continuing toward the library, with Xie Yingying trailing behind. Do not follow me. Hee, I am simply taking the same path. Upon reaching the scripture repository, several elite disciples reconvened. However, they no longer paid heed to the gazes of others. Each was engrossed in the scriptures before them, as though harboring a shared determination. Among them, Yi Bufan was notably present, poring over a treatise on instant casting spells, his brow furrowed in concentration, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Is this scripture penned by Su Yuan? It cannot be. Although he previously surpassed me somewhat, it should not be to such an extent. Who truly possesses the elite spiritual root? I cannot even comprehend a single text he has written, and there are hundreds more like it. Yi Bufan fell into a state of existential dread. As Nangong Xian Wang was about to step into the library, he paused abruptly, noticing a figure materialize at the entrance, none other than Su Yuan himself. Su Yuan found himself both amused and speechless. During these past few days in the secret realm, he had been observing the circumstances of each disciple, as he had recently assumed the position of the leader of the Immortal Seed Valley. Through the resonance of his thoughts, he occasionally monitored the learning progress, cultivation inclinations, personality traits, comprehension, and perseverance of the disciples, meticulously recording each observation in his notebook. However, it wasn't long before he noticed something peculiar about Nangong Shanyu. After a brief deduction based on facial features and the simplification of the name, he easily confirmed that Nangong Shanyu was indeed the same Nangong Xianwen he had encountered once before. Upon recognizing the individual, he felt compelled to meet him in person. This old fellow also had a penchant for play, wanting to read books. If that were the case, he could simply go and read without all the fanfare. With a sense of resignation, Su Yuan bowed respectfully to Nangong Xianwang and inquired, "Esteemed elder, would you care to join me for a cup of tea in my humble abode?" Without altering his expression, Nangong Xianwang promptly replied, "When the leader of the valley extends an invitation, how could I possibly decline?" The two then stepped away, heading to another location. Xie Yingying, her eyes wide with astonishment, observed the scene and promptly followed suit. Neither Nangong Xianwang nor Su Yuan paid any heed to Xie Yingying's pursuit. Before long, the three of them arrived at the leader's cave dwelling, which served as Su Yuan's temporary residence. Song Kai had already dispatched individuals to tidy the place beforehand, making it ready for occupancy at any moment. Inside the courtyard, Su Yuan poured a cup of tea for Nangong Xianwang and another for the eager Xie Yingying. Afterward, Su Yuan finally inquired, "What do you think of my unique skills?" "Exceedingly exquisite," Nangong Xianwen remarked, savoring a sip of tea with admiration. Su Yuan remarked, "In my humble opinion, my unique skills should merely serve as a reference for my disciples. Thus, I hope that you do not become overly engrossed in them." "Indeed? And what is the reason for this?" Nangong Xianwen inquired with surprise. "How shall I put it? Those who emulate me may thrive, yet those who merely mimic me may perish. To truly comprehend my extraordinary techniques, the first volume serves only as a foundation. The subsequent scriptures will become increasingly arduous. While grasping the essence is undoubtedly beneficial, it is quite common to be invincible within the same realm. However, for those who fail to attain the essence, it becomes exceedingly challenging to forge a path of their own, as they will be constrained by my doctrine." Su Yuan sighed. "Today, after witnessing the exchange between Yi Bufan and Gu Yu, I am further convinced of this." "Hold on," Nangong Xianwing interrupted Su Yuan. "Were you eavesdropping on the lecture hall?" he inquired, his brow furrowed. "Not eavesdropping. I merely glanced out of curiosity. I was simply striving to understand the students' learning progress." Su Yuan defended himself. "Yet I did not perceive your scrutiny," Nangong Xianwing remarked, a hint of astonishment in his tone. "Ah, well, that pertains to the more profound aspects of my unique discipline." Su Yuan coughed lightly. He had inadvertently let slip a critical detail. The effects of certain entries could appear rather mundane at first glance, revealing their extraordinary nature only in subtler nuances, a fact he had overlooked. Nangong Xianwang's curiosity about this unique discipline deepened. As a master of transformation, a cultivator barely at the gold core stage, it seemed implausible for someone to evade his perception and spy on him. Indeed, it was utterly outrageous. Returning to our previous topic, Su Yuan continued, "I believe my unique discipline is most suitable for disciples with superior spiritual roots. They can glean substantial knowledge from it. And since they cannot delve too deeply, they will eventually abandon the pursuit of deeper understanding, preventing them from becoming too entangled. This will solidify their foundation. However, For those with exceptional spiritual roots, it becomes problematic. They can comprehend much from the first volume, growing increasingly enthusiastic, yet upon reaching the second volume, they will find themselves ensnared, struggling to extricate themselves. I hope you might counsel them. I have previously attempted to dissuade them, but they paid no heed. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xinwing replied, "Your unique discipline is undeniably remarkable. How could the world resist its allure? Ultimately, it all depends on their own predestined affinities." Su Yuan candidly remarked, "In truth, I wish to caution you, Nangong. It would be prudent not to become enmeshed in this matter. After all, I would prefer to avert significant losses for our sect." At this moment, Elder Nangong regained his composure, realizing, so you have been subtly advising me all along? He cast a glance at the wide-eyed Xiaoying, hesitating momentarily before continuing, "Just you wait. I shall return to my studies now. Farewell, sect leader." With that, he rose and made his way toward the library. After walking for a while, a sense of unease began to creep upon him. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he suddenly turned around, only to find that Xiaoying had not followed him this time. Instead, she was resting her chin on her hands, curiously inquiring about Su Yuan. Su Yuan wore a look of helplessness. The elder Nangong's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "At last, this little girl is no longer following me." He shook his head and turned to leave, walking several dozen steps before glancing back at the courtyard. Xia Yingying seemed to sense something and turned her gaze towards the elder Nangong. She lifted her skirt and hurriedly followed him. "Shanyu, wait for me." The elder Nangong remained unfazed. "I have no interest in waiting for you." He strolled leisurely towards the library, while Xia Yingying quickly caught up to his side, chattering away as she circled around him. The elder Nangong occasionally offered a few half-hearted responses, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. Chapter 57. The initial sprouts of immortal seedlings take flight back to the secret realm. Su Yuan felt quite helpless. Beside him, Shaoli inquired with curiosity, "Su Yuan, what troubles you?" "I did not anticipate the gravity of the situation," Su Yuan replied. "There is an issue with my unique skills." "What sort of issue?" Shaoli questioned. "You have been overly concerned about the potential impact on Senior Nangong. That seems rather exaggerated. You are merely referring to the realm of gold sand. After all," Shaoli remarked dismissively. Su Yuan shook his head and said, "You do not comprehend. The issues at hand cannot be elaborated upon." Within his supreme expertise, a significant dilemma lies in the factor of terminology. He has incorporated many elements into his work as if they were self-evident. Yet he soon realized that matters are far from straightforward. For instance, the principle of Tao follows nature encapsulates the profound and terrifying insights of natural formations within his esoteric teachings. Even in its simplified form, it remains exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to grasp. Take, for example, the seemingly unremarkable concept of balancing work and rest. In a state of cultivation, his comprehension soars, leading him to write descriptions suggesting that certain insights can be easily attained if one adheres to the prescribed themes. However, those lacking sufficient understanding will endure considerable hardships. Similarly, the notion of 7 stars shining brightly requires years of contemplation to appreciate the myriad applications of the Big Dipper, devoid of any terminological assistance. Thus, it can be said that his supreme expertise is a synthesis of the partial esoteric knowledge of the 10 ultimate hermit, combined with a plethora of ancient texts housed within the library and the system's terminologies, culminating in an apex of scholarly achievement. The crucial point is that the 9 volumes currently available are remnants of his past classics. Once he embarks anew on the path of balancing work and rest for further cultivation and insight, he may produce an additional volume or perhaps even more. Ahead lies an endless sea of tribulation, awaiting the brilliance of those daring enough to plunge into it. Why do you concern yourself with them? The path is one that they must traverse on their own, and they will make their own choices. If they cannot grasp this, how can they truly pursue the Tao? The little raccoon is indifferent to the Tao. Instead, it urged, "Hurry, continue the game. Transform into another creature, and I shall seek you out." "This game is not enjoyable," Su Yuan exclaimed. "Play or not, play." Su Yuan instructed Shaoli to close her eyes. Then, in a flash, he dashed into the silver light lake, transforming into a nimble fish, and began to frolic with Xiao Kai. Upon opening her eyes, Shaoli commenced her search for Su Yuan throughout the secret realm. She passed by Silver Light Lake numerous times, yet each time, Xiao Kai would nonchalantly obscure Su Yuan's presence, rendering Shaoli's quest significantly more challenging. Su Yuan unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Kai's intelligence had significantly increased. Since their last farewell with the spirit fish, her wisdom had grown immensely. and she had gradually developed a hint of cunningness. At last, Xiaoli found her way back to Su Yuan. "Oh, Shao Kai, so you are assisting Su Yuan." Despite my generous offering of the treasured spirit fruit, Xiaoli pouted, glaring at Shao Kai. Shao Kai shielded her eyes with her fin, indicating that she had not seen. Yet the frantically swishing of her tail betrayed her true thoughts. The two little beings immediately began to frolic in the lake. Su Yuan, during this time, casually perceived the profound truths of the silver spirit waterfall, accumulating insights as he discreetly observed the circumstances of his disciples. The swift passage of 3 months brought the diligent disciples of the Immortal Seed Valley once more to the square. The 7 peak masters reappeared, dazzlingly, evoking a sense of admiration among the gathered disciples. In contrast, Su Yuan opted for a more understated entrance, taking a seat beside the peak masters. Wang Siming remarked with a smile, "Su Yuan, there is no need to conceal yourself any longer. The sect has completed its restructuring. You may now officially declare your identity as the master of the 3 absolute peak." Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "I prefer to remain low-key. I am not one who enjoys ostentation." Wang Siming's smile faltered, as he had heard of the grandeur Su Yuan displayed during the opening of the valley, a sight that hardly resembled a low-key individual. At this moment, Yu Chuanli, the leader of Shenzong Peak, inquired with curiosity, "Su Shidi, among this group of disciples, are there any promising talents suitable for Shenzong Peak? Please do introduce them to me." Su Yuan replied, "I am aware of a few, but whether they are willing to join Shenzong Peak is beyond my control." Yu Chuanli waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need to worry about that. Our Shenzong Peak excels in the cultivation of spiritual awareness within the 7 absolute sect. Any disciple with such innate talent will undoubtedly join us." Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. "Oh, very well. Let me introduce a few individuals. Among the supreme spiritual roots, Li Yuexin is most suited for the cultivation of spiritual awareness. As for those with high-quality spiritual roots, we have Qian Defa and Zhongjia." "Oh, I see." Yu Chuanli nodded in understanding. The master of Danju Peak, Tao Yaoyao, also inquired with a smile, "Are there any promising talents suitable for alchemy?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuan remarked once more, "Indeed, such individuals exist, but I cannot guarantee their willingness to join the Danju Peak." Tao Yaoyao chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Brother Su, you are quite amusing. Among the 7 absolute sects, only my Danju Peak specializes in the art of alchemy. Naturally, any gifted disciples would gravitate towards us." "True enough." Su Yuan continued, "Among the prodigies in alchemy, Meng Changel, who possesses exceptional spiritual roots, piques my interest. As for those with superior spiritual roots, allow me to elaborate on their merits." Tao Yaoyao nodded repeatedly, signaling her understanding. Subsequently, the peak master of the Qiju Peak, Shi Jian, also inquired about the situation. Su Yuan responded somewhat awkwardly. As he elaborated on the various peaks, Shuju Peak, Lingju Peak, and Xianju Peak, his expression grew increasingly solemn. It was not until he engaged in conversation with Lei Ming, the master of Leiju Peak, that Su Yuan's demeanor became considerably more relaxed. Wang Siming had been observing the subtle shifts in Su Yuan's demeanor, and an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir within him, though he could not immediately discern what was amiss. After concluding his discussions with the various peak masters, Su Yuan addressed all the disciples present, proclaiming, "Now, I, Su Yuan, officially announce the commencement of the Immortal Seed Valley's exit test. All disciples shall proceed with the testing in the order of their results from the first round." Instantly, the disciples adopted serious expressions. Guyu was the first to step forward and begin the test. At that moment, Wang Siming surveyed the disciples' conditions, gauging the fluctuations of their spiritual energies, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "The cultivation progress of this cohort of disciples is truly remarkable." Su Yuandao remarked, "Perhaps it is due to the extraordinary efforts of those with exceptional spiritual roots. Observing them, the disciples with superior spiritual roots are compelled to exert themselves even more. Consequently, those with medium spiritual roots dare not slacken their efforts, while those with inferior roots find themselves with scarcely enough time to rest. After all, individuals with higher talents are striving even harder, and thus, unbeknownst to them, the average cultivation level of these disciples has significantly increased." Wang Siming could not help but inquire, "So why do the disciples with exceptional spiritual roots work so diligently?" "Ah, that is a complex matter." Su Yuan shook his head. He was well aware of the reasons, which the peak masters would eventually come to understand, but there was no need to elaborate at this moment. Guyu's assessment proceeded swiftly, revealing a peak cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement. This revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from the assembled peak masters and disciples. The progress was indeed astounding. Within merely 3 months, Guyu had achieved what ordinary disciples might take a decade to accomplish. Her remarkable performance was nothing short of breathtaking, and it was no surprise that she was invited to engage with the various peak masters. This time, it was Huang Shanbo, the master of Lingjue Peak, who extended the first invitation. With a warm smile, he addressed Guyu. I am the master of Lingjue Peak. I have heard of your profound expertise in body refinement techniques during your time at Xianyao Valley, and your commendable talent in spiritual power. Lingjue Peak excels in this area of cultivation. Would you be willing to join us as a core disciple? Upon hearing this, Guyu replied, I have heard that upon exiting the valley, there is a selection process, and those who become core disciples can study under the peak master. Is this true? Indeed. This has been a long-standing tradition of our 7 absolute sects Xianyao Valley. Huang Shanbo responded with a smile. Then, may I choose to join a different peak instead of Lingjue Peak? Guyu inquired. Oh, given your cultivation alignment, Lingjue Peak suits you best. If you do not choose Lingjue Peak, which other peak would you consider? Huang Shanbo asked, puzzled. Guyu turned and respectfully bowed to Su Yuan, saying, May I inquire which peak master Su belongs to? Su Yuan calmly gazed at him and said, I am the master of the 3 absolute peaks. Upon hearing this, Guyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately exclaimed, I wish to join the 3 absolute peaks and become a core disciple. I implore Master Su to grant my request. The other peak masters were taken aback at these words. In that moment, Wang Ximing finally understood the gravity of the situation. Chapter 58. Competing to join the 3 absolute peaks. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, I have no interest in accepting disciples. You are welcome to visit my Sanju Peak, where I may offer you some guidance, though I cannot guarantee your success in mastering the teachings. I suggest you consider Lingjue Peak. It is indeed more suited for your cultivation. Guyu shook her head and said, I still prefer Sanju Peak. The legacy of Peak Master Su is vast and profound, and I feel that I require more of your guidance. If given the opportunity to join Sanju Peak, I shall not hesitate to seize it. Su Yuan shook his head, glancing at the other peak masters, and spread his hands in resignation, stating, He is steadfast in his ways, and there is little I can do about it. He then turned to Guyu and instructed her to stand behind him. Guyu promptly moved to take her place behind Su Yuan, filled with joy. The peak masters exchanged glances. 2 of them began to adopt serious expressions, while the others remained composed. Subsequently, the second disciple stepped forward for her assessment, Xianying. Her results revealed that she, too, had reached the 4th level of qi refinement, albeit in the later stages and not yet at its pinnacle. Amid the anticipation of the peak masters, she approached. Wang Ximing, the master of Zhuangzi Peak, was the first to speak. Xianying, I am Wang Ximing, the master of Zhuangzi Peak. Our peak excels in the art of communicating with the profound, establishing connections with all things. Your proficiency in fire techniques will greatly benefit from training at Zhuangzi, as it will enable you to commune with the fire spirits, forging a deeper bond that will enhance your understanding of the essence of fire and its realms. Among all the peak masters, I was the first to grasp the intricacies of these realms and to traverse the path of the nascent soul. This is the reason. Therefore, choosing Zhuangzi Peak is undoubtedly the right decision. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled, perceiving it as nothing more than a crude interpretation of the principle of naturalism. Moreover, this method appeared challenging to master and yielded mediocre results, falling far short of the profundity of natural law. Xianying blinked in confusion and inquired, I can already communicate with the fire spirit. Why would I need to learn this? Wang Ximing was rendered speechless, taken aback by the sheer talent displayed. Such extraordinary abilities rendered the esteemed teachings of Xuanjue Peak seemingly obsolete. Before he could elaborate further, Xianying promptly bowed to Su Yuan, exclaiming sweetly, Master of the Valley, I wish to join the 3 Absolutes Peak. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, Stand behind me. Oh. Xianying joyfully jumped to Su Yuan's side, turning to beckon Nangong Shinling to join them on Sanju Peak. The third individual was yet another woman, named Li Yuexin. Possessing a naturally stronger spiritual awareness, Li Yuexin enjoyed a distinct advantage in her cultivation, having reached the mid-stage of the 4th level of qi refinement, which was indeed remarkable. At this moment, the peak master of Xinjue Peak, Yu Chuanli, spoke up, Little girl, come to my side. However, upon hearing this, Li Yuexin showed no inclination to move. I am sorry, Master Yu, but I cannot go to Xinjue Peak. Li Yuexin replied. Yu Chuanli, perplexed, inquired, "Did you not intend to pursue the path of spiritual awareness? Why not choose Shinju at peak?" Li Yuexin elucidated, "Within Master Su's unique teachings, there exists a volume titled Qixing Xuanjin Duanshinju, Volume 1, which is exceptionally intricate in the realm of spiritual cultivation. Additionally, there is a secret technique called Zhenin, Su Yuan's revised edition, encompassing methods of spiritual assault. I believe that mastering these two texts will sufficiently empower me to navigate the immortal cultivation realm." Yu Chuanli looked at Su Yuan with a hint of confusion. "Do you possess unique teachings in the realm of spiritual cultivation? It seems improbable that the ancestral master would distribute two identical teachings." Su Yuan coughed gently and remarked, "This scripture is a method of spiritual cultivation I devised myself. It is not the esteemed legacy of our revered ancestor. Thus, your profound skills represent the authentic lineage, while mine do not." Su Yuan turned to Li Yuexin and said, "You may have merely glimpsed my scripture, yet it does not necessarily surpass the profound teachings of our ancestral master. Hastily choosing my lineage for cultivation may not be a prudent decision." In response, Li Yuexin revealed a smile and replied, "Master Su, prior to joining the sect, I perused numerous texts and techniques. I can confidently assert that your lineage is exceptionally exquisite. Moreover, since the scripture is of your own creation, it is destined to evolve and innovate, making it entirely possible for it to surpass the ancestral master's teachings in the future." Chuanli Yuchun from Divine Absolute Peak, intrigued by the exchange, proposed to Su Yuan, "Let us engage in a contest to ascertain the current state of your spiritual awareness." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "I truly possess no remarkable strength. Are you concerned about injuring Sister Li, or perhaps about me harming you?" Yu Chuanli retorted with a cold hum, "No. I merely have not extensively utilized my spiritual awareness, and indeed, I lack experience." Su Yuan replied, "Then let us simply give it a try. We shall each employ 1% of our spiritual awareness for a friendly contest." Yu Chuanli suggested. "Very well." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers, Su Yuan and Yu Chuanli ascended into the air. The two stood a distance apart, parallel to one another. Su Yuan gazed inward into his sea of consciousness. Unlike the indistinct, foggy realms typical of most individuals, his inner world resembled a pitch-black night. Yet amidst this darkness, 7 brilliant stars shone forth, their celestial light representing Su Yuan's spiritual awareness. These 7 stars were the embodiment of his soul. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Su Yuan, drawing upon each spirit as a foundation, had meticulously crafted an astrological diagram akin to the Big Dipper. This arrangement continuously attracted external energies, transforming them into the luminescent light of his spiritual awareness, gradually illuminating the entirety of his sea of consciousness. Surrounding the Big Dipper, there existed numerous minute fragments of starlight, formed from the aggregation of abundant spiritual luminescence, radiating a level of spiritual intensity that was markedly superior to that of ordinary awareness. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and then summoned 1% of his divine consciousness, preparing for action. Meanwhile, Yu Chuanli spoke up. "It's time. Let us begin." "All right." Su Yuan concentrated, and with a mere thought, 1% of his divine consciousness swiftly surged forth, rapidly colliding with Yu Chuanli's sea of consciousness. In a similar manner, Yu Chuanli unleashed her own divine consciousness to assault Su Yuan's mind. In the spirit of competition, neither sought to evade, almost simultaneously. Both found themselves struck by the other's attack. At the periphery of Su Yuan's sea of consciousness, Chun Li's spiritual presence materialized, swiftly evolving into a unique plant adorned with hundreds of tendrils, forcefully surging towards the depths of Su Yuan's consciousness. The 7 soul stars of Su Yuan immediately radiated a vast array of stellar light and spiritual consciousness, activating the formation of the Big Dipper to safeguard his soul core. Yu Chuanli laughed. "You only protect your own soul. Do you not also guard the sea of consciousness itself? If the sea of consciousness is damaged, your soul will inevitably suffer as well." As Yu Chuanli manipulated her tendrils to strike upon the sea of consciousness, she was taken aback by a surprising revelation. Su Yuan's sea of consciousness was as resilient as steel, rendering her attacks utterly ineffective. The entire expanse of the sea remained firmly intact, while she continued to assault the sea of consciousness. Yu Chuanli, using her spiritual awareness, finally discerned faint patterns of formation emerging. With each successive strike at the same spot, more intricate lines appeared, thwarting her attempts to damage the sea of consciousness. The complexity of these patterns left Yu Chuanli, a third-tier formation master knowledgeable in some formations, gasping in astonishment. What level of formation is this? It cannot be. How is this possible? As she examined closely, despite not comprehending the function of the formation lines, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. After several attempts to breach it, she finally recognized some familiar changes in the formations. Her pupils constricted as she exclaimed, "Isn't this the natural formation prohibition of the Yuan Pool Valley? How did you transfer it into the Sea of Consciousness?" Yuan was equally astonished to see that she recognized his natural formation. He remarked, sisterly, "You possess a keen eye. At the time of my breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, I felt that utilizing a natural formation to reinforce my spiritual apertures was exceptionally suitable. Thus, I endeavored to integrate them within my body, constructing a natural formation internally. I had always believed their effects would merely converge spiritual energy. I never anticipated they would also possess defensive capabilities." Yuanli's eyes were wide with disbelief. "Impossible. This is just too exaggerated. This is truly inconceivable, utterly extraordinary. Yuan Dao, at the time of foundation establishment, there may be heavenly assistance. During that moment, the forces of heaven and earth converged, and I was fortunate enough to successfully condense my power. Li Jia, do you still intend to attack?" Yuanli took a deep breath, ceasing her attempts to assault the Sea of Consciousness. Instead, she manipulated hundreds of vines to directly strike at Su Yuandao's Big Dipper formation. The sharpness of Yuanli's mental attack was extraordinary. With just a few flicks, Su Yuandao's Big Dipper formation began to tremble, its starlight noticeably dimming. As a peak golden core cultivator, Yuanli's mental strength far exceeded Su Yuandao's, and even a mere 1% of her power would be difficult for him to endure against her relentless assaults. However, at that moment, the natural array prohibition of the Sea of Consciousness emanated a brilliant light, triggering a certain array effect. The formation swiftly drew upon the true essence within and the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, rapidly converting it into Su Yuandao's mental energy, replenishing the Big Dipper formation. What had previously been drained soon regained its resplendent brilliance. Both Yuanli and Su Yuandao were momentarily stunned by this scene, astonished at the remarkable speed with which the Sea of Consciousness restored its mental energy. Su Yuan had never before expended such a vast amount of spiritual consciousness. Although he anticipated the natural formation's prohibitive effects would enable rapid recovery, he was astounded by its extraordinary efficacy within mere moments. Nearly 40% of his spiritual consciousness was swiftly restored. The natural formation's capabilities were nothing short of remarkable. This was precisely why Su Yuan